Chapter 521. United States of South America, Brazil. At this time, Hikue was in the cockpit of a familiar assault plane, and Elena was sitting next to him. Elena, they have already expressed their intention to surrender. Hikue was the first to break the silence in the cockpit. But they haven't surrendered yet. At this time, Elena put down the mask in her hand, and she was more mature and stable than before. The hatred in her eyes gradually disappeared as time passed. Yes, they haven't surrendered yet, but the domestic backlash is serious, and they can't hold out for too long. In SD's memory, the Atlantic Federation was overwhelmed by public opinion because the biological CPU training base was exploded. This situation is not just about the biological CPU. Matthias has exposed everything. Even the nuclear bombs buried in Canada were dug out by ZFT when they found an opportunity. This is even more of a hammer. Now the Atlantic Federation has not surrendered because of internal chaos. Mattis ran away, and most of the Blue Universe people hid themselves when they saw the situation was not good. Those who could not hide were caught by non-Blue Universe officers in the Atlantic Federation. Now that everyone knows that they can't win, it is expected that there will be chaos. And this opportunity is also the time for the United States of South America to regain lost territory. Does Hikue really want to go with us? Elena asked, a little entangled. Of course. Well, there is also. The war is over, come up, I wait for you in plant. Before Elena finished, Hikue smiled. Is it okay? Elena had experienced a lot, from the tragic death of countless friends, to the turbulent revenge, to the current peace. Some things had also changed quietly. Every night when she looked at the sky, her heart became more and more numb. If it weren't for Hikue's company, she might have become a soldier who only knew how to kill. But I killed a lot of people, not just soldiers. Elena killed a lot. At the beginning, she would kill even if the other party said surrender. Even the logistics personnel at the base didn't know how many they had killed. Enough to be brought to war court more than a dozen times. It's okay. Hikue laughed. I killed a lot too. He really didn't know how many logistics personnel he had killed. Everyone should be prepared to die on the battlefield. A woman's kindness will only cause endless trouble. As for the surrendered soldiers, Hikue didn't even leave them alive once. Puff. Hearing Hikue's consolation, which was not really a consolation, the girl couldn't help but laugh. Hikue. After laughing, the girl hugged Hikue tightly. Okay, go out, I hope this is your last war. Hikue gently stroked Elena's head. Although it was just a cold body, it still brought incomparable warmth to Elena's heart. As soon as the two finished talking, the voice of the South American president came through the communicator. The Atlantic Federation has run out of luck. It's time to take back our land, and let the people of South America live a life of true mastery. Warriors, follow me. This high-spirited voice did not sound like an old man waiting to die on his sickbed. With the president's encouragement, many soldiers also roared. Even Elena was no exception. This battle was very easy for them, just like crushing withered trees and rotten wood. Facing the Atlantic Federation that was about to collapse, South America easily took back the control of Panama. Of course, they also captured the surrendered Yuan defense minister alive. I surrender. You can't kill me. I know where the information they left here is. At this time, the Minister of Defense, the pseudo-South American Prime Minister, was looking at them in horror in the mud. He was covered with dirt on the ground and looked dirty. His expensive suit had been torn to pieces, which was very miserable. I am also for South America. You can't kill me. Facing life and death, and the deep eyes of the many soldiers in front of him, who were like hungry wolves, wanting to tear him to pieces and eat him alive, the Prime Minister was even more panicked. Do you know how many of our compatriots died for South America? One person couldn't help but spit at the Prime Minister. My 3 sons died at your hands. The people on the side rushed up and wanted to hit him. No one used a gun, not because of civilization, but because they were afraid that he would die too easily. The suit you are wearing now is enough for an ordinary person in South America to live for a year. Is this how you do it for South America? Hikue said quietly, and the soldiers who heard it became even more excited. Maybe he really wanted it for South America at the beginning, but people can change easily. Especially for a person who is restricted everywhere, it is not strange to numb himself with material desires. But he did not find a solution, nor did he continue to work hard, but just became his evil dragon with peace of mind. This alone is not worthy of forgiveness from others. Compared to him, he is not as good as Cruz. At least he is completely bad, and will not use his country to justify his desires. Just when everyone rushed up to beat this man again, the president was slowly pushed over in a wheelchair. Mr. President. The man stretched out his hand, as if he wanted to ask for help, but soon the hand was stepped on and broken. The wailing sound continued. Don't beat him to death, leave him a breath and heal him. The president looked at the scene indifferently, and then turned to look at Ikue. Will you just think I did a bad job? Mr. President, you did a good enough job. Really? The president wanted to say something, but was interrupted by a series of rapid coughs. The coughing was only relieved by the hoarseness of his throat. Your body shouldn't have come here, Mr. President. I had to come and see you anyway. The president smiled, as if he didn't care about his dying body at all. Plant has made a breakthrough in the treatment chamber technology recently. You can try it. No, that's enough. As he spoke, a trace of sadness appeared in the president's eyes. My mission has been completed. I am also a person who should die. I hope that the world in the future will be peaceful as you said. Peace will not last forever. Hikue shook his head and said, if the world could really eradicate war, there would be less trouble. To some extent, Cruz was right. But why should he eradicate war? It is not suitable for him to worry about such an unanswered question. It is like someone told him that the sun will explode one day. Why should he worry about such a distant thing? He just needs to live his own life and protect the people he cares about. That's enough. Things in the future will naturally be troubled by people in the future. That's right. The president didn't say anything else, just smiled. Maybe this is my retribution. I will let Elena go to the military school in December City, Plant, in the name of studying abroad. As for the remaining money, I will give it to you in one lump sum. Thank you. He said what he should say. If the president thinks it's good to die like this, he doesn't plan to say anything. Chapter 522. After arranging Elena's flight to Plant, Hikue also returned to the radar room. Next is DSSD and Mindel. Both places are about the same distance away. Considering that the influence of the clan has faded, he can go to DSSD in person. As for going to Mindel, that is impossible. If I guess correctly, Kira, Mu and Cruz will be there. Depending on the situation, the number of people may increase. After all, Mathis is still missing, and it is not safe to go with the main body. Relatively speaking, it is safest to stay in DSSE, which is not too far away. With the Liberator nearby, it is not foolproof, but it is enough. Bringing a small transfer station and remotely controlling Aegis is enough to deal with most situations. Hikue thought, and just returned to his room. He saw the lively scene in the living room. I saw that Lakis was communicating with the Asuka brothers and sisters and Julius in a friendly manner, and Shurha was in the middle with a helpless look on his face. Hikue, you're back, the meal is ready. Looking at Hikue, Lux said before sure he could speak. The gentle smile on her face was fascinating. Yes, I've already done it. Sure, he emphasized my words a little more, and understood why Sule ran away directly. Lux was really treacherous. Especially when it came to what she wanted. She was a little overwhelmed. But Lux also helped, right? Lux looked at the Asuka siblings in front of him mischievously. Yeah. Shin turned his head uncomfortably at Lux's good looks. Although Lux still felt very gentle, the look she gave him just now made him shudder. It should be an illusion, right? He muttered in his heart, and a trace of envy rose in the boy's heart again. This is Lux, and she seems to be competing with Shurha for Hikue. Any man would be envious. Then we go back first. Seeing his sister seem to be infected by Julius, and looking at Hikue with more and more admiration, Shin now felt very dangerous. As a sister control, he would never allow his sister to be like Julius, who was obsessed with Hikue. What would he do as a brother in the future? Thinking of the scene in the future where Mayu was deceived by Hikue, Shinleo became more anxious. Well, I remember that I still have homework to finish, so I'm leaving first, Shin said, holding his sister's hand and going out. Hey, but brother Hikue just came back. Mayu looked at her brother helplessly, and then looked at Hikue with apology. Okay, you guys are busy. I have time to teach you later. Hikue did not stop Shin, although Mayu was very talented in diplomacy and some idols, and could let Lakis guide her. But he was also afraid that Lakis would lead Mayu astray, and he didn't want his people to run away with Lakis. Brother, are you tired? Just after sending Fei Niao away, Julius came up, and the admiration in her eyes became even stronger. After all, my brother is a man who has conquered even the princess and the singing girl. In short, he is very powerful. Not tired. Hikue touched the girl's head and said, Where did you go just now? You shouldn't have any work recently, right? Lakis, who took the food out of the kitchen, asked after hearing the conversation between the two. It seems to be just pure concern, but if you say there is no temptation in it, Hikue will never believe it. Just doing some work on the new mass-produced machine. Are you still researching mass production machines? Yes, the Atlantic Federation has not officially surrendered yet, and we don't know how long the situation will remain calm after surrender. Yeah. Hearing Hikue's words, the gentle smile on Lux's face gradually faded. How is the marked knife? It's ready, and the basic tests have been completed. Hearing the two people's words, Shura looked over curiously. Facing Shura's puzzled eyes, Lux's heart accelerated a little. Hikue didn't tell Shura. She didn't know why such a thing made her so excited. This kind of feeling was something she hadn't experienced for a long time. Well, that's good. His localized lingos was about to go online. Next, it depends on how the negotiations go. If everything goes well, lingos will be their main force on Earth. After a simple meal with Lux, Hikue contacted Amalfi. Do you want to go to DSSD? Amalfi frowned and asked. Yes, after all, we haven't been there for a long time because of the war. Reference to the last time he went with the congressman, so he can definitely go if he has nothing to do. And the purpose of Hikue's visit this time is not only to have an in-depth exchange with Kigali and Selena, but also to go to Mindel. And I've been here for so long, I'd be suffocated to death. Hikue said. It should be no problem if I go. Hearing Hikue's words, Amalfi's mouth twitched slightly, and he was suffocated to death, and he was having fun on the asteroid. But be careful, the tribe has not been caught yet, and I heard they have an armed organization. Don't worry. The armed organization is probably not the library. But most of the machines in the library are modified based on other machines. As long as he takes the Liberator and his flagship, he will definitely not be able to break the defense. Anyway, come back quickly after you go. In-depth research on nanotherapy needs to be done. Hikue has too many projects on hand, and it is not possible to stop the war. Okay. After discussing with his immediate superior, Hikue also came to a warehouse located in a more hidden part of the asteroid. At this time, Su Lei and Mei Ling were both here. Have you finished eating? Su Lei stood next to Aegis and asked with a faint glare. Have you finished eating? How is the research on quantum computers going? Hikue smiled awkwardly and decisively changed the subject. The information you provided is very accurate. If there are no accidents, we will soon be able to have our own real intelligent computers, but we still need to impose more restrictions on computers in terms of safety regulations. After all, it is AI, and in many movies and TV shows, it is a rebellious existence. Movies of this theme have been made to death from ancient times to the present. Okay. Xiao Ba doesn't look threatening at all, and he has copied Xiao Ba, so it should be fine for the time being. Quantum computer plus Stargazer, the combination of the two is enough. I have equipped Aegis with the current imitation quantum computer, and it should be able to act like a real person. Su Lei retracted her eyes from looking at Hikue and pressed the switch at Aegis' heart. Chapter 523. Master. After the camera module started working, Aegis quickly locked the facial data inside the system and said to Hikue with a smile. Very successful. Su Lei smiled. What personality did you import? Current research is not enough to allow Aegis to have a personality. At present, her emotions are all simulated by the system. In fact, she has not left the machine. It's just a more advanced doll. Maid mode. How is it? Excited, right? A little, but it would be better if Su Lei could do it herself. Thinking of Su Lei's soft body in a maid outfit, with a serious face outside and calling her master at home. The smile on Hikue's face became even brighter. He even hugged the girl in his arms. I didn't expect you like this. Is it not okay? Hearing Hikue's words, Su Lei did not struggle but hugged him tighter, and her voice rang in his heart. I don't have that kind of clothes. I'd buy it for you later, so? Hikue said, as he kissed Su Lei's earlobe slowly. The scene became heated for a while. Why stop? Su Lei, who was aroused, didn't feel Hikue's action for a long time, so she glared at him. Mei Ling, who was standing next to him, had already hugged Hikue from behind with a red face. So as a maid, what should you call yourself? Su Lei was stunned for a while after hearing this, and then avoided Hikue's overly straightforward eyes. I told you that you would take me to DSSD. This time it was Hikue who was stunned. It's dangerous over there. It's not dangerous any time, and I can help you. Su Lei glared at him and said, Why do you want to go there? Nonsense, you must want to take risks. I will let you go with me, but you must be prepared. Hikue said. Got it, master. It's okay now. Su Lei pouted and looked at him dissatisfied. Although it's a bit perfunctory. Hikue shrugged, and then continued to attack the girl in front of him. In this way, time passed quietly. While the Atlantic Federation was still arguing with Plant and other countries in the world, Hikue and Kigali also agreed on a time to set off for DSSD one after the other. You also brought Aegis with you. Where do you want to go? In Hikue's room on the ship, Su Lei was looking at him curiously at this time. Mendel, I have something to do over there. Is it about Setona? Su Lei asked as she leaned close to the boy. That's part of the reason. Cruz might be over there. You still want to fight him? Su Lei frowned. According to what you said, he doesn't have many days left to live. It means he has to be on guard. Hikue said with a headache while hugging Su Lei's waist. God knows what kind of cruel things Cruz will do. Anyway, he is scared. Be careful. Su Lei held Hikue's hand tighter. Don't worry. But before that, I may need you to do me a favor. Su Lei rolled her eyes at him and said, Selena? Yes. Hikue nodded. Of course, but before that. Su Lei smiled seductively, and then pushed Hikue down on the bed. We still have a lot of time before we leave the plant area. Facing Su Lei's time, the boy, who of course understood, kissed Su Lei's cherry lips. The two of them were intimate along the way, and smoothly arrived at DSSD. At this time, DSSD was still the same as before, but if you look carefully, you can find that most of the DSSD employees are full of joy. The end of the war is not too good for their outer space exploration. And here, after Hikue and Su Lei got off the plane one after another, Selena outside had already greeted them. However, the eager smile on his face faded a little after seeing Su Lei. Long time no see, counselor he. Selena's face was full of businesslike expressions, which made Hikue smile helplessly. He guessed that this would happen. But he now has a lot of experience in this kind of thing. And there is Su Lei's help. Sister Selena. Su Lei raised an extremely cute smile on her face at this time, and then naturally took Selena's hand. This is my first time here, can you show me around? Yeah. Although she knew that the other party was Hikue's woman, the awkwardness and depression in Selena's heart unconsciously dissipated a little when she saw Su Lei's cute appearance. Come with me. Hikue, who was already familiar with driving, just pushed the car from behind and didn't say anything. The DSSD space station was not too big, and under the general guidance, the tour was completed in about 2 hours. At this time, the three of them also walked into the usual server room, where the technology was stored. Why didn't your father come here? Hikue came here and looked at the summary of the newly researched projects, and asked curiously. He went out? The turret of the sun should be the work of Mattis. He left angrily after knowing it. Running away from home? Are you stupid? It must be a punishment for the wandering tribe. Hearing Hikue say this, Selena glared at him dissatisfiedly. That's right, Hikue, you fool. Su Lei on the side chimed in. You said it yourself, like running away from home. Hikue said speechlessly. Humph, but it's probably useless. After all, they dared to attack the Earth, and they still care about a DSSE. I guess many of the previous attacks were planned by them. Selena said angrily at this time. That's right. Recalling the several times that DSSD was attacked, Hikue nodded in agreement. However, there is a high probability that Selena's father would rush over like this for other reasons, such as playing the victim to get more aid. The world is at peace, and it is a precious time to explore outer space and the deep universe. Otherwise, God knows when the next fight will start. And at this time, Selena wanted to say something, but her eyes first looked at Su Lei. It doesn't matter. Is the skeleton of the Stargazer ready? Hikue asked. Well, it's already done, but I don't have a clue about the learning AI, and the nano-automatic repair system is the same. I have some ideas for both of these, but it will take several months to half a year, Hikue said after hearing this. AI and nano happen to be his skills. Yeah. Hearing Hikue's words, Selena's eyes brightened. After all, the sooner the better. With Hikue's participation, their progress can be said to be very fast. Of course, she was excited. Where are you going to go in the first stage? Hikue asked. Mars. There is also a research space station of ours there. Yeah. Hikue knew this. Although the Martians were unable to take care of themselves with food, DSSD was also here to deliver technology, so they also gave them a piece of space for their research institute. Chapter 524. The second stage is to go to Jupiter. Selena said excitedly. Hikue was not surprised to hear this, but continued. I just happen to have something to do on Mars. Can you take me with you? Are they willing to let you go? It was not possible before, but it is possible now. The time to go to Mars has become shorter now, and after peace, it is also necessary to go to Mars to understand the situation of the neighbors, so he is likely to fight for it. After all, he has promised Selena. And if possible, He also wants to build a second base there. In the future, if there is any accident, there will be a place to escape. By the way, it can also develop Martian technology. Hikue wants to go to Mars alone? Su Lei asked with a blink of an eye. Of course not, but it's quite desolate there. I'm not afraid, Su Lei said with her hands on her hips. What do you think, Sister Selena? Then of course the more scientific researchers there, the better. Selena nodded without comment. Although Su Lei looked like a little wife, she had heard of her reputation in radar research. Hee, thank you, Sister Selena. Seeing the two women hugging each other, one cute and the other seductive, like an angel and a devil, Hikue couldn't help swallowing. Although they had played together many times with Selena, he had no feelings. So it was impossible to say that he was not thirsty at this time. Especially seeing Selena's well-proportioned and tight legs under the black stockings, the slight pinkness revealed under the black made people even more imaginative. What are you thinking about? Facing Hikue's gaze, Selena licked her lips and asked naturally. No, how long will it take for Orb to come? Hikue smiled. Probably tomorrow. Why do you care so much? Selena asked with narrowed eyes. What else can I do? Su Lei rolled her eyes at Hikue, and then took the initiative to kiss him. But at this time, her other hand was still holding Selena's wrist. The look of wanting three people together scared Selena, who was always open-minded. Moreover, it was in the hot and humid server, which made Selena even more nervous. Sister, come with us? Yeah. Su Lei didn't care, so she didn't seem to care either. Unlike Su Lei, who had to stand on tiptoes to kiss Hikue, Selena kissed Hikue easily in her high heels. However, this was inside the server after all, and after kissing until it seemed to heat up the inside, the three of them separated. Have you found the technology? Selena adjusted the wrinkles of her skirt and asked. Found it, let's take this one. Hikue pointed to a light shield folding miniaturization technology on the screen and said. This technology uses phantom particles to shape the shield. Of course, compared with his previous light shield miniaturization technology, this light shield has stronger defense due to its unique folding structure, similar to the Strike Freedom. He can also research this with some time. But why do we need to research it ourselves when there is a ready-made one? Okay. After taking a look at the technology, Selena shrugged. Then I take you to the Stargazer Gundam. Stargazer. Su Lei was quite excited when she heard the name. It's impossible to say that they all went to the universe without the desire to explore the outside world. Just like those explorers back then, as long as there is technology, it is conceivable that human pioneers will surge out in waves. As for whether this is a good thing or a bad thing, Hikue can't say. But at least it gives the world a new impetus. The three of them quickly went from the server to a more secret space in the DSSD space station. The hangar here only has space for one machine, and the Stargazer, which is only a skeleton, is standing there quietly. The inner core of its cockpit is exposed, which is where the learning computer will be placed in the future. The experiment of the brilliant thruster has been completed, but we haven't installed it yet. Okay, make a few more. At present, there are only 2 brilliant thrusters, including the modified prototype at the beginning. First of all, the battleship must be needed. If his machine is also needed, then 2 machines are not enough. Not to mention that this one is a Stargazer. No money. Hearing Selena's bachelor's words, Hikue's mouth twitched slightly. Stingy Hikue. Without hearing Hikue's answer, Selena pulled Hikue's sleeve. She is obviously a cold and noble sister, but at this time, her pitiful face makes people think about it. I will find a way. This project can't be hidden for too long. This is a project jointly funded by several major countries. One thruster costs at least 2 billion. 100 million is fine, but he really can't afford 2 billion. Selling his company may be possible, but there is no need. Anyway, he still has the entire plant behind him. That's fine, I also think this is an opportunity. Selena said after hearing this. Sooner or later, it will be made public. The development of the deep universe cannot be limited to DSSD. The reason why countries invest so much in DSSD is not for the resources of the deep universe. That is the future, hope, and benefit. At first, it was understandable that they concealed it because they were afraid of being coveted. If DSSD really wanted to develop the deep universe secretly and was discovered, it would be terrible. Opportunity? Hearing Selena say this, Hikue was stunned. Yes, after all, the subsequent development mainly depends on you. So this time you came here, we just revealed that you saw our latest technology, and then a flash of inspiration came to you, and you found a solution to the glorious thruster. How is it? Selena smiled faintly. Okay, but your contribution is more important. Just say that I solved it by accident. Selena's arrangement was indeed good. He could not get something in return. And this reputation that benefits the whole world is a good reward. Of course, Hikue didn't take much. He just took a part of the credit that belonged to him. Have you talked to your father about it? We have already talked about it. We also want to take this opportunity to keep you here. After hearing Selena's words, Su Lei, who was listening quietly, stood between the two of them cautiously. Hikue can't stay here. How about Sister Selena go to the plant? Just kidding. Selena looked at Su Lei's pouting face, rolled her eyes at Hikue charmingly, and then put all the data of the Stargazer on the screen in front of everyone. If you can complete the research within half a year, then we will submit the specific plan to all countries at the report meeting 3 months later, which is at the end of the year. Selena continued excitedly. We can officially launch the plan after the remaining technical research is completed. The time should be about right. No problem. What Selena said just happened to be in line with his plan. Although the Atlantic Federation no longer poses a threat, there are still forces that created new human races such as Setona and Lux, which Hikue has not found. The world is not completely safe. Chapter 525. On the night after watching Stargazer, Hikue came to Selena's room. Hikue was quite familiar with this room. When he really came here and smelled the fragrance in the room, Hikue showed a satisfied smile on his face. Fortunately, your father is not here. Hikue sighed. Otherwise, if he really knew, his legs would probably be broken. I don't think he would care too much if he really knew. After all, what he values is research. Selena said faintly. That's right. Thinking of Selena's father, he was a more enthusiastic researcher than Selena. Then, a night of love. Skipping the topic about Selena's father, Hikue hugged Selena's slender waist in front of him very smoothly. Because of the bonus of the adjuster to the physique, although Selena is obsessed with research, there is still no fat on her waist, as she is soft and intoxicating. And Selena, with Hikue's warm hand around her sensitive waist, her pretty face also blushed a little. I have a proposal. Hikue whispered softly in Selena's ear. What? Don't take off your stockings. Hikue said, and kissed Selena without giving her time to answer. You had a friendly exchange with Selena. Selena's favorability, 112. Universe adaptability A level, 25741/100, 000. Stargazer Gundam, 15641/30, 000. Although the brilliant thruster was made, it was far from enough. Seeing the woman lying in his arms obediently, who was different from her appearance, Hikue also felt a little satisfied. After working so hard for so long, he finally ate Selena. Was it easy for him? It was too difficult. What are you doing? When Selena opened her eyes, she saw Hikue's face that asked for a beating. No, go back to sleep. No, people from Orb are coming today. Did you forget? Selena said coquettishly, and then turned around in Hikue's arms. At the same time, she also felt Hikue's vitality in the morning. Didn't you have enough yesterday? Feeling the active part, Selena said unhappily. No. With the help of Kigali, his current physical condition is amazing. Of course, he won't be satisfied just like that. Because it was the first time with Selena, he didn't let Su Lei come over. It was the third time yesterday. Picking up the tattered socks thrown under the bed, Selena licked her lips. Come again, there's still some time. After another round of busy work, the two of them sat up only when it was almost noon. But can you stay here often? Looking at the space outside that was always twinkling with bright stars, Hikue asked Selena, who took out a pair of new socks from the cabinet and put them on. Aren't you often on asteroids? But sometimes we still go to colonize satellites. Hikue shook his head. Then we sometimes go to Earth. We also have a research base in South America. Selena said proudly. I almost forgot. We can go and visit it if we have a chance. The two of them dressed neatly and walked towards the port. They arrived at the right time, just as the Kusanagi was slowly entering the port. This is the Kusanagi. Selena looked at the warship in front of her curiously, which looked like a sword. I didn't expect Orb to come with such a big fanfare this time. After all, the princess is here too. What? Kigali is here too. Thinking of the girl she had met several times, Selena was surprised. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Didn't you come here before? That's what you said, but the Kigali at that time was not the Kigali now. The current Kigali is the official heir of Asha. In the past, the princess was mostly teased, but now she should be called the princess. She came to see you. Selena quickly thought of something and widened her eyes. That's right. At this time, Su Lei also yawned and walked over from behind. Because of the lack of a human-shaped pillow, Su Lei looked like she hadn't slept well. Don't take the princess back again, Su Lei said with resentment. That won't happen. Hikue smiled. Even if he could take her back, Uzmi wouldn't give her to him. Although the war is almost over now, Orb has not relaxed at all. Or no country will relax. After the war, everything is in ruins, and it is a good opportunity for each country to share the cake and develop. But no country will relax at this time. Humph. The girl snorted with her pretty nose and glared at the man. As the three talked, they arrived at the docking exit as the machine docked steadily. The long passage directly connected to the Kusanagi. Not long after, with the sliding handrails, the people of Orb slowly appeared in front of the three people from the long passage. In front was Erika, and behind Erika were Kigali, Chisaka, and Xiaolu besides Kira and Mu. A luxurious lineup from such a distance. Those who don't know would think there is some special military operation. Kigali also saw Hikue at this time, and an excited and happy smile appeared on her face. Discovering Kigali's clues, Kira and Mu looked at Hikue with inquiring faces, but still didn't say anything. Nice to see you again, Director Erika. The sliding speed was very fast, and soon everyone from Orb arrived in front of them, and Selena took the initiative to greet them. Director Selena, long time no see. But why is Director He here too? Erika looked at Hikue, and her eyes drifted unnaturally to Kigali, who was almost unable to control her smile. Now it seems that the little six is most likely Hikue. After all, Plant is also a DSSE sponsor. Hikue stepped forward and shook hands with Erika, smiling. But Director He is a busy man, and Plant is really relieved. It's not as important as Director Erika said. As the two were talking, Kigali came up from the side. Director He? Kigali wanted to call Hikue directly, but she took it back at the critical moment. Her heroic eyes stared at him intently, as if there were thousands of words hidden in them. Miss Kigali. By the way, this is Xiaolu, Miss Kigali's staff. Erika introduced with some tentativeness and curiosity. Xiaolu, hello. Hikue squatted down without any flaws on his face. Hello, Director He. From the flexible voice, it is known that Xiaolu is being controlled by someone. And it is not someone else, but Shurha who stayed on the asteroid. Very well behaved. Looking at the two people communicating normally, Erika showed deep thought. There are two possibilities in the current situation. One is that Xiaolu is really not Hikue, and the other is that someone is helping him. But no matter which one, there is no opportunity to explore it now. Chapter 526. Erika and Kira were taken to the server by Selena. Hikue was outside with Kigali, Chisaka and others. I'm going to take a walk with Director He. Kigali looked at Chisaka and Mu behind her, and said seriously. But Miss Kigali? Chisaka looked at Hikue warily, as if she was afraid that Hikue would kidnap someone. Mu looked at Hikue with a little more interest after hearing this. Having been in the love field for many years, he could see the ambiguity between Kigali and Hikue at this time. But how did they get mixed up? Anyway, there was no war, and he had helped Plant before. Although it was their first meeting, Mu was not too wary of Hikue at this moment. As for Hikue, although Mu had shot down Aegis once, it was a long time ago, and he did not have any bad feelings towards Mu at this moment. It's okay, there's still Xiaolu. Kigali's tone softened a bit. Hearing Kigali's coquettish tone, Chisaka sighed, and took a few steps back. Shurha, who was controlling Xiaolu, blinked and looked at the two with some curiosity. But it was a whisper after all, so Shurha quit the control at this time. I don't know when Hikue hooked the person. An orb princess and a plant princess, Shurha felt that his position was shaken again. Hikue, didn't you say that only robots came? Seeing Chisaka leave, Kigali pouted her cherry lips and looked at him and said, I have something urgent to do, and I came to see you. Surprise, right? Hikue said, holding Kigali's slightly calloused hand affectionately. I'm just here for the occasion. With the experience of Xiaolu before, Kigali did not break away from Hikue's hand at this time, but held it back with the same strength. No, I can also upgrade Xiaolu. It just so happens that DSSD has the materials, and it can indeed be upgraded. The material fee can be regarded as the interest for assisting in research. At what? Primary Intelligent Computer. Hearing Hikue's words, Kigali raised her eyebrows nervously. Will it be dangerous? Don't worry, it's just a basic model, it won't have any consciousness, or it's just a simulated consciousness. It looks conscious, but it's actually just the result of a lot of training. In human terms, it has no soul. And you can shut it down, and it's safer to link it with the bird. A new receiver should be added to ensure smooth and secret communication. Oh, how long will it take? Kigali nodded trustingly and asked. About 6 hours. So fast. Kigali said dissatisfiedly, thinking she could stay longer. No way, I have to go back too. Hikue pinched Kigali's soft face and felt quite regretful. He asked for 3 days off this time. And it was not beyond his expectation that Kira and the others would act today. DSSD itself was very close to Mindle, so they would naturally seize the opportunity to sneak in. So they got together like this. As for Cruz, he was probably lying in ambush there. And even according to what Xiaolu saw, in addition to the Enhanced Warrior Gundam and 2 Strike, there were 3 Heresy M1s in their hangar. With this combat force, as long as they don't encounter a big war during the war, they can get away unscathed anywhere. After hanging behind them tonight to attack Mindle at night, Hikue will leave. When are you going to Orb? Kigali asked. There will be a chance. Orb is too far away, and it is the center of the dispute. Going there requires full preparation. Perfunctory. How is Kigali's economics study recently? Hikue smiled and changed the subject. It's boring. Kigali glared at Hikue. Just understand the outline, and there will be someone responsible for the overall planning. But isn't that irresponsible? Kigali held Hikue's hand a little tighter. I want to make the people of Orb happy. Well, don't get too tired. The two of them rubbed their shoulders together intimately, and Kigali's soft golden hair ran to his neck, which made him feel a little itchy. The body temperature and smell of both parties blended perfectly, which was fascinating. No, it won't happen. Kigali's tone became softer in this atmosphere. The two of them were affectionate, and Hikue brought people to his room. And of course, Hikue kissed Kigali's lips skillfully. This was the first time the two kissed so formally, and the sweet breath was different from other girls. Kigali's kiss was like a little lion, full of aggressiveness. Unlike Lakis's offensive attempt to take the initiative, the girl's skills were poor at this time, but her passionate look was equally attractive. Are you comfortable? After a long separation, Hikue smiled and gently stroked the back of the breathless Kigali. Not bad. Kigali's face was flushed, some because of the difficulty in breathing just now, some because of excitement and shyness. Then we have to find a way to make Kigali more comfortable. Looking at the heroic yet cuddly girl in his arms, Hikue's heart was full of love. It's a pity that it will probably take action tonight. I hope it will end soon, otherwise it would be too casual to let Kigali experience that kind of thing now. Hikue also cares about Kigali, and doesn't want Kigali to be treated so casually. At least one night should be spent gently caring for her. Thinking of this, Hikue untied the belt around Kigali's waist. The handsome pants fell off. Kigali's underwear was a completely different temptation from her serious appearance. Why are you wearing it? Hikue asked teasingly, looking at the delicate semi-transparent cold white lace embroidery on it, revealing her tender skin. He really didn't expect that Kigali would wear the type of pants she always disliked, and in such a formal occasion. It was really embarrassing for her. Does it look good? Kigali blushed and didn't dare to look at Hikue. Her tight and smooth legs were shyly rubbing against each other. It's pretty, but Kigali is prettier. Hikue's movements were very gentle, and he used his hands to help Kigali solve the problem. Then it's almost time, Hikue said gently, looking at the girl, who was still immersed in the afterglow with hazy eyes. Yet Kigali opened her eyes, and her original heroic spirit turned into mist in her eyes. Sleep a little longer. Kigali grabbed Hikue's wrist and shook it, saying coquettishly. She didn't sleep all night because she knew she was coming here. She was even more sleepy after just doing exercise. Then for a while, Hikue touched the girl's head with pity, and the room fell into silence after he finished speaking. Chapter 527. No matter how much rest you take, you still have to leave. After waiting for the bracelet on his hand to start ringing with a call from Selena, Hikue dragged Kigali back to the reception room. At this time, everyone in the reception room looked at Hikue and Kigali coming in together, with a little weirdness on their faces. Where did Miss Kigali go? Erika said, and Kira and Mu also looked over. Especially Kira. Mu had just told him his guess, so his sister likes Hikue. Kira observed the boy in front of him, who was a year older than him. He really looked handsome, and he had strong research ability. I heard that he was also good at driving. But the problem was that Kira was no longer the young boy he had just started. He knew that Hikue had a fiancée, and he heard that he had sent flowers to director Erika. Thinking of this, Kira clenched his fists. That's it. The girl, who had just woken up and washed her face, was still a little confused. Miss Kigali was a little uncomfortable just now, so I took her to sit. Hikue smiled. Yes, that's it. Kigali's emphasis made Hikue's originally persuasive words even more suspicious. Miss Kigali, come and sit here. Erika's mouth twitched, and then her heart was also lifted. This is their successor of Orb. It would be funny if Hikue kidnapped her. Okay. Kigali rarely said anything at this time. She just nodded and returned to the team of Orb with a red face. It's just a coincidence that we met Director He this time. We also want to ask you about the hydroponic cabin, Erica said after watching the two of them sit down one after another. Didn't Plant already make a deal with Orb regarding the hydroponic chamber? The deal between the two parties was fair. Although the evil Atlantic Federation has been defeated, the damage they have caused to the Earth has not been completely healed. The Earth's food production capacity will still not be too high in the next few years. So the deal between the two parties has continued like this. Yes, but what we want is technology. Erica looked around the room. Everyone here was a researcher or her own people, so she was not afraid to speak out. Do you have anything to trade? Hikue pondered for a moment and then asked. Is it yours or Plant's? Hearing Erica's question, Hikue laughed. Of course it belongs to Plant. The owner of this technology is the people of Plant, not me. Hikue had no intention of selling this technology. He had already made such a high price, so it was not worth it. Erica was not surprised to hear Hikue say this, but nodded as a matter of course. In that case, what conditions do you think you will set, Counselor He? Food is also of great help to outer space exploration and space colonization, Erica said and looked at Selena. Just as Erica said, in addition to energy, food is what limits the pace of human beings. Now they have the glorious thruster and the hydroponic cabin technology. If they add the nano-automatic repair system and the light shield system, it is already possible to colonize in space. Of course, it is only a possibility. After all, they must build a multifunctional ship to cover such a long distance. Otherwise, the mental health of the crew cannot be guaranteed. They are talking about colonization in light years. The nearest Proxima Centauri is 4.25 light years away from them. Theoretically, the light pressure propulsion can propel them to the fastest speed in the universe, but such a high speed is impossible for the human body to withstand except for computers, and there are also metal fatigue and other situations that need to be considered. It is still too difficult for humans to colonize the outer space, but everything can be overcome. This is the purpose of DSSD's existence. It will be realized one day, but there are still many difficulties at present. Selena's eyes shone with a ray of light, and then quickly converged. We are of course willing to cooperate with DSSD. Hikue smiled. The existence of us adjusters is one of the purposes of exploring the universe, right, Director Erica? It is not ironic that except for Mu, all the people sitting here are actually adjusters, and even Mu's ability is infinitely close to that of an adjuster. And the Stargazers are the embodiment of their philosophy. Although they may always be separated by country, there are always some things that exist beyond the country. Just like the heart of exploration and knowledge. Yes. Erica's eyes became complicated, and then nodded. He understood what Hikue meant. This technology can be used for colonization, which is a consideration for the future of mankind, but under this technology will eventually be restricted by the framework of the country. This is unavoidable. You still need to talk to Plant for details. Although I am a counselor, I don't have that much power. Hikue stood up with a smile. Well, it's nice to meet you. Please wait a moment. Kira finally stood up after hearing what they said. Mr. Kira, what's wrong? I want to talk to you, okay? After all, he is a possible partner of his sister, so he is not at ease. Of course, no problem. Hikue looked at Kira in front of him. To be honest, they had never had a good chat, and they had spent a whole year of war like this. It was incredible to think about it. But with Yuzumi around, there was no need to worry about Kira growing crooked. The only thing to worry about was probably growing too straight. Me too. Kigali looked at the two of them, and quickly stood up. And Su Lei looked at the situation in front of her, and her eyes gradually became strange. She didn't know that Kira and Kigali were siblings, but thought it was a bloody love triangle, and she felt a headache for Hikue. So, Hikue really did attack a girl with a boyfriend. It's a heinous crime. But Su Lei didn't worry that Hikue would lose. After all, the boy on the other side looked a little thinner than Hikue. He shouldn't be beaten to death, and he deserved it. Complaining in her heart, Su Lei became more and more curious about this triangle relationship. Okay, Kigali, let them talk. Erica probably guessed Kira's thoughts, and stood up to persuade Kigali. It would be a good idea for Kira to help them test Hikue's specific attitude. And the most important thing is that he is Kigali's younger brother, that is, Hikue's brother-in-law. It just so happens that he is easier to talk to with such an identity. Kigali was held by Erica, and she became anxious at this time. When Hikue was about to say something, he coughed. Miss Kigali, don't worry about Mr. Kira. We are just chatting. Hikue couldn't say that he didn't need to worry about me, so the subject changed accordingly. Hearing this, Kira's mouth twitched slightly, but he didn't refute it. Chapter 528. So, Mr. Kira, why did you ask me to come here? In a small room, Hikue looked at the boy in front of him and asked. You and Kigali? Kira asked with a strange look on his face. Almost. But I don't think this relationship will affect Kigali's judgment, Hikue said. Kira's words were interrupted by Hikue, and his face was a little embarrassed. Then you should have a fiancé, right? Yes, Kigali knows it too. After being told the latter part by Hikue again, Kira didn't know what to say. But should we say that they are open or just playing tricks now that they know something? Then I have answered all the questions. What about Kira? What is his relationship with Kigali? Kira's mouth twitched slightly when he heard this, and he didn't know what to say. After all, things like siblings are actually secrets. Although Kigali is not a big deal, his life experience is not simple. Thinking of Uzumaki's instructions to him before leaving, Kira's face became more serious. I'm sorry, I can't tell you. Okay then. It seems Kira already knows that he is a super adjuster, but this doesn't affect his business. I just hope he can deal with Cruz directly this time. It would be best to wipe out the library in one fell swoop. I hope no weird clones will appear. But Cruz is on the other side. If they are really crazy enough to mass-produce Cruz, thinking of this, Hikue's urgency in his heart has increased a bit. Then if there is nothing else, I take my leave first. Looking at Kira, Hikue smiled warmly and said, I need to upgrade Xiaolu and debug Aegis, who is about to leave for Mindle. All these tasks still need him to complete. Kira did not try to stop him at this time. He also needed to prepare. As for Kigali's problem, she was a person with a strong opinion. She probably thought that it was useless for him to persuade her, so she could only find a chance to talk about it. The two parted ways like this. However, when Kira just opened the door, he saw a little girl standing outside, who was one of the researchers from Plant. It seems to be Su Lei. Little sister, are you looking for Hikue? Su Lei, who was originally planning to eat melons, blushed when she heard the name of little sister. I'm not a little sister. Everyone in Plant knows her, and no one calls her a little sister. Now that she is suddenly called that, Su Lei also gets anxious. Okay, this is Director Su. She is indeed not a little sister, but she is smaller. Hikue followed Kira out of the room, and said with a smile, as he looked at the furious girl in front of him. Sorry. Kira looked apologetic, and didn't notice the overly intimate words between Hikue and Su Lei. In fact, if Mu hadn't reminded him, Kira would definitely not have noticed the inappropriateness between Hikue and Kigali. By the way, does Kira have someone he likes? Ah. Kira was stunned for a moment when he heard this question, then nodded with a blush. Yes. If there is a chance, I look forward to meeting you. Hikue said, and left the room with Su Lei. What did you tell him? Didn't he hit you? Su Lei, who also heard Hikue's question just now, and knew that it was her misunderstanding, asked curiously. Why hit him? They are Kigali's twins. Twins? Su Lei was shocked when she heard Hikue's words. Not similar? Well, even if they are fraternal twins, it wouldn't be so obvious. Even their hair colors are different. Not similar, one is an adjuster, and the other is a natural person. Who would do such a thing, and how did you know? Su Lei asked curiously, feeling that there were many connections behind this. I have my sources of information. Forget it if you don't want to tell me. Su Lei rolled her eyes at Hikue, and didn't ask any more questions. Hikue had too many secrets, and she was too lazy to ask so clearly. Go and get ready, we still need to repair your little robot. The two of them walked in a different direction from Kira. It happened so fast that although the eternal scenery outside the window didn't show whether it was night or morning, it was still the nighttime of Orb. In the hangar where only the emergency lights were on, Kira, who was driving the Warrior, and Mu, who was driving the Lightning Backpack Assault, quietly left the DSSE port. They said they were going on patrol, and have already left. Selena hung up the communicator in her hand, and turned to Hikue in the secret hangar of the Stargazer. Okay, let's get started. The console used to develop the Stargazer in front of her has been transformed into a node to control Aegis. However, the main control signal is still on the asteroid. Although the energy loss is relatively large, there are fewer troublesome processes. The machines here only need to act as nodes, which is also much more convenient. As he said this, Aegis, who had been waiting at the secret port when he went to Mindle before, also set off in a small arrow-shaped single-person spacecraft. Are the two of them really okay? Looking at the two inconspicuous thruster lights in the distance on the screen, Su Lei asked curiously. If what Hikue said is correct, this is Cruz's trap. How do you know there are only two? Hikue laughed. Orb also has phantom particles. This time, they are probably trying to catch Cruz and the clan behind him. Then why are we going there? Because we may find the answer there. Hikue recalled the last time he went to Mendel with Selena. Generally speaking, there was no difference. However, they only found Dr. Xiang's research area. That research institute is about the same size as their integrated design bureau. In addition to Dr. Xiang, there are many research facilities and projects there. Maybe we can find clues about Lux and Setona. Answers. Su Lei shrugged without understanding. Hikue is a real man. You just need to get used to it. They flew in the endless starry sky for a long time, and the huge satellite of Mendel gradually became clear in sight. There is no heat source nearby, but our radar is not comparable to MS and battleships after all. Su Lei said, while observing the radar in front of her. Let's land. Looking at the dilapidated scenery inside, the aircraft, under Hikue's control, directly penetrated Mendel's emergency maintenance passage like an arrow and rushed into the interior. The dark and scorched sky, as if at dusk, revealed a slightly ominous atmosphere. It hasn't changed here. Looking at the same scenery as before, Hikue sighed. After all, few people come here. The last time it seemed to be a waste dealer. As soon as Selena finished speaking, a rapid alarm sounded from the control console. Fighting heat source ahead, Su Lei said loudly. Chapter 529. As expected, the fight has begun. Hikue used the building to cover his heat source signal secretly, and he also saw the battlefield outside through Aegis. It was a passionate fight. Cruz was still using Oracle, and Rebirth was also here. The two advanced machines had a huge advantage against Kira and Mu's warriors and Assault. Give up, Cruz, you have nowhere to escape. Tell us the information of the leader of the clan. Mu controlled his attack and avoided the beams from Oracle from all directions. Aren't you curious? Why are you and Kigali twins? Why do we have a connection? Cruz said coldly to the two. I know my identity. Kira said calmly, and the light shield system of the Warrior Gundam backpack began to work, helping Mu block the beams from Rebirth. Oh, you must be very happy, the strongest adjuster? I am just me. It has nothing to do with why I was born. Kira said, raising the beam gun shield in his hand similar to Thunderbolt, and shooting at Cruz. However, Cruz dodged them all flexibly. Really? It was Yuzumi who told you. Why do you think he is not using you? I just want to protect the ideals of Orb. Kira did not waver at all at this time, and was obviously inclined to mature. However, with Yuzumi's guidance and Mu, the life mentor, he has always been here. It is normal to have such changes. What are they talking about? Listening to the previous dispute, Su Lei opened her eyes and asked curiously. Kira is a super adjuster, the son of Dr. Xiang. Hikue was still thinking about Cruz's plan, and said it after hearing it. It's Dr. Xiang. Su Lei and Selena said in surprise at the same time. Dr. Xiang is very famous in the academic world. As a top practitioner in the field of adjuster research, although he has been dead for many years, many of his researches have a lot of reference for today's adjusters. Yes, so Kigali is a natural person. Su Lei quickly figured out the key point, with a look of shock on her face. Dr. Xiang is too cruel. There are even more cruel ones. What is it? What is it? The two women said at the same time, and Su Lei and Selena looked like they had eaten a big melon. Su Lei should have known this. Hikue laughed. Ah. Su Lei knew about Cruz's identity, and why he wanted to take revenge on the world, and now she understood it. So what is it? Even if she is obsessed with space exploration, it may be her nature to eat melons. At this time, Selena is also full of curiosity. You will know after listening. Hikue said that Kira in front of him became a little irritable after missing the target for a long time. What do you say about this, and what does it have to do with you? Of course it has, after all, I was born here too. Cruz said faintly. Mu, don't you call your father Dad when you see him? Aw? Selena's jaw almost dropped to the ground as she listened to Cruz's words with bated breath. The age doesn't match, does it? Unless Cruz can rejuvenate or is a clone. After being surprised, Selena gave her own guess. Yes, it's a clone. Hearing Hikue's words, Selena's eyes flashed with pity. But what he did is not worthy of pity. And he doesn't need others' pity. Hikue shook his head and said, then controlled Aegis to walk in another direction. Where are you going? After Dr. Xiang died, 2 research facilities nearby were conducting research. According to the information I just got from the main control computer here, the first one is to delay aging, fight death, and develop new humans who surpass the adjusters in spirit, and the other one is to strengthen the adjusters, who can fully adapt to the universe. Let's go to the first research room first, Hikue said, and Aegis was also shuttling in the corners that no one could see. It didn't take long before they arrived at the interior of the building that was exactly the same as the building next door in the fierce battle between the four people. The layout here is basically the same as the one next door, and it is just as messy. He didn't need to search by himself. After releasing all three birds, the map of the base, and various equipment and files were quickly collected on the terminal in front of Hikue. This way of collecting intelligence is too convenient. Looking at the computer in front of her, Selena said with fiery eyes. This ability can be used in the exploration of the outer universe. Before she spoke, Hikue guessed what Selena was going to say. Of course, what is being said here is to equip the AI computer with more tools, rather than remote control by humans. Even quantum communication has its limits, not to mention that Hikue's quantum communication is far from reaching the highest level. At this time, Selena, who was excited by the prey, had already forgotten the melon she had just eaten. Selena was excited here, and Hikue quickly found some of what he wanted. Olamaha Hebel is still alive, but he left because of an experimental accident. Hikue looked at the news about the host of this laboratory on the screen. He quickly searched the local website of the Waste Merchants Association on the computer next door. The news about Olamaha Hebel also came out, but only some basic information. After the experimental accident, the body inexplicably became smaller, and the person's mood became unstable due to changes in body hormones. The so-called experimental accident should be an attack by Blue Universe, and it seems that he left with his research results. It seems that he settled down in a small border country in Europe. It looks suspicious no matter how you look at it, and it actually became smaller. What kind of magical technology is this? Perhaps it was deliberately covered up. Although the news can be found, it has not caused a large-scale discussion. And there is such a strange and beyond common sense setting, and there is probably a story. The research facility was searched by Hikue, and all the information except the most superficial information was deliberately eliminated. It is similar to the research team of Dr. Xiang next door. It's probably all done by Blue Universe. Let's check the research team next door for this specific situation. Before Hikue could finish thinking, the ground here suddenly shook violently. There is an ambush, an unknown signal, Su Lei said, and the image of the battlefield outside appeared in front of Hikue. A black machine that looked exactly like the thunder suddenly appeared and attacked the two. And this machine was different from the others. It appeared in 1 second and appeared in another place in the next second. It looked like it could teleport. Chapter 530. What's going on? Su Lei looked at the magic-like screen in front of her and exclaimed. Why did Xu and Lei teleport? It's not teleportation, there are several machines there. Selena pointed to the display on the radar. The phantom particle sensor on it was flashing wildly. Oh! Su Lei's face showed a trace of embarrassment, and then she quickly changed the subject. But they are too tacitly matched. They should be twins. Hikue shrugged, and seemed to remember that these machines in the library were driven by a photocopy named Lily, and they were mass-produced Lily. They can't hold on. As Selena spoke, she saw that Changshi was kicked by the invisible Sun Lei and fell directly into the research building that he had not yet had time to go to, while Sun Lei's beam gun was still firing at Changshi's pit. As the scene was filled with smoke, the building that had been in disrepair for a long time collapsed. Is Changshi dead? Selena asked with a frown. Probably not yet. As Hikue finished speaking, Jiangxi in the ruins rushed forward again with a scarred shield. What should we do now? Su Lei blinked and asked. There is no way. After all, there were several more Xuanlei at once, and each Xuanlei had the strength of Honey, so Kira and others were inevitably at a disadvantage at this time. But Hikue had no intention of going out. Cruz must have expected that they had an ambush, and he didn't think Cruz had asked them to come just for the sake of talking nonsense. He must have had some other purpose. Enough, what is your purpose, just to tell us this? As if in line with Hikue's thoughts, Mu also asked at this time. Although they were shocked by Cruz's answer, the two did not lose their fighting ability after knowing the truth. Of course not, since the protagonists are here, let's start the stage. Cruz sneered, and then, bang! A huge explosion sounded in the ears of Hikue and others. But it was not in Mendel, but in DSSD. What do you think of this scenario? If Plant and or visit DSSD, the two sides turn against each other and destroy the DSSE space station, and the war starts again? Ha ha! Don't die, Senator He. Amid Cruz's wild laughter, The three heretic M1s of Hikue in the DSSD port suddenly attacked Hikue's flagship next door from the inside. Before he could activate the light shield, his flagship was completely destroyed, leaving only wisps of black smoke. Hikue! Su Lei nervously grabbed his arm. You know, their people are strong, Lika and the captain are all over there. Hikue looked at the three puppet-like machines and forced himself to calm down. Are those three girls spies? No brainwashing. Thinking of those impossible spies, and the news he guessed, Hikue's face became a little uglier. The situation he feared the most still happened. But since he could control it remotely, it didn't seem too outrageous that someone else could brainwash him. Selena, are my things there? Well, you guessed it a long time ago? Selena was anxious with an unspeakable strangeness. No, I'm just being cautious. Let's go to the Liberator together. Hikue said immediately after handing over the control of Aegis to Shurha on the screen. But the Liberator. Su Lei looked at their flagship that had completely exploded on the surveillance screen, and her beautiful eyebrows were deeply frowned, full of worry. The Liberator is not there. Hikue shook his head. It was not his way to put all his eggs in one basket. Huh? Hikue asked me to hide the Liberator when you first came here. Selena explained. Hearing this, Su Lei was speechless. If she had known this when she first came here, she would definitely say that Hikue was timid and too cautious, but now, she can only say that Hikue really has foresight. As the two talked, the space station trembled again. It seemed like it would disintegrate at any time. We can't let them do whatever they want, Hikue said as he walked out of the secret room first. The location of the Liberator was not far from here, in the hangar near the secret port. At this time, this place had not been affected by the war. Captain Ironwall, Lika, something has happened. Hikue was not idle on the road. He pressed on the bracelet and connected to a private channel and said immediately, I can see here that the port has been captured and there is no way to escape from there. Although they really wanted to know why Hikue seemed to be able to predict this attack, the two people on the resource satellite next to the DSSD knew that now was not the time to ask more questions. Hikue, is your body okay? Lika asked hurriedly. Very good. There are other exits. Go over and hold them back until I come out, and try not to kill them. Although they were caught off guard, the pilots of the 3 M1s were just 3 natural girls, and this side was 2 elite red clothes. It is still possible to control them. Okay. After arranging everything, Hikue, who stayed with Kigali Xiaolu, also escorted Kigali out of the DSSD guest room. What happened? After all, Kigali had seen a lot of things, so she was not too panicked at this time, and just asked Hikue, who was leading the way in front. The pilots of the 3 heretic M1s suddenly attacked my flagship, Hikue said. What? Impossible. Hearing what Hikue said, Kigali jumped up. I know we talk later, let's leave first. Okay. After weighing the pros and cons, Kigali finally obeyed. At this time, Hikue also successfully brought the two to the interior of the Liberator. This is your body. Although the time was urgent and dangerous, looking at this advanced body with neat and comfortable arrangement and a spherical panoramic cockpit, Selena couldn't help but sigh. This machine is definitely the world's top machine. But such a machine was only piloted by Hikue 3 times. Yeah, I hope it's not embarrassing. Hikue touched the machine that he hadn't touched for a long time inside. The Dragoon system is online, and the nanoparticle management network connection is normal. Su Lei, who quickly finished the Dragoon inspection, said, Okay. Then attack, it's enough to paralyze their machines, no need to kill people. As he said this, Hikue pressed a button on the console, and the machine came into the universe after a burst of electromagnetic acceleration. As soon as it appeared, the phantom particle alarm inside the machine sounded. It seemed that a lot of thunder had mixed in during the chaos just now. The style of one ring after another really had the flavor of cruise. Without time to think about it, the machine circled around the DSSD in an instant under the powerful power and came to the port. At this time, the port had become the main battlefield of the war. Lika and Tibi were still dragging the 3 heretics. Chapter 531. Seeing the battle situation in front of him, Hikue easily used nanoparticles to shut down the 3 heretic M1s. At the same time, his body was also flexibly dodging the lightning beams from all directions. There are too many people here, Hikue, Tibi said, as the magnetic shield behind the special gates unfolded to help several people block the attack. At the same time, the lightning backpack behind Lika was constantly sniping the body in the distance. Yes. He thought that these 3 machines were enough. He didn't expect that the other side would produce 4 thunders. Adding the 4 machines over there, that's 8. The library's resources are really exaggerated. They have mass-produced thunders. Of course, considering that the family behind them has always stood behind those big families, the resources must be more than enough. Although the 4 machines are all ordinary red clothes, they can't resist the illusion particles that can be invisible, and the twins work well together. Even if Hikue has a radar, it is still very difficult to capture it accurately. Hikue, the orb people from Mindle are coming out. Shurha, who is controlling Aegis, also said in the communication. There are 10 heretics and 3 machines similar to the assault. But they wanted to leave the battlefield, but were held back by crews. Shurha said helplessly. At this time, Hikue's face was not too nervous when he heard it. Cruiser knew his ability. Xianyao could not break through Xuanlei's armor at all, and his Aegis and Xianyao could not even get close to him because of his elusive appearance. But he didn't expect that his liberator was not on the flagship. No problem on my side. Shurha, find them and help them if you have the chance while they are gone. Hikue thought for a moment and said, I see. You should also pay attention to safety. Shurha frowned and wanted to control Aegis to leave, but after hearing what Hikue said, he stayed where he was and waited for orders. Don't worry. That was a mobile defense shield equipped with an anti-neutron jammer, and it could not be broken unless it was hit directly by a positron cannon. Fortunately, the other party did not hypnotize Chisaka. Otherwise, if the Kuzunagi's positron cannon was fired here, he would be in real danger. In this way, is there a limit to this hypnosis? While thinking, Hikue's hands moved quickly. Iron Wall, follow me. As long as you get close, I can use my nanoparticles to paralyze them directly. Hikue's own liberator can restrain phantom particles, but the distance is too far to control. As long as the 3-person combat team is cautious enough, they can move freely here. Otherwise, why would they blow up the liberator first? Unfortunately, the explosion was not successful. No problem, but be careful of them getting close. I understand. The mobile shield also needs to go back to the backpack to recharge. It is not without weaknesses. However, Hikue knows the data of the mobile shield better than anyone else. The side effects of this weakness can be minimized. Let's start. As Hikue spoke, the thrusters of the liberator were fully opened. The liberator itself is a light machine. The outer armor is PS armor, and the internal skeleton is NIM alloy. In addition, the nano backpack has 4 large thrusters, and the power of the body itself. At this time, it runs at full speed and breaks through one side of the encirclement like an arrow. Logically speaking, this formation should follow Hikue's movements, and they should also move to ensure that Hikue is in the encirclement. But unfortunately, Hikue's speed is too fast, and he flies in a straight line. With the mobile defense shield, Hikue does not need to consider the beam shot from all directions. But they were different. Lika in the distance was still shooting with the sniper rifle, so they didn't dare to speed up in a straight line at all. They had to keep the kinetic energy of other nozzles ready to dodge at any time. And in such a situation of one rising and the other falling, Hikue soon touched the edge of the encirclement. Sorry, you guys take a rest here first. Hikue smiled in the laser communication. What? A girl's shocked voice came from the communication. The liberator just raised his hand, and like a miracle, thunder ignored all the defenses of the body and fell silent under the powerful EMP. Not long after, Hikue, who used EMP, defeated these thunder lilies one by one. Hikue, this is really convenient, and you don't have to kill anyone. TV looked at Hikue with admiration. In his mind, this weapon that does not kill is probably created because of Hikue's heart of not killing as a researcher. Of course, Hikue didn't have too many such thoughts. Killing or not killing is just based on benefits, that's how it is in this era. But if he can avoid killing, and it doesn't threaten him, Hikue won't kill. He himself is not a bloodthirsty person. Right. Hikue smiled, and seeing that this side was solved, he contacted Shurha again. I solved it here, how about your side? They are still being dragged. I go over now. Are you coming in person? Shurha's voice tone rose a little after hearing this. Well, there is a backdoor in the Oracle, so it is possible to keep him. Although Hikue is cautious, he has so many trump cards in his hand, so he can fight for it. Otherwise, it will be too troublesome to be chased by crews every day. God knows what will happen if he joins hands with the unclear new human forces behind them. And I just used the lightning backpack to shoot coldly. The lightning backpack is here, he can use it. Okay, this is the information from over there. As Shur was speaking, the image of Mindle over there also appeared in front of Hikue's screen. At this time, the battle over there was completely turned upside down. Although they had support, Kira and Mu still couldn't retreat. Just when Hikue wanted to connect to the lightning backpack separated by Lika, he saw that the offensive of Cruz and others in front of him suddenly changed. There was no idea of delaying Kira and Mu anymore, and it seemed that they were preparing to retreat. Hikuei, you stay here. You escaped again, but they won't let you go. Cruz sneered and left with Chongsheng surrounded by many thunderbolts. Hikuei's mouth twitched slightly when he heard what Cruz said, not knowing whether it was a reminder or a provocation. But if he really was a being beyond human beings, it was understandable that they would not let him go. After all, his technology for treating clones could also bring these new humans down to Earth. Any creator would be afraid of this. If Dr. Hibiki knew that he could turn Kira, whom he had transformed with so much difficulty, back into an ordinary person, he would definitely roll up his sleeves and fight him. It seems that there are still many things that have not been resolved. I just hope that they can reach a ceasefire agreement as soon as possible, so that at least on the surface, both sides have no reason to attack each other. Of course, this is only on the surface. Chapter 532. As for Kira, the Orb group, who originally just wanted to run, was suddenly caught off guard by Cruz and others' actions. In a moment of shock, the other party had already withdrawn. And Orb and others did not continue to pursue at this time, but rushed to the DSSE space station in a hurry. Seeing this, Hikuei also exited the screen of Aegis. Shurha, there is no need to take Aegis away, let her stay there to collect clues. Although the remaining building was destroyed, there may be other gains. Okay. Watching the other party withdraw, Shurha's frown did not relax but tightened a little. It was obvious that Shurha also heard what Cruz said before he left. It's okay, there are so many people who want to kill me. Hikuei shrugged and said with a smile. Yeah. At this time, Shurha could only sigh after hearing this. He warned. Come back early. Don't worry, I know. Have you finished talking to your fiancé? Seeing that Hikuei finally hung up the call, Selena, who had come to an end on the battlefield, rolled her eyes and said, Almost my wife. We get married next month. Su Lei said, as if she was not afraid of the trouble. Humph. Selena glanced at Hikuei, looking very charming. Ahem. After coughing, Hikuei continued. Okay, let's recycle those machines first. There's not much oxygen in the driving suit. Hearing Hikuei's words, Selena rolled her eyes at Hikuei again, and then opened the communication inside the space station. At this time, the communication center was safe, and there was no more noise than before. There were only voices reporting the damage and arranging the maintenance team. In general, the port suffered heavy losses. However, for DSSD employees, who were attacked every other day, evacuating as quickly as possible was commonplace. Moreover, since the port was gone, there were no combatants to attack, so the casualties of DSSD this time were not large except for the maintenance team, who were involved near the port. How many casualties did your warship have? After confirming the situation on her side, Selena asked. The bridge was destroyed, and 3 soldiers on duty on the bridge died. Hikuei sighed. The engine was also blown up. But the captain escaped because he was sleeping. If the warship was not in a closed state at the time, the power reactor would have been directly destroyed, causing a secondary explosion. Hikuei said, and tied up the 4 thunders that had lost power in front of him with ropes. He definitely couldn't let Orb take the blame for this. There was no way to deal with him if he died, but there were many ways to calm both sides down and deal with it if he was still alive. Under Hikuei's operation, the people in the machine were soon rescued. There were 7 people in total, 3 of whom were Orb's 3 sisters, and the other 4 were Lily, who looked the same. According to the 3 pilots of Orb, they actually saw our flagship attacking them first. In the room, although it was already midnight, Su Lei, who had just finished dealing with those things and was not sleepy at all, frowned and looked at the testimonies of the people in front of her. And it doesn't seem fake. Just like you said, even if it's not brainwashing, it's hypnosis. It's not as exaggerated as direct control, and it may not even work on people with strong wills, but it can cause attacks in ordinary people or some people with unstable thoughts under certain circumstances. This ability is not too exaggerated, but it is terrifying enough. For so many years, they have been unable to catch all the spies and suicide bombers, and they don't know how many of them are hypnotized. We have to report it immediately. I have sent it to Speaker Sarah. I will probably have to meet with them again when I go back. This time, the big deal is that Orb attack plant. It is a complete act of war, but he can still keep it secret here. Just be careful that Cruz will publish some evidence to instigate the 2 sides. He will be busy this time when he goes back. And we have to take those 4 girls back too. After all, they are their captives, so of course they have to be taken back with them. Su Lei thought of the 4 identical girls named Lily and said, They really committed all the war crimes they could. They don't care about this. Although he was prepared, looking at the similar little girls in front of him, Hikue still thought of Prue first. It was tragic enough, and this was the root cause of Cruz's desire to destroy. Using clones to make weapons has exceeded the scope of what the rules can tolerate. Of course, although the current war has long been covered by many rules, such as not using weapons of mass destruction, not being able to attack civilians in any form, etc. But it was obvious that the Atlantic Federation itself did not comply with any of them. Weapons of mass destruction, harm to civilians, and various means. After they surrendered, what awaited them was trial. While the two were talking, a pleasant ringtone came from the room. Hikue, are you there? Kigali's voice came through the communicator. Yes, wait a moment. Hikue said and looked at Su Lei. Okay, I go in and wait for you. Su Lei rolled her eyes and walked into the bedroom. Seeing Su Lei's action, Hikue quickly opened the door. Kigali outside the door looked unhappy at this time, and her straight nose was wrinkled, but she still looked quite cute. The 3 drivers over there have been settled. Thank you for this time. No, I know all 3 of them. As soon as Hikue finished speaking, Kigali hugged Hikue tightly. I'm sorry. Kigali's soft voice sounded in his heart, sounding muffled, and the vibration brought by her voice also faithfully reached his heart. It is an indisputable fact that they attacked Hikue. If Hikue had not suppressed them first, I am afraid that Orb would have had to kill the 3 pilots. If this matter were to be made public, it would involve the relationship between the 2 countries, so it is in our interest to hide it. Hikue shook his head and said. After all, he was still alive, and it was impossible for Cruz to succeed in alienating him at this juncture. Cruz's original plan was to let Orb's people kill him, so that the public anger in Plant would definitely not be suppressed. As for now, he can still communicate with Sarah and suppress the matter. Of course, compensation from Orb is absolutely necessary. First of all, Orb will be responsible for the families of the 3 soldiers, and also for the repair of the ship. But things have not reached the worst. But before he could continue, Kigali took the initiative to tiptoe and kiss Hikue on the lips. Chapter 533. We have to go back tomorrow. For a moment, Hikue was immersed in Kigali's enthusiasm, and his voice became a little deeper. Don't do that kind of thing. Kigali glared at him with a rosy face, and then continued. I just want to hug you. She just wanted to find someone to comfort herself, but Hikue thought she was going to do those shameful things. Then hug me. Yeah, Kigali said, and hugged Hikue tightly again, and then slowly dragged him to the bedroom. Isn't it just a hug? Hikue comforted Kajiali from behind with a smile. I also want to sleep together. Really just sleep, Kajiali emphasized. After all, so many things happened. If it weren't for Hikue, she might not be able to sleep tonight. But if she was with Hikue, she could relax. Before Kajiali opened the bedroom door, the door behind them opened automatically. You guys sleep? Su Lei had a faint smile on her face. However, Hikue, who was familiar with her, could tell that she was smiling a little bit when she said this. You? Kajiali was startled when she suddenly saw the girl in front of her, and her beautiful eyes stared at Hikue. Well, we were talking about something, but we were indeed going to sleep. Hikue admitted it. The boy, who knew that the girl was soft-hearted, looked at Kajiali with a bit of pity in his eyes. As for Kajiali, she knew that Hikue had several good sisters, but she had never seen them before, and they were ignored by Kajiali. This time, they met suddenly, and in Hikue's room, Kajiali's face turned red, and she didn't know what to say. Of course, Su Lei had already answered with action. The petite girl hugged Hikue from the other side, and then showed a lovely smile on her face. So Miss Kajiali, do you still want to sleep? Hearing Su Lei's obvious provocation, Hikue's mouth twitched slightly, and just wanted to stop it. He saw Kajiali also grab Hikue's arm at this time. Of course, Director Su, you should go back quickly. It looks uncomfortable to hug her. Kajiali fought back. Humph, Miss Kajiali is uncomfortable to hug her. Lele is so soft, isn't she? Su Lei said the last sentence to Hikue, and she was acting like a spoiled child. The sweetness in her tone gave Hikue, who knew Su Lei well, goosebumps all over his body. If he had heard Su Lei acting like a spoiled child before, he might have been moved, but now they are an old couple. On the other side, Kigali's face also turned red. She opened her lips slightly but couldn't say anything. After all, it was difficult for Kigali, who was always straightforward, to act so sweetly and coquettishly. Hikue was about to say something to give Kigali a way out, but he saw the girl's soft body nestle directly into his arms. Hikue. Lily is also okay. Hearing Kigali's coquettishness, a string in Hikue's mind broke. This was completely different from Kigali's original personality, but it was so fascinating. Hikue had already kissed Kigali while thinking about it. And Su Lei, looking at the passionate look of the two, slightly pulled the corner of her mouth. She also followed to play the supporting role. Kigali defeated herself. Ability value plus 100. Kigali Asha's favorability 120. Favorability bonus 6. Physique A level 64411/100 000. Academic Cosmic Hydroponic Chamber 29871/30 000. Unlocked Academic Ecological Simulation 500/50 000. I always feel that Kigali's skills are very simple. The next morning, Hikue, who was hugged by the two, looked up and sighed. He did not break through the last step with Kigali, but he could also release Kigali by using more and more sophisticated techniques. Although this technique is simple, it is often very practical. According to the little information he has, it can be seen that this technology can simulate various environmental and climatic conditions through computers, making the yield of crops more controllable. And not only that, he can control more ecology inside the colony satellite, that is, he can also introduce edible fish into the colony satellite. As long as they add another thruster to the colony satellite, they will be able to wander on their own in the future. Of course, most adjusters will not wander suddenly. Why is your heart beating so fast? Kigali raised her head on her chest, and her short golden hair tickled his heart. I just think Kigali is very beautiful. If she is beautiful, don't leave, Kigali said in a muffled voice. We all have work to do. Hikue's compassionate hand passed through Kigali's hair. Just like her, the girl's hair was a little harder than others. But the touch is different. But it is not a solution to be apart so much. Although Xiaolu is here, it is still a long-distance relationship. But it is obviously unrealistic to ask Kigali to give up Orb. Or he can find a successor for Orb? This idea was rejected after going through his mind. If he really wants to find one, he must advocate Yuzumiya and solve the problem of Sahak. It doesn't make much sense now. While the two were talking, the bracelet on Hikue's hand also shook quietly. My ship is coming. Hikue glanced at her and said, and Kajiali hugged him even harder. Come over next time for the negotiation. It was fine if I didn't see Hikue at other times, but now that I saw him, I had to say goodbye so soon. The withdrawal made the girl feel reluctant. Well, okay. Hikue gently touched Kajiali's hair, smoothed the loose hair on her forehead, and then kissed the girl's smooth forehead. Let's go! Looking at the two people who were still in love, Su Lei jumped off the bed and said speechlessly, Humph. Kigali rolled her eyes at Su Lei, and then reluctantly let go of the boy. Remember to come. Don't worry, I'll be there. Looking at the lively girl in front of him, Hikue's heart was full of pity, and he didn't know when he would have time to spend a good night with the two of them. After this idea went through his mind, Hikue and Su Lei dressed up, said goodbye to Selena, and came to the port together. At this time, Selena was also waiting here, and of course, Director Erica was standing next to her. Hikue. Selena was a little reluctant to see Hikue. Of course, whether she was reluctant to part with him as a free scientific research force or as a person was up for debate. Selena, I want to bring up the matter of your institute opening a branch and plant at the next meeting. Hikue thought for a moment and said, Is it okay? As long as you don't mind. He is the director of the design bureau, so it is convenient for him to cooperate with DSSD. Chapter 534. If possible. Selena was very happy to hear this. First of all, if the DSSD Design Institute was opened in plant before the two of them got together, Hikue could often participate in the research and make the progress faster. Just thinking about it, it feels that it is just around the corner to set off to the outer universe. On the other side, after hearing what Hikue said, Erica was speechless. Mr. He, it may be difficult to convince the Earth. If the DSSD is opened in plant, it may lose its neutrality. Erica's words were not groundless, but this proposal had been raised many times before, and each time it was refuted. This time is different. My flagship was blown up, and there are DSSD launch stations and research institutes on Earth. The situation is different now, Director Erica. After Hikue said this, Erica had to admit that what Hikue said was indeed reasonable. With Erica here, Hikue and Selena couldn't say anything. Seeing that the captain had come, Hikue took Su Lei, TB and others to board this new Nazca class. The speed of returning to plant was very fast. Perhaps because they were afraid of the subsequent attacks, Hikue and his companions returned to their own territory smoothly after half a day. However, they did not return to the asteroid, but came to the Supreme Council of April City. Is the mind control you said true? Patrick asked Hikue, who was rushing over nonstop, with his thick eyebrows furrowed. Could it be that orb deliberately confused the public? I don't think they would do that. Hikue shook his head and denied Patrick's statement. And this is the examination report of those 3 people. Everything depends on evidence, and Hikue doesn't think that his own words can convince the other party. According to their EG examination, their brain waves have shown some abnormalities. And the cerebrospinal fluid examination has found symptoms of neurotransmitter imbalance. The levels of dopamine and serotonin are obviously abnormal. And according to the high-precision MRI scan, it can be found that there are small changes in the gray matter density in their brain areas. Looking at the information in front of him, Patrick's face became more and more solemn. Of course, this does not rule out that Orr directed and acted on his own, but at present there is no evidence pointing to them. If we act, it may play into the hands of the people behind the scenes. After listening to Ikue's words, Patrick showed a thoughtful look on his face. Tell the truth at the hearing. If you say so, our enemies are not just a clan. Okay. Looking at Patrick, who finally made the decision, Hikue did not say anything more. After all, the speaker had a point, so he just needed to guide him. If he said too much, he would be disliked or suspected, which would not be worth the loss. Of course, no one would doubt him for his current research project. After the 2 of them finished talking, the temporary meeting of the Supreme Council began soon. This was also the first time Hikue attended such a high-level meeting, although he was only a witness. But he will be back soon as a member here, looking at the many city representatives, who had already taken their seats and started the agenda. Hikue took a deep breath and then walked up through the metal sliding door. How does it feel to appear in the Supreme Council for the first time? As a nominal representative of Hikue, Lux also greeted him and said, Well, it's good. It would be great if they were city representatives. It's almost time. The selection will start in February next year. As Lux said this, the smile on her face gradually became serious. Is what you said at the hearing true? Of course it's true, if I can tell you. If that's the case, if we don't catch the opponent's braid, I'm afraid the world will never be at peace. Let's not talk about the ability on the front battlefield. The ability to control others is absolutely impossible to defend against if it is used to carry out terrorist attacks. Innocent passers-by on the street may become victims. The key is that passers-by will definitely not be able to give early warning. God knows how many of the previous attacks were their work. Do you have any clues? Lakis asked. Yes, I have a little. When Hikue came here, he also thought a lot. First of all, Lakis should not know her situation, but Siegel may know. After all, it is impossible to hide this level of genetic adjustment from parents. It is even possible that Siegel is not Lakis's blood relative. After all, in the original world line, Siegel had died long ago, and he had no way of knowing the truth. But when he was testifying just now, he was also paying close attention to Siegel, but his expression did not change at all. After all, he is the leader of the Klein faction, an absolute old fox. Although he has been dormant recently, Hikue cannot easily understand him. In this case, he can only start with Lux. Lux, what do you think of your life experience? Life experience? Lux was not surprised when she heard this, but raised a beautiful smile at the corner of her mouth. It looks like Counselor he has found the answer. Looking at Lux, who was not surprised at all, Hikue didn't know what to say for a moment. People who are similar to me, and my own strangeness, do you think I won't make some associations? If she hadn't seen Saitona at the beginning, she might not have thought too much, but after seeing Saitona, who was so similar to her, many other thoughts emerged in Lux's mind. Even her own singing voice, and the ability to easily drive the emotions of others were taken into consideration. I was negligent. Hikue shook his head and continued. You also have the ability to control others with your mind, but it has not been enhanced, or your control is more gentle and subtle. Have you checked my genes? Hearing Hikue's detailed words, Lux narrowed her eyes and said, I checked the genes of the girl who looks like you, and then did a DNA typing test with you. So who is that girl to me? Twins. Hearing Hikue's answer, Lux's slender hand also picked up the ring that had been hanging around her neck. What is this? Hikue asked. The ring my mother left for me. Lux paused as if calming down. You didn't tell anyone else? No. Thank you. Before Lux finished speaking, Hikue took the initiative to hug her. The warm body temperature slowly penetrated Lux's confused heart. From the hearts of the 2 people close to each other, Hikue could feel her flustered heartbeat. It was not difficult to see that Lux was far from being as calm as imagined. Chapter 535. The meeting of the Supreme Council came to an end. In the end, They decided to send a special operations team to conduct a secret investigation, and on the other hand, they put forward more demands in the negotiations with Orb. As for whether Orb was involved in the investigation, it cannot be stopped. At the same time, peace negotiations still need to be held. As for the secret investigation team, Rick, how long has your son been back? You want him to go on a mission again? Let's investigate that organization that sounds so dangerous. I heard that the people in that organization can also brainwash. At this time, Renoya hugged her son tightly. And Aslan and Patrick, who were hugged tightly by their mothers, had the same helpless look on their faces. According to what Ikue said, the brainwashing technology is less effective for people with stronger wills. Although the brainwashing ability can affect the victim physiologically. But the human mind can still resist that ability. Even if Ikue said that, he himself hasn't touched it. After hearing Ikue, Renwar's face relaxed a little, and then she hugged Aslan a little harder. Mom, it's really okay, and I've rested long enough. Now there are no wars everywhere, and it's impossible for him to come back and be his own son, and he has no interest in being a politician. It's better to continue to join the army. At least the people he cares about are here, and he also wants to protect this place. And we are also researching anti-brainwashing drugs and new organisms. It's okay. You listen to your father's nonsense. Lenore. Patrick, who was accused of nonsense, twitched his lips with amusement and helplessness. Not knowing the joy of the family of three over there, Hikue also took Lux, who had finished talking to her father, back to the asteroid. At this time, the two sat face to face, with serious expressions. What did your father say? I didn't ask. Okay. Hikue did not force Lux to respond to his concerns. Now may not be a good time to show our cards. We have too few clues. They did not even understand the basic context of the matter. Now they did not even know whether what Siegel said was true or false. Yeah. Lux nodded and asked. Where is my sister? Wait. Hikue pressed on the bracelet after hearing this. Hikue, why are you looking for me? I was just researching new dishes. Dressed in an apron, Setona, who had transformed into a little cook, appeared at the door. Hearing a voice similar to hers, that was so sweet and sticky, Leica smiled even more. But the evil spirit in her heart grew stronger. She didn't expect that her sister, whom she had never met, was so sweet. Hello, Miss Lakis. Setona was not too surprised to see Lakis. After all, Hikue had already given her a heads up on this matter, when he just came back through the remote communication. At this moment, Hikue looked at the two people, who looked similar, but had completely different styles and ages. He couldn't help swallowing when he thought that if there was a day, when they appeared on the same bed at the same time, Hikue could not help but swallow. Councilman what are you thinking about? Sensing Hikue's gradually strange look, Lux asked with a smile. Yes, Hikue, what are you thinking about? You haven't come to my room for a long time. Hearing what her sister said, Lux looked at Hikue with a more dangerous look. Anyway, it's probably like this. Selena is 1 year younger than you because she was in hibernation. It's hard to tell who is the older sister, and who is the younger sister for twins. Anyway, Selena is just younger, so she's the younger sister. After calming down, Hikue told Lux about Selena. Does that mean you don't know anything about Selena on Mars? Well, the old men in the parliament may know, but even if Setona asks them, they won't answer truthfully. Most of the people in the parliament were top talents in their respective fields, including scholars who had done research in Mendel. Hikue added. In other words, the power behind it may also be related to Mars? Lakis frowned upon hearing this. If Mars was also the power behind it, then they would inevitably have another war. Of course, considering the distance between the two sides, a large-scale war with Mars is unlikely to be established. It shouldn't be, just like Lakis appeared in Plant. This may just be part of the plan of the person behind the scenes. Lakis and Setona are both princesses who may inherit the country. With the integration of Plant and Mars plus the influence of the tribe on Earth, it can be said that the Force will completely rule the entire human world. God knows what the next step will be. The previous few either destroyed the world or made destiny plans, and they are probably not much better. But it is not too late to find out now. Although it is not clear who is behind it, at least Lux and Setona, who are wanted by the power behind it, are on his side. So, thinking of Cruz's words that the other party will not let him go, Hikue felt a little funny in his heart. So no matter what, that power will not let him go. He can't relax yet. Then let's leave it at that for now. Lux can definitely take care of herself, so Hikue didn't give her any more instructions. Okay, Sister Lux, are you coming to eat? I've recently researched a new Mexican dish. Satona, who was originally solemn, changed quickly. Even her sister was calling her fluently. What does Satona do on Mars? Lux asked curiously. This girl is a bit like her, but not like her. After all, although she can cook, she can't be as enthusiastic as the girl. I'm just being taken care of, so I want to take care of more people here. This is Satona's own struggle against fate. At this time, Lux nodded in understanding. If someone wants to restrict her freedom, she will probably make this choice. Thinking of this, Lux looked at Satona with a closer look. But then she thought that Satona might have done that kind of thing with Hikue, and her heart became more complicated. After all, they are her twin sisters, even though she has never seen them before. But she was unwilling to give up. And letting go was impossible. After all, she still wanted to realize her ideals through this man. Let's go eat together. Without giving Lux time to think about it, Hikue smiled. Okay. She didn't believe that Hikue would do anything to her there, and she also had a lot of things she wanted to tell her sister. Chapter 536. Of course, Hikue couldn't do much during a meal he just ate. After eating and drinking, Hikue took the initiative to wash the dishes, while Lux followed Satona and sat outside. Satona, can I come to play with you in the future? Facing her new sister, Lux's tone was very gentle. Of course you can. Sister Lux can come anytime. Okay, Satona, you and Hikue. We did it. Hearing that Satona admitted it so straightforwardly, without any shyness, Lux couldn't tell for a moment whether the girl was doing it on purpose or really didn't care about such things. Do you like Hikue? Yes, I like him, and I want to take him back to Mars. Satona nodded, then took Satona's hand and continued with an earnest expression. Sister Lux, come along too. As long as we are there, no one can threaten us. Don't you have a parliament there? If Satona is a domineering princess, it's fine, but if the power is still in the parliament, she will be controlled by others. Hikue has hydroponic chamber technology. Satona smiled. We can use this as a bargaining chip, and there are many people who support Satona. They will definitely give up power. Seeing Satona's lovely words about seizing power, Lux had the first thought that this was really her sister. In this case, do they love Hikue or use him? Lux thought about it, and touched her sister's soft head. She didn't know the answer, but there were some things that didn't need to be answered. As long as the goal could be achieved and she didn't feel wronged, that was enough. Plant will go to Mars, but it will take some time. Hikue said the same thing. Satona nodded and asked. Sister Lux likes Hikue too, right? Why do you say that? Because we are twins, it's probably a natural induction. Is that so? Originally, she wanted to drive away the girls around Hikue. But now, seeing more and more people, and each of them is not easy to deal with, and now with Satona, even a strong person like Lux feels a little powerless. But everyone here is very powerful. Listening to Satona's meaningful words, Lux smiled. What kind of drug did Hikue feed you? She could understand what Satona meant, which was that if she controlled all of Hikue's resources, including those girls' resources, many things would be easier for her. No, it was Satona who fed Hikue a lot of food. Satona pouted and said cutely, Sister, you should come here often to eat in the future. It's usually very lively here. Okay. After thinking for a while, Lux agreed. It sounds like they often gather here at Satona. Let's not talk about other things for now, but we can take this opportunity to find out about other people's situation. Without knowing what the two sisters said, Hikue also came out after washing the dishes. Then I leave first. Lux looked at the two of them strangely, and then turned and left. Hikue, I asked my sister to agree to come here for dinner. Yeah, so good. Hikue smiled and touched Satona's head, and the girl in front of him rubbed her palm on Hikue's palm, as if she was enjoying it very much. What did you say to her? He didn't teach Satona what to say. After all, Satona knew Lux better than her, so it was better to let her play freely. It's just some pros and cons. Satona hugged Hikue tightly, and the distance between them instantly became close. Satona is amazing, right? Yeah, very amazing. But don't let your sister Lux know, otherwise we all be in trouble. Hikue said with a smile. If Lux knew that the two of them had teamed up to trick her, she would probably take revenge. No way, that kind of thing is obviously quite fun. This time, Satona kissed the corner of the boy's lips without waiting for Hikue to speak. Then she bit his face again and again. For a moment, the only sound in the room was the delicate cry of a kitten. You gave Satona a valuable gift, ability value plus 100. Favorability, 109. Experience bonus, 5. Gene basis a level, 31248/100, 000. When he got up early in the morning, looking at Setona lying on him, Hikue smiled. Setona's favorability has been increasing, and I'm afraid that something new will be unlocked soon. As for what it is, Hikue is not sure. Should it be a gene-related technology? Thinking of this, Hikue gently picked up Setona and put her aside. With such a big commotion, the girl slowly woke up at this time, opening her still hazy eyes and looking at Hikue with a bit of confusion. Where are you going? The girl climbed up to Hikue again, and her soft tones seemed to be acting like a spoiled child even if it was just an ordinary question. Go pick someone up. The South American delegation is coming up, which means he can finally see Elena. Although Elena only adds the same driving skills as Lux, the two together double the power. It is still very useful for him now. And Elena herself is also a qualified driver. In the future, when his quantum communication improves, his team can add another person. At this time, Hikue has already begun to look forward to giving Cruz a surprise the next time he sees him. Of course, more importantly, he and Elena were in South America, and the days of life and death were not fake. Thinking of this, Hikue became more excited. Then come back early. I'm going to cook Thai food today. It's called Tom Yum Goong. You must have never eaten it. Then I troubled Setona. Hikue's lips gently kissed the girl's soft cherry lips, and then he stood up. Soon, he dressed neatly, and came to the port of April City from the asteroid. It's really a waste of talent to ask you to attend this event, Counselor he. In April City, the head of District 1 said with a bit of flattery on his face. After all, South America is an important partner of our plant, so it's always right to be grand. That's right, that's right. The head repeated it twice, as if he agreed with it. Speaking of which, I also agree with some of Counselor He's views on our country. And Hikue smiled faintly when he heard it. Of course, our philosophy is that we need the support of like-minded people to move forward. Why don't we find a time to discuss it in detail? No problem, haha. It is my absolute honor to have dinner with such a genius as Counselor He. The district chief's flattery makes people feel comfortable. No, it's all for the service of the plant, Hikue said with a smile. His faction really needs fresh blood, and everyone is exchanging interests. Chapter 537. Hikue was chatting with the district chief of the 2nd district, and soon the screen in front of them unfolded. Member he, District Chief Soma, the South American representative ship is currently docking. Okay. Then let's go. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Hikue smiled and looked at District Chief Soma. Of course, please go first. Soma smiled happily. After all, although he was the district chief of April City, he really didn't want to join the Klein faction. After all, the Klein faction was a little too weak in the past, but in contrast, the Seraph faction was too radical. After more than a year of fighting, not many people in the world want to fight now. Everyone's political goals have been achieved, except for the Atlantic Federation. In this case, the Seraph faction is not a good place to go, so the only thing left is Hikue's side. Although Hikue is still very young, he is indeed impeccable in his mind and his way of dealing with people. I heard that even Miss Lakis has recently joined Hikue's team. In this case, these old people naturally have to find a way out for themselves. From what we just saw, Hikue is a reliable person. But more observation is needed. This Soma thought, and the two of them soon came to the reception area of the port one after the other. At this time, the surrounding area was under martial law because of the arrival of South America. The passage connecting to the South American transport ship was opened, and then a group of 10 people walked towards them like a group. The leader was the famous Edward Scissorhands, but White Whale was not with him. As for one of them, it was naturally Elena, who had taken off her mask. This time, Elena was not followed by Aegis. Aegis's identity was still hanging in the plant at this time, and he didn't want to fall into the trap. The rest were some serious exchange students. They came here for further study. Of course, there were more than these people in the entire warship, and the others took another channel. At this time, on the other side, the people who originally thought they would only see the district chief were surprised when they saw Hikue. Of course they knew Hikue, and it can be said that Hikue's current world reputation is definitely among the best. Ordinary South American people may not know, but for high-end talents, like them, who go abroad for further study, Hikue's reputation can be said to be known to everyone. Especially among these 10 people, there were technicians in agriculture and industry. When they saw Hikue, they were all excited after being surprised. If Edward was not in front, they would have rushed over long ago. As for Elena, who was walking in the crowd, her slightly frowned brows also relaxed after seeing Hikue. She was not shy or uncomfortable, but smiled brightly at him. Similarly, Hikue gave Elena a bright smile of the same level. But after all, they were still far away. Facing Hikue's smile, the others were even more excited. I saw Hikue smiling at me. A girl majoring in agronomy excitedly grabbed the sleeve of her companion and said. That smile was so bright that they all felt as if they were loved by Hikue. It seemed that the interstellar boss plot in this novel was about to happen to them. He was obviously smiling at me. At this time, the companion beside him said not to be outdone. I think he was smiling at me. On the other side, the boy who studied industrial technology straightened his back and said, Enough, be quiet. Edward scolded tiredly, and turned back to look at the girl who had been silent. As a driver, his eyesight is better than others. He just saw clearly that Hikue was smiling at Elena. But the two of them should have never met, right? Could it be love at first sight? But Elena already is Aegis. How could this be? Thinking about it, Edward also saw the expression on Elena's face at this time. Full of sweetness and happiness, but Aegis is still in South America, right? Is it so exciting? Is South America so open when I don't know? It can't be a love triangle. Thinking about it, Edward shuddered and his pace quickened a bit. He would go back to find Jane after he finished talking about things. This place is too scary. I don't know that a smile from the two of them actually brought so many strange ideas. Hikue also came forward when he saw everyone approaching. Mr. He, I didn't expect you to come here in person. We are really honored. Anyway, Edward was full of polite words at this time. It is hard to imagine that such an elite driver can speak official language accurately. It is my duty to welcome guests from afar. Hearing Hikue's gentle voice, the eyes of the other girls brightened a little. Please follow me. The banquet for lunch is ready. Okay. Led by Hikue, the group went from the port to the interior of April City. The approachable Hikue was naturally surrounded by the other girls. Not only the girls, but also the boys. Of course, the boy asked him more about the development of MS. In this way, the group went from the port to the interior of April City, where it was spring all year round. Elena, who had no chance to interrupt, squeezed into the crowd. Hikue, what did you eat this morning? After hearing the girl's question, the audience was speechless. After all, when others were asking Hikue questions about agriculture or industry, such a sudden question was really a bit ridiculous. But not everyone likes to be interrupted. At this time, several girls looked at Elena with a little disdain. After all, from all the information they could collect, Hikue was a research maniac who stayed at home on his asteroid every day to do research. Asking this question is simply an insult to Hikue. After eating fried eggs, do you want to try it? Hikue touched the girl's head with a smile, and he could see some uneasiness in it. Okay, try it tomorrow. Hearing Hikue answer her question, Elena finally showed a satisfied smile on her face again. As for the other girls at this time, their jaws almost dropped to the ground when they saw the interaction between the two. So the indifference of Hikue they just faced was not because of the arrogance of the researchers, but because they took the wrong route? Does Hikue like such a foolish girl? But think about it carefully, Hikue is already doing research, and if he asks about research at this time, it may be annoying. Councilman He, what do you think of this power group model? Before they could reorganize their offensive, Hikue was pulled away by another young man majoring in MS research. Chapter 538. A group of people came to the banquet venue near the center of April City. At this time, in a small lounge at the banquet, Edward and Elena were facing Hikue and Soma. The atmosphere on both sides was quite serious. Regarding the re-establishment of the embassy, it is indeed beneficial to our future cooperation, but as you know, we are currently negotiating with East Asia to prepare for the upcoming peace summit on Earth and the surrender of the Atlantic Federation. In the case that the situation on Earth is not completely stable, our current cooperation between the two sides also needs to be carried out step by step in an orderly manner. Although he is not a member of the Foreign Affairs Committee, but as a member of the Parliament, Hikue can still say a few words to the other party in private. Edward on the other side was not too surprised to hear this, just nodded and continued. Of course, I understand, Senator He, the success of the peace summit is of vital importance to all of us, and we, the United States of South America, are willing to contribute our own efforts to this. Perhaps we can consider postponing the plan of formally establishing an embassy and deepening cooperation, and instead establish a temporary, more flexible mechanism first. So we propose to set up a special bilateral relations studio and academic exchange group. Maybe it's feasible, but you need to raise the specific matters with the Foreign Affairs Committee. Hikue shook his head. I'm just an employee. Of course I understand. Hearing Hikue's words, the solemnity on Edward's face gradually turned into relaxation. After speaking, he stood up and shook hands with Hikue. I hope we can reach a cooperation. Of course. The two smiled at each other, and then Edward turned his gaze to the girl, who had been sitting in the back, and was very well behaved, not like Elena. Then I leave first, otherwise they will cause trouble again. Elena, stay here and chat with Counselor He. If Elena really caught Hikue's eye, it would be a good thing for Nanmei. But he was not pushing Elena out because of this. If Elena didn't have that intention, he would refuse even if Hikue forced Elena. But the problem is that Elena is not only willing, but also looks happy. Then he went with the flow. As for whether Aegis would kill him when he returned, let's talk about it when he returned. After all, Elena would not go back so soon. I will see Mr. Edward off, haha. Soma, who was very good at reading people's faces, did not stay here any longer and left with Edward. Soon there were only 2 people left in the room. Are you really Aegis? This was the first sentence Elena said. Yes. What a bad taste. The one who controlled Aegis was actually a man, and it was the famous Hikue. Thinking of how she had been jealous of Hikue in front of Luo before, the girl's healthy wheat-colored skin showed a little blush. After all, it should be unexpected and can reduce other people's vigilance. That's right. At this time, the girl who had experienced so much seemed to have turned back into the innocent girl in front of Hikue, and her big and deep beautiful eyes lingered on Hikue. So, if Elena likes girls, I can also use Aegis. Before Hikue finished his teasing words, Elena took the initiative to walk forward and hugged Hikue tightly. I told you, I like you, that's you. So you believe me so much? I believe in my intuition. Elena said with certainty. And thank you for bringing my parents here, they have always wanted to see this place again. What about Elena, do you like the stars here? I like it. Then I take you to see more stars later. Well, but will the war really end? Elena hugged Hikue tightly, and said in a muffled voice in his chest. She was full of uneasiness. Her revenge might be over, but some haze was not so easy to dissipate. It will end. But first, will Elena come to my house? He had made a plan in advance, and brought a South American as a trainee to the asteroid. After he promised Patrick that he would not let Elena get in touch with the secrets, Patrick agreed. Okay. Elena went to the asteroid, and the others were assigned to June City for agriculture, May City for industry, and December City for military academy according to their respective majors. The matter in South America came to an end. Edward continued to argue with the diplomatic committee, while Hikue came to May City without stopping on the second day. Hikue came to one of the secret hangars in the core of the Integrated Design Bureau without any obstacles, as if it was his own home. At this time, Aslan and Nigel were also waiting here early. Good morning, Senator He. Aslan, I just came back, and I'm in a hurry to go out again. Director Renoya is also blaming me. Hikue smiled. Sorry. Aslan, who has always been upright, blushed and lowered his eyes. I'm kidding, haha. Then let's take a look at your new machine. Hikue said, passing the 2 and pressing the control console, and the lights in the hangar began to light up layer by layer. The new machine has no significant difference in performance, and it focuses more on concealment. As Hikue spoke, the light finally came from a distance to the 3 people. In front of the 3 people was a red crab and AZ Gundam. Is this a crab? Athron looked at the new machine in front of him, and his mouth twitched slightly. Yes, I put justice in it. The amphibious crab will definitely meet your needs for most covert operations on Earth. As Hikue spoke, the screen in front of him slid across, and the detailed design of the machine appeared. And it could also explode armor. Athron didn't understand why he was so excited about exploding armor, so he could only continue helplessly. What about the Destiny 00 backpack? You don't need to bring it for normal missions. If you really need it, you can set up an intelligent control program to automatically hover over Justice. It just so happens that there are phantom particles on Destiny 00. As long as you don't force your way into a military-restricted area, you shouldn't be discovered. Yeah. Looking at his Justice turning into an aquatic animal, Asrin felt helpless, but he finally nodded and agreed. What about me, or the Z Gundam? Nigel, who was in the same group with Athron, couldn't help showing a hint of curiosity on his calm face. It's AZ Gundam variant, with the same phantom particle paint. It shouldn't be detected when flying at low altitude, and it can just make up for Athron's lack of air power and control Destiny 00 together. Although Nigel's spatial cognition ability is not very strong, he can still control a small plane. Chapter 539. After introducing the new machine to the 2, Hikue returned to the asteroid. He saw Elena in the corridor, talking and laughing with Lakis and Lass, who he hadn't seen for a long time. Beside the 3 of them were Julius and Asuka. They looked very happy. Thinking of Elena's straightforward temper, Hikue quickened his pace. Hikue, you're back. How's the design bureau going? When Elena saw Hikue, she jumped over excitedly. The huge place seemed to jump out with the girls jumping. Very good, what are you talking about? Hikue asked with a smile. Don't worry, I didn't kidnap your girlfriend. Lux gave Hikue a glare. I didn't say that either. As for Loss on the other side, he also blinked his eyes, and looked at the people on the scene curiously. There were more and more people on Hikue's side, so she was a little uncomfortable. As for Lux, she was used to it, and was not surprised by the sudden appearance of a person. This time, she chatted with her just to ask about South America. She didn't believe that Hikue hooked up with Elena after coming here. After all, Hikue seemed casual, but he didn't find a woman to bring an asteroid. In other words, Hikue must have become familiar with her in South America. And South America can easily make people think of Aegis. If you say that the two are unrelated, Lux will never believe it. And considering the beyond visual range attack on Genesis A from the asteroid, the relationship between Hikue and Aegis is definitely deeper than she thought. But she didn't expect that the seemingly carefree Elena was so tight-lipped. She didn't get anything out of him. Ms. Lakis just asked me about some things in South America. As she said this, Elena blinked at him, as if to say that she didn't reveal any secrets. I see. Hikue's smile grew even wider. At this moment, looking at the two people's affectionate appearance, Lux felt uncomfortable for some reason, but she soon suppressed it. But Miss Elena is here for exchange study. I wonder what she is learning here. Battleship Command. Elena replied. Yes, the teacher will be here later. Hikue followed up with the answer. Teacher? Who are you looking for? Look for someone in the school. This incident also gave him the opportunity to find Karate's. Cruz's side has not been resolved yet, and bringing Durandal's old lover to his asteroid can also make him cautious. Hikue invited a teacher from December City specifically for Miss Elena. He is really good to Miss Elena. Lakis, is she jealous? Hearing Lakis's words that seemed to be full of thorns, Hikue couldn't help but think in his heart. It just so happens that Fainiel, and you and Julius can also study together. After hearing what Hikue said, those who didn't want to study really turned bitter, while Mayu and Julius were a little excited. Can I come and learn too? Loss couldn't help but raise his hand and asked. Of course, but aren't you busy developing civilian technology? After the war gradually subsided, Loss Company gradually shifted to the development of civilian vehicles like countless predecessors. Of course, the Baku tank is still in production. I'm also looking for inspiration from you. Loss skillfully pulled Hikue's hand and said coquettishly, I can come to see my sister too. Loss said as he looked at Lux, who still had a smile on her face, but her eyes were not smiling. If Loss wants to see Lux, she can call me. But I want to play with my sister. Really? Then I wait for you at April City. Loss was speechless when he heard what Lux said. Why did she go to April City? She wanted to come here. Let's go to my room. Lux glanced at Loss. She couldn't control the twins, and she couldn't control this distant cousin, so she definitely couldn't let her repeat Satona's mistakes. Ah. Facing Loss's pleading eyes, Hikue could only give Loss a look of may the best of you. There was no way Lakis would even pit him when she was treacherous. So Lakis took Loss away, and the Asuka siblings followed Julius to class. Hikue, I didn't say anything just now. Holding Hikue's hand, the girl said proudly. Having had the previous experience, Elena still had some tricks. Well, that's good. But don't they all know about Aegis's affairs? Elena was talking about the people headed by Shura. Lakis is too involved. You haven't slept yet, right? Hearing Elena's generous answer, Hikue opened his mouth, but finally nodded angrily. Although there is a little deviation, it's roughly like this. No wonder Lux is not with them often. Because there are too many women on the asteroid, they are gradually divided into two places at this time. One is naturally Shura, and the other is Lux. They have a tacit understanding but don't feel like breaking it. Then, when will Hikue? Elena hugged Hikue a little harder. The reason why she didn't finish was not because she was shy, but because Elena was very bold and left a wet mark on Hikue's ear. Then try tonight? It was Elena's first time, but considering that Elena was physically strong, Hikue was looking forward to it. Although it was difficult to handle 5 people at once, he practiced first, and he didn't stop with Kigali. Sooner or later, he would definitely be able to break through himself and successfully unlock a new reward. You can do it tonight, but only us. Of course, that was the original plan. Even if Elena was open, she was not used to having the whole room full of people. The meal still needs to be eaten bite by bite. Thinking of this, Hikue's palm has already lifted up Elena's smooth jaw. His thumb gently rubbed the girl's lips, and then he gently kissed her. The first kiss with Elena was as passionate as Hikue imagined, like the scorching sun. But beyond Hikue's expectation, Elena was actually a little reluctant in her passion. It made people unable to stop. Following the girl's movements, Hikue's hand around her waist naturally grasped something. The light and rapid heartbeat sound came clearly from Hikue's palm. Chapter 540. You fought with Elena all night. Ability value plus 150. Elena's favorability 100. Favorability bonus 4. MS Operation Technology Level A. 58744/100. 000. Looking at the rising sun slowly appearing on the simulation screen, Hikue also gently loosened his grip on Elena's tight waist. Where are you going? Feeling something, the girl opened her still hazy eyes. To December City. To find a teacher for you. Although Kurates and his wife have agreed to let him come to teach. But there is always a procedure to follow. Judging from the evaluation, Kurates' ability as a captain is also good. Although not as strong as Bujilialu, but the main focus is on balance. Like the balanced version of Maru plus Bujilialu, it is still better than the average captain. If there is a chance, he could also hire her as the captain of his flagship. Although he has no chance to use the flagship now. But maybe. Prepare for a rainy day. Not long after, Hikue arrived at the military academy. As a matter of course, with his current status, he easily entered the principal's office on campus. The person opposite was also an old acquaintance, and seeing the principal again at this time. Mr. He, it's nice to meet you. Although he said so, the expression on the principal's face at this time could not be said to be happy. Mr. Principal, what's wrong? For emotional and rational reasons, Hikue still asked. Alas. The principal sighed for a long time, and then continued. The school's funding is getting less and less. The principal's words are normal. After all, the Peace Summit is almost here. Military spending is definitely getting less and less. In addition to Hikue's funding not being affected too much, the design bureau will also shrink. Of course, this shrinkage is only relative. Some of the most advanced research has not been affected too much. Spear and shield must always be in your own hands. And the budget cuts of the military academy are also a foregone conclusion. The sponsorship fee from South America should have been received, right? Hikue asked. That's true, but our school has to support so many people. New students will be enrolled soon. The teaching quality will probably decline by then. Hearing the principal's words, Hikue frowned slightly. He knew the importance of education. In addition to providing officers for ZFT, it also provided researchers for his research institute. But the reduction was only 15%. I'm afraid this principal wanted to enrich himself. It is true that this behavior is normal. Adjusters are also human beings, and there will be corruption. He was bribed at the beginning. But since the principal may join his camp, he does not want anyone to drag him down. If a party gets into trouble, its credibility and image will also be affected. This is not a private server, and no one will tell him that the kindness of Congressman he is not over. He imagined it too well, and it is precisely because of that a little stain may expand like an ink stain. You can't be careless. Of course, we won't let Counselor He help us for nothing. He nodded after hearing what the other party said. I keep an eye on it for you. I take Kurates away first. Of course. The principal said enthusiastically, and stood up to invite the person out. Hikue, who came out of the principal's office, certainly had no intention of asking. He wanted to make money, but not this kind of money. If he really took kickbacks, he would be criticized to death when it was exposed. It would be best to find some weaknesses, and then help his own people to that position. But his power is not that strong, and there is no one who is qualified to be the principal. Perhaps he should consult with Lux, who should have many connections behind her. It is also a good opportunity to test whether Lux and the Klein faction intend to influence his camp. With a decision in mind, Hikue also found Ed, whom he had not seen for a long time, in the office outside. Hikue, you are here to take people away again. Looking at his old classmates, Ed's smile was brighter than usual. It was obvious that he was really happy that his children would not be born in a world of war. Although this peace would only last for a short time without his interference. Yeah, I'm just taking a teacher away. Will you come to my wedding with Shura next month? Of course. Ed hit him on the shoulder with a look of what nonsense are you talking about? I didn't expect you to get married now. I didn't expect that either. Hikue smiled. If they didn't have this golden finger, they might have gotten married long ago and lived in the staff dormitory of the Hylian Design Bureau. Maybe they were still worrying about where to go after the war. Then see you then. Hikue said goodbye to Ed and found Karates, who had just finished class. I'm sorry to bother Mrs. Karates this time. No way, I have more opportunities on your asteroid. Hikue's company has gradually established a foothold on the moon. Because of the deterrence of Genesis, the remaining Atlantic Federation base on the moon did not resist at all, just like a puppy with its limbs up and its belly exposed pretending to be dead. And Hikue's company is getting stronger and stronger under this background, and it is just short of monopolizing the mining industry on the moon. More importantly, Gundamium alloy can be used not only in wars, but also in outer space exploration due to its excellent strength, and the demand in the future will only increase. Not to mention Hikue's own political identity, so working there is indeed more promising. The only problem was that she heard that the other party was a young woman killer. However, seeing Hikue's clear eyes without any evil thoughts, Karates finally let go of his hanging heart. As they talked, they returned to the asteroid. That night after Hikue settled Karates, he found Lux in Satona's room. As you said, the principal is very likely to be unclean. I will contact some friends here to find some traces. Lux followed Hikue's words after he finished speaking. I don't know if it was the power of the Klein faction or the power of the terminal. But this was Hikue's purpose, so he agreed to it. If the principal is really not clean, we may be able to use our own people to take over if we make some arrangements in advance. Lux looked at Hikue with her bright eyes and smiled. Do you have a candidate? No. Hikue shook his head. Can Counselor he trust Lux? Lux looked at him seriously, as if to prove something. Isn't Lux already here? The relationship between the two is quite strange now. After all, Lux can definitely use some of the power of the terminal. But she's settled here as his assistant. Strictly speaking, Lux is actually a bridge for cooperation between the two sides. It's not impossible for him to give in to Lux on some unimportant matters, but the right to speak cannot be transferred to Lux, otherwise why doesn't he just join the Klein faction? Since Hikue believes in Lux, Lux won't let you down either. Lux's lovely smile became more genuine, and then she paused and the smile on her face gradually faded before continuing. There's one more thing. The address of the summit has been confirmed. It's in Alaska. Chapter 541. Compared to the principal who seems to have embezzled public funds, the more important thing at the moment is the Peace Summit. The protagonists are naturally the Atlantic Federation and Plant. The central mediator is East Asia, and Eurasia is also counted together with the Atlantic Federation. As for Orb, it is just watching. The national strength is there, and it is impossible to say that it is the central mediator. No one is convinced. It was arranged in Alaska because the symbolic significance there is the most obvious. In addition to the Cyclops, the puppet government of the Atlantic Federation has also buried a lot of nuclear bombs there. These are all solid evidence of their crimes. As long as they are proven, they will be judged. Yes. Listening to Lux's words, Hikue nodded. Also, will Aegis appear? Aegis maybe. Hearing Lux's temptation, Hikue nodded and said ambiguously. But before he could continue speaking, Lux's cherry lips had blocked Hikue's mouth. After a long time, the two separated, and Lux's slightly thicker charming breath hit Hikue's face, bringing a gust of fragrant wind. You lied all the time, Lux said dissatisfiedly. Didn't you say you believe Lux? Yes, can Lux help me? He just held Lux and sat on the soft sofa. The girl was so light and soft that she looked like cotton candy. She could not feel any weight or any bones when she sat on his lap. It was as if it was made of water. Help. No need to say what to help. The hard feeling under the butt has already revealed the answer. Can you? Hikue said, as he moved closer to Lux's round earlobe. At this time, Lux's originally white skin was showing a hint of pink, and her skin was so delicate that it seemed like jade and flawless, as if it was the most beautiful work of art in the world. It makes people want to taste it. Then, can Hikue help me? Bring peace to this world. Lux held back the throbbing in her heart, sat on Hikue, and turned around. She stared at Hikue face to face at a very close distance. Long-term peace requires long-term maintenance, and we can't do it. Hikue put away the frivolous look on his face, and shook his head. The war will not stop. This is almost a natural law. No matter how he stopped it, even the Destiny Plan, Mars was also implemented. But rebels like Setona also emerged in endlessly. And how can we ensure that the management will not be corrupted in the future? Full of loopholes, no freedom. A world like Utopia, even if it exists, is not in line with common sense. Of course I know. It is enough as long as the contradiction between natural people and regulators can be resolved. At least the root of this era's evil must be eliminated. Facing Lux's bright eyes, Hikue was about to say something, but was interrupted by Setona, who came out of the kitchen. Sister Lux, why did you sneak away? No. Hearing Setona's words, Lux calmly ran down from Hikue's knee. But perhaps because she was too anxious, her slender ankle tripped on Hikue's leg, and the girl immediately lost her balance. It was Hikue's quick eyes and hands that finally hugged the soft girl again. Don't panic, Lux, your sister won't eat people. My sister won't, but you will. The indifference on her face was pierced, and the girl turned back and glared at Hikue fiercely. Looking at Lakis, whose whole body gradually turned pink, Hikue stopped teasing and stood up after letting Lakis go. Then Setona, let's help. Hikue's life here gradually became peaceful, but in private, Hikue still controlled Aegis to come to Alaska. The Alaska base at this time was different from before. The damaged base facilities had been completely repaired, and there were many small mobile suits made by Hikue and people walking on the expanded main road. It looks like a lot of work needs to be done, and this place should be considered as their buffer zone, and will not be returned to the Atlantic Federation. As for whether the Atlantic Federation agrees or not, it is obviously not within the consideration of Plant at present. Their Genesis can aim at their capital at any time. Even if they have a light shield, the gamma radiation caused will destroy their ecosystem. Even if the Atlantic Federation wants to self-destruct, it still needs to ask other people on Earth whether they agree or not. Hikue was still visiting Alaska, but the screen in front of him flickered. Hikue, the orb negotiation team is expected to arrive in April City next week. As a party involved, you need to be present. Joel's brief communication as usual came to Hikue's screen. Hikue, who saw this, naturally thought of Kigali, and a smile appeared unconsciously at the corner of his mouth. After a simple reply received, Hikue put his perspective back to orb. And just waiting for Xiaoyo's screen to open, what he saw was Kigali chatting with her father in front of the screen. It will show my sincerity if I go to Plant as a representative. Kigali said, although she still argued as before, her expression was calmer than before, and she also learned to reason. You should know how dangerous it is on the road. Since they launched an attack once, there is a possibility that they will launch a second attack. Yuzumi looked at his daughter helplessly. Yuzumi also learned a lot about DSSD through the perspective of Erika and others. Although I know she won't sell out her country for love, she will risk her life for these things. It's okay, they won't attack again so soon, and the Kusanagi can protect me. And Kira has agreed to go with me. Hearing Kira, Yuzumi sighed. If you really want to go, I won't stop you, but Kigali, I hope you remember what you said. He didn't want to disturb his daughter's happiness, but someone must inherit Orb's ideals. Don't worry, father, I won't forget. Kigali's face was replaced by solemnity. She said that she would put the people first and the country first. At least it would always be like this when she was in this position. Okay then. Yuzumi said with a flash of pity in his eyes, but his face was still firm. He hung up the call after he finished speaking. As for Hikue, who listened to the whole process, he didn't feel sad. There were all kinds of obstacles between the two. Although it was not like Lakis's tug, the country and responsibility were a huge gap. Even if he won Kigali's heart, there was still a bigger family and country above that love. In their love, perhaps from the beginning there was no success or failure, only gains and losses. Chapter 542. Kajiali, your father is right. Looking at Kajiali, who lowered her head to look at the documents again, Hikue spoke softly. Ah! The girl, startled by Hikue's sudden voice, screamed, and then glared at Hikue. Did you hear it all? Yes, I heard it. Hearing Hikue's response, Kajiali's face turned red when she thought that Hikue had heard what she just said. I will be careful, and they have no reason to attack us. They are not stupid. The previous actions were all frame-ups, just like the Atlantic Federation did before. They said they used nuclear weapons themselves, and said the Cyclops blew up themselves, and the plant did it. They threw dirty water everywhere. But if there were still twisted logic before, the plant had no reason to kill Kigali at this time. They themselves have no reason to speak of, and even if it has nothing to do with the plant, the people of Orb will not think so. Even if we cooperate, there will be grudges between the two sides. But I said I would go. Hearing Hikue's words, the girl pouted in dissatisfaction. I know, I just want you to be careful, remember to bring Shalu with you. After the upgrade, Shalu can exert his strength 100%. His current ability has gradually become perfect with the in-depth communication with Lux and Elena. Although he is not as strong as Cruz, at least facing the elite red clothes such as Isaac, he has the confidence to solve the battle within 3 shots. I know. Hearing Hikue's concern, Kigali couldn't help but hold Shilio's wrist again. After having experienced the warmth of Hikue, how could the girl at this moment be satisfied with just this kind of touch thousands of miles away? Next, Kigali went to arrange the next trip, while Hikue continued to explore the surrounding areas of Alaska while making a gift for Kigali. In this way, time passed quietly and peacefully for a few days. And Hikue came to May City again because of the development of Lingus. Hikue, your research has been going well recently. Kulades, who had not been seen for a long time, was already waiting in the underground test area of the Integrated Design Bureau when Hikue arrived. Why did Kulades come so early? It's okay anyway. I have already investigated what you told me before, and the principal does have a serious problem. Although there was no one around, Kulades still whispered to Hikue. The amount is larger than usual. It seems that there is also a problem in the cafeteria. Hikue nodded after listening to Kurade's words. Lakis acted quickly and found evidence within 2 days. After he gave the evidence to Kurades, he used the influence of his party to find the results soon. Just start the arrest process. Although the other party was willing to join. But he was too greedy, and he didn't dare to keep him. But we don't have a candidate yet, Kurades couldn't help but said. Do you have a candidate? Hikue narrowed his eyes, and his tone suddenly became a little serious. No. Yes, there are relatives of his. Although their abilities are not very good, at least they are his own people. They can be controlled by him, and can also seek more benefits for him. But at this time, facing Hikue's eyes, Kurades still lowered his head and said, Hikue is not the young man he was before. It is not so easy to negotiate conditions. It is highly likely that he will not tolerate his behavior. We can only talk about it later. We will not have a candidate in the short term. Giving this quote a decline can just test their intentions. The seriousness on Hikue's face disappeared. Although he still didn't smile, the atmosphere became a little more relaxed. Tell Lela to get ready and publicize our actions this time. Okay. Although it can't be considered as killing relatives for the sake of justice, there is absolutely no problem in promoting Chung Lianjin. It can also continue to improve Hikue's prestige. Let's do this for the time being. We will consolidate the basic base of May City, and then expand outward. Understood. Kulades lowered his eyes slightly and bowed. Don't be so reserved, we are just colleagues. Patting Kurades on the shoulder, Hikue pointed to the laboratory. Would you like to go in and take a look together? And reminisce about the past? No need for that. Kurades also smiled, and said goodbye to Hikue and left. He is not an easy person to deal with. Shurha, who had been watching from behind without saying anything, commented at this time. Yes, but he is very capable at work. The world is full of people who are all seeking profit. Everyone has their own ideas. It is difficult to achieve unity. At least it is impossible in the country of the adjuster. So all he can do is to find a balance. After temporarily stepping out of the battlefield with real guns and bullets, these invisible battlefields are waiting for him. As they talked, they continued to walk deeper into the test site. The researchers passing by all bowed their heads, and bowed slightly after seeing Hikue. Hikue responded with a smile on his face. Facing Hikue's gentleness, Hikue was popular with both men and women, and walked into the deepest part of the test site surrounded by people. Haas was directing everyone in the laboratory, and he rolled his eyes at the newcomer. You are finally here. If you don't come, the test of our machine will start soon. I told you not to wait for me. You are kidding. You know you are the main person in charge. Listening to the conversation between the two, the surrounding experimenters looked at Haas with admiration. There are only a handful of people in the entire plant who can talk to Hikue like this. Haha, let's get started. Looking at the towering machine in the test field, Hikue skillfully sat in front of the main control computer in the center. He has gone through many basic tests, but each machine is different and the purpose is different. Just like the machine in front of him, it is a fast response machine used for small battlefield stability after the war. Fast enough, strong enough armor, and able to strike quickly, this Lingos meets all the advantages. The next thing is X Gundam, but he needs to gain more control over the moon. While thinking, the basic performance test of Lingos inside was perfectly completed. Haas, I want to buy land. Looking at the people who were cleaning up the mess outside, Hikue said faintly. Why did you tell me to buy land? I want to buy land on the moon. Hearing Hikue's words, Haas couldn't help but twitch his mouth. There are still many places on the back of the moon, but the territory on it is under the jurisdiction of the Earth Union according to regulations. Why did you buy this? Play? You win. Who would buy land to play? Chapter 543. If you want the land over there, the back is more cost-effective. About 3 billion can buy the size of a football field. After making a joke, Haas said seriously. Of course, it does not include underground mining rights. What about the front? If he really wants to use the back, how can he transmit energy? Of course, with his financial resources, it is still too difficult for one person to build a microwave system. It is definitely a big project, but as long as it is built, then his strength will be greatly enhanced. And it can also help the Earth defend against possible meteorites and colony attacks. I have seen too many of these routines, and Julius is still floating outside. It can be regarded as taking precautions before it happens, and with such a strong output ability, he can be safer. The goal of Genesis is too big. If it is frontal, most of the craters have been made into mines. But Haas did not ask why Hikue wanted to be frontal, but lowered his head and thought about it. We can apply for a mine in the name of the company. This way, we should be able to get subsidies from plant. The Atlantic Federation lost this time, so the several lunar bases under their control will definitely be divided up, and the Atlantic Federation's piece of cake on the moon will definitely be annexed. Among them, plant will definitely get a piece of the pie. I try. It's so difficult to grab a piece of land on the moon. It's useless even if you have money. Hikue lowered his head and thought seriously, and then he said goodbye to Haas temporarily and returned to the asteroid. And while he was brainstorming, the principal was arrested. According to the information provided by Counselor, Abbas Hickman has been arrested and brought to justice. It is reported that Abbas Hickman, as the principal of the December City Military Academy, is suspected of abusing the resources of the military academy, providing convenience for private enterprises, and making huge profits from it. These actions not only seriously violated the military discipline of ZFT, but also greatly damaged the reputation of Plant. Since the establishment of the Supreme Council, it has been committed to promoting the construction of integrity. The exposure and handling of this corruption case once again demonstrated the determination of the council members to fight corruption, and it is also a manifestation of the determination and motivation to maintain the purity of ZFT. Well done. Lux's plump lips were smiling at him. Thank you. Have you found a candidate? Hikue shrugged and said. I have found one, the former vice president, Maggie Arndt, who is also about to retire from the post of captain of the logistics department. Leave it to you. Hikue nodded. With this news, he has got what he wanted. Thank you for your trust, Counselor but I will call you Representative soon. It's too early. It's impossible to start electing city representatives before the negotiation is over, otherwise it will only cause chaos. But Hikue is not in a hurry. The Peace Summit is coming soon. Also, the Orb delegation, I heard that the princess will come. Facing Lux's scrutinizing eyes, the smile on Hikue's mouth did not change. I heard that it's like this. The two people hugged each other, and were speechless for a while. I will expose you sooner or later. It's not a threat. Lux leaned over softly, and pressed against Hikue's body, one soft and the other hard. Like drywood and raging fire. Lux, you can take your time. Humph. How is the investigation in Finderson? Facing Lux's coquettishness, Hikue asked with a smile. I don't have the energy to bypass my father's dispatch of personnel. No useful clues were found. The defense is very tight, and considering that, as you said, they can control the mind, our people dare not get too close. But in general, the source should be there. Ola should also be related to me. Lakis's brows were getting more and more furrowed as she spoke. If my father really has a relationship with that place. But no one dares to say it at the moment, fearing that one thing will affect the whole body. The power of the Klein faction is too great. Now that the negotiations are approaching, if something goes wrong, other problems are likely to arise. As for Patrick, if he knew about it, he might spare Siegel's life, but he would definitely use this incident to completely suppress the Klein faction. The name of treason alone is enough for them to suffer a lot. Lux's reputation will also plummet. Not because of treason, but because she is suspected of mind-controlling the people. No one likes to be controlled, if they know that their inner feelings are artificially controlled. Love for Lux is likely to turn into disgust. Thank you. Lux sighed and said. If Hikue really wanted to tell Patrick, I'm afraid she would also be hammered. After all, Hikue has already mastered a complete chain of evidence that she is not an adjuster but a new species. It's okay. This is also for the stability of the plant. Hikue smiled. Just because of this? Isn't it because you like Lux? Although he asked this, Hikue knew that this was not a girl's coquetry, but another test. I like you, so Lux can be a little more excessive. Humph, I dare not. You are going to sue late tonight. Lux snorted softly, and then turned around and got off Hikue. Hikue smiled and didn't force it. Tell Lei Lei that she doesn't need to be so afraid of me. I won't eat her. Lakis said unhappily. Got it. Hikue patted Lakis's soft and round buttocks, and ran away without waiting for Lakis's reaction. Hikue's research was progressing in an orderly manner, and the moon plan was also being made. Time quietly arrived at the day when the Kusanagi set off. There were many people accompanying them. Considering that there was no reliable captain, or even specially arranged Fujililu to be the deputy captain this time. It was a period of martial law. Hikue came just when they were leaving. Kigali was on the deck, and Xiao Lu, who was not under control, naturally stayed in his private room. It was definitely the treatment of an officer. Looking at the pile of half-finished parts on the table, Hikue moved his fingers, but was interrupted by a communication sound outside the door before he started to operate. Xiao Lu, are you there? The familiar voice of Baki Lulu came from outside, which also made Hikue's eyebrows slightly raised in surprise. Kigali was very skilled in preventing anyone from discovering clues, including telling everyone not to disturb him if there was nothing to do. You must ask me first to find Xiao Lu, and let her have a time to notify. But Kigali didn't tell him about Baki Lulu's arrival. Chapter 544. I'm here. Hikue answered and quickly opened the door. Outside the door was Bakililu, who was not wearing a military uniform. Although she had temporarily left the Atlantic Federation, it was obvious that Bakililu had no intention of becoming an Orb soldier. Miss Bakililu, what's wrong? You are from Palace, right? Bakililu looked at the child in front of her and asked directly. She had never had the opportunity to be alone with this person before, but since the experience at Kaohsiung Spaceport, she had never let go of the doubts in her heart. Although there was no clear cause and effect relationship between the conversation that day and what happened in East Asia afterwards, her intuition told her so. After all, Xiaoyou's existence itself was very strange. A child of this age would grow taller after a few months. But Xiaolu did not change at all. Come in and tell me. Hikue shrugged. Of course, this was not reflected in Xiaolu. I've heard about you, Miss Bakililu. As Hikue spoke, the detector in his body began to work, and soon confirmed that there was no eavesdropping device here before continuing. The war is over, you are free. Free. Hearing Xiaolu admit it like this, the questions and words that were prepared were on the tip of his tongue, but he couldn't say them. Are you still planning to return to the Atlantic Federation? Yes. Baki Lulu hesitated for a moment, but still said. Then go back. What? Hearing Hikue's sudden change of attitude, Baki Lulu's face became strange. The Atlantic Federation is different now. The Blue Universe and the Death Merchants have been cleansed. Your deeds can be used for publicity. I believe Orb and Plant will come forward to protect you. Not to mention the future, but there won't be too much danger. Hikue analyzed. He asked Baki Lulu to go back in order to plant some people in the Atlantic Federation, so that if something really happened, he wouldn't be too passive. Anyway, Baki Lulu would not go along with the crowd before, and she would not do it now. As for not wanting to reveal the news, that's not a big deal. She will find a way anyway. After Hikue finished speaking, Baki Lulu also fell into silence. Only after a long while did Baki Lulu continue. Will Orb agree? You can talk, and if it's your idea, Maru will help you. Hearing what Hikue said, Baki Lulu was obviously moved at this time. What's your purpose? To be an informant. Of course you don't have to do it. Just contact me if you feel guilty about anything. Okay. Although this undermines her previous principles, her principles have quietly changed a lot. Since there is a chance to go back, she will build the Atlantic Federation's army into her ideal army. If there is something that really cannot be solved, then it is not impossible to cooperate with Palace a little. Then happy cooperation. Happy cooperation. The two shook hands. However, just when the two sides reached a consensus, the first-level combat alarm in the ship suddenly began to sound wildly. Captain Bakililu, please come to the bridge immediately. Bakililu's personal communicator rang, and Chisaka's voice came from it. What happened? We are being targeted by pirates, probably deserters from the Atlantic Federation, and there are 3 Nelson-class ships. Chisaka's voice was not urgent. Just in case, Kira and the others are already in place. Miss Bakililu, come here too. Okay. For the experienced Kusanagi crew, dealing with a pirate was no problem at all. Just be careful of the regular army troops that might be mixed in there. Baki Lulu left like this, and Hikue followed the woman to the bridge just in case. Do you think this is a normal attack? Baki Lulu turned her head and looked at Xiao Lu, who was following behind her, and asked. Not sure, but it's always better to be safe. As the two talked, they arrived at the bridge under the urgent ringing of the bell. What's the situation? Baki Lulu walked all the way to the guest seat next to the captain and asked. Kigali, who was also here, nodded to Xiaolu when she saw him coming. I warned them just now, but they didn't listen. We can only send them out. Try not to kill them, destroy the power, and notify the army in charge of this place. Baki Lulu stopped talking. This space was originally under the jurisdiction of the Atlantic Federation. Perhaps because of this reason, the stability here has also declined rapidly after the Atlantic Federation lost control. There is a port of waste dealers near this space. We can notify them. Chisaka looked at the map of the universe and said, "Okay, let's destroy their power first." Okay. Looking at the 3 daggers and 3 kins coming out of the Nelson class. At this time, the people on the bridge were not careless, and they were all doing their own things in an orderly manner. Soon, Kira's warrior equipped with Phoenix suit and Mu's assault equipped with Dragoon backpack rushed towards the 6 machines together. The 2 people in front were like gods of war, and they blew up all the machines and the power of the 3 Nelson class in just a few seconds. Mu and Kira easily solved the situation in front of them. Hearing the pirates begging for mercy, Hikue's brows did not relax. I said nothing happened. Seeing the pirates in front of him being solved smoothly, Kigali said to him softly, "Don't be careless. If it was a test, it was possible. I will be careful, don't worry." Kigali did not refute after hearing this, but patted Hikue on the shoulder. "We will meet soon. Can you not set a flag?" Hikue smiled bitterly. They are still 5 hours away from the border of the plant radar station. It's not too far, and even if they are testing, they may not attack. Even if they attack, he is still here. Anyway, call me if you need anything. You are leaving again? Hearing this, Kigali frowned in dissatisfaction. Come over, I have things to do, and there are still a lot of basic tests to complete. But I will hang up. Okay. Hearing Hikue's words, the resentment on Kigali's face was slightly restrained. Then he touched Hikue's head again. I heard that Plant arranged the highest standard hotel for us after we went there. Of course. Hikue nodded as a matter of course. Hearing Hikue's words, Kigali's face turned red. Take me to visit it when the time comes. Why visit the hotel? Hikue did not ask, but gently grabbed Kigali's hand. Of course. Chapter 545. At the same time, on the other side, on the bridge of an Archangel-class ship. At this time, Mathis was staring at the inconspicuous light in the distance slowly disappearing from his sight. Their current combat power is too strong, and Hikue may be there. It's not a good time to attack. Cruzit said with narrowed eyes. Humph. With just a slight snort, Mathis continued. Where are the people that Finderson promised us? They are already in place, and there are still 15 AI-controlled machines, but with Hikue as the director, their current infiltration in ZFT is not deep enough, and they cannot get the appropriate machine technology. That guy again! Hearing Hikue's name again, Mathis pounded hard on the handle of the chair. A dull sound was heard. God knows how many times she regretted not killing him earlier on Earth. Hikue made her fully realize what it means to raise a tiger to cause trouble. The assassination against him cannot stop, and the importance and bonus are all placed at the highest level. The highest level is the level of the leader. It can be said that the assassination against Hikue is even more frequent and meticulous than that of Patrick. Okay. Cruz shrugged. We still have G-Series advanced information in the library. Give it to Finderson first. And as a deal, ask her to hand over the adjustment technology of those new humans to us. Matisse looked at Cruz's relaxed attitude with a sinister look. I try my best to arrange it. Ola is not a fool. Why would she give her child's genes to Matisse? She knows what Matisse is going to do. It is definitely to mass-produce combat adjusters. No, it should be called a combat coordinator. If they can't come up with it, then use your genes to compensate. Compared to my genes, shouldn't Master Mathis go find the strongest adjuster first? Cruz pointed to the paused image on the screen, and the warrior Gundam enlarged in front of Mathis. That's fine, as long as you have a way. Of course, he is not without weaknesses. Cruz said with a smile. Even the strongest adjuster can't get over the emotional barrier. Just be sensible. Aura should be able to delay your aging. If it succeeds this time, we can all witness a new world. Cruzit responded with a hint of sarcasm on his face, and said sarcastically, After all, he is the one who can turn himself back into a child. He should be quite knowledgeable about genes. While the two were planning, Kira, who had no idea that he was about to be plotted, was still chatting with Mu. As for Hikue, he had already quietly withdrawn his energy to his research. Only on the night when she returned home. On the bed, Shura had already changed into a pure white lace dress that didn't cover anything. It was a wedding dress, but it was more like that kind of dress. In short, it was a dress that could never be spread out. Besides Shurha, Su Lei, Myling, and Luna were also wearing the same dress. The scene was spectacular, and Ikue, who was used to big scenes, also felt an uncontrollable heat. "Does it look good?" Shurha asked softly. "Well, surprise?" "Yes, after all, someone has been with Lux and Elena every day recently." Su Lei covered her body with a thin blanket, with only a pair of slender and delicate legs sticking out from the blanket, and her feet painted with light pink nail polish playfully hooked Ikue. "Yes, that's it." Myling was shy but also complained, but Luna, who looked the most provocative, blushed and wanted to crawl to the ground. She had never thought of wearing such clothes with her sister. But thinking of Ikue's possible performance, Luna couldn't help looking at Ikue with a pair of innocent and moist eyes, like a little deer. Facing the beauty in front of him, Ikue also hugged the girl's slender waist under the guidance of Shurha. Everything is self-evident. Machine, Gundam X, 12014/50-000, with the unlocking of the abilities of 4 people and the addition of Gundam X, Ikue felt that the knowledge in his mind was enriched a little more. If he could meet Kigali earlier, the ecological adjustment could continue to improve. With hope for the future, Ikue hugged Shurha more forcefully. This also made the girl turn around in his arms, which was not very comfortable for her. The two of them rubbed their skin against each other, bringing a warm and delicate intimacy. "Sorry, are you uncomfortable?" Ikue said, and he relaxed his grip on Shurha's waist. "No." Shurha shook her head, and her long hair brushed across Ikue's body, causing a slight itch. And Shurha, as if to prove it, hugged Ikue more forcefully. "What's wrong?" Hearing the girl's thoughts, Ikue gently smoothed her brown hair. "Our wedding is in half a month," Shurha said softly in his ear with a little trepidation. "Yes." It was only a year or so, but it seemed like a lifetime. Of course, the life-threatening tests they endured every day also made their perception of time infinitely extended. "I will definitely give Shurha an unforgettable wedding." Ikue's voice was still gentle, but it carried the weight of a promise. "As long as you are here, it's enough." After Shurha finished her love words, she took the initiative to kiss Ikue. "You are so cheesy." Su Lei, who was about to go to sleep, opened her eyes when she heard this, with an expression that was obviously disgusted. Of course, although her expression was like this, her heart was sour. "It will all be there." Ikue laughed. "Humph, I don't want it. It's so cheesy." "Lei, please close your mouth when you say that." Myling, who was sleeping with her sister, looked at Su Lei and teased her with amusement. "Myling has grown up, and even the master dares to talk back." "Humph, I am better than Lei in this aspect now." "Who said that?" Su Lei lost her composure when she heard that, and directly pulled Myling, who was still holding Luna, over. "Did you say that?" Su Lei looked at Ikue dangerously. "I just counted. I lasted longer than Su Lei." Myling raised her wrist and saw the bracelet, which showed 2 times. Although it was just cold numbers, Su Lei felt a little shy when she saw it. "That doesn't count." "Who knows if you cheated?" "Then what do you want to do, Lei?" "Again!" "This time Luna will time it." Hearing that she was suddenly involved, and that she had to time that kind of thing, her sister, her face was already red. But before she could refuse, Su Lei had already pulled Myling and hugged Ikue beside her. Chapter 546. On the second day after a night of passionate exercise, Ikue and Lux arrived at the port of April City early in the morning. "Late last night?" Smelling the faint smell of shower gel on Ikue, Lux narrowed her eyes and asked Ikue, who was wearing a congressman's dark blue windbreaker. "Do you want to join, Lux?" No answer, but it was better than an answer. Although he only slept for less than 3 hours. But at this time, Ikue was still full of energy. "Are you going to say the same thing to Princess Orb later?" Looking at Ikue, who was speechless under her stare, a sly smile flashed in Lux's watery eyes. The agile look made people unable to help but look at him a few more times. And many of the soldiers on guard around did the same. "It's coming, your old lover, pay attention to your image," Senator He from Plant. Leica said this half-jokingly, because he was afraid that Ikue would flirt with the princess while they were talking about serious matters. Of course, Ikue would definitely not do this. Lux said this more to tease Ikue. As for why, she didn't know why, but she was in a bad mood and wanted to tease him. Got it. Facing Lux's deliberate teasing, Ikue swept his nose and looked honest. There was no way. If Lux didn't let her go, she would probably tease him again. Humph. Lux's small nose wrinkled slightly and snorted. "Why are you following me here instead of going to your father?" Ikue said with a smile. This time, they were not coming to South America but to Orb. In addition to them, Many congressmen were also present at the scene. As the chairman of the Foreign Affairs Committee, Kanaba must be there. Siegel also came here. And he was right in front of them. Is it not possible? Lux rolled her eyes at him, and said, Of course not, Lux can go wherever she wants. Hikue said, and took Lux's hand in a corner where no one could see. The delicate lines on the palm, and the slender and soft fingers were all in Hikue's grasp. And Lux, who was suddenly grabbed by the hand, seemed to be startled. Although her face did not show any sign, her fingers curled up slightly in her heart, and the well-trimmed round nails scratched across Hikue's palm, which brought a little strangeness. It was like flirting with him. And Lux just glared at Hikue with her watery eyes, but did not take her hand back. This person is always so perceptive. Just by the fact that she didn't want to go up, I knew that she was still wavering because of her identity. This thoughtfulness also warmed Lux's heart. Others thought she was strong, a qualified leader, and an idol singer standing above the 9 heavens. But no one thought she was someone who needed comfort. Some were afraid of her like Su Lei, and some respected her like most of her subordinates, but no one really understood and listened to her. The two held hands and welcomed the Kusanagi, which was slowly approaching. The Kusanagi, which looked like a sword, was now docked in the port surrounded by 12 Nazca-class ships. After the connector was automatically connected and the pressure valve opened, the passage gradually opened, and the orb delegation appeared in the formation where Kigali was surrounded by stars. Of course, Xiaolu, Kira, and others stayed on the ship and waited. Kigali's eyes lit up when she saw Hikue, and then her attention quickly returned to Siegel and Kanaba, who were coming from the opposite side. Member Klein, Member Kanaba, it's nice to meet you too. Kigali at this moment was completely different from before. The polite smile on her face was appropriate, and even the dashing movements under the white slim military uniform made her look more neat. Except for her age, she looked nothing like the original Kigali. Of course, thinking that Kigali was wearing the red-hot suit he had picked, Hikue's eyes became more eager. Your eyes are almost like you're going to eat me right here, Leica said mercilessly. Not really. Hikue felt that he had good control over his eyes, and it was probably because of Leica's power to spy on people's hearts. While the two were talking, they walked up together under Siegel's suggestion. Ms. Asha, let me introduce you. This is my beloved daughter Leica, and this is Mr. Hikue, the counselor of Maze City. I have heard of you two for a long time. Kigali managed her expression well, and she didn't feel that there was any excessive relationship between the two. Then our negotiation schedule with your country will start tomorrow. During this time, please go to the hotel to stay, Miss Kigali. The smile on Siegel's face was kind and friendly, with the kindness of an elder. Okay, thank you all. Kigali just nodded seriously, and then looked at Hikue standing next to Leica. We are extremely sorry for the incident that Senator Hikue encountered due to our negligence. If Counselor he is free, can you please discuss this with us? Kigali bowed slightly in front of him, and her face showed a little apology. Of course, in the eyes of Hikue, who had been with Kigali for a long time, the girl's apology was a little stiff, not as natural as Leica and others. Several people at the scene were shocked to hear Kigali's words, and opened their mouths slightly. First of all, Erika understood. Looking at the two of them at this time, she naturally understood their plan. They were just planning to date at public expense, but they made it so elegant. As for Kanaba and Siegel on the other side, they were a little surprised, but Kigali's actions were not excessive. After all, Hikue is too important at the moment, and even Orb doesn't want to offend him. It is estimated that they want to find a way to make up for it before the negotiation begins, so that Hikue's attitude will be relaxed. Hikue is not their subordinate, and they can't command him. Immediately, everyone looked at Hikue, waiting for his answer. Of course, I also want to have a good talk with your country. Hikue smiled. Hearing Hikue's answer, neither Erika nor Klein was surprised at all. It's just that the two sides' ideas are obviously different, and Leica is the one who sees it most clearly. She watched the two finish their performance, and then said slowly, Then I will take the center and participate in this conversation. We are all the same age. Leica smiled cutely, and her eyes looked straight at Kigali, making the girl unable to refute for a while. In this way, the conversation between the three was confirmed under Kigali's confusion and Leica's smile. Chapter 547. In this way, the three of them got into the car together. As a high and long car, the back seat is similar to a square table, where everyone can sit opposite each other. Hikue and Leica sat together, while Kigali sat opposite them. Although she was quite angry about Leica who came to disrupt the situation, she couldn't show it. I wonder what the relationship between Miss Leica and Counselor he is. Kigali asked with a stiff smile on her face. Miss Kigali, what do you think the relationship is? Lakis said, and naturally grabbed Hikue's hand, as if to claim sovereignty. Ahem. Facing Kigali's strange gaze, Hikue coughed a few times unnaturally. That. Before he finished the second half of the sentence, Kigali, who knew the truth, did not hide it anymore, and bent down in front of Hikue. She pushed him against the seat of the car like a wall dong. Be careful. Facing Kigali's fiery gaze, Hikue avoided the girl's eyes, and said. Without giving Hikue a chance to continue, Kigali kissed Hikue's lips. Not only Hikue, but even Lakis was at a loss for a moment when watching the scene. After all, in her opinion, the girl should have no experience and should be shy in this regard, but she didn't expect that she would kiss him while she was still holding Hikue's hand. But it was obviously impossible for her to join. But at this time, Lux watched the two people in front of her seem to be getting more and more intimate, and listened to the more excessive voices in her ears. Lux subconsciously licked her lips like a kitten, and then quickly realized what she had done. Lux felt shy, and stepped on the instep of Hikue with her small high-heeled leather shoes. Attacked from both sides, Hikue was in pain and happiness at this time. Let's talk about it when we get back. Grabbing the gap where Kigali was breathing, Hikue said vaguely against Kigali's lips. Oh! It was the first time for Kigali to do this in front of a strange girl. Her face was a little red, and she felt a little shy. But thinking that she had successfully declared her sovereignty, Kigali's shyness was suppressed again. She looked at Lakis with a little pride on her face. I didn't expect you two to have such a good relationship. It seems that plant can no longer satisfy Counselor He? Facing Kigali's gaze, Lakis asked with a smile. We are in love with each other. Kigali snorted. Is that so? That's quite a coincidence. Lakis laughed again, and kissed Hikue on the lips before he could react. This time it was Kigali's turn to be at a loss. She just looked at the two of them, and suddenly Kigali thought of something. After a slight hesitation, Kigali stretched out her slender fingers towards Hikue's vitals. Feeling Kigali's half-baked technique, Hikue, who was being held back, seriously suspected that the two of them were working together to play with him. How come he is the one being besieged? Hikue thought, and felt the car slowed down after leaving the highway, and Lakis finally let Hikue go. However, due to the continuous consumption, the two were still connected by the crystal thread after they separated, which looked quite ambiguous. We are almost there. Lakis looked at the movement of Kigali's hand, and sighed in his heart, but still raised his eyebrows and said. Hikue was speechless at this time, although it was about 2 kilometers away from the hotel. But if he goes out in this state, he already has the title of a fan of something, and now he probably has to add a self-driving car guy. It's scary to think about it. And the fans of these two people combined can probably drown him. Hikue's face became more helpless when he thought about it. Looking at Hikue's helpless face, and nowhere to vent, Lux was satisfied. Kigali, although not satisfied, but the car was about to arrive, and it was impossible to get off like this. She was disheveled at this time, with wrinkles all over her clothes, and a little bit revealing. If she really went out like this, her title as Princess Orb would be lost. In summary, the three of them finally returned to their respective positions, and began to tidy up their appearances silently. Can you hold it in? Lakis approached Hikue, and asked attentively. Looking at the cunning Lakis, and the faint fragrance in his nose, Hikue's eyes became a little deeper. If Miss Lakis comes over again, I will really be rude. It was definitely not his style to continue to let Lux go on and passively counterattack. Hikue said this, and started his attack without mercy. Stop! Seeing that the situation was getting more and more intense, Lux couldn't help but said in the weird eyes of Kigali on the opposite side. Well, it's a pity. Seeing that time was really running out, neither of them dared to do anything else. At this time, Kigali gave Hikue a resentful look, and then put her hand on Hikue's congressman's clothes. She stroked him gently, looking virtuous. We're all getting off the bus, really. She grumbled cutely, and soon with the help of Kigali, Hikue also returned to the way he was when he got on the bus. The two of them relied on their strong willpower, and their facial expressions returned to normal. As for the inside, it can only be said that it was as hot as the artificial sun outside. Then please follow me, Miss Kigali, Hikue said with a smile while looking at Kigali. Okay. Although the two seemed normal, Erika looked at them with some doubt. After all, Kigali's ears were too red. But it shouldn't be that serious, right? Lakis was there too. Erika knew that Lakis was going with them, so she let Kigali go with them. It couldn't be that Hikue and Lakis were also there, and then there were 3 people in there. Impossible, absolutely impossible. They were 2 princesses. How could this be possible? Shocked by her own thoughts, Erika silently said to herself, and her pace quickened. How could Hikue take over the child she had raised? She would never allow it. Not knowing Erika's excitement, the others arrived at the reception room inside the hotel. The reception room looked quite decent at this time. People from both sides were sitting on both sides. After inviting Hikue to take a seat, Kigali stood up from her seat. So regarding this incident, let me first express my apologies to Counselor Hikue on behalf of Orb. Kigali bowed slightly. The amount was not large, but considering that Kigali was representing Orb at this time, Hikue had no complaints. Chapter 548. First, regarding the flagship lost by Counselor we, Aurora Society, will work with you to develop a new flagship of the highest level as a replacement, Kigali said, looking at Erika. Then, on the conference table between the two of them, some concept drawings of the new ship were displayed. Of course, they were just concept drawings. The streamlined design was a bit like the Kusanagi, but with 3 bows, but with countless small miniature light shields around it. There was even a thermal ram at the front of the middle bow, and positron cannons on the bows on both sides. The whole machine looks like a deadly weapon, and it is actually very deadly. You mean the Shugwang Society wants to cooperate with us? Hikue quickly grasped the key point. Helping to manufacture, that means cooperation. It's just sharing some technology. Relatively speaking, we will also install many new weapons on it. Erika said that many new weapons introductions suddenly appeared on the concept map. The shipborne miniaturized light shield can be used to resist attacks from all directions. Compared with the original light shield system, it is more flexible and energy-saving. As for the thermal ram, there are also many other technological points, such as high-speed positron cannon and phantom particle-covered laminated armor. And what they need to give is probably the same engine as the Meteor, and some information about the elastic wing system. After all, the thrusters behind this battleship actually use elastic wing drive to ensure flexibility. If it can be done well, it may be stronger than their new ship. I can't make the decision on this. Although he is the director of the Design Bureau and a member of the National Defense Committee, the elastic wing is not his. Of course, I understand. She just wanted to see if Hikue would refuse immediately. Seeing Hikue's interest, Erika also had some plans. Later, Orb also gave him some benefits, such as 50 million in compensation and the ability to study at the Shugwang Society. Hikue accepted some of them, and declined some of them. In short, the group had a very pleasant conversation. Erika also strictly guarded the last dinner session, so Hikue left the hotel. Just leaving like that? Lakis, who had only participated as a middleman, was in the car at this time, raising her eyebrows and asked him. After all, she is the princess of Orb, you can't go to someone else's room, right? Hikue answered seriously. Are you planning to come back later? Looking at Hikue's appearance, Lakis narrowed her eyes and asked. How is it possible? That's it. Lux rolled her eyes at Hikue. Hikue didn't answer this time, but just looked at Lux with a smile. Suddenly, Lux remembered what Setona said. With Hikue's current relationship, if she could really master it, she would have the power to control the world. This power would definitely be able to exert a stronger power as long as it was guided. She still had confidence in Hikue. After all, even she didn't kidnap Hikue in the first place, so how could that girl kidnap Hikue? With a strange feeling, Lux did not stop him at this time. She just turned her head and looked at the familiar scenery of April City outside the window and continued. They are still sincere in their cooperation this time. Yes, after all, it is estimated that Orb does not want to start a war again. Hikue nodded. As an industrial country, Orb cannot sell weapons even if it declares neutrality, although it can sell civilian heretics through the Waste Merchants Association. But that is not the big deal after all. Compared with their daggers and Jin, which has a decentralized operating system and can be controlled by natural people, heretics are actually not competitive. The cost performance is worse than Jin, and only the customization ability is stronger. But compared with Jin, it is still too expensive. It is better to buy Jin directly than to buy low-end products, and it is better to buy daggers or Shigu with more diverse equipment and more moderate performance than to buy high-end products. In short, they are not dominant in civilian use. And if you are not careful, you may be. After several rounds of comparison, it is still more profitable to export ordinary industrial products. You know your skills, right? Lux moved closer to Hikue, and the orchid-like breath gently patted Hikue's face as the girl's cherry lips closed. Of course I have it. I won't give what I shouldn't give. Hikue said, as a matter of course. That's good. If you give away that hydroponic chamber technology, you be in big trouble. Lux pinched Hikue's face like she was playing with a toy. It's so thick. By the way, did Mentor Malchio look for you? Teacher? Lakis was stunned when she heard the name suddenly, then shook her head. Did ask us for the hydroponic technology when we built the hydroponic chamber before. But it was too chaotic and it was not the right time, so my father refused. Now that the food crisis has been resolved, there is naturally nothing to worry about. Are you doubting the teacher? Lakis, as perceptive as ever. Just by looking at Hikue's expressionless face, she guessed the answer. Yes, his speech and activities in Copernicus were suspicious enough. How did you know about Copernicus? Lakis was not someone who could be easily fooled. After hearing about Copernicus, she quickly asked. I have an informant, and many residents of Copernicus saw the speech at that time. After hearing Hikue's explanation, Lakis shrugged without comment. The mentor should have some new research results on seed. There is no big problem. At least without any indirect or direct evidence, the mentor will not be suspected. Lakis said. So what do you think, Lakis? After the two incidents of the anti-neutron jammer and the hydroponic chamber. Hearing Hikue's words, Lakis avoided the boy's eyes. As a leader of peace in the world, does he really not understand the meaning behind doing this? The anti-neutron jammer at the beginning can be regarded as for the many civilians in the world. After all, the environment on Earth was really bad at that time. If there was no more energy, more people would die. But if the anti-neutron jammer goes to Earth, how can we ensure its reasonable use? Will we even use it for anything without authorization? There are too many problems here. This is especially true for the hydroponic chamber. At that time, the food supply was only cut off for a short time, and the countries did not suffer much loss except for the bombing of the plant food warehouse. But he was a little anxious. The most important thing is to find evidence, as long as it is indirect. Otherwise, the status of the mentor is not something we can shake. Lux lowered her head and thought for a long time, and finally said. Chapter 549. That night, Hikue planned to set off again from the asteroid. But at this time, Lika appeared in front of his door again. It's so late. Where are you going, Counselor He? Lika asked with a smile. Isn't Lika on holiday? I don't want to take a holiday recently. Shrugging, Lika moved closer to Hikue. There was only a fist's distance between the two. I won't tell others about Counselor He's whereabouts. Relatively, I think. Lika paused after saying this, with a hint of reverie. Of course, I welcome Lika to join. Lika is an elite red-clothed warrior, a great general for him. She is indeed very strong as a bodyguard, and the two of them know each other well. How did you know that? Lika, who thought she could tease Hikue, was a little depressed. Because of your eyes. That was the look of an ambitious person, not a lover. He had seen too much, so he could tell the difference naturally. And Lika had seen enough of everything about him, so if she really wanted to do it, she would have done it long ago. Huh? Lika snorted as a reply. Also, I didn't sneak away. Hikue smiled. He didn't know what Lika had misunderstood. But he did plan to take the two of them with him. I'm going to the hotel where you are staying as a representative of the orb side. As one of the counselors, Hikue had the power to act freely, as long as he didn't leave the plant. It's just that he had been playing it safe before, so he didn't make any unusual moves. But now, as his technology becomes stronger, his ability to protect himself becomes stronger. Ah. Hearing Hikue's words, Lika was a little embarrassed. She thought Hikue was going somewhere to have fun at night. After all, they looked alike. Okay, call TB, let's go. As for Lika, she is in the probation period now. Old classmates are worried. After scolding Hikue, Lika still nodded. As one of the shadows, who has always been following Hikue, she knows Hikue better than most people, and is more aware of Hikue's future. Since they have already gone to the universe, why not go to a farther place to have a look? She has been in darkness since birth, and in fact, she yearns for unknown things in her heart more than ordinary people. Your eyes will be cured soon. Are you lying to me again? I know your research very well. Hearing this, Hikue smiled and left the asteroid. Surrounded by 12 birds of the latest technology, Hikue came to the hotel. And his birds naturally spread around to replace the plant agents stationed around. Of course, those agents did not know the existence of Hikue's bird. Under all-round monitoring, everything around was transmitted in 3D to the asteroid's quantum computer, which had been initially successfully researched, and then returned to the lens of Hikue's contact lens. It can be said that as long as he wants this building and the nearby streets, he has no privacy at all. Hikue is not a person with bad taste, nor does he have the habit of peeping at others. So after confirming that there is no threat, he removed the surveillance from the computer. And in such a safe situation, Hikue also came to the door of the Kajiali Hotel. Miss Kajali. Hikue knocked on the door in a primitive way. Who? Take out. Puff. Hearing Hikue's familiar words, Kigali inside couldn't help but laugh. Then the precious carved wooden door opened. The girl with golden hair wearing only a bath towel appeared in front of Hikue. Her rosy face was very attractive. Come in. The shy girl poked her golden head out and looked around before pulling the boy into the room. Why are you so late? After entering the room, Kigali looked at Hikue with dissatisfaction. There are some things to deal with. Hikue smiled and hugged Kigali. Good things are coming. If he was not old enough, Hikue would have wanted to open a bottle of wine to celebrate. However, just when Hikue wanted to take a step further, the bracelet on Hikue's hand suddenly rang. The rapid ringing sounded as if something big had happened. After giving Kigali a calming look, Hikue quickly pressed the communication button. Matthias? Senator he, long time no see. Why are you calling now? Hikue said helplessly. I don't want to either. I just returned to May City and brought you bad news. What bad news? My sister hates you so much that she has raised her assassination force to the highest level. Matthias said helplessly on the other end of the phone. The highest level? That's the level of leaders and the most important researchers. Anyway, you should be careful. Those people may find you soon. Hearing what Matthias said, Hikue narrowed his eyes slightly. Although he could still think of this, but what power do they have now? Hikue asked. A clone fighting organization is still cooperating with an unknown force, which is the most troublesome. In short, although I don't think their power can successfully assassinate you, you should still be careful. Then, there are still many things to do. Hang up first, and talk later. It seems that he is really busy. Matthias hung up the phone after speaking. Hikue's expression also became more serious. If Aura can really control people's minds, then they will leak a lot of information. But at least no one should know that he came here. Just as Hikue calmed down, Shura's communication came over. Hikue, the moon mine was blown up. Bombed? Hearing Shura's words, Hikue was stunned for a moment and quickly reacted. Casualties. No big problem, they were all driving small MSs when the accident happened, and the attackers were pirates driving Thunder, who were stopped by our garrison, but he said he was sent by Palace before he blew himself up. Hearing this, Hikue was speechless. Now that he knew that he had to intensify his assassination efforts, this happened. You can guess who did this. But what's the point of it other than preventing him from making money? Test him. I understand. Keep calm first, and let ZFT investigate over there. Okay, you better come back quickly. I know. Their actions may be to lure Aegis to the moon. But with such an obvious plan, he was a little unsure of the other party's purpose. Chapter 550. Hikue had just hung up the call with Shura, and Kigali on the other side hugged him. Did something bad happen? Looking at the frown on the boy's forehead, Kigali gently smoothed the wrinkles on it. Yes. Hikue sighed. And then, he felt a light kiss on his lips. Are you leaving? Kigali said reluctantly, while sticking to Hikue's body. It was a rare time for the two of them, and it was obvious that the girl was very reluctant to leave. We don't have to leave right away. Let's take a shower together, right? Anyway, there's no rush, and if we lose our composure now, we might fall into a trap. As for the moon, we can take a break here. He still has quite a bit of savings now. Ah? On the other side, hearing Hikue's direct words, Kigali blushed immediately. I just finished showering. It's okay, I help Kigali shower again. You're the one doing the showering. Although she said so, Hikue still pulled Kigali by the wrist and put her into the ridiculously large bathtub that was even big enough for swimming. The bubble bath with Kigali is very spectacular, ability value plus 100. Kigali Asha's favorability 122. Favorability bonus 6. Physique A level 67151/100 000. Academics, Ecological Simulation 3148/50 000. Hikue gently carried her from the bright bathroom back to the big bed in the room. Are you going to start? Hikue asked gently. Yes. Hugging her quilt tightly, Kigali nodded with a watery look in her eyes. Then Hikue's movements were very gentle all night. Although Kigali's body was just a natural person, it was still very tough. Although it was just one round, it only hurt for a while. With satisfaction after the hard work, Kigali's eyes were still wet with some water stains. After feeling Hikue's movements, she hugged him again. It can't be considered a hug, it's the same as being held tightly. Where are you going? Blow your hair, Hikue said with a smile. Oh! Hearing this, Kigali felt sweet in her heart, and then she loosened her shackles on Hikue. After getting the hair dryer without a socket, Hikue returned to the bed, leaned on the backrest, let Kigali rest her head on his legs, and he gently blew the girl's hair. Is there really nothing wrong? Kigali moaned comfortably, and then asked in a drowsy state. It's okay. Hikue couldn't bear to disturb Kigali's rest, so he didn't tell the truth. Even if he did, Kigali would only worry in vain. It would be better to hide it from the beginning. Thinking that the atmosphere between the two was filled with quiet beauty again. In this way, after coaxing Kigali to sleep, Hikue returned to his room not far away. The night passed quietly, and the negotiations on the second day officially began in the afternoon. After a half-day rest, Kigali regained her spirits. The things that had been discussed before and various cooperation projects were also put on the table. We approve your immigration plan, but under the current circumstances, it is indeed difficult to help you create another colony satellite. Kanaba was in a high-standard reception room attached to the Supreme Council of April City, looking at the orb proposal in front of him, with a bit of difficulty on his face. Hearing this, Kigali sat up straighter. The new colony satellite uses the funnel-shaped colony satellite that Plant is good at, so manufacturing is not a problem. And after the colony satellite is manufactured, we can fully carry out many of our future cooperative projects on it. For example, the Technical Research Institute for Mutual Cooperation required for interstellar exploration, and the transit station for trade between the two sides. We think this is a proposal that benefits both parties. Hearing Kigali's fluent words, the people of the Obuma family, who originally needed to save the situation at a critical moment, showed some relief. Of course, it is impossible for Kigali to come alone in such an occasion. There is a whole team behind her. However, this is also a part of Yuzumi's test, so unless Kigali is really incompetent, they will not interfere at all. It is both protection and inspection. At this time, Kanaba nodded after hearing this. She can naturally see these benefits, but negotiations are like this, with tests between you and me. Hikue, who watched the two sides struggling for most of the day, was also listening carefully. After all, it was a negotiation between the two sides, and he might have to face it in the future. Talking on paper is not as useful as the experience gained from actual observation. The two sides talked until nightfall, and it was almost time for dinner before they reached a preliminary consensus, as expected of the daughter of the Orb Lion. At this time, after getting the support from Orb and the talent immigration plan that he wanted, Kanaba's smile was a little brighter than at the beginning. There was no sign of fatigue. I am also very happy to have this opportunity to talk in detail with Counselor Kanaba and Counselor Hikue. I have learned a lot from you too. The same is true for Kigali. After all, the cooperative construction project of the new colony satellite has been initially finalized, and at the East Asian side is also cooperated. At least in the short term, Orb will also usher in real peace. There will be no large-scale wars, and we can also develop deep space together. In short, the future is still very bright. Of course, as the daughter of the Orb Lion, Kigali's coming here this time is just a preliminary intention. The subsequent cooperation and the signing of the formal contract still need to wait for Orb's Foreign Minister Maki to come and finalize the details. That will not be completed in half a day. After all, the contract has many rules and regulations, which are related to national affairs, and no one will be careless. Miss Kaguri is really amazing. A young man working in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Maki's family sighed at Kaguri's cool back after leaving. At the same time, there was a hint of eagerness in his eyes. It is hard to imagine that a girl in her teens can be so mature to finish the entire agenda. He was ready to help, but he was surprised by the result. If it was Miss Kigali, she would definitely be able to lead us in the future. The people from the Maki family sighed to Erika on the side. Yeah, Kigali is indeed doing well now, and she is also very relieved. It would be better if she didn't flirt with that kid Hikue. Erika thought resentfully, and looked at Kira, who had been listening to the meeting as a transparent person. Director Erika? Facing Erika's gaze, Kira blinked strangely. Kira, go find Hikue for dinner. In order for him not to harass Kigali, Kira had to drag him along. They were leaving tomorrow anyway. As for her, she certainly couldn't send him off herself. Hikue was some kind of young lady killer. Huh? Chapter 551. Just like that, Hikue, who was originally having dinner with Kigali, was looking at Kira in front of him in the hotel's private room and felt helpless. And Kira was also uncomfortable being looked at. If Kigali didn't want to, it would be fine, but the problem was that his sister also looked at him with resentment before leaving. It made him look like a bad guy. And it was very embarrassing. I don't know what Kira wants to talk to me about, Hikue asked knowingly. It's Kira's super-adjusted brain was thinking desperately at this time, and then he felt a light bulb light up in his head. Right. Director, he should know Aslan, right? He wanted to ask this question a long time ago. But before, either the timing was wrong or the situation was urgent, so it was delayed until now. I know him. Hikue's face was a little strange. After all, Aslan should not have told Kira that his father was the speaker. First of all, Aslan was incognito when he was in Copernicus. After that, because of his intervention, there was no big fight between the two. Where is he now? Kira had a bit of a dilemma on his face, but still asked. On the mission. The rest is confidential. Oh! Kira lowered his head, knowing that he had crossed the line, and looked like he was about to say something but stopped. By the way, you two are classmates, right? For the sake of his brother-in-law, Hikue still said. Yes, in Copernicus. Then I also know his mother. Do you want to meet her? Auntie Relanoa. Seeing Kira about to fall off the chair, Hikue had a question mark on his forehead. At this moment, Kira's heart was also surging like a wave. After all, even he had heard of Hikue's title of young woman killer. Didn't you see that Erika only dared to let him come? Thinking that Auntie Relanoa was indeed very beautiful, Kira was entangled. Should he warn Hikue for his friend? And Hikue, facing Kira's increasingly weird eyes, finally remembered his reputation. Or a stain. Is this the end? Didn't he just give Erika a flower more than a year ago? Why did things turn out like this? Is it definitely someone pushing it on purpose? After a speechless sigh, Hikue continued. Well, first of all, I'm a serious person. And Director Erika's flower was just a whim. Director Renoa and I are just partners in agricultural cooperation. Hikue, who was afraid that Kira would seek justice for Aslan, still explained. Although he would not be too scared of Kira in this state, it is better to have less trouble than more. Aslan does not want to know that he has suddenly become a father in the heart of his friend. If Patrick knew, his life would be in danger in a minute. I'm sorry. Listening to Hikue's explanation, Kira didn't know whether he believed it or not, but at least he stood up and said sorry. He also bowed politely. No, I'm just explaining. Anyway, if you want to see him, I can ask Director Renoya for you. It's impossible to meet face-to-face in private, but I can still let you have a video call. Although Hikue has now withdrawn from the hydroponic cabin. But Lenoya is an agricultural researcher, and she is still in charge of the project there. So she can't easily contact the outside world. Then it's troublesome. Since I can't see Aslan, it's also good to ask my aunt. No matter what I thought just now, Kira looked at Hikue with gratitude. Will Kira go to the new satellite later? Yes. I am also interested in space development. Kira smiled shyly, as if he were just a normal teenager talking about his dreams. In that case, we might have cooperation. As they talked, the dinner ended. Both Kigali, and he had a lot of things to do, so Hikue could only leave with regret. On the other side, Hikue contacted Renoa as agreed. It was just Patrick who answered the call. Looking at the other party's cold face, Hikue really wanted to ask if the current speaker was so idle, and why did they have such a tacit understanding? Rick, what are you doing? Lenoya pushed Patrick unhappily, and then looked at Hikue. I know, I will contact him. Thinking of the boy who often played with Aslan during her working hours, Lenoya's smile became a little gentler. I didn't expect that the young people back then would have such achievements, which is also a gratifying thing. Then let's talk business. Patrick coughed and said. He really didn't have that much free time, and having business was one of the reasons. At present, the development of electromagnetic pulse nanorobots is enough, which is also our main means of defending against nuclear bombs. But we don't have enough people with spatial cognition ability. Patrick said helplessly. Weapons are useless if no one uses them. So I want you to lead the development of a second-generation Dragoon system, at least to lower the operating threshold. Okay. Hikue also responded after hearing this. He still has so many quantum communications in his mind, and he can indeed develop a second-generation Dragoon. But recently on the moon. The terrorist attack on the moon is indeed our negligence. We will strengthen security. Patrick nodded. The attack on the moon was aimed at Hikue. Naturally, Hikue suffered the most losses. But considering the recent situation on the moon, Counselor, he should be more careful recently. I understand. The two of them hung up the phone, and Hikue stood up from his office chair and looked helplessly under the table. Smiling, I said it's business, right? The girl was curled up in there. She didn't do anything but touched him, but she looked pitiful. It was hard to say anything harsh. But Hikue really didn't expect Smiling to be so bold. But wasn't Hikue like this when I was teaching before? There is obviously a big difference between teaching and talking to the speaker. Thinking about it, Hikue laughed first. Okay, like a greedy cat. You can go back now. What about the second generation of dragoons? When Myling heard about going back, she licked her lips, but reason prevailed. That's not urgent. He now has to find a way to improve the defense on the asteroid. After all, technology is becoming more and more advanced, and it would be terrible if the light shield was breached. And to continue to enhance the defense, a more dense structure is needed, such as the all-round automatic defense system mentioned by Director Erica. Chapter 552. After a night of passion, Hikue, who was a little more energetic, looked at the computer in front of him in the radar control room on his asteroid. Although the quantum computer has not been fully unlocked, the progress is encouraging. It won't be long before his quantum computer comes out. Of course, at present, it can also assist in handling some things, such as the data verification process of the second-generation Dragoon system in front of him. It has saved him a lot of time. And the next step is, Lingos's debut will be held at the Alaska Peace Summit, but first a series of actual tests on Earth are required. Have you chosen the test pilot? At this moment, on the other side of the screen, Gior looked at him seriously as usual. Earth, Alaska, he also guessed Gior's purpose. Team Gior. Yes. Jewel nodded after hearing this, and then, there was a little visible entanglement on his face. Team Gior, if the negotiations in Alaska go smoothly, with our guarantee, you should be able to come back. Hikue said in cooperation. Now that Lux is here with him, it is obvious that Gior's original intention was to find him. After all, Patrick, as the speaker who is about to leave, can't handle this kind of thing for the sake of his reputation. It's troublesome. Hearing Hikue's words, Gior's face became more entangled. It's nothing else. He also owed a favor to Hikue. But now is a great opportunity. If the negotiations go smoothly, then the Klein faction will no longer have to target them. The rest is to let Hikue communicate with the Klein faction. It is very likely that the incident of the refugee ship can be turned over in the military court. After thinking for a while, Gior continued. If little Isaac comes back this time, I want him to take my place and become a counselor of March City first. The Klein faction will not let him take Ms. Gior's place. Hikue shook his head and said. In his memory, the reason why Gior could become a counselor after the war was not only because of Durandal's guarantee, but also because he had helped Lakis. In other words, for the Klein faction, Gior was also one of their own. In addition, the Seraph faction was almost disintegrated at that time. They don't have any good candidates to take over as the National Defense Commissioner. But now both factions are still there, and he has never turned against them to save Lakis, so the Klein faction will not help him. Letting him get away with it is the best outcome. I know, but what if he is not from the Seraph faction? Gior said seriously, looking at Hikue with his eyes, and the meaning was self-evident. March City and Marcius Asina Company, I am not worried about falling into the hands of others. Marcius Asina Company is a military enterprise located in March City, outside the Integrated Design Bureau. Production of combat weapons, of course. As a satellite of military aerospace engineering and shipbuilding engineering, March City also manufactures most of the outer armor of warships. It belongs to March City's own design bureau. I understand, I try it. If Isaac is under his faction, then it is indeed possible. This is true both from public opinion and from the attitude of the Klein faction. It must be said that this Aisharia Jewel is also worried about her son's future. But he can't sit still, right? Hikue asked the key question. He could solve the problem if he tried hard, but the problem was his own idea. Hikue thought it was a bit unrealistic to ask Yitzhak to calm down and become a member of parliament. After all, he was only 16 or 17 years old. Well, I will train him slowly, and before that, I have a candidate. Okay. Hearing that Gior had arranged everything, Hikue agreed. This deal was not a loss for him. After shutting down the communication, Hikue also controlled Aegis, who he left in Alaska. Aegis was already hiding at this time, and he had already swept the area within 10 kilometers. He confirmed that there was no threat. Even so, Hikue still did not dare to be careless at this time. At least the tribe must want to blow up this place. We still have to let them transport some birds down. It just so happened that the Waste Merchants Association should also go down. Hikue planned, and came to the lunar city Copernicus during this gap. Because the transportation of food has gradually recovered, and the Atlantic Federation has left. At this time, Copernicus has become rare and peaceful. Of course, the economy of Copernicus has plummeted immediately after the Atlantic Federation left. Without the adjusters and natural persons, there are only some residents who are still in the institute. And supporting service personnel. It seems to have returned to the time when Copernicus was just established. Hikue didn't worry about this. Anyway, they have a backer, and someone will come back soon. With so much area here, there will be so many projects to be done in the future. Why worry about no one? Hikue is still worried about his mine now. Without the income from the mine, although he still has some working capital, it is really worrying that he only has money going out and no money coming in. According to Matthias's investigation, the attackers should use lava tube caves as cover. What is a lava tube cave? It is an extremely spacious pipeline formed naturally by magma flowing through the interior of the moon. It can be regarded as a natural base with shelter. In the beginning, when humans were not capable of building colonies, they conducted scientific research in lava tubes. Some even speculated that there might be water ice in the tubes, which means there were microorganisms. As for now, of course, it is no longer necessary. They have all colonized Mars. It is just obvious that someone is recycling waste. In other words, they may have a secret base underground on the moon. The secret base on the moon. Looking at the moon model in front of him, Hikue fell into deep thought. Although the moon is small, it is relative to the Earth, and it is still too big for him personally. If it was just the beginning of colonization, it would be easy to find a skylight to enter the pipeline. Just find the front of the moon. After all, only when it is hit by a meteorite can a skylight that leads directly to the pipeline appear. But with the current excavation technology, they only need to determine the location and use a special technology similar to the scale motor system to drill into the ground. If you drill into the ground, there will be vibrations. It seems that the bird can't be used here. If you want to explore the ground, you need a gadget that can go deep underground. The equipment they used to attack him was quite interesting. But the power consumption is still too high, and the engineering is too complicated, which is not suitable for his feat of exploring the entire moon. Since the body can't go deep, his sensor is still okay. As long as he makes about 50 small machines similar to vibration detection, with Ptolemy base as the center, and conducts regional detection, it will take about a month to complete the detection of the moon. It can also give him a basic idea of the location of the future lunar base. Thinking of this, Hikue didn't delay any longer and stood up immediately. Chapter 553. It is not too difficult to make a robot to explore the lunar surface with Hikue's current technology. Sensors and the like have long been powerful after being honed by many Gundams. But the parts have to be found by Matthias. Of course, when Matthias heard that Hikue was looking for a clan base, he was obviously very interested and said that he could take on all the parts and also gave them a civilian heretic. And here, his machine only needs to add a patrol system to let them return automatically. As for being caught, as long as he avoids those big bases, no one will catch him. After all, the moon is not the Earth. It is so desolate outside that even MS can hardly see such a small target. So, I trouble you these days. Hikue looked at Shurha and Julius in front of him, and smiled awkwardly. Don't worry, Julius, and I will assemble these robots. You can just do other things. In the secret radar room, Shurha said. Julius, after touring the radar room, also readily agreed. Then I go first. Hikue touched Julius's head again, and left the radar room, and came to April City. Because the war was basically over, Lakis was once again active as a singer, and today was the day for the girl to perform again. Listening to Lakis's still touching voice, and her cherry lips that opened and closed gently with the singing were so seductive. It's great to hear Miss Lakis singing again. Because Hikue came here in disguise, he was sitting in an ordinary seat. He was stunned when he heard the boy next to him talking to him. Yes. Isn't it? I really want Miss Lakis to be my girlfriend. After getting Hikue's approval, the man became more excited. This time Hikue didn't answer. What could he say? The singing lips have been bitten by me. I want to tell you something. Seeing Hikue didn't respond, the young man lowered his voice and said to him. I heard that Klein is going to break up his engagement with Sarah. What's going on? We both have a chance. The young man looked at Hikue excitedly, expecting his excited response. Really? Did Hikue actually know? He must have known it a long time ago. There is no possibility for the two families to cooperate now. It is impossible for the two sides to run in. It can only be said that plans cannot keep up with changes. This is of course a good thing for him, but it is still difficult to swallow them legitimately. Just be careful of Hikue. Looking at his reaction with dissatisfaction, the boy continued. Why? Because if I hook up with Lux, then I'm a married woman, right? He's a famous married woman killer. Of course, I don't mean to discredit him, I just want to say that he's more dangerous. After saying that, the boy seemed to be afraid that he was a fan of Hikue, so he made up for it. That makes sense. But I heard that he's getting married. How can he wash away this reputation? There are still plenty of people to play with after getting married. I'm married too. My wife is still living with her lover. Are you not married? The man seemed to be looking at him with a strange look, so that Hikue felt that he was the one who was abnormal. Really not. It's good to get married. Anyway, you can still file taxes, and use the money you save to play with your own things. As the boy said, many people now seem to be taking advantage of loopholes like this. This is also a case of there being a policy from above, and a countermeasure from below. Think about the prohibition order. It was so absurd, but it was passed, and after it was passed, there were many private wineries. Anyway, there are always more solutions than problems. However, if you want a high birth rate, you still need to find regulators. The problem is that most regulators look down on natural persons, and most natural persons are afraid of regulators. It is not easy to eliminate it. Thinking about it, Hikue continued to chat with the boy about the following situation. Soon the concert ended, and Hikue also quietly came to Lux's backstage. Lux was the only one in the huge backstage rest area. When she saw Hikue appear, Lux just glared at him. The bright makeup on the stage was different from Lux's usual look. She looked more mature and attractive, and the pink on her face was as moist as a ripe peach. Even if observed from a close distance, her skin was like perfect jade. Why did Counselor he come to me, a little star? Lux met Hikue's gaze, tilted her head uncomfortably to avoid Hikue's direction, and then felt that she was too weak, but now the change was too obvious, so she could only pretend not to care and sit back in her seat. Ahem. Hearing Lux's words, and the rare feeling that she was cowardly, Hikue coughed lightly. In fact, he originally wanted to discuss the matter of Isaac and Alaska with Lux. But there was no rush. Of course, I came to see Lux. Today's tour was very successful. Oh, then? Hearing the unusual tone in Hikue's words, Lux came back to her senses and asked him with a smile. I have another opportunity to make you more popular, as long as Miss Lux is obedient. Councilman, he wants to take advantage of Lux? Lux reacted quickly and felt a little uncomfortable, but she always felt that quitting now would be a sign of weakness, so she cooperated and continued to act. I didn't say that, it's just such a good opportunity. Miss Lux, you better seize the opportunity. Hikue smiled as he came to Lux, then lowered his head, and kissed the soft lips that just sang sweetly. Then whether I should seize the opportunity or not depends on the performance of Counselor He. After separating from Hikue, Lux's eyes became softer under his control. The seductive eyes swept across Hikue's heart like feathers. Well, I try my best. He was speechless after hearing Lux's pointed words, and the conversation in which she had regained the upper hand. But there was no rebuttal. If Lux is not allowed to vent here, it will be troublesome if she gets even angrier. You didn't come here just to sexually harass Lux, did you? After winning the game, the smile on Lux's face finally became a little sincere. Of course not, it's about the Jewel family. And Aishalia loves her son very much. She came to you. What are the conditions? Lux only heard the first part and guessed the latter part. Could it be the plot that was just played? Did Hikue really tell Aishalia? Unfortunately, the seriousness didn't last long, and Lux's words at this time were a little mischievous and naughty. No. Chapter 554. That means Isaac has joined your army. Lakis nodded after hearing this. Yes. You agreed? I agreed. That's right. Lakis glanced at him and continued. If you want to protect him, the Klein faction will not make things difficult for him. Hikue's protection can be regarded as a step for the Klein faction. After all, Hikue's popularity is here, and except for Lakis, they can't recommend anyone to compete with Hikue. But Lux is popular, but has few achievements. And didn't you see that Lux has switched to Hikue's side? Although it was just some private actions, and it was not forced to come back, it still sent some signals. This time it can be regarded as giving Hikue a face. Later, slowly influence the other party in the parliament. Okay, then there is the matter of Alaska. Mark Knife has been arranged in the base near Princeport, ready to support Alaska at any time. Princeport. You are familiar with it, right? After all, we only recently learned about the feat that Aegis did there from the Atlantic Federation's released information. Lakis asked with narrowed eyes. Not really. After being attacked so many times, we are familiar with the situation in the Blue Universe. We will not give them the opportunity to launch a terrorist attack. The two sides have fought so many times. Even if Plant is not a Saint Seiya, they have learned a lot from their mistakes, and will not let them succeed so easily. And Aegis should be nearby now, right? Maybe. The two looked at each other in silence for a moment, and then Lux took 2 steps forward. Hikue could see himself gradually enlarging in Lux's pupils, until his appearance occupied the other's entire eyes. "Hikue, what's in your room?" the girl whispered to Hikue. The only one who could enter his room was his woman. It was really hard not to be curious. If her intuition was correct, then Hikue's secret must be hidden in that room. It's still a secret for now. So mysterious. After separating from the too close distance, Lux rolled her eyes at him and stood up. "Then I'm going to change my clothes, Counselor He, please go out." "Okay." His intuition told him that if he had answered just now, he might be able to stay here. But he also knew Lux's plan, and he couldn't just do the wedding dress for Lux. It looks like the two sides will have to fight for some time. After talking with Lakis, Hikue returned to the outer space of Mei City. At this time, Hikue, Jior and many researchers under his command were also in this Nazca-class flagship, looking at the MA-shaped Lingus flying freely in space in front of him. "This machine is very successful," Jior said while looking at the Lingus outside. His face was still as serious as ever. "It's a pity that the transformation was completed with the help of the backpack system. Lingus, who cannot switch between MA and MS forms at will, can only choose to equip the MA backpack system to complete the transformation when attacking. Just like the aviation assault, the aircraft cannot be recovered. If the cost is increased, it can be controlled by the quantum system, but it is relatively incompatible with the positioning of mass-produced aircraft. The Dragoon system and the quantum system above cannot be decentralized. That thing is so expensive. It almost killed him to build a set at his own base." "That's right, but it can be produced in small quantities." "Okay." Hikue nodded and said, "The test on Earth can officially begin the day after tomorrow. Then do it as soon as possible." Seeing the success of the test, Jior couldn't help but clench his fists. "Member Jior, I have already contacted about the previous matter. This will be troublesome. After all, it's a deal." Hearing what Hikue said, Jior relaxed. If Hikue kept saying what should be done, she would be at a loss, and free things are the most expensive. She knew this principle better than anyone else. After finishing the test and returning to the asteroid, Hikue's bracelet vibrated again. "Sure, huh? Hikue, our moon mine has been attacked again." "Wait," Hikue said, and quickly came to the radar room. At this time, messages from all parties were constantly coming in on the screens in front of him. There were messages from ZAFT and the Waste Merchants Guild. In short, they were all conveying the same message. Their moon base, especially his mine, was attacked again just after it opened. "Here they come again. This is intolerable." Hikue went straight to the control console in the radar room. Matthias had previously given them a prototype civilian heretic along with the materials. As a civilian version, it has no lethal weapons. But he still has his fists and birds. "Where are they?" "Still outside the Ptolemy base, being held back by our people," Shurha said, while Julius obediently made way and watched Hikue's operation with great interest. The last time he saw Hikue take action was in North America. Seeing Hikue's serious look, the girl couldn't help but think of the scene at that time. The girl couldn't help but smile excitedly. Not knowing what the girl behind him was thinking, Hikue was running wildly on the moon with the civilian heretic. Because of safety considerations, they were not far from the base at this time. After running a few steps, the radar successfully detected the source of combat heat outside. Slaughter Dagger 4 and 105 wired induction dagger. As Shura spoke, the machine equipped with a guided gun on the screen in front of Hikue gradually enlarged. The fight was very lively. Because of the guided gun, the opponent was retreating back and forth while running and fighting. "Rainbow dogs under the moon?" Shurha asked. "It shouldn't be. According to the intelligence, they should have returned to the Eurasian Federation to report on their work long ago." Hikue had some guesses in his mind as he spoke. Maybe it was a clone of the library. If it was a clone, it would be more troublesome. While Hikue was thinking, the 4 air-mounted killing daggers equipped with enhanced output and the daggers equipped with guided guns also noticed this place. They don't have PS armor. They can be controlled. "Start with the simplest one, Shurha. You control it. I go and notify the ZFT people first." Because the incident happened suddenly, only he and Shurha were here at this time, but 2 machines were enough. "Brother, what about me?" Julius raised her hand and asked. Julius, help control the remaining bird to guard the surroundings. "Okay." Julius, who was assigned the task, responded crisply. On the other side, the short sword pilot, who was shocked by the heat source, laughed out loud when he saw the machine that looked harmless. "Where did you find this repair machine? ZFT is no longer good." Chapter 555. However, the arrogance of this Special Forces soldier was soon destroyed by the opponent's smooth evasion. The one who can make such a maneuver with that kind of machine is not an ordinary person. Be careful to avoid it. The calm voice of the captain who controlled the 105 short sword in the communication also made several people put down their contempt and responded in unison. On the other side, Hikue also contacted the Nazca-class command battleship of the ZFD Defenders while dodging. ZFD Defenders, Palace will assist you in defense. No need. On the other side, the commander whose job was taken away was not so good-tempered. If you do not leave the current battlefield area within 30 seconds, we will regard it as an offensive behavior. 30 seconds, that's enough. What? At this time, when the commander was a little angry at Hikue's annoying words, Shurha couldn't help but smile. Hikue, why don't you look like a congressman like this? I have to vent sometimes. I'm only 18 years old. And there are my people in here. The guided cannon is still too powerful for ordinary people. Although his team here has red clothes, he is still at a disadvantage. After all, they are his people. If there are casualties, he will be in trouble, Hikue said without stopping his movements. After controlling one of the killing daggers, Shurha threw the beam rifle in his hand to Hikue. Although there is an encryption program in the rifle, it is no different from not having it for Hikue. With a sharp ascent to avoid the guided artillery from all around, Hikue easily fired all the wired artillery, and then cut off all the limbs of one of the slaughter dagger machines like Kira. However, the driver was also very decisive. After knowing that there was no hope of escape, he blew himself up. Now they were next to the ZFT machine, and there was no rescue. At this time, the other party also reacted, and the laser communication on 105 came over. Aegis, I didn't expect you to actually show up here. Are you trying to protect your own property? I'm just a passerby who saw injustice and came to the rescue. Hikue looked at the self-destructing machine and had no intention of cutting anyone else. He blew up another dagger while talking. Why do you want to destroy peace? As long as you adjuster monsters exist, we will never have peace. No matter how scary you sound, you're just a rat hiding underground. Hikue said angrily. Don't test us. Counselor, he won't understand our plans and ambitions. Really? Hikue responded, and the beam gun in his hand instantly pierced through the opponent's cockpit. Shurha, is the person in your cockpit okay? It looks like he committed suicide. Shurha looked at the flat figure on the screen and shook his head. 29 seconds retreat. Leaving the dagger behind, Hikue once again controlled the heretic to throw away the gun in his hand and fly away. Although the radar should be stronger than the other party, don't be careless. Check carefully to see if there is an ambush nearby. Although his radar is very strong, he can't be careless against the upper clan and those behind the scenes. At this time, on the other side, the Hikue team looked at the leaving machine in a daze. From the time, they fell into a disadvantage to the appearance of this Aegis and killed them. It really took more than 20 seconds. No matter how you think about it, it's too terrifying. And everyone heard that the man just called Aegis Counselor He. Counselor He, there is only one in the entire plant. Captain, just now. It was just to confuse people, just tell the truth. The red-clothed young man's eyes deepened a little. As people promoted by Hikue, even if Hikue is Aegis, what they have to do is the same. It would be better to say that if Hikue is Aegis, they would be happier. After all, Aegis has a lot of black technology. But the command ship behind also heard the call just now. If they said that they didn't hear anything, that would be a trap for Hikue. Okay. At this time, several team members agreed. Commander, do you want to chase? At this time, everyone on the ZFD command ship was also stunned. To be honest, Hikue's civilian heretic is just an ordinary machine. Although it can take off under the gravity of the moon, it is definitely not fast. If you really want to chase, you can still catch up with Gates. No need. It's agreed to be 30 seconds. The commander shook his head. The man who just said that about Counselor, he probably just wanted to confuse people. The other party did not admit it. But what if it was true? As soon as this possibility came to mind, the commander suppressed the thought in his mind. Where is the security team of the mineral company? The connection has been completed, and there are no casualties. That's good. If the people in these teams really died, it would inevitably offend Hikue. Send more people to defend nearby, and take turns on duty 24 hours a day. Got it. As many soldiers responded, Hikue had just walked out of the base's detection range when the alarm started to sound again. That was the alarm of the phantom particle machine nearby. Are they chasing us again? Shurha frowned deeply when he heard the voice. No, but also? Looking at the outline of the machine displayed on the radar, Hikue's mouth twitched slightly. Who are you? Why are you following me? Hikue asked faintly, as he turned on the Zhilbo communication. We just want to see if Miss Aegis needs any help. No, if you have time, go find their secret base on the moon. Hikue said speechlessly to the voice-only communication. Councilman, he knows us? Of course, he made all the machines. But he didn't expect Lux to be so good at playing that he even fused his machine with phantom particles. The marked knife, which had no defense, was even weaker. He was curious about who the driver was, but he probably wouldn't tell him even if he asked. I just think you have no ill intentions. Really? If so, we also want to cooperate with Palace. How do we cooperate? Hikue stopped running after saying that. After all, running also requires electricity. Although the efficiency of receiving solar energy here is not bad, it will take a long time to replenish it. We can help you explore the situation on the moon, and we also need the information in your hands. The female voice said coldly. Yes, but you can't interfere with my actions. Of course, no problem. Hearing the other party's words, the orange-haired woman breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, they squatted in Palace, and it was worth it for them to squat here for so long. Then please come to our base to discuss in detail. Chapter 556. Just like that, Hikue drove his civilian heretic to the secret base of Lux, or the terminal on Earth. Just as he had imagined before, this base was located in a tunnel underground on the moon. It was very vast, and looked like a scientific research station from the old times. If Hikue really activated the reconnaissance plan, perhaps the first thing he would find was this terminal base. After he and the 3 marked blades arrived at the hangar, Hikue also saw who was on the other side. Ms. Hilda Harkin, I didn't expect that the elite red-clothed ZFT was actually working for a secret organization. Hikue laughed. The other party was a member of the Lakis Guards, who opened the Great Devil in the late stage, so he naturally guessed who the remaining 2 machines were. Sure enough, 2 green-clothed machines also walked down from the machine. Strictly speaking, I have retired from ZFT, Ms. Aegis. And the purpose of our organization is the same as yours, Palace, and we are all working for peace. Then, Miss Harkin, are you coming over to me? Listening to the words of the little girl opposite, the 2 green-clad people behind Harkin showed a little impatience on their faces. Yes, after all, she is Lux's confidant, and must be completely loyal to Lux. It's just that Hikue said this matter is not really to poach people, but just to test and habitually talk nonsense. After all, he didn't believe that the other party didn't hear that person calling him counselor he just now. Then don't need it, I like to work here very much. Haken, wearing a single eye patch, laughed, and then continued. This is not a place for conversation. Shall we go in and talk? It seems that he did not reveal his thoughts at all. Okay. Aegis really trusts us, Haken said, looking at the marked knife behind him vaguely. Of course she knew that the marked knife was the work of Hikue. And she also heard what the man said just now. Just curious, after all, you don't look strong. Hearing this, the 2 people behind him were angry again. Big sister, I don't think she can be Senator He at all. The counselor he they knew was clearly a model adjuster who worked for the public good and selflessly created the hydroponic chamber and gave them the marked knife. How could he be such a bad person who poached people as soon as they met? If there were any doubts before, the 2 of them completely dispelled the idea after seeing Aegis's performance just now. Let's take a look first. Thinking of what Lux had told her to pay attention to, Haken narrowed her eyes slightly. She didn't think so well of Hikue like these 2 people, and Miss Lux did tell her to pay attention to the movements of Aegis and Hikue. The conversation just now. Perhaps most people think it is a false accusation, a random accusation before death, but she doesn't think so. On the other side, Shurha and Hikue were also discussing what happened just now. What should we do? Lux has been suspicious of you, and now she will probably be 100% sure. Although there is no evidence, there is no need to talk about evidence. As long as there are enough doubts, Lux will definitely confirm it in her heart. Guess it, just wait and see her next move, Hikue said. She and Siegel are not on the same page now, and there is no reason for her to sell herself out now. Whether it is suspicion or confirmation, Lux must know. Okay, as long as you are sure. As the 2 talked, Aegis also followed Haken to a small meeting room. So what do you want to talk about specifically? Let me say first, I don't have much information. Hikue looked at the 3 people and shrugged. Aegis, you should know that they are likely to be lurking underground. I know. How do you plan to check? Use a reconnaissance robot to scan automatically? Hikue said without hiding anything, and laid out his plan in front of the 3 people. Such a detailed step-by-step plan also stunned the 3 people. If you hadn't asked me to come here, I would have finished it. Hearing Aegis's complaints, Haken pulled the corner of his mouth, and finally continued. We can provide you with machines. As I said before, our purpose is the same. Of course, he knew the purpose of the terminal, but he was not completely confident in it. If Siegel was really dead, it would be fine, but who knows what the situation is in the Klein faction now. We can't let Lakis seize power and usurp the throne. It is estimated that Lakis will be the first to usurp him. I wonder what you think. What if I don't agree? Hikue asked faintly. Of course nothing will happen. Aegis is still very powerful, and they can't really make enemies with Pallas here. Before I answer, I want to know which faction you belong to. How can I be sure that you are not a member of the same clan? Haken, who heard Aegis' question, couldn't tell for a moment whether the other party really didn't trust them completely or was just acting. But no matter what, Haken still controlled the screen in front of the two people and wrote something on it. We are the Terminal. Just like I said before, it is an organization formed by like-minded people with lofty ideals. As Hikue spoke, some general information about the base appeared on the screen in front of him. In general, even this base was donated to them by the terminal personnel within the Eurasian Federation. Exposing this information was also a trust in Hikue. Okay, then happy cooperation. Hikue was just pretending, and after seeing the information in front of him and confirming it, he nodded. Happy cooperation. As they spoke, they held hands together. Since they were cooperating, it was natural for Hikue's materials to be moved in. This base consists of only 3 of us and 10 logistics personnel. Aegis doesn't need to be too reserved. Looking at Aegis, who was silently counting the parts, Haken introduced him to the basic situation of the base. Okay, I got it. But your machine is really unique. Hikue asked. It was given to us by a big man, and we all respect him very much. Really? He must be a very powerful person. Haken felt a little strange when he heard Aegis take over the conversation without any feeling. After all, according to their guess, if Aegis is Hikue, then he is just bragging. But at least, he has kept a person, and has a way to explore the other party's base. Anyway, we still have to contact Miss Lakis first. After saying goodbye to Aegis, who was going to continue to be a robot, Haken went to the communication station. Chapter 557. Lakis, what's wrong? In Lakis' room on the asteroid, Hikue looked at her, as if he didn't notice anything. It's just that I haven't seen Senator He for a long time. What are you busy with recently? Lakis said, as if chatting. I saw him yesterday. Same as before, about Lingus. Is that so? Did you hear about the moon? Lakis shrugged and smiled. I heard about it, but it's just nonsense. Hikue shook his head. I guess they want to create chaos for us. That's true. Hearing Hikue's words, Lux's mouth curled up slightly. How is Alaska? It has been checked. There should be no problem. Lux sighed. This is not a solution. They do things without any concerns. Lux's worries are reasonable. They are in the open, while the other party is in the dark. Who knows what cruel things they will do? Find out their base, and then follow the clues. Hikue said. That's the plan. Lux smiled and shrugged. Then Lux will have to leave soon. Where to? Alaska. Unlike Hikue, I will be attending with my father as a special guest. Be careful. Hearing that it was Alaska, Hikue's eyes changed. If Alaska really got into trouble, it would really be a disaster. It's okay, don't you still have me? I can't protect you here. Really? Lux lowered her eyes, looking pitiful and pitiful, making people feel distressed. I give you a few more birds. Humph. Hearing Hikue say this, Lux rolled her eyes at him unhappily, but didn't refuse. Hikue, are you still worried about Lux? You also have Lux's secret, right? As Lux spoke, she moved closer to Hikue, and their auras gradually blended together. Haken and the other 2 are my trusted confidants. Even if the terminal is not trustworthy, they can still be trusted. Hearing Lux's answer, Hikue's heart moved slightly. In a sense, he believed Lux. After all, the 2 were old friends. In addition, if Lux wanted to use him, she would definitely not trick him here. But now is not the time to say it. After thinking about it, Hikue continued. I give you some things, you take them to Alaska. Okay. Hearing Lux agree directly, as if she trusted him very much, Hikue felt a little uncomfortable. Aren't you afraid that I will bring you a bomb? Hikue won't kill me. Looking at Lux's confident and beautiful appearance, Hikue kissed the cherry lips that were close to him. It was different from the previous one. In the quiet room with only 2 people, the temperature gradually rose, and Hikue's hand also felt the softness of the girl in his palm. Lux's hands were already on Hikue's shoulders. She said she was resisting, but she didn't have much strength. Can I? No. Lux, who was teased by Ikue and had let go of her mind, was now afraid of this feeling. If she took this step, she felt that her rationality would fail. Let's talk about it later. Seeing the panic on Lux's face, who was rarely calm, Ikue nodded and gently let go of her. Of course he could force it. But the most important thing is the heart. Lux is sensitive. Only when he has a heart that truly loves the other person, Lux will respond. Take the things with you, I will protect you. Ikue promised Lux seriously. You said it. Lux pursed her lips and left a mark on Ikue's cheek. This position is mine. They can't touch it. Obviously, he was using her, and clearly just wanted to snatch her away. But Lux didn't know why she did this at this moment. Perhaps she was moved by what the other party had just said, or perhaps because Ikue respected her. After saying that, as if it was not enough, the tiger's teeth bit Ikue's shoulder just right. This position too. Don't want to. Looking at Ikue's silence, Lux frowned and asked. No, I just thought it was fortunate that Lux didn't monopolize that place, otherwise wouldn't it be? After Ikue finished speaking, he looked at Lux's cherry lips teasingly. Did you say the same thing to Shurha? The two were stabbed by each other, and were speechless for a while. Stop attacking each other. After a while, Ikue touched Lux's pink hair with a smile. Be careful. Yeah. Lux hugged Ikue tightly to the boy, and her soft cheek rubbed against the boy's warm chest, bringing a warm feeling. As the conversation on the moon spread, Patrick naturally received the news. What do you think? Patrick looked at Jur and Amalfi in front of him. It's probably a confusion of vision. We can investigate it privately, but... Amalfi shook his head. Given Ikue's caution, we can't find anything even if it's really him. Yeah. Patrick looked at Jur and quickly looked away. Let's leave it at that for now. No need to investigate. Stop the news, and don't let the radicals hear it. He is about to step down as the speaker, so let's leave this problem to the people behind. In Patrick's opinion, Ikue will definitely not do anything to Plant after he has come to this point. Although he didn't say it openly, he has great trust in this capable young man. Okay. Both of them breathed a sigh of relief when they heard it. Investigating Ikue at this time will definitely be detrimental to internal stability. As for Jur, let alone. She is still waiting for Ikue to bring her son back. If she investigated at this time, she would really go crazy. So, Ikue put one of the Aegis and the luxury set of 6 birds in a half-man-high box and brought it to Lakis, and then focused his mind on the moon. 50 robots have been completed, Shurha said while looking at the screen. With the help of Lakis's base, Ikue's small reconnaissance robot on the moon was completed much faster than the scheduled time. Then let's get started. Ikue contacted Haken, who was still on standby in the base. The robots have all been completed. Let's proceed according to the original plan. Okay. Although he was a little surprised at Ikue's speed, Haken nodded at this time. Chapter 558. According to the original plan, this search will last for a month. Soon, Ikue released all the robots at once with this base as the center. Then this is the monitor. Tell me if you find anything. Where are you going? Watching Ikue turn around and leave, Haken asked with a frown. Rest, I work in 3 shifts. Although he worked in 3 shifts with Shurha and the others, Ikue still had to temporarily put his focus back on Alaska. The rest is up to you. By the way, your mission is to protect the Ptolemy base, right? Ikue suddenly asked. If he had the mark knife, he wouldn't have to worry about his mine. I guess so, but we won't do anything unless there's a danger of it falling. Understood. Ikue nodded, which was expected. Lux wasn't a pushover either. She brought the unit equipped with phantom particles over, obviously intending to collect intelligence, and she wouldn't show up unless something serious happened. In order to avoid being exposed on the radar, they would only conduct reconnaissance outside the base radar. As for helping him, it should be possible, but it is only a choice between exposing the identity or trading. The same thing, come to me if you have anything. Looking at Ikue's familiar appearance, Haken curled his lips, but still nodded. Got it, Miss Aegis, go and rest. Sorry for the trouble. The next day, Lux, who was on the Nazca-class battleship heading to the Alaska base on Earth, looked at the blue planet outside, and the surrounding Nazca-class guards, and several teams of Gates, and New Lingus in a daze. It was not because of the shocking scene in front of her, but because she was still a little confused about the peace that was about to be achieved. Is this the first time for Lux to go to Earth? Siegel smiled gently at his increasingly confused daughter. Yes, the first time. I heard that there are some rumors on the moon recently, about the identity of Aegis. I don't see anything wrong for the time being. Luck shook her head. That's good. But father, the tribe should be our enemy now, right? We are at a disadvantage against the new species that can control the mind. Leica stared at her father, and did not miss any changes on his face. She did not want to doubt her father, but rationally speaking, there were many doubts. The tribe is indeed our most urgent enemy. As for the new species, Siegel seemed to show some reminiscence, and then disappeared quickly. The terminal is also investigating the matter over there. Since you want to investigate Hikue, Lakis, you might as well investigate him first. Hikue is not as simple as you think. But the most important thing is to solve the problem of fertility. Otherwise, we, the adjusters, will have no future. Siegel said to Lakis with a serious face. I know. As the two talked, the ship's communication also rang. We have arrived at the designated location. Mr. Klein, Ms. Lakis, you can descend at any time. Okay. Siegel nodded to his daughter, after opening the nearby communicator. Let's go first. No matter what, we finally have a chance to usher in peace. Although he was talking about peace, Siegel's expression still didn't look too excited. Okay. Lakis followed suit. They were not the only ones heading to the Alaska base. 2 of the 3 diplomatic commissars came, as well as Siegel, the representative of the Klein faction, and Jur, the representative of the Sarah faction. In short, it fully reflects the importance. As for the Earth, in addition to the Earth Union, there are also countries such as the Oceania Union, the United States of South America, ORB, and the Equatorial Union. Although not all countries in the world came. But at least all countries in the world sent representatives. Although it is called a peace summit, it is just a nice name. It is more correct to call it an Atlantic Federation criticism meeting, or a division meeting. After all, they did lose, and in addition to plant, they also used genetically modified organisms to attack the world's food. It can be said that the heavens are angry, and the people are resentful. It is for this reason that every country on the earth wants to have a piece of the pie. Of course, as the first to fight with the Atlantic Federation for so long, plant must protect its own cake. It must even divide as much as possible, which is also one of the roles of Lingus. Of course, it is not that simple. If you want to divide it, you must be afraid of their counterattack. They are ruthless people who have bombed the predecessor of the Union and killed all the doves at once. If there is a chance, they will definitely be bombed. Everyone showed their own skills on this issue. Many countries have now made a lot of Hikue's Owl and Harrow. They all brought their own guards and radar equipment, and anti-neutron jammers were also spread all over the base and the surrounding area to ensure the normal operation of the radar. In short, it was very lively. At this time, Hikue followed Kigali and saw such a spectacular scene. The space shuttles in the sky kept landing, and around those planes were guards from various countries, including the Dagger, the Heretic, and the Oceania Union, which even drove the gates, while East Asia drove 4 machines similar to the fully armed Gundam. For East Asia. As for Plant. What is that? Plant has been remade into MA? Looking at the scenery outside the window with interest, Mu narrowed his eyes slightly. That's not MA. Take a telescope, and Erica quickly saw the 6 escorting machines. It's a mass-produced transformable MS. Erica took a breath of cold air. They thought that Murasame would be one step ahead of Plant, and that damn Hikue if he could research it quickly, but they didn't expect that they would be beaten to the punch. When this team appeared, the same MAs were constantly taking off in the Alaska base. They were supposed to protect their safety, but it was more like showing off their strength. I'm leaving first. Kira will come with me. Erica glanced at Shalu behind Kigali, and then walked out without stopping. It was obvious that this person would not say it, and it was most important to get more information here now. Yeah. Watching Erica leave, Kigali looked at the MAs that kept passing through the sky, leaving a trail of clouds, and couldn't help but turn her head to look at Shalu again. This is probably Hikue's work. I made it, Hikue said with a smile. But your transformable machine should be ready soon. It's a pity that it didn't make it to the summit. Otherwise, it could have surprised other countries. Is Hikue showing off? Kigali glared at him unhappily. No way. Hikue smiled. Then it all depends on the tribe's move. Will they give up this opportunity? Hikue thinks they won't. But what will they do? Chapter 559. On the first day of the meeting, the charges were listed, the charges of the Atlantic Federation. The earliest one even dates back to the Atlantic Federation's blockade of Plant in 1969, and the nuclear bomb attack in 1970. In short, all the charges were listed in full by Plant. And they were all supported by a complete chain of evidence. As for the president of the new interim government, who came from the Atlantic Federation this time. As for the previous government, it had long been locked up as a puppet of the Blue Universe. The death merchants in the Atlantic Federation saw that the situation was not good and temporarily drew a line. The Genesis in the sky was enough to make them afraid. Nothing happened in the whole day. Only Hikue and others were still considering. It seems that they dare not come out, right? Su Lei, who was watching the surveillance with Hikue, said. It's hard to say. Hikue shook his head. He always felt that the other party would not give up so easily. Although they were declining, the death merchants were still there. There are too many capitals, and they are all hidden very deeply. Many of them even have transactions with the inside of plant. After all, most of the first batch of rich people who came to plant were either bosses or royal relatives. The market of the Earth sphere is originally interconnected. How is Genesis? Both Genesis are guarded by the army. And they don't have mass accelerators, so there is no way to transport weapons up on a large scale. Indeed, the mass accelerators on Earth are not in the hands of the Atlantic Federation. The last time we attacked Genesis A, we used a surprise attack. No matter how we think about it, we don't have the ability to attack them again. We have also monitored the Eurasian Federation. We still can't be careless. Hikue looked at the stars in the sky of Alaska and said seriously, I know. Just as Hikue finished speaking, a communication voice suddenly came from Aegis on the moon. Miss Haken, what's wrong? Haken on the other end of the communication had an anxious look on his face. After hearing what Hikue said, he followed up anxiously. Your reconnaissance robot was destroyed in the B-54 area at the back. I found this when I took people to check the situation. Haken said, and a troop of daggers appeared on the screen in front of Hikue. What's more terrible is that 6 of these daggers are carrying lightning backpacks on their backs, and they are lightning backpacks that look improved. The barrel on the back is very slender and tall. On the surface, it even looks a bit like the shape of the destroyer rifle he made. There are 6 of these rifles. Their destination is the front of the moon, I'm afraid. Haken didn't finish his words, but if all 6 shots hit Alaska, it would be the end. But Alaska also has a light shield, unless there are spies or they are brainwashed. There is no abnormality in the surveillance near the light shield generator. Su Lei, who heard this, thought of the same thing as Hikue and said quickly, the main control center should not be hijacked, and it is beyond the control range of our little bird. Let Xiaolu go out. Hikue had just finished speaking when Xiaolu stood up under Su Lei's control. However, at this moment, Shilio's communication suddenly stopped, and even Haken's communication was interrupted. The two looked at each other without saying anything. Hikue was starting to check the situation, while Su Lei was summoning Sure and the others to come here. There is a problem with Boyaz's radar transfer point. Hikue quickly found the problem. He had used Boyaz as a transfer point to control Aegis from the beginning. At this time, Boyaz didn't know what happened, and the radar signal was gone. It can't be. Su Lei finished notifying the people, and frowned when she heard Hikue say that. Boyaz won't just disappear like this, but something is definitely wrong. Bypass the transfer station for the time being, establish communication with the moon first, and activate the disguised Aegis near Boyaz. As Hikue operated in an orderly manner, the communication with the moon gradually began to recover. Aegis? The voice of Haken came again in my ears. However, due to the distance problem, the signal without Boyaz's transfer amplification was slightly delayed. Fortunately, he had upgraded his radar, otherwise he would have lost control of all other Aegis without Boyaz. Have they guessed their nodes? Hikue said, thinking. We must stop them from moving forward. Alaska may have problems. Do you have a way to contact the ZFT base? Listening to Hikue's serious words, Haken seemed to have become a subordinate. Yes, we have people in the base. Contact them directly and leak the news. I will attack as well. Okay. Hearing Hikue's words, Haken breathed a sigh of relief. Their marked blades were too fragile, so they could act covertly or react quickly. But facing the opponent's 12 slaughter daggers, 1 rebirth and 1 forbidden, they couldn't gain any advantage. Even with the ZFT defenders, it was the same. After all, ZFT didn't have too many elite forces here, and they were just looking for death. Of course, they didn't know that Hikue was still delayed at this time. On the other side, the civilian heretic who had prepared picked up the 2 beam guns installed here, and Hikue ejected. At the same time, the rocks on the Aegis, which Boyaz disguised as a small planet, also fell off layer by layer. Boyaz's image was also transmitted back to him. He saw an Archangel-class battleship not far from Boyaz. While the light shield was turned on, there was a special device, like a walk in front of the ship. It was placed in front of their Boyaz radar. There must be something wrong there. Hikui looked at the situation in front of him with a headache. The metal door behind him moved away, and Shurha, Luna, Myling and others all appeared again. They had heard about the situation on the way, and sat down in their seats tacitly. Although it can connect to the Earth, the signal strength is very weak. If you are out of the range of the anti-neutron jammer, you will most likely not be able to move. Su Lei said, as she watched everyone operate. That is, the anti-neutron jammer covered the Alaska base, otherwise Hikui would probably be stuck or have serious packet loss. Although there is quantum AI, it is not yet fully completed and cannot act independently. After waking up again, Xiaolu walked out of the room and came to Kigali next door. At this time, the suitcase-like box in Lakis' room also made a sound of decompression. As a little smoke gushed out, a classic-style Aegis that Lakis first met stood up inside. I said you were Aegis. Looking at the girl in front of him, who had only met once, Lakis looked over from the desk. He didn't seem to be frightened by the sudden situation at all. What's the problem? Only about 2 seconds after Lux finished speaking did Aegis continue. They surrounded Boyaz, and my communication is very bad now. Come with me, we talk on the way. As Hikui said this, Aegis, who was controlled by Myling, also picked up the 2 pistols in the suitcase, took Lux's hand and walked out. Chapter 560. Does that mean you have very little strength left? I am controlling Aegis on the moon now, hoping to stop them. If nothing happens here, someone will protect you. Hikui said, as he attacked in the boundless space of the universe. Does that mean you are not controlling Aegis now? Even though she knew she was about to be hit by the destroyer rifle and buried with Alaska, Lux remained calm. Strictly speaking, yes. So, is this Shurha, or Lele Myling, or Luna? The girl at this time said one after another like announcing the names of dishes. It's Myling. The girl spoke in front of Lux in a weak voice without any processing. Is that so? Thank you, Myling. Lakis smiled very gently at this time. You're welcome. Myling on the other side quickly took Lux to find Siegel's location. Father, there may be danger approaching. Lux opened the door of her father's room and said, What? Siegel was stunned for a while when he heard this. Looking at her father's face, Lux felt a little relieved. How do you know? Who is she? Siegel asked. She's a friend. Lux quickly told the situation on the moon, but skipped the part about Boyaz. Alaska was being evacuated urgently, and Hikui was looking at the silver-white ground below him and fell into thought. Perhaps he guessed his pain point, and Cruz's 3-front battle at this time also made him overwhelmed. Especially Boyaz. Once they confirmed that Boyaz was his transit station, it would definitely be exposed, and Plant would also investigate. His suspicion would expand rapidly. Although the identity of Aegis would not have a big impact on his status now. But it was not the best time to be exposed. Boyaz would not be useful later. Lele, clear the traces of Boyaz. Okay. What are you going to do? 3 marked blades, plus a civilian heretic. They don't look like they can beat the 12 daggers, Rebirth, and Forbidden. The most important thing is that they have a delay, at least 0.5 s. In a battle where every second counts, a delay of 0.5 s will greatly weaken the strength. Call the people from the next base over. They should be able to hold on, just find a way to defeat Rebirth. If he was not mistaken, the one in Rebirth's hand was also a destroyer rifle. The threat is greater than the Forbidden and those daggers. Hikui planned and opened Haken's communication. Haken, you hold the Forbidden. But what about the Slaughter Dagger? Haken frowned slightly. I don't know why, but I just feel that the other party's words seem very convincing. But I still have to ask. I will attract firepower to the Slaughter Dagger. The heat emitted can cover your phantom particle signal. If there is a chance, I can destroy some of them. Give priority to attacking the dagger equipped with the lightning backpack. But your machine is going to contain Rebirth? Haken was still worried after hearing the plan. She knew the ability of this defecting machine, which was at the same level as Freedom and Justice. And it was a giant. The cost of such a fragile civilian heretic was estimated to be less than a few tenths of that of others. How to spell it? I can do it. 3 simple words, but with convincing confidence. Is this person really reliable? But now is not the time to doubt it. People are almost there, and there is no choice but to move forward. When will the people from the base come out? About 5 minutes. Okay, let's go straight ahead. As Hikui approached, the team quickly received the heat source signal. Infrared comparison, the model is a heretic, civilian heretic. Looking at the identification code on the radar. The special forces on the opposite side were also confused. The civilian heretic is going to rush towards them? Is he going to die? Aim and kill. Ash Gray's tone was no longer as spirited as before, but it was full of madness. As long as he strikes Alaska, his final revenge will be complete. In the eyes of Ash, who was full of murderous intent, the civilian heretic in front of him was no different from a mantis trying to stop a chariot, and there was no danger. Okay. When the dagger team was preparing to attack, Hikue had already raised his arms, and the two guns kept firing at the dagger in front. The whistling heat covered the signal of the marked knife not far behind him. In his heart, he kept predicting an advance based on the other party's hand-raising posture, and Hikue dodged the other party's dense beams, but because of this, the accuracy of his two guns was much worse. After all, this is just a human brain. He was able to achieve this level 0.5s in advance because of his enhanced physical fitness and driving ability. But this time he was not alone, and those daggers were quickly broken by the beam guns on the hidden marked knife. Suddenly 5 of the 12 daggers were gone. It is worthy of being a 3-star. Hikue thought about the bird and set off at the same time. At this time, Shurha, who was controlling the Hidalay bird, also frowned tightly. The transmission speed is too slow. At present, all our resources have been used to control Aegis. It's okay, just stay nearby to keep an eye out, and that will keep the other side from making a move. Sure enough, he still had to build another transit station of his own. Disguising as an asteroid would be safe. Thinking of that, Hikue fired the beam guns in both hands at Rebirth as if they were free. And the extremely tall Rebirth couldn't completely avoid his attack, and his legs, which were the size of an ordinary MS, were broken immediately. But Rebirth quickly replaced the leg parts. "Who are you?" Ash said in a dangerous voice. There was no answer. Hikue kept harassing Rebirth at medium distance. At close range, it is easy to be destroyed by the opponent's huge beam sword of the same type as the meteor, and at long distance, there is a destroyer gun. Only at medium distance can he make use of the weakness of Rebirth's huge lack of flexibility to deal with it. This is also the natural ability of a technician. He can barely estimate the range of the opponent's high-power beam sword to avoid the attack. Although it feels a bit heart-pounding, it is safe. "Luna, is the lightning backpack ready?" Again, he dodged the huge beam sword that was coming at him as fast as the wind, and looked at the space in front of him that seemed to be distorted by the heat of the beam sword. Hikue asked. "It's okay." At this time, the lightning backpack outside the asteroid was also floating quietly outside. "Aim at the core area of Rebirth and fire." "I will do it." Luna almost jumped up in fright when she heard Hikue's words. "I can't get away." Using a civilian heretic to contain the reborn Gundam, and with a delay of 0.5s, he is the only one who can do it. It's still a heartbeat. And if he didn't understand Ash Gray's style, and could predict it, he would have become a ghost long ago. "Shurha and Luna, you are good at shooting. You can think of a way, or at least fire a few more shots," Hikue said, and he pulled up in advance to avoid the opponent's huge leg knife. Chapter 561. The lightning backpack is unlocked. Shall I launch it? Luna asked with some hesitation. "Well, launch it." As soon as Hikue finished speaking, the lightning backpack of the asteroid directly penetrated the vast starry sky and flew towards Rebirth. However, such a long distance was obviously beyond Luna's ability. The first shot missed after traveling in space for a while. And the deviation was huge, hitting a position at least 500 meters away from Rebirth. With such a huge target, and such a large deviation, Hikue was not discouraged. "Shurha, come with you guys." "Okay." In fact, it was also Shurha's first time to use this long-range turret. I had seen Hikue use it very easily before, but when it was my turn, I realized how difficult it was. Although there is not much interference in the universe, the amount of advanced calculation required is too large. Watching Hikue fight back and forth, with a huge Rebirth on the opposite side despite a 0.5s delay, Shurha once again had a new understanding of Hikue's strength. It was Shurha's turn to shoot, and the error was a little smaller this time. Where is the attack coming from? At this time, the 3 people, Haken, who were entangled with the Forbidden Judgment, also reacted and asked blankly. "It's friendly troops, helping us." "Okay." It's not known where the friendly troops came from, but this beyond visual range attack is indeed very terrifying. At this time, they relaxed after hearing it. "Is it Aegis, or Hikue?" The sinister voice of Ash Gray sounded again. "Do you have to speak?" Hikue said, as he dodged the opponent's huge beam knife. It felt like he was fighting a boss battle, but unlike the game, if he failed, Alaska might go to the sky. While Hikue was struggling, the situation of Alaska on the ground became worse. The light shield system has been cut off. Myling watched the transparent dome in the sky descend, and the darkness of the starry sky and the trace of the moon were pressing towards them. However, the scene was full of big shots, so there was not much panic at this time, and no one left here. It's not necessarily safe outside now. Alaska, after all, is home to the top weapons of various countries. They were just heading to the underground shelter in Alaska in an orderly manner under the arrangement, while some soldiers from various countries were on their own machines on the periphery on guard. Although there was no unified command, most of them were elites who had been on the battlefield, and they were coordinating smoothly with the ZFD defenders at this time. Member Klein, Miss Lakis, and Member Jewel, please go to the shelter as soon as possible. Andrew looked at the father and daughter and Jewel in front of him helplessly in the command post. It was understandable that the two people from Klein's faction wanted to stay here. After all, they were all in the same faction. What was Jewel doing here? And how could a congressman stand here and watch without taking shelter? What's the situation with the light shield? Siegel asked without answering. I have sent the Isaac team to check it out. Hearing this, Jewel's clenched hands slightly tightened, but he didn't say anything. I remember Miling's main focus is on electronic viruses, right? Lax looked at the situation ahead and quietly asked Miling. Miling nodded. Is there a way? Originally, there was, but now most of our networks must be used on the moon to maintain control. If Boyaz hadn't had any problems, they could easily resist this simple virus. But without Boyaz as a relay, they simply didn't have that much data to transmit. Does that mean we have to solve the siege of Boyaz? That's right, but there's crews on the battleship outside Boyaz. In these battlefields, the most dangerous person is in Boyaz. Although even if Cruz is there, he won't be able to penetrate the fortress as long as they hide, but they can't drive him away either. What do you want for the transit station? Can my base be used? After hearing what Luck said, Miling looked at Ikue. Even if it can be used, it needs to be modified. Ikue took the time to answer. Of course, he wanted to go back to repair the light shield, but if he left the team on the moon, it would be terrible if they fired the destroyer rifle before he could repair it. Although it seemed that these rifles were not as powerful as his genuine destroyers, at least they were a similar simulation. He underestimated the other party's scientific research capabilities. He was able to reverse his weapons through data. Where is Genesis? Lux asked. As for the moon, they are too close to our base and will be affected. As for Boyaz, the battleship used Boyaz as a shield to block the launch of Genesis. This time, the opponent's plan is indeed thorough enough. How about Genesis A? I don't have the authority there, and it's like using a cannon to kill a mosquito. I guess they have already arranged people to ventilate nearby, and they will avoid A as long as there is any unusual movement. Can they win? According to what Ikue just said, their lives and even the future peace are all entrusted to the moon. Yes, Ikue said, and the beam gun in his hand blew up the opponent's chest armor again, but still did not hurt the main body. Reinforcements have arrived. As Haken said this, a large fleet of garrison troops appeared behind the two of them, with dozens of mass-produced Gates and Captain Gates rushing towards them. Ikue breathed a sigh of relief and fired the beam gun in his hand more frequently. Ikue, the battery is running out, Sule reminded. In fact, Ikue didn't know how many shots he had fired since the beginning. It was only because the civilian heretic had a larger battery for practicality. Otherwise, ordinary Gene In and the like would have run out of power long ago. While Ikue was thinking, many beams of light shot out from behind him, but not towards him, but towards the huge and deadly rebirth. It was obvious that this traitorous machine was full of hatred. And in the rain-like beams of light, Ikue had a chance. Shurha, Luna, listen to my orders, and then shoot according to the coordinates I gave you. Okay. Knowing that Ikue was going to fight, the two of them responded seriously. After saying that, Ikue drew out his beam sword. He approached the reborn who retreated to avoid the beam. Ash Gray, I have tolerated you for a long time. Hikue's words were still indifferent. Ha, did I make Counselor He angry in some way? Yeah, it's just a personal grudge, but you implicated innocent people, which makes me most angry. Now, Ikue said, as the half of the heretic's body was cut open by the huge beam sword of rebirth. However, due to the foresight, although the cockpit was slightly damaged at this time, the thruster was not damaged, and the body did not explode, but continued to rush towards the opponent. As if sensing the danger, looking at the Gates behind Ikue, Ash did not choose to fight hard, but wanted to change back to the form of Ma and temporarily leave the battlefield. However, Ikue, who was well prepared, threw his beam sword at the opponent's transforming skeleton. The bright beam of the beam sword that was separated from the power supply of the body gradually went out, but the hilt was stuck in the joint of the reborn transformation. During the process of skeleton deformation, this obstacle also made the opponent's transformation pause, like a stuck disc. At the same time, the bullets fired by the two people accurately bombarded the body of the reborn backpack plane. Chapter 562. Everything ended with the explosion. The affected Aegis and the civilian heretics all lost their signals after the explosion with Rebirth. Is it over? Sule asked, murmured, looking at the dark screen. It should be over. See if Cruz can be left behind? Hikue shook his head, and then took over the control of Shaolu and Aegis in Alaska on Earth from Myling. It's done. Ash Gray is most likely dead. High probability. Lux asked curiously. He will come out again in a while wearing a mask. After all, it's hard for people here to die. Hikue complained about the tiger in front of him and began to speak. The cause of the failure has been basically ruled out. Someone injected a quantum virus into our base. It is being ruled out and will return to normal in about 10 minutes. Hearing Andrew's words, everyone at the scene was relieved. Without long-range attack means, they dare not attack here directly. I will try to keep Cruz first. Now Alaska is the place where the world's top fighting forces are. The Atlantic Federation in its heyday might still have some chance, and most people here still hate the Atlantic Federation. If they dare to attack, I'm afraid there will be more sanctions. It can only be said that the Atlantic Federation is very good at annoying people. It has isolated itself from the whole world. Then go ahead. Are there any traces of Boyaz that you need my help with? Lakis asked softly. It's okay, it's been cleaned up. Oh! Thinking that there were several people behind this body, including Ikue's woman, Lux didn't want to say anything more at this time. And outside Boyaz, Aegis, who was using signal concealment, was sticking under Boyaz's huge radar. At the same time, it was clearing the operation traces on it through a wire connection. And because it was close to the plant, Aegis here had no delay at all. On the other side, there were many more wreckages between Boyaz and the battleship, all of which were Jean In and Gates. There is no way. Cruz's Oracle is not too easy to kill people without spatial cognition ability. Beams from all directions. Ordinary green clothes can't even withstand one wave. In addition, there are also Chianja and several short swords. Blocking the door is still very easy. This place will only be a target if it comes to Rebirth. Boyaz is also equipped with a positron cannon. The Rebirth target is so big, the hit rate is much higher than other bodies. After clearing the traces, Hikue also quietly flew in from the maintenance channel reserved by the radar. As a person who spent most of his time in Boyaz in the early stage, he was very familiar with this place. Boyaz was also in a mess at this time. After all, it was a shame to be blocked at the door like this, and the one who gave them this shame was their former machine, the former hero. Any ZFT person would probably be angry. Where are the reinforcements? Let that clone block the door. How can we, the adjusters, have any face? The staff officer said loudly to the adjutant. They haven't come yet, and all our elite machines are outside. The only machines that can compete with Oracle are Freedom, Justice, Z, Liberator, etc. But all these machines are outside, and only Hikue's asteroid has a Liberator too. But there is no pilot who can drive it, unless Hikue attacks it himself. But that's Cruz, who dares to let Hikue go into battle by himself? If he wins, it's fine, but if he dies, no one knows who will be responsible. As they said, at this time, Hikue looked at the messy hangar and although he could choose anyone, he had no idea where to start. The most advanced ones are probably the 3 lingos used for testing. Because the test pilots have all gone to Earth and no one can fly them. After all, this is not the same operating system as Jean In and Shigu. It is still very difficult for ordinary MS pilots to operate MA. 3 lingos. Hikue looked at the 3 machines in front of him and fell into deep thought. It's okay not to attack, Myling said softly. Indeed, the 3 lingos could not fight against Cruz in full state, not to mention Hikue's previous battle with Chong Sheng. Although they won, they still wasted a lot of energy. To be honest, as long as Cruz didn't attack, they really had no reason to attack. Try to see if you can get information, and being suppressed is always bad for the morale of the army. More importantly, I want to test my strength. With Elena here, his ability has become stronger. The battle with Reborn just now also confirmed this. With his backdoor in the Oracle, maybe he can keep Cruz here. Then go ahead, Shurha said with a smile. The system here was completed by us, so it's easy to invade. Sule also said. Okay. With the support of the 2, Hikue laughed proudly. 3 lingos, Hikue drove 1, Shurha drove 1, Luna and Elena drove 1, and the three MA-form lingos were controlled to fly out from the internal passage together. At the same time, Mathis at the bridge of the clan looked at Cruz on the screen in front of him and frowned deeply. There is no response from the moon. Although it may be because the neutron jammer is turned on, the communication has not been restored for such a long time. It seems that they are all destroyed. Hikue seemed to be born to restrain them. Every plan was blocked by him. It is not an exaggeration to say that he is their number one enemy. We have to retreat here too. They look like they are unwilling to fight us. They are just trash. There is no other way. They can only wait for the funds from the Death Merchant to arrive, so that they can use the Coordinator and the clone to win back the game. Anyway, they can't do anything to the Death Merchants, and no one knows the specific list of Death Merchants. Wait. Cruz suddenly stopped him. What? As soon as Mattis finished speaking, 3 bright tail flames suddenly appeared at the base. It was clearly the new type of transformable mass-produced mechanical lings belonging to Plant in their intelligence. Are you here to die again? As soon as Mattis finished speaking, Cruz had already controlled the Oracle to rush forward, and the many daggers behind him did not move. They all saw Cruz's strength, and at this time, they were afraid that they would be affected if they went forward. Disperse, I will be the main force to attract firepower. You can just assist in shooting. Okay. After they all responded in a sweet voice, the 2 machines beside Hikue separated immediately. Captain Cruz is so calculating. Hikue, you didn't fall into the trap either. Cruiser smiled while the floating guns behind him were also shooting at him layer by layer, making it difficult for people to cope. Ash Gray is dead. Yes, he was killed by you. Hikue, who also has spatial cognition ability, easily dodges the light speed while the beam gun under him fights back at Oracle. Chapter 563. Don't say that. If they hadn't taken someone else's life without permission, how could they have been retaliated against like this? Cruz scolded. I will also investigate Ash Gray's experience. Hikue said that the MA external aircraft of the machine was hit by Cruz and was forced to give up the MA form. Hikue, do you want to use it? Su Lei was obviously asking about the backdoor he left on the Oracle. There are too many enemy troops around, so don't use it for now. Seeing that the robbed plane wanted to support, Hikue did not plan to act without the assurance of a one-shot kill. At the same time, seeing that the beams were becoming more and more dense, Hikue decisively released the bait balloons in his fingers. However, after dodging only 1 round of floating cannons, they were all destroyed. Another little trick. Cruz sneered. After all, your offensive has become much more fierce. Did you find a way to heal from aura? Originally, Cruz's strength should have been relatively reduced. After all, rapid aging means the decline of body functions, but he is still so energetic even now. Apart from taking drugs, it can only be said that the rejuvenation drug of aura suppressed Cruz's aging. Of course, it is all speculation, more of a test. There was no answer, but as if to prove that he was still sharp, Cruz's offensive was pressing him step by step. The beam net formed by the floating guns became more and more dense. There is no doubt that he could not resist. Without other words, Hikue just silently pressed the self-destruct button and turned off the screen that had turned black. Cruz's strength is getting stronger and stronger. Hikue frowned slightly, not as relaxed as he had just said. He originally thought that the situation would be a decline, but he didn't expect to be suppressed. If you want to break this situation, you have to find a way to restrain his floating gun. Of course, he has a backdoor, but the time he can control it is definitely not long. It would be great if there was a technology that can defend in all directions and attack and defend at the same time. Ryota thought and looked at the virtual frame that was silently unfolding. Su Lei's favorability, 185. Shura Hanif's favorability, 189. Myling Hawk's favorability, 109. Luna Hawk's favorability, 109. Machine, Gundam X, 15114/50,000. At present, Shura and their favorability are still needed. After all, he was too busy. Apart from being in bed, he didn't take good care of Myling and Luna. This period of time was just right for a break, plus Shura's wedding. Thinking of this, Hikue's smile became more eager. Then let's leave it at that for now. There's no need to say too much about the subsequent investigation. This time, he must have been able to hide the fact that he launched the lightning backpack again. In this way, it seems that it is more urgent to build a satellite that transfers his own. It would be better to integrate a few more barrels and sensors of the lightning backpack on the transfer satellite. It would be best to increase the thrust and carry a radiance messenger. Thinking about it, Hikue suddenly felt a little dazed. Why does it feel like I'm going to create a messiah, but that thing is really useful? I just need to find an asteroid. Okay. The girls breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this. I have to say that every time I come here, it's more tiring than going to work. I was still thinking when I saw Elena hugging Hikue tightly. We're done, I'm hungry. You didn't do anything just now. Sule pulled Elena away and said unhappily. That's more than Sule did. I'm going to make supper, you guys clean up the mess. Hikue looked at the situation in front of him and found an excuse to leave. But before leaving, he also gave Shurha a look. Soon, only the two of them were walking outside together. Why are you leaving? What if there's a quarrel inside later? Shurha asked with a bit of sarcasm. They won't quarrel until I leave. They're just acting to tease me. Elena and Sule are both restless people, and when they get together, they come up with more and more tricks to make trouble. It's overwhelming. Humph. Hearing Hikue's words, Shurha snorted twice. I should be free these days. Let Sule and the others watch here, and I go with you to look at wedding dresses. You can also look at wedding dresses online. Although Shurha's heart was slightly moved, she still said it. I want to go shopping with you. Hikue smiled very gently. Of course, you can watch it online. Holographic technology is also advanced now. He can even ask someone to bring the wedding dress up for Shurha to choose slowly. After all, he can't afford it at the lunar base, but he still has the money. It's just that shopping together is a good way to maintain feelings. Moreover, they are still teenagers. Since there is no big threat, there is no need to stay here like an old man all day. As for the assassination order, he was naturally experienced. He could disguise himself and bring 12 birds with him. This place was not that far away. Unless they attacked here, it would be impossible to cut off his communication. Do you want to go? Yes. Hearing Hikue's question again, Shurha hugged Hikue's wrist without hesitation, feeling sweet in her heart. Of course she wanted to go, but considering that Hikue had not moved around much before, she thought he would not like it, so she did not mention it. Thinking of Hikue's initiative to accompany her shopping for her sake, Shurha held Hikue's hand a little harder. What do you want to eat? Hikue asked gently, and his arm, which was rubbed by the girl's softness, felt soft at this time. What do you want to cook? Well, I remember the crabs should have been shipped in yesterday. Steamed crabs? Okay. Hearing that it was crabs, Shurha smiled a little more happily at this time. Although they were rich, they didn't eat it every day. After all, they would get tired of it. Moreover, due to the impact of previous climate change, the crab production on Earth is even less. Although he can get priority supply, there are so many eyes on plant, and it is not good to have too many privileges. If the ecological adjustment can be completed, it will be a good political achievement, and it will also allow him to make more money. After all, food is the basis of everything. His hydroponic cabin has been given to Plant, and he must give more of the rest. Moreover, the money earned can be used to build a lunar base and satellites. Recently, he has to take time to go to Mars to stabilize, and take some resources there to transform the DSSD base. Thinking of this, Hikue's heart was excited again. Although the war is about to end. But he still has to fight for the future. She is now. And he has Aura and others to guard against. Chapter 564. The meeting in Alaska the next day went on as usual after a night of trouble. After Hikue comforted Lakis and Kigali, he went to May City with Shurha. Of course, this comfort was not very useful. Both of them were princesses, and they were not afraid of such things. They just did what they had to do. Yesterday's incident was concealed. Shurha looked at the calmness on the street and leaned on Hikue's shoulder and said softly, "It's not conducive to unity." Hikue said, "This is the current situation. If the news of yesterday's attack spreads, the peace talks will be more difficult. If it spreads, the radicals may have something to say. It's not appropriate to delay the peace talks now. Although Zath's resources can still hold on, most people are mentally exhausted. Except for some people who want the Earth to die directly. However, this approach is just pushing the world to destruction. At least Patrick wants to end this matter. As for the remaining tribes, they will be slowly eradicated. It is better to fight a terrorist organization than a state machine. But if those death merchants are not completely destroyed, there will be endless troubles." Shurha frowned and said, "It's not that simple. Those companies are not clean in the first place. If the measures are really harsh, they may encounter joint boycotts. If they are too lenient, there will be no effect. I know that too. Okay, let's not talk about that today." Hikue smiled and touched Shurha's head. "We are here to pick wedding dresses today." "Yes." Shurha nodded happily, leaning on Hikue a little tighter. As they talked, They walked into a wedding dress shop in a high-end shopping mall. There were not many people, but because of the genetic matching method, there were not many people who could get married happily. Hello, sir and madam. As soon as they entered the store, a pleasant welcome bell rang, and the clerk quickly greeted the two. Although he didn't know the two people in front of him, the clerk couldn't help but guess at their easygoing demeanor and aura of authority without anger. I don't know whose son he is that doesn't even have a bodyguard. Could it be Amalfi? No, Amalfi doesn't look like this. Take your time to choose. Hikue smiled at the clerk and said softly. Yes. Although he said he would take his time to choose, Shura really did take his time to choose. After trying one piece after another, he asked for opinions on each piece. If the clerk hadn't been watching, Hikue would have definitely gone in, and he wouldn't have had to walk around. Wait. It seems that no one knows him. While thinking, Hikue stood up when he saw Shurhi, who was wearing a white lace dress. I help you. Shurhi was startled when he heard this, but she blushed and didn't stop him. The clerk was also startled, but he couldn't say anything. After all, considering the other party's momentum, although the behavior was a bit vulgar, the clerk couldn't say anything. However, there was someone watching outside, and Hikue couldn't do anything. He was really just helping. After a half day of choosing, he finally chose a gorgeous and elegant wedding dress. The tight designed upper body and the delicate golden lace pattern outlined every inch of his familiar skin, looming. Is this the most beautiful one? After going through so much together, although he had imagined the scene of the two getting married countless times, Shura couldn't help but feel his heartbeat speed up when he really put on the wedding dress. As if even on the battlefield yesterday, there was no such tension. Shura looks the most beautiful in whatever she wears. After gently rubbing Shura's head, Hikue held Shura's hand. Hikue, I like you. Without looking at the expression on the boy's face, Shura turned her head to avoid Hikue's gaze. What did Shura say? I didn't hear it clearly. Hikue asked with a smile. Bad guy. But I like Shura too, so I will never let go of Shura's hand. Hikue said softly. I won't let Shura let go of my hand either. Yes, you said so. Shura nodded. Later, Shura went to the dressing room to change clothes, and Hikue walked out of the dressing room. Well, the two of them didn't avoid other people when they talked just now. When Shura said Hikue's name just now, the clerk was already stunned. Who doesn't know Hikue in May City? The asteroid known as the Guardian God is still standing outside them. But this person doesn't look like Hikue. Take it. Hikue took out the card and said gently to the clerk, while putting his finger on his lips to make a silent gesture. Oh, okay. Is it really Hikue? Thinking of this possibility, the clerk came back to his senses and his face was full of excitement. Well, I have always been your fan. The clerk's excited face was red, and she looked quite cute with the addition of her appearance, and at this time the girl's eyes were filled with admiration and respect. Thank you, but please keep it a secret. Yes, but we can't accept this money. The girl pushed the card back to Hikue firmly. You are our benefactor. If it weren't for Hikue, they wouldn't know how many dangers they would face in the nuclear crisis and food crisis. It is also because of Hikue that they can live safely. If the media finds out, I will be on the headlines. The congressman bought a wedding dress for his fiancée, but didn't pay for it. Hikue smiled. But? Your safety is my greatest reward. As soon as Hikue finished speaking, Shura also walked out of the fitting room. Since Hikue said so, you should accept it. As Shura said this, she naturally held Hikue's wrist tightly. It's fine. The clerk looked at the intimacy between the two and was full of envy. After all, that was Hikue. Why didn't the genetic matching method match her with a Hikue model? The girl, who originally thought that the genetic matching method was not good, was now full of regrets. But no matter how envious she was, there was nothing she could do, and her fiancé was now a director, a figure she could not reach. Thinking of the sourness in her heart, the girl still obediently deducted the money. Without knowing the girl's thoughts, she left a signature for the clerk, and then Hikue turned around and left with Shura. Then, there is cake next. Hikue smiled. Just go back and pick the cake, and your identity has been exposed. It was because of Shura that it was exposed, and you won't say it even if I say it again. Hikue said with a pitiful face. How is Shura going to compensate me? Let's talk about it when we get back. Glancing at Hikue shyly, Shura grabbed Hikue's hand and walked a little faster. At this time, Hikue looked at the girl in front of him and couldn't help but raise the corner of his mouth gently. Chapter 565. Just as Hikue returned to the asteroid to ask Shura for compensation, Patrick in December City was also having a headache looking at the report in front of him. Lei, do you think he is Aegis? Although Aegis is a woman, Patrick thinks this is something the other party can do. I don't know, but he is not a bad person. Linoa shook her head and said, although he has his own calculations and interests, didn't he also protect them? He even saved the entire colony, but they have not awarded him a medal for that achievement because it has surpassed all their medals. The highest medal given to Cruz before is obviously not suitable for Hikue. He is a man who cherishes the old times. He has so many old friends here, so he won't leave. Just like Rick, will you leave? Lenore chuckled and hugged Patrick's wrist, looking sweet. I'm not a playboy like Hikue. Avoiding Ringmore's teasing eyes, Patrick, as the Speaker of the Parliament, was quite uncomfortable at this time. Okay, let the young people take care of the rest. Now that the food supply and political situation are stable, I think we should retire. Patrick's heart moved slightly when he heard Ringmore's words. We can go to Mars to have a look then. Patrick looked at Ringmore with a slightly moved expression. Of course, I think if we go to Mars, Aslan can protect us if he accompanies us. He knew it. It's that brat again. Patrick's mouth twitched slightly when he heard it. But thinking of the rich retirement life in the future, he nodded. I will make new arrangements after Team Isaac comes back. Thinking that both Jewel and Amalfi seemed to be obsessed with their sons, Patrick felt that he had no one to use. Let Diego go, but it's not a desert, and he can't fit in with the Eurasian country if he's dark. Let's not talk about this. If Lei likes children so much, why not? No. Unless you call Aslan back. The two of them were in a tug-of-war, and Hikue was discussing the same thing with Sure, he who had just finished making love. Why is Sure he so proactive today? It was only 2 or 3 times before, but Sure he said it was compensation and forced him to come 6 times today. It also left the others with no room to play, but Hikue didn't say anything, so they could only accept it. Hikue, when can we have a child? Sure, who had fought 6 rounds while lying on top of Hikue, pouted and said. As Hikue's team continued to grow, people like Elena, Julius, and Kigali were all naturals. Although Julius was still young and unlikely, and Kigali was not often seen, Elena was a beauty. And she was like a beautiful snake, entangled with Hikue all day long. This also made Sure his sense of crisis full at once. Although the pregnancy rate between adjusters and naturals was not as high as that between naturals, the data was still evenly divided. Even if the two of them were genetically matched, she didn't have much confidence. The situation has improved now, and there are not so many dangers. Sure put Hikue's hand on her flat white belly. Now there are still people from Cruz's clan who are not dead yet. Feeling the smoothness of his palm, Hikue said. Although he didn't show it in front of Shura after the battle with Cruz, his thoughts and his heart did not stop. Since Cruz will not become weaker, then only he can become stronger. He wants to create a weapon to restrain Cruz. Of course, there is no clue yet. As for the child, he has also checked his genes, since his genes have become stronger and stronger. It seems that there is no superhuman change due to the system. In other words, he and Shura should have the highest fertility rate. But it is still hard to say. Then you keep going. Shura glared at him, and then she rode on him again. Seeing that they were about to fight again, Su Lei couldn't help but pull Luna, who was hugging her sister and covering her ears. Are you guys in red so energetic? Why don't you go up and try? That's how many times. It seems that Shura didn't use her full strength before. No, not really. Luna looked at that side with resentment, and then turned her head away. Shura is better than me. Did you practice on purpose? Practice? I've practiced that kind of thing. Luna was a little shy when she said that, and didn't say it completely. But Su Lei still understood it. I didn't expect that her opponent actually learned it secretly. We can't give up. Su Lei raised her hand and said. Looking at Su Lei, the two sisters looked at each other and immediately had a tacit understanding of a bad premonition in their hearts. Let's go learn. Let's learn tonight. Su Lei said and pulled the two sisters out of bed. So late? Luna wanted to learn. Actually, putting aside those shy words, she wanted to. But now she is learning, and no one can calm her down. It doesn't matter, if it doesn't work, I will help you, and you can help me. It's just right that we can verify each other's theories. Ah? Although she accepted that kind of thing with her sister, she hadn't accepted the other kind of thing. Miling's face turned red when she heard Su Lei's words. It's okay, let's see first. And maybe Kigali and Lakis will come soon then. Su Lei looked at the two sisters dimly, and everything was self-explanatory. What if they didn't have a skill and couldn't eat meat at that time? They weren't legitimate fiancés like Shura. Thinking of this, the two sisters looked at each other and quickly looked away. Under the leadership of Su Lei, who was eager to study, the three of them left together. Without knowing that he had set off a wave of learning among the girls, the meeting in Alaska had finally reached its final stage. We can keep the territories on the moon and the Earth as long as they originally belonged to the Atlantic Federation, Lakis said. What about those that are not in the area? Hearing Hikue's question, Lakis thought about it. If it is not originally a part of the Atlantic Federation, it will be taken over by East Asia and Eurasia. What's wrong? I want to buy a piece of land as a research base. Is there a chance that it will be approved by the parliament? As long as your project is attractive enough, it will be approved. Although Hikue is very famous, the Supreme Council only considers Hikue's proposals at most, rather than blindly following them. Otherwise, he would have been the speaker by now. So what do you want to buy it for? We talked about scientific research, researching solar microwave energy. Listening to Hikue's words, Lux shrugged. By the way, don't you happen to have a base on the moon? Yes, but it's not mine anymore. Lux looked at him gently. Do you want me to give you that base? No then. Their base is not big, and to build a launch platform, you must have a launch station, and the launch station cannot be underground. Chapter 566. The negotiations in Alaska on Earth ended, and the cake was divided to everyone's satisfaction. On the eve of the wedding, Hikue found Patrick again. Speaker, this is my plan for the development of a lunar base. Hikue submitted the plan he had worked on overtime. Well, the research on the moon. They have been researching there for hundreds of years. Are you sure there will be new discoveries? People now mine on the moon, and the research station has been almost abandoned. After all, they know what they should know. The resources in the universe are so abundant that no one will stick to the moon. Going to Mars is more promising than studying the moon. This is what most people think. In such a mainstream trend, Hikue's proposal is a heresy. Although we are studying the moon, our main research object is the satellite system. By studying and controlling microwave beams, we can use solar energy more efficiently and stably. Renewable, pollution-free, it is definitely the most important project in the major geosphere. Solar energy. Patrick wanted to say that solar energy is also a project that has been studied very thoroughly. There has been no breakthrough. But thinking of what Hikue had created before, he finally just nodded. I don't know about others, but if it's you, maybe it's okay. Although the Supreme Council generally won't approve such a huge project, Hikue has a reputation, so there is still a certain guarantee. You may have to make some guarantees, maybe some intellectual property rights or something like that. That's no problem. Is he wrong? That's right, the microwave system itself has the potential to provide energy. On the Gundam X, the solar power generation facility can transmit energy to the receiving device on Earth through microwave beams. The technical principle is consistent with the concept of space solar power stations. This is a new type of clean energy. As long as the attenuation and scattering of microwave beams by the atmosphere is overcome, as well as the design, installation and maintenance of the receiving device, etc., this will be a safer and greener energy than the current nuclear energy. Although Hikue's goal is not that long-term, it does not conflict with his original goal of protecting himself. Also, the issue of the DSSD Research Institute branch. This issue was also discussed at the meeting in Alaska. It is fine to open it in May City, but you have to control them, and don't let them mess around. And they will also open a branch in East Asia and Orb's colony satellites in the future. That's no problem, they won't mess around. And the technology they bring can also speed up our pace of deep space exploration. Hikue smiled. As for the branch, Selena must be in the plant branch anyway. Or it must be in his asteroid. The most important thing at the moment is to maintain stability. Patrick sighed, and looked at the boundless starry sky outside the window. Those countless stars are brand new worlds. Perhaps most of them are not suitable for living, but they can satisfy the unprecedented desire of human exploration and expansion. I know. After finishing the story, Patrick paused and continued. You won't threaten the plant, will you, Hikue? Patrick said seriously, his eyes staring at the boy in front of him with a strong sense of oppression. No. Although facing Patrick in this state, Hikue was not afraid at all. I believe you. Just like Ringmore said, he is now on that asteroid with so many women, he probably can't run away even if he wants to. Thinking of this, Patrick's face also relaxed and showed a faint smile. Then I'm looking forward to your wedding, Counselor He. It's my honor that Speaker Patrick has come to me. Hikue smiled and left December City. Soon, back on his own asteroid, Hikue was in a deepest room, looking at the treatment chamber in front of him with a thoughtful look on his face. In addition to the treatment chamber, there are many other equipment here. If you look closely, They are the same as the nano-processing machines he used in Maze City. It's just that these machines have been modified by him to be more sophisticated and can make cell-level treatment machines. Thanks to his in-depth study in Setona, he is now at the top level in the country in terms of genes. The cell recovery effect has been significantly improved, but the probability of subsequent collapse reaction has increased by 25%, and the arrangement is wrong again. Looking at the dummy in the treatment chamber in front of him and the data on the screen, Hikue squeezed his wrist hard. This dummy has no genes. He has no way of knowing whether it can be repaired. If he wants to try, he may have to find Sothis or a clone to verify it. But with his current ability, it is not the right time. But before that, we must be able to restrain the weapons of the dragoons. Turning off the observation equipment in his hand, Hikue looked up at the snow-white ceiling. He fell into deep thought for the umpteenth time. He actually has another direction now. That is to try to merge his two strongest backpacks. It is not impossible to merge the mobile defense shield with the nano-robot. If the mobile defense shield is reduced to the nano level and combined with the discharge function of his nano-robot, it may be possible to produce an invincible defense. This is also a way to restrain crews. But in addition to the need to reduce the size of the mobile defense shield, there is one most important problem, which is where the energy comes from. He needs a more efficient energy conversion method. Thinking of this, Hikue temporarily put his mind back to the radar room. Selena. Hikue, we can go over any time. It sounds like Selena has definitely known the news, and even the background sound seems to be moving things. So fast? Although he also thought that the faster the better, he didn't expect Selena to be so fast. Exploring the deep universe is too slow no matter how hard you try. Listening to Selena's words, Hikue curled his lips in amusement. I thought Selena wanted to see me. That's about right. Our child wants to see you. What? Hikue was startled when he heard the word child suddenly, but he quickly reacted. You're not talking about the Stargazer, are you? What else? Hearing the other party's words, Hikue's mouth twitched slightly, but he couldn't refute it. Hikue had just confirmed the date of coming to plant with Selena, and Sule came in with the Hawk sisters in a hurry. Hikue! What's wrong? Facing Sule's excited eyes, Hikue took a half step back. Let's have a baby too. Sule didn't hesitate to show the swimsuit under her body. After all, except Hikue, all the people who could come in were women, and they were Hikue's women. Chapter 567. Looking at the three people in front of him wearing different styles of sakumizu, Hikue couldn't help but feel his heart beating faster. Where did you find this dress? We asked Lika to bring it for us. Sule sold Lika very smoothly. How is it? Do you like it? Yeah. To be honest, this dress is really suitable for Sule's petite figure, which makes him feel guilty. Of course, the Hawk sisters are not bad either. One of them is cute and the other is beautiful, and they complement each other perfectly. Standing together, people's hearts are excited. You're really perverted. You like this? Although Sule said this, she gradually moved closer and sat on Hikue's thigh. It covers so many places. Feeling Hikue's reaction, Sule's movements became more wanton, bolder than usual, and more seductive. Have you learned it? Hikue asked with a complicated look. I have learned it, but it's definitely not because of you. Sule was only coquettish, and not arrogant at all. After she finished speaking, she blocked Hikue's mouth. At this time, the two people behind Sule looked at each other, then shyly turned their heads away, but still took a few steps towards Hikue. While the three were operating here, the unlocked metal sliding door opened. Before Setona could finish speaking, the blushing voice inside came over. Of course, the scene was even more shocking. Although it was not unprecedented, Setona still opened her eyes wide in surprise when she saw the strange clothes on Sule. Setona did not leave, but looked at the four people curiously who came in. Setona? Hikue stood up from Sule's arms and looked at the girl in front of him. Habit is a powerful force, and Hikue was the calmest among them. The two hawks hid behind Hikue at this time. Only Sule glanced at Setona, as if she was frightened by her resemblance to Lux, but she was still attacking. Why are you wearing so many clothes? Setona squatted down curiously and looked at the two people on the ground. According to Setona's knowledge, wearing so many clothes for sleeping is a bit of a hindrance. Nana, do you want to know? Without waiting for Hikue to speak, Sule asked with a seductive look in the gap between Hikue's rhythm. Yes. Then I teach Nana. Sule said, and pulled Setona to join the battle. As a main output, Hikue looked at the situation in front of him and his mouth twitched slightly while outputting. He worked hard enough yesterday, and he had to do it again before night. If it weren't for Kigali, he would have been a useless man. But even with Kigali's physique, it would be useless if he continued like this. After a while, everyone sat up from the simple bed in the radar room. What is Nana doing here? Although it seems a bit late to ask now, Setona usually doesn't come. Setona, who was holding Hikue and looked a bit like a satisfied kitten, pursed her lips. You forgot. Hikue promised me to go to Mars. There are still many people waiting for her to go back there. I haven't forgotten, but this still needs to be planned. How are you going to go back? What if you are caught? Hikue did not forget that Setona ran away secretly. So she needs a legitimate reason to go back. Finally, a reason that can reasonably and legally give Setona control of the Mars colony. Of course, this possibility is too small. God knows what the situation is over there. So we still need to prepare. There is no rush to grow food on Mars. At least we have to wait until the situation on Earth is basically stable before we can proceed. Don't be afraid, Setona. Anyway, they don't dare to do anything to me. Setona said seriously. I know, let me prepare. Hikue stroked Setona's smooth face with great tenderness. Then it will take a while. Don't worry, it will be soon. To go to Mars, the fastest is still the light messenger. Just waiting to install one on his new battleship, plus his own Gundam and more defense forces, everyone can go to Mars for a short time without fear of threats. After staring at Hikue's eyes, and seeing that he didn't seem to be lying, Setona withdrew her gaze, and nodded with satisfaction, then kissed Hikue on the lips. Just waiting for the absurd things on Hikue's side to end, after another night of hard work, he brought Shurha to the central port of April City the next day. At this time, this place was already full of countless people, and even the elevator at the central axis was full of people holding small flags of plant and ZFT. Everyone was waiting for the ship that would bring back the delegation. No matter what. No matter if there were other threats in the world. At least in this year's war, they welcome peace as the victorious country. I hope there will be no more wars in the future after this, Counselor He. Beside Hikue at this time was Durandal, who had come from behind to become a counselor of the 3rd District of February City, because he had thrown himself into the arms of the Klein faction. With his high affinity and high technical ability, he successfully became a counselor of the 3rd District of February City. He is on the same level as Hikue. War will never change or stop. Senator Durandal should know this better than me. Looking at Durandal, who was also wearing a senator's uniform, Hikue smiled. Senator, he doesn't want to change? Durandal asked. This man brought Talia to his asteroid, maybe because he knew something. But no matter how much he loves Talia, his ideas and vision will not change. After hearing the change Durandal mentioned, Shurha subconsciously held the boy's hand tightly, and at the same time took a half step forward, faintly blocking the two of them. Change is not for me. It is enough to protect their peace for a while. As for the rest, we will talk about it later. Perhaps as long as we spread enough seeds in the universe, humans will not become extinct. He smiled at Shurha comfortingly, and raised his head and said lightly. At this time, hearing what Hikue said, Durandal felt a little disdain in his heart. If he was not so thoughtful, and the other party was not Hikue, he would not be able to help but refute. What's the use? They will just destroy it repeatedly. Senator Durandal, you are one of them. And I've already said it's not appropriate to think about things that far in the future. As soon as Hikue finished speaking, he heard a click sound from the front, as if the tunnel had been fixed. As the lights in the passage gradually lit up, the delegation was about to return. Chapter 568. In such a grand occasion, the two did not continue talking. And Hikue also looked at the exit. Of course, the first to come out were Siegel and Kanaba, and Lakis followed closely behind her father, followed by Counselor Jewel and Commander Andrew, who had made contributions. As for Isaac, because of what he had done before, and because he killed citizens of Orb, he naturally would not be treated as a hero. In fact, it was miserable enough to think about Isaac. Of course, those who were not killed were the most miserable. However, Hikue had no right to say anything. Although he had never killed civilians, he had killed many as a logistics officer of Aegis. It was just that he hid it better. Patrick, who was the speaker and stood in the front, also walked up to Siegel with his wife. The two did not know what they were thinking in their hearts, but they still smiled on the surface, and then held hands. Welcome back, Siegel, you have worked hard. Haha, seeing you and Renoya come together, I don't have to worry about anything. The two chatted like good friends reminiscing about the past. And Lux's eyes naturally fell on Hikue. Then she smiled inconspicuously in the direction of the boy. Hikue naturally raised his own mouth corners when he saw this. However, it was not Lux who found her first in the hustle and bustle of the return, but Andrew, the desert tiger, and Aisha, who had not been seen for a long time and were walking behind. Long time no see, Commander Andrew has become much whiter. Hikuei shook hands with him, and said with a sincere smile, although it's been a long time since we last met, they actually had quite a few interactions in Alaska, even though they were in the role of Aegis. Yes, in that freezing cold place. I'm really miserable, either in the desert or in Alaska. Indeed, that place is close to the Arctic Circle. It would be strange if it wasn't cold. Haha, Commander Andrew will be able to spend his retirement with Miss Aisha when he comes back this time. Okay, Hikuei, just call me Andrew, and Aisha too, I'm not used to it. Andrew shrugged, and after hearing what Hikuei said, he was obviously in a good mood and patted Hikuei's shoulder. We are looking forward to your wedding. Thank you. Looking at Shurha, who had been pulled aside by Aisha to talk, the smile on Hikuei's face became a little gentler. What about Andrew? When do you plan to do it? Andrew was stunned when he heard the words, and then he shook his head with a smile. Aisha and I are not a genetically compatible couple. It's okay to do it privately. I think Aisha would agree. Hearing what Hikuei said, Andrew's heart moved slightly. Then he hugged Hikuei's shoulders again. I didn't expect that one day you would persuade me. How many private events have you held? Not yet. Then it will be soon. Yeah, almost. After chatting with Andrew for a few more words while reminiscing about the past, Hikuei's expression gradually became a little more serious. Is Andrew interested in Mars? Mars? If Hikuei hadn't become serious when he suddenly heard the word Mars, Andrew would have thought Hikuei was joking. I plan to organize a diplomatic technology exchange group, the kind that I will lead. I want to invite you to be the captain of the security team. After hearing Hikuei's words, Andrew thought silently for a while before looking up again. About when? No hurry, the earliest estimate will be next year. It's almost September now, and we have to wait for DSSD to settle down and complete the warships, and the proposal for the lunar base must be approved first. So the earliest it can be completed is early next year. If there is no conflict in schedule, it should be no problem. I just want to go to Mars to have a look. Going to Mars is actually more leisurely than here, and he and Aisha just want to go somewhere else. Mars, which few people have been to, is a good place to go. As for work, he can still protect Hikuei's safety. And Hikuei can protect himself, so it's not too much trouble. I let you have some time. You two can relax recently. Okay. Hearing Hikuei say this, Andrew didn't say anything. He was really tired after fighting for so long, and he was more than happy to have Hikuei help him block those who wanted to assign him tasks. Hikuei now has the position of vice member of the National Defense Committee. While chatting with Andrew, Diego suddenly appeared. Mr. He, long time no see. Hearing this, Hikuei did not answer but looked at him strangely. What's wrong? Thinking that there was something dirty on his face, Diego touched his still black face. No, I just felt that Diego seemed to have become more polite, and I'm not used to it. Glancing at Hikuei with resentment, Diego's face relaxed a little. Hikuei has to trouble Isaac's matter. No trouble, but there is one thing I want to ask him. What is it? About the defense in the military court, should I put the blame on Cruz or tell the truth? After hearing what Hikuei said, Yitzhak thought for a while and shook his head. No need to ask, he will definitely not choose the first one. No matter how sinful Cruz is, Yitzhak will not frame him to get himself off the hook. I guessed it. Hikuei nodded. Will it be troublesome if I tell the truth? Diego asked nervously. It's a bit troublesome, and it will take at least a few years for people to forget about him, and he can only serve ZFT in these years. Isaac should be happy about this. Thinking of his friend's arrogant face, the tension on Diego's face melted away, and he smiled. Well, that's good. So, I heard that your father wants you to go back and inherit the family business as a doctor, right? Facing Hikuei, who changed his style, Diego's smile disappeared before he could retract it. I still want to stay here. Facing the gaze of his father not far away, Diego took a step back like a mouse seeing a cat. Your father doesn't think so. Mr. He, save me, Diego said quickly after recognizing the situation. If this person speaks up, he will definitely be able to continue to stay in ZFT. After all, Hikuei had cooperated with his father before. His father's words showed that he valued Hikuei very much. May you be lucky. Hikuei smiled kindly. No, you can't just stand by and watch someone die. I'm proficient in sniping, not close combat, so how can I be a doctor? At this moment, Diego was almost crying while holding Hikuei's legs. It can be seen that he was really resistant. Well, I really can't do anything about you. Diego, are you going to Mars? Listening to Hikuei's skillful combo, Andrew subconsciously looked in the direction of Lux. It seems true that the two of them were very close, and this black belly was contagious. Chapter 569. After talking so much, Diego, who had no sense of being cheated, left happily because he didn't have to leave ZFT and could travel to Mars. Only Andrew was left looking at him dimly. I didn't lie to him, Hikue explained. What he said was true. Isn't going there like traveling? And there are new machines to drive? How happy! Of course, the happiest thing is that he found a thug like Diego. Although I don't know why he only found sniper talents. But it's no problem, as long as he rushes up himself. Of course it's impossible. The iron wall is still there. Just tell me anything in the future, Andrew said, looking at Diego, who was overjoyed and ready to go to Isaac to report the good news. Otherwise, I will sell your information to the gossip. Don't worry, how could I betray Captain Andrew? Of course, I guess after you sell it, Hikue said, his eyes turned to Lux, who was still chatting with the various congressmen in front of him. I'm old, you guys have fun. Andrew's mouth curled slightly, and he followed Diego's steps and left. Of course he ran to Aisha to seek comfort. Looking at this scene with amusement, Hikue was stopped again when he was about to look for Lux. Is Senator Yi free? Senator Klein, hello. He wanted to find Klein, but not this Klein. But there was no way, he was stopped, and Hikue could only stand there. It's impossible to ignore Siegel. It seems like Counselor, he is still very busy recently. Yes, a little bit. Hikue nodded. As a pillar of the country, Counselor, he should also take care of himself. Okay, but Counselor Siegel too, there are still many things that need your care in the future. Hikue lowered his eyes and said, I heard from Lux that although Aegis was not exposed to Siegel, it was almost the same. After all, a person suddenly appeared next to his daughter, and then suddenly disappeared. Although he kept it secret from most people, he could not keep it secret from Siegel. But considering that the fig leaf of his current identity is about to be torn off, Hikue has no worries. After all, if Cruz cooperates with the mastermind, his identity will be lost. Now he has to study the soft landing of his identity, and win more people's hearts. Siegel looked at his face, and didn't know what he was thinking. Senator He, I remember you should have studied nanorobots? Yes. Can it change genes? Siegel asked faintly. Not sure. Come to think of it, Siegel seemed to have come from Durandal's direction just now. What exactly is he planning? Not knowing Siegel's purpose, Hikue could only answer him sporadically. And in the warm atmosphere at the scene, everyone also organized their team and walked out together. What did Klein say to you just now? Shurha asked softly. Some questions about genetic changes. They probably want to increase the birth rate. Durandal was originally doing genetic research, so he guessed a little bit of Klein's plan. But will it be so smooth? It is also difficult to get adjusters to marry natural people. Generally speaking, if they are not in love, then adjusters will look down on natural people, and in turn, natural people will be afraid of or discriminate against adjusters. The hate propaganda done by both sides before can be said to have completely revealed its disadvantages. There is always a way to eliminate prejudice. Shurha walked behind Hikue holding his hand and whispered. It's rare that Shurha would say this. Hearing this, Shurha pinched Hikue's arm unhappily. As long as there is no war, I will not discriminate against natural persons. Of course, the premise is that natural persons do not attack us. Shurha raised her eyebrows. Although she said it fiercely, it seemed more and more lovely to Hikue. We are getting married soon, so stop fighting and killing recently, Hikue said with a smile. The two of them walked together intimately without paying attention to their surroundings. Naturally, they did not notice the eyes of the people around them waving national flags and military flags. It's great, their relationship. The girl couldn't help but say, while waving the flag enthusiastically. Yes. Although it was rumored on the internet that Hikue was a young woman killer. But there was no real evidence. It was said that he sent flowers to the director of OPU, which could be out of courtesy. And it was ridiculous to be a killer just for sending flowers. As for the fact that there are many women, Hikue is also a powerful person. He has money and status, or in plant, Hikue is the strongest among the next generation adjusters. His existence even overshadows the sons of other families. It would be strange if you don't envy such a situation. I heard from a clerk online that he met Hikue and Shurha shopping in a wedding dress shop together. Oh, really? The girl's words attracted the attention of the surrounding people again. Under these gazes, the team also came to the central civic square surrounded by ceremonial lingus. Have you prepared your speech? Shurha leaned over to Hikue's ear in the temporary backstage away from the audience and said, Yes, already. Before Hikue finished speaking, Lux, who also had a role, came up. Shurha, you look great today. Thank you, Miss Lux. Shurha pulled at the director's white uniform, although Lux seemed to have stopped doing anything else recently. But seeing Lux's poem still makes me feel a little uncomfortable. And Ikue took a step forward. Is Lux's speech ready? Of course, who do you think I am? Lux raised her chin proudly, then her eyes circled around the congressmen, who were looking at her faintly, and then she continued. I tell you something when I get back. Okay. Watching Lux leave, the fragrance of the other party's turn still seemed to remain in her nose. Is it really okay to invite Lux? Shurha did not say anything about giving up her seat, but rubbed Ikue intimately, as if to eliminate the smell that Lux had just brought. Lux doesn't mind these things, she has a longer-term goal. Ikue smiled. Long-term goal? Shurha also thought of the idea that Lux had been promoting. She wants to borrow your power. Shurha frowned slightly after figuring it out instantly, obviously quite dissatisfied. It's not that she is dissatisfied with Lux's idea, but Lux actually came to snatch Ikue for this. But it's not because of those loves. Chapter 570. As the director of the Integrated Design Bureau, and a counselor of May City, I am fully aware of the heavy responsibility we shoulder. Ikue stood on the stage covered with flower petals, facing the attention of the crowd, and Shurha stood beside him. At this time, Shurha also stood straight, and his spirit was no less than that of an ordinary red-coated soldier. Here, I would like to express my highest respect to all those who have contributed to the peace cause of Plant. It is your courage, wisdom and sacrifice that have brought us today's peace. Ikue said, as he looked at the other side of the stands, which were seats for soldiers, from the white clothes at the front to the red and green clothes. Row after row, it was really spectacular. As Ikue finished speaking, strong applause came towards him. Although some radical military personnel did not approve of Ikue's current position, everything Ikue did was unquestionable, just like his strength. It was also because of this that Ikue won their respect. However, this respect will fade with time, and before that he must make various developments to consolidate his position. At the same time, I also want to thank my fiancée, who will be my wife in the near future, Director Shurha Hannes. It was her support and companionship along the way that kept me from losing my way. Ikue turned sideways and pulled Shurha, who was half a body behind him, to his side. And Shurha obviously did not expect this, her face was red. But Shurha was no longer the little girl she used to be. After sorting out her thoughts, she smiled at Ikue. Then they kissed each other in front of everyone. Accompanied by thunderous applause, the two seemed to be the only ones in the world. Although it was just a simple kiss of lips, it was more passionate than any previous contact. The surrounding media did not miss this big news either, and the cameras were all aimed at the two of them. Of course, not all of them, some gossipers gave the camera to Lux. But to their disappointment, Lux just looked at them, with a quiet smile on her face. It seemed as if she was blessing the two of them. Sure enough, they were all rumors. Thinking of this, the gossip reporter also breathed a sigh of relief. Although no big news was found, it was more reassuring to confirm that Lux was not with Ikue than to get big news. Kissing in front of the whole country, it's very bold. Now it's been said to be the kiss of the century. On the asteroid, Lux, who was seen as blessing the two, was drawing circles on Ikue's heart with her slender fingers. Her lowered eyes were blocked by the pink hair, making it impossible to see her emotions. A little bit. Ikue recalled the situation at that time, and was actually shocked by Shurha's sudden action. But he would hug Shurha soon, and it was undeniable that he was moved. Humph. I've left your robot at my house. I won't return it to you. Lakis glared at Ikue and changed the subject. It's okay. I feel relieved when she's here. You can turn it on when you're not busy. Just charge it on time. The Aegis already had a semi-finished quantum computer. It should be able to protect one person. Thank you, Ikue. Listening to Ikue's words, she felt a sweet feeling seeping out from her heart, but she didn't say it out loud. She just fitted Ikue's body a little closer. Have you solved the DSSD issue? Solved. Wait for the moon plan to be approved, and then we can call DSSD over during this time, and then we can set off after the new battleships and new MS are successfully researched. Don't you think it will take a long time? Lakis was speechless after hearing Ikue's step-by-step instructions. Very soon, 3 months will be enough. The technology of the Stargazer has been completely unlocked, and the mature light transmitter is now in his mind. It will be very fast for him to produce the finished product. As for the learning AI, we can do it on the way. Just happen to have the data on my phone. If you say so, then so. Lux rolled her eyes. And then, why are you asking this, Lux? Luxury is going too. Go ahead. Hikue, who had known about this question for a long time, nodded and replied. Forget it. And then? Lux pouted her lips slightly, hinting at something. Instead of answering, Hikue kissed the girl's sweet lips. Then, there were bursts of panting. Today, the two did not reach that step, but they were more intimate each time during their interactions. Congratulations on your upcoming marriage. Just after leaving Lux, Hikue welcomed Haas, who rarely came to his asteroid. Come here too. Hikue smiled. Of course, I've eaten so much dog food. Haas looked disgusted with the sweetness of chocolate after eating it, so Hikue couldn't help but pat Haas on the forehead. Then, how is the base on the moon? Very good, thanks to the ceasefire, it's getting better and better, and we're preparing for a second expansion. We'd probably hire 50 people this time. This way, our moon company will have 100 people, and the production capacity will be even greater. Haas said, and then a hint of weirdness appeared on his face. But there's one more thing I want to tell you. What is it? Do you still remember the daughter of the Seraphite official? Agnes Gibbonrath? Hikue quickly thought of the pink-haired girl. Yes, she came to our lunar base to apply for garrison again. Although she is just an ordinary red-clothed girl. Before, they had reasons to say that they had not graduated, but at this time, Luna's class also let go of a group of students for the sake of peace, and Agnes Gibbonrath was one of them. Adding her relationship, it was embarrassing. Let her in. The stronger the guards on the moon are, the better. After all, he is about to build a second base on the moon. Just keep an eye on her. She is ambitious. She can't be left alone until she is confirmed to be harmless. Hikue gave the girl's file back to Haas and warned him. I know, but it's more appropriate for you to come out in this situation. The girl came here because she had a crush on Hikue. Everyone knew this. When are you going to the moon to take a look? You have never been there once. Haas teased. Yeah. We can set off after the Supreme Council approves my plan. There are still many things to do with the site selection of the base, and it is indeed time for him to go there. Of course, it is safest to find their base before that. Otherwise, it will be like a nest of cockroaches. If you kill one or two, another one or two will pop up, which is very troublesome. Okay, I understand. Haas shrugged his shoulders after hearing this. Want to eat together? No, I'm full of dog food when I'm giving a national speech. I didn't expect you guys to be so bold. Kissing in front of the whole country, wow. Now the photos from the media are all over the streets and the slow network. Hearing Wasi's teasing, Hikue was thick-skinned and didn't react at all, but smiled instead. You can try it too, I let the reporter take a picture of you. No need, no one is as sweet as you. Shaking his head, Wasi stood up and left Hikue's office. Chapter 571. December City, Plant Supreme Court Military Court. As the judge made the final decision, the voices in the court suddenly fell silent. After deliberation, the court believes that although the defendant Yitzhak Jules' behavior has caused serious consequences, considering its unintentional nature, the complexity of the battlefield environment, and the defendant's other performance in the war, it has decided to give him a lighter sentence. The defendant Yitzhak Jules was sentenced to 1 year in prison, suspended for 2 years, and is required to pay compensation to the victim's family. At the same time, the defendant must accept disciplinary sanctions from the military court and must not hold military command positions in the next 2 years. At this time, Hikue also came to the audience. Because the trial was not open to the public, there were not many people in the audience. After hearing the trial, Giord looked at his son excitedly and seemed to want to rush down, but he still held back, turned his head to look at Hikue, and then bent down. Of course, this person is a member of the National Defense Committee, and Hikue did not act arrogantly, and just bowed in return. Isaac's matter was settled. At the backstage of the trial that day, Jur and his mother and Diego were also here. Even Aslan, who was originally on a mission outside, appeared here. Although there were still so many lives on the boat, it was not appropriate to be too happy here, but everyone's faces were a little more relaxed than at the beginning. As for compensation, Jur's family had some assets, so they could still buy lives with money. Thank you. At this time, Isaac came over, but his face was not happy but a little heavy. No, let's work together to maintain world peace, so that this kind of thing won't happen again. Hikue patted Isaac's shoulder hard. The two of them were old acquaintances, and he could guess a little bit of Isaac's thoughts. Some things are not so easy to let go, especially after the trial. Even if the wise general chose to release the refugees at the most intense moment of the battlefield, there was something wrong. Cruz, who wanted to destroy the 8th Fleet without even taking any prisoners, had a problem. But it was still Isaac who fired the shot. Whether it is the outside world's view, or the inner torment. I'm afraid it's not so easy to disappear. He looked calm, because he was used to having no expression for many years. And Ikue's words also gave Yuzak a goal to strive for. Of course, even if he was not there, Yuzak would have found it, but it was on Lux. But it doesn't matter, anyway, he and Lux are so familiar with each other. He just lied to her in advance. Yeah. Without rebuttal, Yuzak saluted. It seems that he really listened to it. After Hikue talked to a few people for a few words, he found an excuse to get on the unmanned car to the port with Aslan and Nigel. This is a high-end extended car. At this time, the four people sat opposite each other, quite formal. Aslan, is there anything unusual in Finderson? We bought a lot of gene in, and Gates are doing AI control transformation. And it seems to be independent. But there are not many new discoveries. This is specific information, Aslan said with a serious face, and handed him a tablet. Hikue took the tablet, and looked at the border defense situation and some cultural and historical information on it, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Considering that the other party had been hiding for so long, it was impossible for them to be discovered. However, with these maps, and the deployment information of the National Defense Force, he could find a way to sneak in with Aegis. Aegis is a perfect weapon to restrain their brainwashing. After all, it was a robot, not him. Of course, if they could come over and hit him through the network cable, there would be nothing they could do. But Ikuei felt that the probability was still very low, unless this ability had already surpassed the limitations of ordinary dimensions, and belonged to the category of psychic ascension. If they could really do this, I'm afraid the world would have been in chaos long ago. And judging from the brainwashing of the three-person team at the beginning, it was impossible for them to control people out of thin air. It requires an opportunity, and something like a demon in the heart. Just like Lux's gentle singing, the power hidden under the intoxicating singing will be more effective. So in a sense, this brainwashing function is very strong and also very weak. However, the physical fitness of those new humans is also a part that needs to be explored. Thank you, you have worked hard. Take a good rest this time, and have a good new year. It's still early for the new year, Nicole said, as a ticket appeared in his hand. Hikue, if you are free, you can come to my concert. Yes. Hikue took the ticket, and smiled gently. By the way, Nicole, do you want to go to my wedding concert? Seeing this, Hikue remembered that his wedding seemed to be missing a pianist. Is it okay? Nigel, who was obviously interested in this matter, lit up his eyes. Of course. Things were settled. And the wedding of Hikue, and sure he gradually became more and more popular, as if it was going to be celebrated by everyone. As the main venue, the #1 district of May City even strengthened its security. Is it really okay to make it so grand? Sure, he frowned slightly, and looked at the venue that was almost completed on the screen. The entire hall was booked. First of all, whether it would be considered a waste of space is one aspect, and the most important thing is that Hikue is still their primary target for assassination. It's okay. Hikue smiled. This time, we just happened to lure them out. Luring them out? After all, it's just a good opportunity to kill them all. Although it seems that we can't kill them all, being able to kill most of them temporarily will definitely have a positive effect on safety. Will there be any danger? Shurha held his hand a little harder. There were many congressmen at the meeting place, and it was very likely that they would fall into a trap. It's okay, it's absolutely safe. Looking at the confident expression on Hikue's face, and thinking of Hikue's cautious approach before, sure he was also slightly relieved. But there were still some complexities in his heart. Seeing this, Hikue glanced at Shurhi's delicate nose and said, "Don't worry, they won't interfere with our wedding." "What are you going to do?" "It won't interfere with them. It's absolutely safe. Is it really possible to do it?" "Shurha, just wait and watch the show." "Okay." Facing Hikue's bright eyes, the girl nodded with a red face. "Since the wedding is tomorrow, we have to finish early tonight." Since it was Shurha's home court today, there were only 2 people at home at this time, and it was a rare quiet. According to your tradition, you shouldn't meet each other. Although Shurha said so, she still took off her pajamas, revealing the pure white short skirt that looked like a wedding dress underneath. Although it was similar to a wedding dress, it was obvious that the transparency was impossible to wear out. Rules are meant to be broken, Hikue said as he approached. Chapter 572. Time quietly arrived at the second day. On the day of Hikue's wedding, the #1 district in May City was also very lively. Especially around the Plant Hotel, there were many people, all of whom were enthusiastic or just there to watch the show. However, it was still a private wedding in name, so although it was grand, no ordinary resident could get through. Hikue has finally become like a big shot. Looking at the guards who blocked everyone outside the door, someone said dissatisfiedly, "I think it's understandable. After all, there may be spies here. After more than a year of war, the people here are still very aware of anti-espionage." "That's right. Compared to this, it's okay not to go in. I think he is just wasting money and manpower." "What did you say?" In the midst of such a war of words, many luxury cars drove slowly into the hotel's dedicated parking lot via the dedicated lanes. Although no one was visible, the models of the cars matched those of the big shots. As night fell, Hikue's wedding officially began on time. In the magnificent hotel, the lights were on, and in the high tone that seemed to illuminate the entire colony satellite, Hikue also looked at the girl in front of him. Although I had seen it before, and this wedding dress was also put on by Hikue himself, but every time I look at it, I still feel a throbbing in my heart. The guests are all here. Let's go, Lei, and the others will be waiting outside soon. Facing Hikue's gaze, the girl looked away embarrassedly. Su-Lei also came, of course, but she was only a bridesmaid. "Don't worry, they won't come in at this time." Although he said so, thinking of Su-Lei's usual unreliable appearance, Hikue gave up the idea of continuing to get close to Shurhi at this time. Even if he was usually evil, he still couldn't do that kind of thing in such a solemn place. Not to mention that this place is very important to both Shurha and him. He didn't want to tarnish this pure white. "Then see you later." Hikue wiped the white veil on the girl's head with pity and kissed her lips. "Well, see you later." While the two were talking, in the guest room upstairs of the hotel that should have been empty, a person who heard the lively noise inside had a cold look in his eyes. "The bomb at point B has been placed. Point C is completed, point D." With several rounds of reports in the headset, the man in black showed a cold smile. As Nigel's piano sounded, accompanied by her father, Shurha walked towards him step by step. The silver-white high heels stepped on the red carpet covered with rose petals, light yet heavy. Everyone who observed this scene had their own feelings. "It's great." Looking at the dazzlingly beautiful Shurha, Meiling whispered to her sister. At this time, the bridesmaids were all wearing white dresses, but of course, they couldn't steal the show, and none of them were as beautiful as the long dress on Shurha. According to what that damn devil said, he wants everyone to come once. Su-Lei rolled her eyes at the person above, poking at the fruit plate in front of her as if in revenge. "Everyone of this level?" Luna walked around the field. There were quite a few counselors here. Even Sarah's family was here. "It's a big scale, right? I don't think he can get enough people even if he kills him." Before the two could stop her, Su-Lei took the transparent drink on the table and drank it in one gulp. The burning sensation immediately rushed from her throat to her stomach. "That's wine," Meiling said as she quickly picked up the tissue and put it to Su-Lei's mouth. It was like taking care of a child. Those who didn't know all shook their heads in regret when they saw this scene. They all thought Su-Lei was drowning her sorrows in alcohol. Fortunately, the sound of pianos filled the venue, and most people couldn't hear the noise here. In this way, Shurha walked slowly to Hikue. The two looked at each other quietly, as if they had known each other for 1,000 years. "I swear to you, no matter how time changes, I will love you, respect you, and support you as I did when we first met. We will always be like bright stars, lighting each other's way." In Hikue's eyes, the strong feelings seemed to turn into substance and fall on the girl. It also made the girl's eyes gradually turn red. "I will cherish every moment we are together, whether it is laughter or tears. Thank you for letting me be a part of your life journey. I love you, and I am willing to spend my life with you forever." After saying this, Hikue slowly lowered his head and placed a gentle kiss on Shurha's pink lips. "Go to hell, monsters, for the blue and pure universe." Estimating the progress, the man also pressed the red button in his hand. Bang! At this time, above the venue, the dazzling fireworks appeared with the sound of explosions. "What?" Before the man finished speaking, a black-suited agent with a gun broke into every guest room occupied by the blue universe. But I didn't expect Hikue to occupy the newly built District 11 of May City. Looking at the kiss of the two people above, Su-Lei withdrew her gaze sourly, and said to Meiling beside her, "There is no way. After all, it is dangerous in District 1. Luna nodded at this time. "I guess they have caught the people now." As Luna said, with the continuous intervention of the police organization, the Blue Universe personnel in the hotel in District 1 were constantly sent away under the watchful eyes of the onlookers. The crowd watching the wedding gradually learned what happened from the police. In short, Hikue made it so grand because he wanted to catch all the hidden members of Blue Universe. As a result, a stone caused 1,000 waves. Because of the stone of Hikue's wedding, Those demons and ghosts also showed their true colors one after another. According to the amazing intelligence system of Plant, they successfully grasped the movements of Blue Universe in advance and set up this trap. The real Hikue, of course, is not here, but in the newly created future DSSE and the Integrated Design Bureau jointly managed Area 11. Hearing this, most people were shouting Hikue's name, and more people rushed forward and smashed the Blue Universe elements, who were captured in a series with their things. He got a good reputation, Siegel said after reading the information on the bracelet. It was indeed a good plan. He successfully held a grand wedding without disgusting the people, and even gained a wave of reputation, and also dealt with some stubborn elements of the Blue Universe. Those who don't know would think he is an old fox, who has been in politics for many years. This is also good for us. Hearing this, Lux looked away from the kiss they ended, and then chuckled at her father. Yeah. Chapter 573. Married. The next morning, looking at Shurha beside him, Hikue patted her head lovingly before looking at the virtual frame. Shurha Hanif's favorability, 190. Unlocked battleship, 10,000 years of peace, 0/100, 000. This is a battleship that only a few people can operate. With this plus the glorious thrusters and phantom particles, it is very suitable for space travel, and the hangar is very advanced and can serve as a half-modification factory. Although it is not as big as Libra, it is a good choice as a mobile base. It just can't be built so quickly. And the manpower and material resources required for a total length of 3 kilometers are absolutely huge. It also requires quantum computers to cooperate with each other. It is also large enough to be used as an aircraft carrier, and the huge internal volume is enough to build enough hydroponic chambers, which can be completely self-sufficient. It is not reasonable to use such a large battleship only as a mothership for Gundam. When the Wanyan piece was built, there was also the idea of flying out of the solar system. With the huge canvas of the Wanyan piece, he can fill it with various pigments. Of course, the speed problem must be solved. Others travel directly through time, but they can only fly to get out. You can't expect a bug that can only travel through time to come out one day. Of course, Hikue didn't expect it either. If it really appeared, it would probably become a mess again. Hikue became more and more excited as he thought about it. At this time, Shurha also woke up and opened her hazy eyes. The thin legs on Hikue brushed against his skin. What time is it? It's still early, let's sleep a little longer. Because yesterday was special, the two were crazy enough and fought all the way from night to dawn. However, Hikue has needed less rest recently, so he can still hold on. Oh! Hearing Hikue's words, sure he did not hesitate to respond softly and went back to sleep. Yesterday, she was tormented by Hikue, and she didn't know how he could persist. After bidding farewell to Shurhi, Hikue was not idle either, and soon arrived at the Supreme Council of April City. Member Hikue, are you sure you can find a new energy solution on the moon to replace nuclear energy? At this time, Siegel Clay was looking at the young man in the guest seat with a piercing look on his face. He didn't have the sense of relaxation at the wedding yesterday. Of course, Siegel has always been clear about public and private matters. Sure, Hikue didn't dare to guarantee general things, but he could guarantee system matters. However, Hikue didn't plan to talk about the weapon system for the time being. God knows if there are any accomplices of Findershin in Plant. Strictly speaking, those people are humans who have been adjusted more deeply than the adjusters. This is very much to the taste of some radicals inside. The other party is the adjuster among the adjusters. At this time, everyone looked at each other. Patrick, as the speaker, did not wait too long and said, "Then let's vote on Senator Hikue's Lunar Microwave Beam Energy Redevelopment Plan now." Of course, the voting result is beyond doubt. Even those who oppose Hikue cannot deny his ability. All the projects that have passed his hands are currently successful. Now that the fighting has stopped, the new energy plan is indeed a promising project. It can improve their reputation on Earth. And it can also be used as a strategic weapon in wartime. No faction had any reason to refuse, and it was even approved all the way. As soon as Hikue left the meeting room of the Supreme Council, he was stopped by Amalfi and Jure, who were also leaving. "Congratulations, Hikue." Amalfi smiled and congratulated him. "Thank you. So when are you going to go to the moon next?" Joel followed closely behind Amalfi and asked. "We can go this week. Be careful, Anne." Joel rarely showed a little embarrassment on his face. "Don't worry, I will take good care of Isaac." "Thank you." Joel breathed a sigh of relief and patted his shoulder. "Your battleship is not ready yet, but I have temporarily allocated a Nazca-class battleship with the same light shield from the military for you." Hikue did not refuse after hearing this. After all, It was about his life. And when you come back, you can prepare to take over Amifai's position. Hearing Jor's words, Amifai smiled bitterly and then nodded. It's really tiring to be a city representative for so long, and it's time to make way for you young people. The three of them talked all the way, and Ike came to the port. At this time, there was one more person on the shuttle ship, which was supposed to be only him. You just got married, and you left your lovely wife at home to indulge in work. This is not your style, counselor he. Leica sat in Ikue's seat like a lady, and Lika looked helpless next to him. It was obvious that Lakis had also played a trick on her. Foreplant. Lakis repeated in her sweet voice, and the emotion in her tone could not be clearly distinguished. So what about Lakis? Why did you come here? You also have a job in the Foreign Affairs Committee, right? As he said that, Hikue picked up Lux very skillfully and sat in his seat. He didn't even give Lux a chance to escape and held her in his arms. Remember, he is quite skilled. It's all thanks to Miss Lux's cooperation. Lakis was speechless for a moment when she heard this. What Hikue said was not wrong. He didn't move fast just now. If he wanted to resist, he would have run away long ago, and there was no way he would be held in his arms. The actual situation is that she actually wanted to run away just now, but she was distracted by the close contact with Hikue. She was distracted and was hugged. Because it was a low-gravity environment, Hikue did not feel the weight of Lux at all, only a faint fragrance came. So what does Lux want to do? Feeling the inertia of the shuttle, Hikue asked with a smile. Take me to elope, how about it? Facing the ambiguous gaze of Lux in his arms, Hikue's body stiffened for a moment, and then relaxed again. Are you willing to do this, Lakis? I should be the one asking you this. The two looked at each other for a moment, and then Lakis took the initiative to speak. I was just kidding. I want to go to the moon. Hearing Lakis's words, Hikue frowned. Why? The base over there hasn't been found yet. I just want to go and take a look. Besides, you have an organism here, so now is the safest time for me to go. Hearing Lakis's words, Hikue was silent for a while, and then nodded. Chapter 574. You can go to the moon, but you have to follow orders. That's troublesome. Isn't this harrow monitoring me? Lux pointed at the pink harrow jumping around next door and laughed. No monitoring. The monitoring components inside have been removed. Then why can't this kid open your door? How could the door to his inner area be opened by the harrow he gave to Lux? Lux knew this, and probably wanted to test it. We have a closer relationship than partners. Leica said, suppressing the inner excitement that had begun to stir in her heart, and took the initiative to kiss Hikue's lips. After a while of intimacy, Hikue looked at the other's raised lips with some helplessness. I take you there. Okay. After getting a satisfactory answer, Leica smiled like a fairy, and got off Hikue's knees. The shuttle quickly returned to his asteroid. Everyone else went to work, so Hikue took Leica to the radar room and opened the door. Is this where you control Aegis? Looking around the base curiously, Leica asked. Yes. Now that you have no transit, is there no way to control the Aegis on Earth? It can be controlled, but the delay is very large. Hikue shook his head and said, You can install it on my asteroid. Leica said simply. She went back and thought a lot. First of all, Hikue's Aegis can be delivered throughout the Earth circle, and it also has its own concealment. As long as the number can be increased, it will definitely be an important force. This means that they have the ability to penetrate into places that normal spies cannot penetrate. Definitely an important force. What is the price? Hikue asked. Your Aegis will help me collect intelligence. Don't let others know about this. Hearing Hikue's words, Lux frowned slightly, but her heart was a little sweet. It seemed that she was rejoicing because of Hikue's words about others. After all, according to Hikue, she was one of his own. Lux concealed her happiness and just frowned at the other person. If you can't tell others. But if we have the same goal, I can help. Lux pondered for a moment, feeling that she had contributed an asteroid without getting any benefit. But is the asteroid safe? You can hide it from the entire Boyaz modified radar, but not from a few technicians over there? Hearing Lux's words, Hikue shrugged. Indeed, what Lux said was right. Then it's a deal. I haven't agreed yet. Lux said speechlessly. Then think about it. Hikue was not in a hurry while speaking, and just opened the system in front of him. Aegis, who was redelivered to the Earth by Hikue, woke up immediately. Under Lux's gaze, Hikue walked to her underground base on the moon with ease. Aegis? Suddenly, he saw the resurrected girl standing outside in the monitoring station in a driving suit, and even a calm person like Haken was shocked. If it weren't for the shadow on the ground, she would have been a little afraid that some ghost had appeared. "It's me, open the door." Haken didn't respond. "I've sent you the identification code." Hikue looked at Lux, who was gloating beside him, and said speechlessly, "Come in." Haken opened the door after verifying the identity of the friendly army, but he still took a pistol. Who knows whether the Aegis outside is real or fake? And Hikue, before he saw Haken, he had already scanned the situation inside. Seeing this, he was quite impressed. After all, being cautious can help you live longer. As for Lux at this time, she did not gloat over the misfortune, but looked at his detection system in surprise. "Can you scan the items on them?" "Yes, and their identities, if the system has them." Although it was just ordinary technology, looking at Lux's surprised look, Hikue still felt a little proud. The decision to lend the asteroid was more solid. Even if others cannot know, for Hikue, his woman is probably not someone else. Then, there are also many capable fighters among them. Putting aside Shura's words, Elena and Luna are both good choices. Grasping the loophole in Hikue's words, Lux also made a decision in her heart. While Lux was thinking, Hikue also got the intelligence transmitted by the robot in the past few days. "We have focused on investigating the direction where their team appeared in the past few days, and we have found a suspicious skylight. We can act at any time." Haken enlarged the big pit commonly known as the skylight in front of Hikue. Some edges of buildings can be vaguely seen inside, but it is very hazy and looks perfectly hidden. Leave it to the commander of the Ptolemy base. They will send people to clear it out. Crew should not be there. His weapons are not ready yet. He has no perfect chance of winning. Let's try it out first. Haken, who subconsciously wanted to agree to it, realized that he didn't seem to be Hikue's subordinate. There was a hint of hesitation on his face. It doesn't matter, just ask and decide. Lux was right next to him, so it didn't matter whether he asked or not. Recover all the detection robots and destroy them. Hikue went back to the room after saying that, leaving Haken standing there. So what? Having successfully solved half of the base's problems, Hikue turned around and looked at Lux. He was just showing off his skills, and if Lux didn't agree, there was nothing he could do, so he would just grind slowly. As long as he earns more, he will be able to earn a satellite one day. How much does it cost for materials? Lakis asked. Not much, just 200 million. Yeah. The girl was a rich woman, and she was not too embarrassed to hear that, but just continued to ask. Is there a channel? The Waste Merchants Association. Okay, you will transport the materials over, and how do you plan to install them? I can use Aegis to install them remotely. The two of them talked back and forth, and soon finalized the matter. Just after he finished speaking, the sound of the door opening came from outside. Hikue, eat. Lakis, who was not prepared at all, broke into Sulei's sight, and Lakis was kissing Hikue. After seeing Sulei come in, Lakis, who was sitting on Hikue, raised her eyes, and then took the initiative to leave Hikue's lips. Lei, long time no see. She seemed to be a calm person, but from Hikue's point of view, he could see Lakis's earlobes, which were pinker and even redder than her hair, and he felt quite funny in his heart. Miss Lakis. Sulei took a step back as if she had seen her nemesis, and then felt that her actions were a bit cowardly. After stopping her pace, the girl mustered up the courage to walk towards the two people quickly. Chapter 575. What is Miss Lakis doing here? Although she asked this, Sulei was looking at Hikue. Come to take a look. Thinking that she might still need Sulei to control her, the smile on Lakis's face became even cuter. Where's Lei? I'm here to have dinner with Hikue. Sulei said, as she looked around the ground again, and only looked away when she didn't see any suspicious water stains. Then I go too. Since Lux knew the role of Aegis, her thoughts have changed a bit. Anyway, it's not a loss to fool a few thugs, and there is no risk. Hikue shouldn't mind. Thinking of this, Lux subconsciously looked at Hikue. The man looked at her as if he had expected it. The gentle smile in his eyes made Lux suspect that the other party was actually the new human. Otherwise, how could she feel more eager? Thinking of this, Lux withdrew her gaze and stood up. Lei, let's go. It would be a good idea to start with Lei if we want to capture Hikue's rear. She's an old subordinate, so she knows how to control her. Sulei felt uncomfortable and wanted to withdraw her wrist that was touched by Lux, but after thinking about it, she looked in the direction of Hikue again. After seeing him nod slightly, she gritted her teeth and followed Lux forward. More and more people were eating. The dining table was getting bigger and bigger. Looking at the lively scene in the restaurant at this time, Hikue couldn't help but feel a surge of heat in his heart. Of course, The culprit was Elena, who suddenly crawled under the table. Elena, just eat. Although Hikue also felt it was exciting, it was too strange to do this during mealtime. Well, I'm obviously very happy. Elena under the table said vaguely as if she was eating something. Elena, this is wrong. Saitona, who was sitting next to Hikue, said dissatisfiedly. At this time, on the other side, Sule kicked Myling and Luna with her feet, giving them a look that said they couldn't lose. The two sisters looked at each other at this time, and seeing that everyone at the table was blushing, they hid under the table with shame. Under the attack of 3 people, Hikue felt a little overwhelmed, not knowing whether he was eating or doing something else. At this rate, he would not have enough energy. The construction of Orb's colony satellite should have started, and I hope I can see Kigali soon. While thinking, Elena finally ate her fill, and looked at the two sisters with a triumphant look. At this time, Myling and Luna looked at each other, pursed their lips, and then tacitly attacked Hikue again. Under the tacit understanding of sisters, the two attacked very tacitly. Here, Hikue was in joy and pain, and Lakis's asteroid secret factory also welcomed Aegis and the ship of radar parts. How long will it take to install? In the radar room, watching the 3 Aegis using small MS to debug the radar outside her base, Lakis asked. It will take about 2 days. This sentence was answered by Shurha. Very quickly. Lakis nodded happily and said, After all, there are 3 people, and it is a small MS for engineering. Speaking of which, this MS was designed by him, and he didn't expect that the current order volume is so large. The dividends are enough for him to make a lot of money. After all, after peace, the entire universe is in a state of construction. His MS plus the natural person OS can be controlled even by ordinary people, which is absolutely cost-effective. As Hikue was talking, the Aegis that had been hanging up at Lux's base suddenly rang. It's time to act, Hikue said, temporarily stopping the Aegis at the L5 secret factory and moving it to the moon. Lux blinked again as she watched this scene. It was too fast, and every time I saw it, I couldn't help but sigh. This ability has great potential. Hikue continued while thinking. Did I open the mark knife? Open it. It was you who developed it anyway. During this period, Lux was very wealthy and secretly shipped him a mark blade that was also equipped with a phantom particle system. She was undoubtedly a rich woman. And Hikue quickly controlled Aegis to come to the hangar. At this time, Haken and the other 2 also sat on their own machines. Miss Aegis. Haken bowed slightly to him. Because Lux obeyed Aegis's orders, the 3 guards were also under his control at this time. Let's go! Hikue was not too excited about having 3 more subordinates. These people were just lent to him by Lakis. And he also had a lot of subordinates. Although most of them were paid, and not personal guards, the scale was still large. Okay. Haken couldn't help but look at Aegis again. Her intuition told her that this person was probably Hikue or Hikue's subordinate. Otherwise, why would Miss Lakis let them obey each other's orders? However, at this time, Haken didn't think much and just went into the mark knife neatly. Your people are good, Hikue said while doing a self-check on his mark knife. Of course. With Lakis's confident look, Hikue's mark knife was launched from the catapult and quickly entered the invisible state of phantom particles above the pale moon. The latest regulations prohibit phantom particles. Don't be discovered, Lakis reminded. In fact, they have violated the treaties signed by various countries just by possessing this kind of machine. But in a broad sense, your organization does not belong to any country. That's what you said, but it's very troublesome. Lakis glared at him unhappily. Don't worry, we won't be discovered. As he spoke, 4 invisible mark knives also arrived near the cave that was detected. The heat of the battle continued to echo on the instrument in front of Hikue. It seemed that they had been fighting for a long time. Of course, they would not rescue the ZFT fleet unless it was in danger. It seemed that they didn't need to rescue. Gates, King, and Shiku cooperated with several Nazca-class main guns, and the countless explosive weapons directly collapsed the interior of the cave. In the storm of explosions, the 4 machines were quietly floating not far away from the ZFT warships. And in a calm, the collapsed cave was blown open by an explosion, and then 12 thermal energy signals flew out. Infrared signal scan, it's the massacre dagger. Hikue frowned slightly. These are definitely not the main force. However, considering that the attack has been over for several days, it is possible that they have moved. Chapter 576. Although the battle not far away is not clear, judging from the heat source, the 2 sides should be fighting back and forth. However, their ZFT is a large force of the Ptolemy base. As long as they play steadily, they will definitely win, and there is no need to intervene. It seems that these slaughter daggers can beat 2 djinns, and they can even fight gates one-on-one without any loss. I am afraid that if the war drags on, they may really be dragged down by the Atlantic Federation. However, with Genesis, it is obvious that the Atlantic Federation is still suppressed by them. Where are you going to build a research base? A crater near Ptolemy. It's a bit close to the bases and mining sites of other countries. Looking at the map, Lux analyzed. Yes, but it's safer to stay close to Ptolemy. And this location is not far from your base. As Ikue said this, a virtual picture appeared on the screen in front of Lux, showing a brand new moon base, which looked full of futuristic technology. It was pure white, like a majestic moon palace. After this inspection, I can come back after arranging the guards and the company. Okay. Looking at the base in front of her, Lux nodded with satisfaction, and then continued. You are doing this simply for new energy. Of course, for plant, it is imperative to study new energy. I didn't say you were not studying new energy, I was just asking about your other purpose. Lux still had a smile on her lips. Most of Hikue's actions have several purposes. New energy is definitely his purpose, but it is definitely not the only one. He must be planning something. What purpose can I have? Hikue said innocently. The two looked into each other's eyes, and finally Hikue took the initiative to speak. Install the radar first. Finderson and the Atlantic Federation need surveillance. Although Bucky Lulu has returned to the Atlantic Federation recently, it is still necessary to establish necessary contacts. Otherwise, it would be funny if Bucky Lulu couldn't find anyone to help her. After hearing what Hikue said, Lakis didn't continue to be in a stalemate and just turned his head away. He continued to look at his asteroid and said, If I can guarantee that the factory belongs to me completely, can you produce the new machine here? Lakis said seriously, obviously very serious. Yes, no problem. He already had the Gundam X to produce, and if Lakis could get all the rights to the secret factory, it would only be good for him. What are you going to do? Siegel is still alive here. Lux can't get past him. Just ask your father for it. Lux gave Hikue a look as if Hikue had asked a stupid question. So simple? But this requires timing. Lux thought about it, and fell silent again. It seems that this timing is not easy to find. And Hikue, who heard this, did not interrupt Lux's thinking. 3 days passed like this. The radar on the Lux factory is completed, and today is the day Hikue's team will go to the moon. After transporting his Liberator to the Nazca class, and saying hello to the captain, Hikue returned to his room. He has not been so free recently. The arrival of DSSD and the work of integrating 2 backpacks have been combined by him, which can be said to be very busy. Especially for integration, the knowledge in his mind can only help him make existing things, but cannot help him innovate. I still have to rely on myself. However, before he could study the nano-swimming defense shield for long, Hikue, who had just sat down, heard the door that should have been locked being opened. Why did Lux come here without taking a rest? After skillfully putting away the tablet in his hand, Hikue turned around and saw the light pink girl who floated in. Come and see what Hikue is hiding from me. The girl said it so naturally, as if the two of them were inseparable couples. Hikue didn't react to what he said, but he still reached out and hugged the girl who was about to float over. Just the development of some new weapons. What weapons? When she heard that it was weapons, Lux was not dissatisfied. Without power, no changes can be made. This is something she realized early on. Weapons that can restrain all weapons. Have you researched it? Hearing that Hikue didn't want to elaborate, Lux blinked and asked. Not yet. There are too many things to calculate. Even a quantum computer can't complete it, but I think the direction is right. Hikue thought, and fell into his own contemplation again. Really? Looking at Hikue's serious look, Lux's eyes flashed with surprise. She had never seen Hikue like this before. Maybe this is him. Apart from these studies, and those battlefields, there is probably nothing else that can make him serious at the moment. Thinking of Lux, he didn't speak for a long time, just looking at this person, who was lost in thought. I go back first. Lux floated up and said, Yeah. Come to me when you're done, we still have to go to dinner. Lux said again. Okay. Watching Lux leave, Hikue took out the tablet again, and the screen in front of him turned on again. Time passed by minute by minute. When Lux raised his head and looked at the time displayed on the instrument, he lowered his eyes again, with a little anxiety. After putting away the angry thoughts in her mind, Lux opened the door again, with a hungry stomach. That pervert suddenly turned into a research maniac when the two of them were alone together? Could it be intentional? Of course, this thought only appeared in her mind for a moment before Lux suppressed it. It doesn't look like a fake. It seems that he does have his own work. With the idea of testing Hikue and her own hungry stomach, Lux came to Hikue's door again and held the cute pink ball in her hands. "Finfin, can you open it for me?" she said in a coaxing tone. Finfin, who received the message, turned her head to the door and reached out her hand to access the door lock system. Schwa! With a light sound, the door opened. Without hesitation, Lux floated in. Then, she saw the body of the lecherous researcher, which was still a little wet. It looked very well proportioned and full of strength, and it didn't look like a researcher at all. It was the first time Lux had seen such a scene, so she quickly moved her eyes away, but her eyes drifted there uncomfortably. Feeling her own movement, Lux simply turned around. There was a wavering in her voice that she herself had not expected. "What are you doing?" "I plan to take a shower and then find you." Hikue laughed gloatingly. Who told Lux to come in without knocking every day? Now he was waiting for her. Chapter 577. Hikue was indeed squatting on Lux, maintaining this original posture for quite some time. At this time, Lux, who had reacted, avoided the frank Hikue and turned to go out. As for Hikue, she did not stop him. This is not the place to do such things. Thinking that Hikue had put on his clothes, he walked out of the door. Lux had been waiting outside for a long time. When she saw Hikue, she naturally took his hand and walked forward. "If you don't want me to go in, lock me up, Haro," Lux complained. "Haro." As if he knew he was being disliked, Haro bumped Hikue's calf. Indeed, from a technical point of view, Hikue could disable the function unlocked by Haro. It doesn't matter, Lux can go wherever she wants. Hikue smiled. He grabbed Lux's hand and exerted a little force. "For example? The moon, Mars, the end of the universe." "You're so bold." Lux chuckled, but couldn't help but exert a little more force on her hand. "But before that, I have to set things right in this world." "Yes." For Hikue, this goal is just to continue to manufacture more weapons and technology. With his ability, it can be done. He believes so. And looking at the confidence on Hikue's face, Lux's beautiful eyes flashed a smile. In fact, it is really happy to be with Hikue. At least with him, she can shed the shackles of her past identity and enjoy the happiness of being a girl. If things here are over, it would be good to leave with Hikue and travel around the world to see more of the world. Anyway, there are so many people over there, so he won't be lonely. Having a child in the future. When Lux thought of this, her mind got stuck. Why did she think of that? They clearly. Thinking that Hikue's child would be born in someone else, Lux felt uncomfortable. "Hikue, my genes?" "What?" Hikue repeated without hearing clearly what Lux said. "Can my genes give birth to children?" He was stunned for a moment when he heard the girl's words, but then he couldn't help but feel happy. Seeing the increasingly brilliant smile on Hikue's face, Lux couldn't help but blush and lowered her head, then stepped on Hikue. Yes, the fertility is similar to that of ordinary adjusters. Hearing Hikue's first words, Lux couldn't help but feel happy. It's just that the probability may be relatively low. Hearing Hikue's words, Lux was a little sad again. But we can win by numbers. After hearing Hikue's last words, the girl didn't know how to answer for a moment. She should have fought back, but why did she say that she didn't want to have a baby with him, or did she say that she didn't plan to have a baby? She was not a person who liked to lie. The two of them came to the cafeteria in silence. As a main battleship, everything here is luxurious, including the cafeteria. Although it is called a cafeteria, in addition to the main dining area, there are also dining areas inside, and Hikue and Lux came to the most luxurious private room. In a low-gravity environment, all decorations and paintings are fixed in their proper positions. Except for the little starlight outside the window and the low gravity, people don't feel like they are on a ship at all. "What do you want to eat?" Hikue asked, putting the ordering tablet in front of Lux. At this time, the two sat side by side, and they looked quite intimate. And Hikue could see the elegant, beautiful and lovely appearance of the girl just by looking to the side. Before Lux could finish her words, she saw a layer of silver-white film covering the window of the two people in a slow third-level combat alert alarm. It was obvious that the light shield was raised. However, it was level 3 combat alert. This kind of mild alarm was probably caused by encountering some pirates, right? Thinking of this, Hikue was not panicked. As for Lux, she was not panicked at all. On the contrary, the smile on her face never faded. Seeing this, Hikue picked up the communicator under the table. At the same time, he sat a little further away from Lux. "Captain, what's the situation?" "Senator He, I'm sorry to disturb you. It's just that there were pirates harassing you, but they have retreated. After the captain finished speaking, the light shield was also withdrawn. It is normal to retreat when seeing the light shield. After all, they can't get in, and there is a high probability that the person sitting there is a big shot. It is not something that ordinary pirates can afford to offend. Okay. Hikue hung up the phone after saying that. It's not peaceful here yet. It is obviously the top priority to establish the joint guard as soon as possible. Lux shook her head and said, God knows how many merchant ships have been robbed. Moreover, many pirates behave very badly and are very cunning. Just like now, when they see the situation is not good, they just slip away. They can catch up, but the passing ships probably won't chase them. After all, these ships are protecting important people first. Who knows if there are any ambushes behind them? So out of caution, they won't chase them. As for Hikue, he won't be so bored as to chase and kill pirates for fun. This kind of work will be handed over to the future United Guard. The so-called United Guard is a universal peace army funded by various countries. Of course, except for attacking stateless pirates, their power is very small. Each country has troops that hinder each other, and all they can do is fight pirates. The Joint Guard may not contribute much except for us. Different departments of the same unit will shirk responsibility, not to mention the coalition forces of these countries. The efficiency will definitely not be high, and the weapons will not be too strong. There are a few Mobius, and it is a miracle that they can move. If they don't contribute, we will handle it ourselves. Lakis snorted. Do you know how much damage they have caused us? I know. After all, Hikue is a counselor, so he still has this data. The main ships that come and go are plant merchant ships, and the whole world is not united. They will definitely have to pay for the losses in their universe. Can't you use your machine to find their camp? The universe is too big. Hikue shook his head and looked out the window. The starlight in the darkness represented stars, so rich and so desolate. But I can slowly scan the nearby asteroids. Anyway, there are machines to help. Although the pirate's lair is a secret base, there will definitely be clues as long as it contacts the outside world. Hikue opened a space map and simply marked out an area based on the direction the pirates just escaped. After hearing Hikue's agreement, Lux's face reappeared with a smile. Chapter 578. Let's put aside the pirates' business for now. After flying for a while, the two arrived at the Ptolemy base on the moon. Originally, Hikue alone could have received a warm welcome, and now with the addition of Lux, the welcome became even warmer. Looking at the girl outside who was clapping and holding flowers, Hikue was used to it but still a little surprised. Standing in the front was the staff officer of the Ptolemy base, Russ. A mediocre commander. It's enough to maintain the status quo. Thinking of this, the two looked at each other tacitly and walked out of the passage together. What greeted them was even more enthusiastic cheers and the enthusiastic smile of the staff officer. Ms. Lakis, Senator Hikue. I'm glad you're here. It's really an honor for our Ptolemy base. Everyone knows that Ptolemy was basically conquered by Hikue, so Russ didn't show any arrogance in front of Hikue at this time. As for greetings, Lakis and other things are trivial matters. After all, Lux is really eye-catching. After saying a few meaningless words to the staff, Russ continued. Then I have prepared a jeep to the scheduled address, please move. About this, I can drive my own machine. Hearing Hikue say this, Russ did not force it, but looked at Lux, who was silent on the side with more enthusiasm. Then Miss Lux. Mr. Russ, I can also go with Senator He in the machine. Ah. 2 people in one machine? The Liberator is a 3-seater. Hikue explained, looking at the other party's look as if his dream was shattered. Although he might move his hands while driving the machine, it is indeed a 3-seater. At this time, Russ also breathed a sigh of relief. In this case, I will arrange some guards. After all, they just fought before, and they dare not be careless at this time, and Hikue will naturally not refuse such a request. Don't you still have to check on the company? Looking at Hikue, who returned to the cockpit without stopping and began to do self-inspection, Lakis said. But there was no question, it seemed that he just wanted to find a topic. The work here is more important. That's right. Lakis nodded and sat next to Hikue. Is there anything I can help with? Just look at the scenery. As the voice fell, Hikue's body was completely started. Hikue, let's go. Hikue said something casually and then jumped out. It was not much different from when he came to the moon before, with only a little moonlight dust. However, the mine not far away was also vaguely visible here. They were working in full swing, and did not stop at all because of his arrival. Of course, this was also Hikue's order early in the morning. He was not a demon, so it was better to go to work than to waste time to welcome him. Your company has become larger. Looking at the scene outside, Lux also sighed. Yes, but it's still far worse than Lux's. Those aren't mine either. Lux shook her head, and then looked out the window with curiosity. This was her first time seeing the moon, and the Earth not far away. Although she had seen it once before on the Nazca class, it was like floating on the surface of the moon in the panoramic cabin, with a completely different sense of openness. While the girl was still immersed in this novel feeling, Hikue had already turned on the automatic cruise and kissed Lux. The kiss on this silver-white sphere was so romantic that even a calm person like Lux opened her eyes slightly, and felt a little overwhelmed, but her heart was more of a throbbing that could not be dissipated for a long time. It was like this for quite a while, until the Liberator arrived at the destination and slowly stopped. The two reluctantly parted. Hikue. Facing Lux's inexplicable gaze, Hikue smiled. What's wrong? Want to come to my house? Father probably won't be back recently. It was not an invitation from his asteroid, but from her family. Hikue understood something and nodded briskly. Of course, it's my honor. Lux just nodded and looked at the huge meteorite impact crater below without rebutting as usual. So the base is there? That's the plan for the time being. After all, the area of sunlight here is very good, and it is also more convenient to take pictures of the Earth. At this location, the sun's light has overwhelmed the stars. From the dim display in their cockpit, only the sun is radiating a blazing light. Speaking of which, Hikue, the instructor wants to talk to you about new energy. Hikue's project is also a phase-saving project of plant, which is to show its selfless attitude to the Earth. So it is naturally widely publicized. Hikue's presence is also the finishing touch. Everyone knows that Hikue started his career in weapons research during the war, and now he is also transformed into new energy development. He is also a member of parliament, and all the projects he has on his hands are successful models. This is enough to show the sincerity of Plant. Under this kind of publicity, almost the whole Earth knows that Hikue is researching new energy. Even ordinary people who didn't know who Hikue was know it now. His reputation has truly spread all over the world. So, let alone the Minner, I'm afraid the whole clan knows it too. What is the Minner's purpose? Probably the priority supply level of energy, or something like that. He has specific mortality data for various populations on Earth. I can't control the priority, Hikue said helplessly. But you are the project leader, so I probably want to ask you about the details of the new energy, such as how much power these energies can provide to several households. Okay. Hikue shrugged and walked into the pit with the Liberator to start scanning. The guards were on guard around. There are no valuable resources nearby, so it has not been developed. There are only some abandoned solar panels here, which looks quite desolate. Not long after, Hikue's scan was over. Then let's go back. That's all? It seemed that Lux was still a little reluctant. After all, it was rare for her to put down her work and come out. It was only now that most parts of the world were at peace that the girl had the time. She would definitely not have had this time at other times. Don't worry, there's more to see when we get back. You can even go for a moonwalk. Hikue pointed in the direction of Ptolemy's base. Okay, but I still need to see your company. Chapter 579. Soon the two returned to the Ptolemy base. It was dinner time, so of course, Lakis took him to visit. The so-called visit was actually just the two of them sitting in the car together, and greeting the surrounding ZFT personnel. It was not mandatory, it would be awkward if no one was there, but the identities of the two meant that there would be no one. Ms. Lakis. According to the voice, Lakis's voice was a little louder than his. Of course, seeing the admiration in everyone's eyes, Hikue was no longer surprised. They were all star chasers, and as for him, it was the same treatment as a researcher and a hero. Although the treatment of heroes was better, compared to Hikue who could be seen frequently, Lux was obviously more popular with men. Thinking of this, Hikue held Lux's hand in a corner that was invisible to people on both sides of the aisle. Feeling the boy's touch, Lux turned her head and glared at him. The location was very hidden, and the interaction between the two was not discovered by people outside, but it was naturally filled with a layer of fatal charm. Seeing that Lux did not resist, Hikue smiled and looked out the window, while his hand naturally came to Lux's knee, along the girl's white and delicate knees. His hand was finally blocked by Lux. What does it matter? This is an automatic car, and the glass can't see it, Hikue said softly, but he was still greeting the outside. No, Lux said dissatisfiedly. Being treated like this in front of everyone was wrong no matter how you thought about it. But Hikue was so strong that she had to be very alert to refuse him. She was afraid that if she relaxed, she would really let Hikue do whatever he wanted to her. Okay. Hikue didn't go any deeper, but just gently pinched the girl's calf, as if he was just massaging, but his technique was extremely good. Although she made a sound accidentally, the gentle smile on Lux's mouth did not disappear. She glared at Hikue, but Lux couldn't say anything at this moment. What if he continued talking? This guy would do something even more outrageous, and it seemed quite comfortable to feel warm. However, this happiness composed of shyness and warmth did not last long. Just after getting off the car at Hikue's factory area, a girl with dark pink hair rushed towards Hikue. The strong fragrance brought by the breeze made her shrink her nose. Hikue! Who else appeared in front of the two of them besides Agnes? Behind Agnes was the green-clad teenager who had been guarding the South American elite, but unlike before, he was now dressed in red. Agnes! The teenager looked at Agnes's actions and angrily scolded her, then quickly saluted Hikue respectfully. Mr. Hikue, welcome. I'm really sorry for my misbehavior. It's okay. Feeling that Agnes was deliberately using her advantage to attack him, Hikue's mouth twitched slightly. Hikue, who had just been interested in the action in the car, was really aroused by Agnes again. Of course, it was only a few points. Facing Lux's dissatisfied eyes, Hikue pulled his arm out of Agnes's arms. Agnes, pay attention to the relationship between superiors and subordinates. I usually pay attention to it, Agnes said, looking in the direction of the red-clothed boy. But the boy didn't answer. Agnes, since you're here, you have to follow the rules, Hikue said with a bit of sternness. I know, but I want to protect you closely. Speaking of close, Agnes's expression was a bit charming. It made people's bones soften. If the team behind the boy was not professional, they would probably have looked at him a few more times. Of course, they are professionals, and their faces will not be shaken because of such things. Although he still felt a little envious. After all, although Agnes was a little naughty, she was also the daughter of a high-ranking official, and she was a red-clothed person with beautiful appearance among the adjusters. It was hard not to be moved by all these things. I will consider it after you have rotated here once. That's 3 months. Hikue did not waver at all despite the girl's dissatisfied and coquettish behavior. Just kidding, he didn't dare to put anyone around him casually. Which of the girls around him was not always together? At this time, when she heard Hikue's words, Lux's mouth corners slightly raised. But she didn't say much, still watching the good show in front of her with interest. Fortunately, Hikue didn't let them stop working to welcome him, otherwise he would have been in a lot of trouble. The girl continued to watch with some regret. Agnes, return to the team. The boy heard what Hikue meant and shouted immediately, without any sympathy for the girl. Oh! There was no way. She looked at Hikue reluctantly, and then the girl looked at Lux again. Don't be afraid. It seems that even after being together for so long, Lux hasn't stopped yet. Just wait and see. She will definitely snatch the strongest man in the world. Facing Agnes's gaze, Lux smiled. There was no emotion revealed at all. And Hikue also realized at this time that he couldn't be too nice to Agnes. If he couldn't suppress her, he would only be suppressed by her. Later, Agnes didn't continue to cause trouble. And he followed the boy all the way into the factory. The factory is highly automated, and there are no civilian employees. Only some of the workers in the mines have returned to take over. Councilman, he should be here now. On the way, several people chatted and said, he should be here on time, but he has so many things to do. That's right, but it would be nice to meet him. Hikue is now one of the best figures in the country, so it would be nice to get to know him. Who says he isn't? Most of them work for Hikue because of their reputation, and Hikue really doesn't treat them unfairly. The treatment and benefits are definitely the best in the entire plant, and it is getting bigger and bigger. Although it is just an ordinary employee, the annual dividends are also increasing. In this case, most people are still convinced by Hikue. Of course, there are a few who are not convinced, but since Hikue's fans are in the majority, they dare not say anything. In short, Hikue is probably like an ordinary boss here. Some people want to curry favor with him, while others are a little disdainful, but no one dares to offend him. And it was this group of people who saw Hikue, who was just discussing, coming towards them. That, it seems to be Hikue. Otherwise, who can let the captain of the guard accompany him? And Miss Lux is next door. Several people reacted quickly and stopped. Chapter 580. The next thing was very simple. Hikue left the factory under the flattery. What happened? Back in the car, looking at Lux Hikue, who had been silent since the beginning, he asked. No. The employees were all fine. They were just peripheral personnel. They seemed to treat Hikue like ordinary employees. But thinking of the guards led by the young man in red, who looked at Hikue with a hint of respect, and they didn't look at her, it was not that they ignored her charm, but that Hikue was more important to them. If we talk about the camp, I'm afraid these people are almost turned into private soldiers by Hikue, who don't recognize others. However, considering that she also has such private soldiers, Lux didn't say anything. This force is still gradually increasing. I'm afraid Hikue will gradually become a presence, like the Klein family and the Sarah family. Become a rising star with a deep foundation. Jealous? Hikue touched the girl's delicate back of the hand. No, I'm sorry to disappoint you. Lux did not regard Agnes as an opponent. She thought she had a deep understanding of Hikue. Judging from the situation just now, Hikue, who was cautious, might be considering the opponent. Agnes still has a long way to go to become a personal guard. Hearing this, Hikue shrugged, but before he could continue to move his hand, he was caught by Lux. Hikue, did you have fun just now? Although Lux's smile was very gentle, Hikue couldn't help but move his butt when facing Lux's gaze. This is clearly a treacherous person who wants revenge. But being able to act like this means that he is not really angry. Thinking of this, Hikue's heart surged with strength again. Of course, it is better to admit defeat for now. Of course I am not too happy. But who told me to like Lux? Hearing Hikue's appearance of taking advantage of others, and still acting cute, Lux couldn't help laughing. Then, as if realizing that she was too friendly, the amazing smile on her face returned to its previous state. Anyway, I forgive you if you agree to one condition. Okay. Don't you want to ask what it is? Lux asked with a chuckle. It doesn't matter. The things Lux would propose under such circumstances couldn't be impossible to accomplish. And she was very smart. Their relationship had come to this point. Since they had confessed so much, they might as well trust each other more. Humph. Lux opened her lips slightly, as if she wanted to say something, but she changed the subject in the end. I'm serious. Be careful of Agnes. She looks a bit dangerous. I know. I'm still investigating. He nodded upon hearing this. He had thought that he could keep a red-clothed girl, but now it seems that Agnes is really uncontrollable. From this point of view, this Agnes is even a bit like a Yandere. She can only be closely watched. I hope she will change slowly in the future. I hope I can temper my temper here. Hikue paused for a moment, and then continued. By the way, Ms. Lakis, are you coming over tonight? Although the surface of the moon rotates every 30 days, according to the plant, it is indeed night now. No. After a simple refusal, Lakis looked away. But her heart beat a little faster. Take me to see the surroundings tomorrow, Lakis said softly. Okay. The journey to the moon ended quietly. And Hikue, who returned to the asteroid base, asked Luo to help transport the 3 Aegis to the Earth not long after. The destinations are Finderson, Atlantic Federation and Orb. However, Finderson and Atlantic Federation cannot be reached directly, and can only be placed in the surrounding countries. Meanwhile, on the other side, in a small park and a residential area of Orb's military island. At this time, in the sparsely populated grove, Fule was looking at the masked man in front of her. Who are you? What happened to my father? Of course he was caught. If you want to save your father, bring your boyfriend to this location at 1600 hours tonight. If you tell others, your father's life will be in danger. The masked man clicked on his watch and sent a coordinate to Fry. Then he left quickly without waiting for Fry to say anything. Only Fry was left with a livid face. Even the sunny weather could not stop her from panicking because of her father's death. However, the girl had experienced the psychological pressure of killing everyone. At this time, she did not completely lose her mind and act as the other party wished, but just took out a little bird. As the other party said, if she acted rashly, her father's life might be in danger. But if she didn't act, she might lose 2 people. She didn't know the specific situation, but what if someone was watching Kira? The other party spoke so urgently that he obviously didn't want her to react. She couldn't afford this accident. After finding out that the bird couldn't be disassembled rashly, Kira helped her force the bird to shut down. Then, she put it in her home. Just now, after hearing that the man had bad intentions, she subconsciously turned on the bird and brought it out. She didn't know who was on the other side of the bird, but the bird had indeed saved her. Now it was almost time. Maybe it was a good thing. She could only give it a try. If it didn't work, she suppressed her panic, and although she seemed calm, the girl, who was desperate, walked quickly towards the Aurora Club. At the same time, on Kigali's side, Hikue was also telling her about his recent movements. That's the arrangement for now, my new machine will arrive soon, Hikue said to Kigali with Xiaolu. So will you go to Sun City? Kigali asked with shining eyes. Sun City is the name of the new space colony satellite built by both parties. Although Heliopolis is also called Sun City, it is just a name change. It will take some time, but I will go. That's good. Kigali's face gradually showed a bright smile after hearing this. Just when Hikue wanted to say something, a signal came from Xiaolu. Hikue was slightly surprised to see the weak signal on the screen still moving slowly towards here. It was transmitted by the flying bird he had given to Fule. However, because the distance was too far, only the activation of the signal could be detected. But logically speaking, she should have turned it off and put it away long ago. Kajiali, I'm going out for a while. Under Kajiali's puzzled gaze, Hikue opened the door of the room and walked towards the direction of the signal curiously. Chapter 581. Although Xiaolu was an old model, it was moving very fast at this time, and soon arrived near the signal. As soon as he arrived within a kilometer and entered the Shuguang Society, Hikue learned the cause and effect from the data transmitted by the bird. It must be said that Fule's quick wit surprised Hikue. However, it was also very dangerous. Although he could receive the signal here, it would be absolutely useless if Xiaolu was not here. As long as he leaves the range, he will never know. As for now, of course, saving people is the most important thing. But how to save people is very challenging. First of all, he has no idea where the other party has taken Frey's old father. But the time is too short, and his current Aegis has not arrived yet. The place they want Frey to go belongs to the border of the Aurora Society. It is also the place where Zaft's spies can go before. He can only delay the other party first, and then mobilize people. Hikue thought about it, and found Kigali. Where are we going? Kira looked at the girl who was pulling him out in confusion. No guard at all. I just have something to tell you, Free said, as she pulled Kira out for a distance. At the same time, her heart was in ups and downs. It goes without saying that if Kira was not allowed to go out, her father would be in danger, but if Kira was allowed to go out, Kira would also be in danger. Feeling the bird she had collected fluttering on her body, Free's heart became more and more confused. However, at this moment, a huge explosion suddenly sounded outside. Bang! Frey could even feel the ground under her feet shaking. What happened? Kira reacted quickly and protected Frey in front of him. Feeling Kira's action, Frey's heart skipped a beat, and she was at a loss when she thought that she might have to trick Kira herself. At least she didn't want to trick this innocent boy. It seems to have exploded? After suppressing the chaotic thoughts in her heart, Frey also looked outside. The direction of the black smoke was exactly where they agreed to go. Could it be that, thinking of the little bird in her arms, Frey couldn't care less at this moment? After all, if they acted casually, her father, Kira, where are you? Before the girl could think about it, Kira's cell phone also rang. Director Erica's voice came from inside, with a bit of anxiety. What's wrong? We were attacked, you go to the nearest shelter. Okay. Frey was also stunned after hearing what Director Erica said. If they really had a falling out, they wouldn't say that, right? So her father should be fine. While she was still thinking, Kira had already taken Frey to the nearest shelter. Not far from the explosion site, Hikue was looking at the billowing black smoke with a high-resolution multifunctional telescope. Someone, is the person you are following in place? Hikue asked Kigali, who was also nervous. I've already caught up with him with your machine. Don't follow too far. It was only now that they might be wary of his bird, which might easily alert the enemy, otherwise there would be no need to send out such artificial forces. However, thanks to his ever-strengthening micro-manipulation, Hikue still sent out a miniature flying cockroach to catch up. Although it was a bit disgusting, in some ways, the flying cockroach was more concealed than the bird. And most people would not have thought that the bird would be a cockroach. They won't kill him right away if they don't know the situation. Although her father is important to Frey, Kira is also important to the organization. So they won't do anything before they are sure of the situation. Kira is safe for now, but what about Frey's father? Kigali frowned slightly, and asked as Hikue held her in his arms. I go ask someone, don't worry. As Hikue spoke, his screen lit up on the other side. Matthias, what's going on? I can't find many clues. The Minister of Foreign Affairs went out for a drink after get off work today, and then disappeared. We are still investigating the bar. Matthias also looked like he had a headache at this time. He was indeed scared by the other party's sudden move. But who is Kira, and why do you want to find him? Because they want to make clones, and Kira is the best template. Hikue explained simply. Okay. Without asking why Kira Yamato was the best model, Matthias nodded. Paulus will land outside the Atlantic Federation capital in 3 hours. We must find clues as soon as possible. Luckily, the radar defense near the Atlantic Federation should not be so strict now, and he happened to know the Atlantic Federation system from the previous dealings. Otherwise, he would not be able to land directly in their capital. Of course, there are some risks. If he was not in a hurry, Hikue planned to enter the country from Alaska. I just happened to go to see the ZFT base, and the arrest warrant for Aegis and ZFT has also been issued. But now it's all wishful thinking. It's no use urging me. Matthias was speechless after hearing this. If necessary, you can go find Baki Lulu. New Major General? Yes. She seems to have been marginalized in the military recently, and her family has severed ties with her, so there may not be much news. Give it a try, after all, she has some officers under her command. Although it is natural that the military is not welcome, the military does not dare to do too much. After all, they just surrendered. In theory, the military should not be called the military, but the self-defense forces. But they dare not target the public-spirited Baki Lulu too obviously. Moreover, many doves in the military are now attached to Baki Lulu. Just like many countries that have lost the war, now in addition to the need to recover, more people still need to attach themselves to them. Counting these people, Baki Lulu can be considered to have some power. Okay, I ask. Have your people here as soon as possible. After sending an address to Hikue, Matthias went offline. At the same time, Hikue, who had just hung up the phone, also found Lux. Lux, help me find someone. Who? After hearing Hikue's words, Lux, who was still in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs office, carefully locked the door before asking. Atlantic Federation Foreign Affairs Minister, George Alstar. Him, what happened? He was already the Minister of Foreign Affairs. As a capitulationist who had been to Alaska, Lux certainly still remembered him. They were held hostage by someone, probably a clan. Hearing that it was a clan, Lux's face became more serious. I see, I contact them, but... Just use my contact station. After hearing Lux's but, Hikue had already guessed what the girl was going to say. Okay then. Chapter 582. Hikue dispersed his people, and soon Kira also learned the truth from the bracelet's contact with Kigali in the chaotic shelter. Free is sorry. Perhaps because he felt that he had implicated the other party, Kira frowned and looked at the other party in the dim shelter with guilt. But according to Kigali, Free's mobile phone seemed to be monitored by someone. Although he didn't know what went wrong, Kira didn't say anything except sorry at this time. It's okay. Free's heart was still fluctuating at this time, but she shook her head in response to Kira's gaze. The two were talking in a mushy way, while on the other side they were on the track of the Atlantic Federation capital. The home of Luo and others was unloading a single-person coffin-like landing capsule from the transport ship. What exactly did he want us to drop? Yuri asked curiously. They treated us like a transport company. But they paid 10 times more than a normal transport company. The professor smiled. That's right. Yuri couldn't help but smile again when he heard that he was rich. Well, it won't be a bad thing after all. If Luo was still guessing before, then now he has confirmed the relationship between Hikue and Aegis. But Luo still has no intention of telling it. After all, the world's peace will definitely need Hikue's power. It's better to say that he is full of excitement to be able to assist Hikue. Watching the landing capsule gradually turn into a fiery red, Luo smiled. So after delivering the remaining cargo, why don't you go to Copernicus? I heard there's a parts auction going on there recently. There are parts of Gundam as big as 10 ms. Really, it's because Luo spends money every day that we have to work all the time. Yuri complained that no one controlled the home and flew to another delivery point. But I didn't expect to build another space elevator. Yuri sighed, as he looked at an inconspicuous small pillar rising high from the Earth in the near-Earth orbit outside the home. The World Tree was built with an orbital elevator, as was the Heavenly Pillar. However, as the situation became tense, the goal was too obvious, so everyone dismantled the space elevator. After all, if a fight really broke out, this small pillar could be easily broken. This is the symbol of peace. Luo sighed. Humanity's new large space station after the World Tree is gradually being built. This is also the result of the Alaska Conference. A large space station built by various countries, the Eternal World Tree. The concept symbolizing the pursuit of peace began to be rebuilt. Undoubtedly, it will be the center of future trade in the Earth's sphere. The world is gradually moving forward, and Hikue is still cleaning up the world. So when can we retire? While fine-tuning the descent trajectory of the coffin, Hikue complained to Shurha, who came to support him. Didn't you say you want to go on a trip or something like that? Shurha said helplessly. I thought the clan would be restrained after the war. I didn't expect it. Hikue sighed helplessly but soon continued. But let's put it aside after we finish here, and go to the beach in District 11 to have some fun. I go and verify some technology by the way. As the main user of District 11 in May City, Hikue has a mansion on it that is comparable to Sarah and Klein, and has a direct access to the beach a plant. What technology? Compared to the beach, Shurha is more concerned about what Hikue said. Ecological adjustment technology, but there are only some clues. Considering that there are still many skill points to be added before it can be unlocked, Hikue explained. Does that mean that if it succeeds, we can raise fish in the plant in the future? Yes, in theory. And the ranch can also be. Hikue smiled, and in a poetic and excited mood, they also landed smoothly in the suburbs of the Atlantic Federation capital. The suburbs that should have been beautiful showed a bit of shabby because they were not cleaned. Only wildly growing greenery and flowers surrounded their burnt coffin. Then, accompanied by a sound of decompression and a wave of heat, the delicate girl, who looked like a puppet, came out. There are no electronic devices around, and no one. Using the powerful radar inside the coffin, they scanned the surroundings in an instant. Well, very good. This landing capsule is also very good. Hikue looked at the landing capsule for individual soldiers that he had researched with satisfaction. It has all functions, and PS armor is added, which can be said to be extremely strong. In addition, there are more efficient solar panels developed by Hikue based on the knowledge of X Gundam. The whole cabin can be equipped with 5 batteries and various weapons of Aegis. It can be said to be Aegis's dream library. However, there are also disadvantages. One costs 10 million, and it is troublesome to recycle. In order to prevent technology leakage, it will self-destruct if it is not recycled. In other words, 10 million is exchanged for a chance for a single soldier to land, and he still has to endure the high temperature. Whether from the perspective of money or from the perspective that only Hikue's Aegis can use it. Don't brag about yourself, we are leaving. What should we do with this landing capsule? After controlling Aegis to take some of the internal supplies, weapons, batteries, and a folding skateboard, Shurha asked. Well, bury it first. As he said that, the hatch of the landing capsule closed, and then the soil liquefaction device under him was activated, and the landing capsule was buried deep in the soil. It looks convenient, but it consumes a lot of power, and it can't withstand the scanning of 2 precise instruments. But now it's deserted, so it's okay to hide. After packing his bag, Aegis walked on the country road of the Atlantic Federation. Just like those future Hollywood blockbusters I've seen before, the road now also showed a bit of depression. There was no one on the empty road. Only the ruthless winter wind was blowing the half-human high weeds on the roadside. This decline is too serious. Yes, fortunately I brought transportation. There is no car, so I am afraid of being seen if I fly directly. The skateboard is very useful at this time. As he spoke, Aegis untied the folding skateboard on his back, and a skateboard similar to the one on the science board was formed. How did you think of this thing? There are not many people playing on the Earth. Looking at Hikue's skillful driving of the skateboard across the land, Shurha asked curiously. Maybe he is more curious about the history of the Common Era. As Hikue said, Aegis was also approaching the capital quickly. According to what Matthias said, the people there should have found possible clues. Let's go check it out first. Okay. After Shurha agreed, the two of them moved even faster. Thinking of the beautiful scene of Selena and everyone going on vacation at a private beach, Hikue moved even faster. Chapter 583. For the time being, it is possible that the other party has hidden people in this slum. In an inconspicuous alley, a drunk uncle, who looked very ordinary, gave him a map and turned away. There is only an approximate location. Do you want to start a carpet search? Looking at the dilapidated slum in front of him, Shurha asked. Well, there is not enough time. Fortunately, they did not hide people in any base. But if you think about it carefully, if they really hide people in a military base, they are likely to be wiped out. Obviously, it is not the stage of a desperate struggle in their eyes. You do it. Shurha was about to release the bird, but then she remembered that the bird was no longer a bird, but a disgusting thing. Okay. But this fits the theme here. Hikue complained as he looked at the dilapidated and decayed rat-ridden slums in front of him. The row of houses and the disrepair made Hikue suspect that he had traveled to a radioactive wasteland. As Hikue pressed the release button, dozens of bionic flying cockroaches crawled out of Hikue's clothes. It was so scary, but Shurha had expected it and covered her eyes. Cockroaches are the natural enemies of the adjusters. After all, the adjusters have never seen such a terrifying thing since they were born. I think Sule almost fainted when she saw his little machine. Hikue's flying cockroaches crawled quickly in the dark. Soon, as he walked, the scanning radius was gradually increasing. Ignoring those terrifying bionic robots, Shura opened his eyes again and began to analyze each house. Some of them were filled with drug addicts, some were empty, and some were homeless. Logically speaking, the security here should be very poor, but Hikue Xiuqiang successfully helped him avoid a lot of unnecessary fights. For example, those who wanted to rob. Whether it was robbing money or robbing women, everyone had a gun in their hands, and they looked full of martial virtues. No wonder the old man walked so fast just now. Thinking of this, Hikue turned into another narrow alley, and avoided the armed robber standing guard in front. Scan completed. Half an hour later, Shura said. Well, they only give Davra 1 hour. Hikue considered and looked underground. Is there anything underground here? Only some abandoned railway networks and sewers. After hearing Shura's words, Hikue thought for a while. They saw the car coming in from here, and Baki Lulu also told about the chaos here. If it was a trick, it was too real. The most important thing was that half an hour was not enough for him to find another place. Let's try our best, and let the cockroaches go down. Hearing Hikue's words, Shura's face flashed with disgust. But he still controlled these little things and began to sneak into the sewer. I'm going to take a shower after this is over, Shura muttered, and his hands moved faster. Hikue's gamble soon paid off. In the space not shown in the blueprint under the manhole cover of one of the sewers, several people were surrounding a screaming middle-aged man. Let me go! I'm the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Atlantic Federation. The pampered gentleman was now filthy from the dirt in the sewer, and his face was bruised. Of course, it looked more like a collision. Humph, just the running dogs of those adjusters. As he spoke, one of them picked up a gun and pointed it at George's forehead. Although he was wearing a combat mask on his face, his exposed eyes still showed his ferocity. If you don't want to die like the last George, I advise you to be quiet. There were no more words. George seemed to be very sensible in this regard. After all, the fierceness in the other person's eyes was really scary. It was the look of someone who had seen blood and killed people. And it revealed madness. Of course, in Hikue's opinion, he had seen too many people like this. People who are poisoned by the blue universe usually have this kind of look. There is no one else around, Shura said. Then let's get started. Hikue didn't waste any words, and controlled a dozen cockroaches to quietly crawl onto the trouser legs of several people, and then climbed up all the way, quickly finding the position of the buttocks. Because of the light movement and the clothes, the other party did not notice the abnormality, let alone the bee-like fine needles exposed from the buttocks of the cockroaches. In sync, dozens of cockroaches poked at the same time. The powerful Hikue's self-adjusting neurotoxin, which was powerful enough to kill enhanced people, instantly invaded the bodies of several people. Mixed in the wailing and screaming at the scene was George's confused look. However, because he was tied to a chair, he was both scared and excited when he saw the mess on the ground. Which hero saved me here? I am extremely grateful. Please show up and see me, George said with a trembling voice. Puff. Shura, who originally felt disgusted, couldn't help laughing at this moment. After all, anyone would laugh when Cruz's voice suddenly spoke like this. Hikue shrugged his shoulders, and he controlled Aegis to walk towards George step by step along the narrow passage. Are you going to take him away? Shura asked. I don't know, it depends on what he means. If George wants to reunite with his daughter, he can certainly take her away. If he still wants to keep him, he can join the Dove faction and give them some advice. I thought you wanted to keep him here. From the perspective of maximizing benefits, it is definitely in their interest for George to stay here. Let's give him a choice. Are you interested in him? Shura asked dangerously. I'm not interested in other people's girlfriends, Hikue said righteously. Is that so? He didn't continue talking. Soon, under George's horrified eyes, Aegis walked in front of George with echoing steps. The smell in the dim sewer was unbearable, but the girl in front of him, who looked only the size of his daughter, was so beautiful that she seemed to not belong here. Save me. George subconsciously relaxed his vigilance. We are sent by your daughter to save you. Do you want to go to your daughter or go back? Hearing the beautiful voice, George's face was frozen with fear. He had never thought that there would be an option. If I go back, can you guarantee my safety? After calming down, George still asked. I can't guarantee absolute safety, but I can leave a robot for you. Robot? As soon as George finished speaking, he saw a cockroach pounce on him and kill him in the face. Suddenly, a scream that was even more exaggerated than before continued to echo in the sewer. Chapter 584. This is the robot. Hikue let the cockroach land on the other's face like a devil and laughed. I have to say, it's quite interesting to hear Cruz scream. And George, who was almost frightened to cardiac arrest, stared at the expressionless Aegis in front of him with resentment. But the two long tentacles were still sliding on his forehead, which was extremely disgusting. He also understood that although the other person looked like a robot, it was definitely a very bad taste. What's the use? George asked after he calmed down from the shock. Warning. Hikue didn't say much. Although he was Pule's father, he didn't trust him too much. The one who attacked me was from the same clan? Although there is no evidence, it should be correct. Then you are from Orb? His daughter was an Orb and had a boyfriend, so he knew all this. I guess so. Okay. I stay here. Hearing George's words, Hikue was a little surprised. I didn't know George was so adventurous. But since he said so, Hikue nodded. In fact, George's arrangement was in his best interest. With George and Bakililu here, his control over the Atlantic Federation would increase. As for the possibility of George joining the clan, Hikue thought it was unlikely. After all, his daughter was still an Orb. This was also George's own capital. This relationship destined him to be a dovish person. As long as the faction continues to grow, he may even move to the position of president. So he has his own considerations for staying here. As for Hikue, the cockroaches here are not only warnings, but also machines to monitor him. And as Shurha said before, it is a better choice for Hikue for George to stay here. Thinking of this, Hikue easily opened the restraint device on George. Then let's go. I take you to change clothes first. And the matter of the machine. Hikue didn't finish his words, and just stared at George dimly. I will never tell, George promised hurriedly. Okay, Hikue said, and the inconspicuous cockroaches around him scattered again. On the other side, on the military island of Orb. It has been rescued, Hikue said to Kigali beside him. So fast? Kigali, who was still worried, was shocked when she heard it. Speed is the essence of war, Hikue said. By the way, are you coming to May City? Didn't I say I don't have time recently? Although Kigali wanted to go, she couldn't leave it all at this time. Then wait for me to go to Sun City. Hikue smiled. You said so? Kigali smiled happily when she heard it. I said so. And you should go and tell them first, and Alstar chose to stay in the Atlantic Federation. Okay. After watching Kigali leave, Hikue looked up in another direction. His landing capsule on the Orb Island had also arrived. However, the landing capsule landed on the seabed and had no intention of coming up immediately. It was just a means of insurance. On the other side, Hikue's Aegis also arrived in the jungle outside Findershan, and also had no intention of coming out. After settling George back home, Hikue also disappeared quietly. Moving forward quietly in the night, gradually came to a military residential area in the capital. Although there were many troops stationed outside, Hikue, who had electronic technology and cockroaches, successfully touched a villa with a rather luxurious interior like Spider-Man. At this time, only the master bedroom in this man's house was dimly lit. After entering easily, Hikue could also hear the sound of a shower. Thinking of something, Hikue's heart could not help but move slightly. Shurha had left at this time, and he was the only one in the room, which was convenient. Thinking of this, Hikue let his cockroach out. Then he easily got into the bathroom through the crack of the door. Of course, he did not turn on the visual function, but just let the robot turn around inside. But before it even made a full circle, it was interrupted by a rather girlish exclamation. A thump sounded, and Hikue was slightly stunned. Did she fall? It's impossible, Baki Lulu is not an adjuster. Although thinking so, Hikue still opened the camera a little. Then he saw a dark place. From the infrared vision, it should be covered by a basin. That, Baki Lulu. Who? Hearing the voice from outside, the frightened Baki Lulu subconsciously picked up the pistol under the dressing table and loaded it. Aegis. Oh! Baki Lulu relaxed after hearing the name. She looked at the overturned basin again and hurriedly put on a bathrobe. When Baki Lulu came out, Hikue saw a beautiful woman coming out of the bath. Under the bathrobe, Baki Lulu's temperament was not as sharp as when she was in military uniform. She was between heroic and gentle with a fascinating fragrance. The bathrobe was not too tight and fit her exquisite figure, making people want to grab a handful of the furry bathrobe. The only exposed shoulder had a few drops of water that had not been wiped clean, flowing down the woman's white and smooth collarbone, leaving an attractive water mark. How did you get here? Without giving Hikue time to continue admiring, Baki Lulu asked. I am Aegis, I go wherever I want. It was as good as saying nothing, and by the way, has this person become frivolous? However, considering that the war is over now, the other party may be floating, and Baki Lulu just nodded politely. Then what is your purpose in coming here? Not knowing whether the other party had any secret relationship with Hikue, Baki Lulu asked cautiously at this time. The matter of Alsta has been resolved for the time being, but the clan may not give up, and see if he can join. Hikue said. Join what? Paulus. Hearing the other party's words, as a matter of course, Baki Lulu's face gradually turned cold. When did I agree to join Palace? You give me the impression that you have joined. And there is nothing wrong with Palace. There are no tasks usually. Just let me know if there is any situation. Hikue said shamelessly. I need to think about it. Of course. Hikue nodded after hearing this. Then contact me if you need anything. How to contact? This. Hikue said and took out a palm-sized red button that looked like the one used in the laboratory. Press it, and I will appear. If there is any situation, you can also press it as Morse code. There is interference here, and it cannot withstand overly complex data transmission. The simpler it is, the less likely it is that data will be lost and the farther it can be transmitted. Okay. Upon hearing this, Baki Lulu took the button away. Is everything okay? Nothing. Hikue stood up and walked to Baki Lulu's balcony. Then I leave. He then jumped down from the balcony. Chapter 585. In the Aurora Society in Orb, the girl who successfully contacted her father was crying and laughing in front of the screen, looking quite pitiful. Okay, Daddy is fine. You have to be good there and don't be picky. Looking at his daughter, George's tone became gentle. But I want to go back. Free said pitifully. Not yet, Daddy will pick you up when it's safe here. After the two finished talking, Kira also came up from behind and hugged the sad Free. Not far away, Hikue, who was watching this scene, breathed a sigh of relief. But Kigali, who was standing next to him, frowned slightly. Your little bird thing might make people associate it. She had already assumed that there was some connection with Hikue, and now there was another little bird thing that couldn't be concealed. It doesn't matter. Anyway, it doesn't matter if it spreads more and more. As long as it is not exposed all at once, but discovered slowly from top to bottom, then it won't be a big deal. His reputation will not drop. Just think about it. Kigali grabbed Aegis's wrist with a little force, and said softly, Then let's meet in Sun City? Yes, see you in Sun City. While the two were talking, in Yuzumi's office on the Orb mainland, Yuzumi, who had learned the whole story from Erika, was thinking with his head down. Lord Yuzumi, I think it's too dangerous for Aegis or Hikue to stay with Lord Kigali. Erika said to Yuzumi nervously. Danger? Yuzumi repeated. He felt that his current situation was similar to George's. Of course, there were still differences, at least he still had the initiative. But Hikue was indeed more cooperative at present. As long as he didn't interfere with their policies, he didn't want to cause trouble for the other party. He was afraid that after his daughter was abducted, even the policies and ideas were abducted by the other party. Although he was not young, he was still strong and healthy, so he would be fine in a few years. Moreover, Kigali is a natural person. If she and Hikue really have a child together, he can also bring the child back to raise. Then the child will naturally tend to Orb. But is this idea too outrageous? Looking at the moon in the sky, Yuzumi put away his thoughts and nodded. I remember he will also go to Sun City? There is such a plan. Erika lowered her eyes, and responded without knowing what the other party was thinking. Like a pair of cowherd and weaver girl, they must take this opportunity to meet. I understand. You go back first. Okay. Although she wanted to say something, Yuzumi didn't seem to want to listen, so she had no choice but to turn around and leave. Kigali was about to be deceived. No, she had to wait and test him in Sun City. It would be best if they could break up directly, Erika was thinking while Yuzumi was on the phone. As for Hikue, after temporarily solving these messy things, he came to District 1 of May City the next day. Unlike the previous times, Area 1 was quite lively this time. The Nazca-class warship that Hikue was riding on sailed all the way to the port under the solemn escort of 16 Nazca-class warships. I didn't expect you would become a city representative. Looking at the grand scene, outside the window, Shurha held Hikue's hand, and even his originally calm tone was now a little excited. City representative, that is a member of the parliament, and the next step is the speaker, and it is a sure speaker. Yeah, I didn't expect to be the speaker. Hikue just finished speaking when Su Lei, who was sitting next to him, sat on top of him. Humph, you're just a pervert. Su Lei said coquettishly, feeling the vigor of Hikue's place. You're the one who aroused me first. Hikue said speechlessly, and hugged the girl directly to himself. Speaking of which, if you get engaged to them, your abilities will be greatly improved and you can also unlock new technologies. But it's obvious that you still need to be in the right mood. You can't just suddenly say you're getting engaged. The sense of ceremony is also needed by the system. It's impossible to get engaged to several people at once. As for the strengthening after marriage that I thought of before, it seems that there is no such thing. But the improvement in favorability is also a good reward. And marriage itself is sacred, so Hikue didn't force it. What level do you have to reach before you can get engaged to them? But first of all, engagement must have a process of marrying, right? Recalling the process of proposing to Shurha, Hikue lowered his eyes slightly and thought. It's better to find a chance to be alone together. There's no rush. Looking at Su Lei, who was not very well behaved at his arms, Hikue sighed. But his current ability is enough for the time being. The most important research is to combine the two backpacks, and then the X-Gundam, ecological adjustment, and gene adjustment. The combined backpack is my own research, and the other three are systems. Has Setona not come back recently? Hikue asked Shurha helplessly. No, she went to Lakis's house. Hearing this, Hikue suddenly had an idea in his mind. It seemed that Lux asked him to go to her house, right? It just so happened that he was almost able to make a prototype of the gene-adjusted nanorobot. Thinking of this, Hikue couldn't help but be more eager to try, which made Su Lei glare at him uncomfortably. At the same time, the cherry lips had already kissed her. In a period of intimate contact, the Nazca class also slowly docked on the port. And with the appearance of Hikue, many media and selected people in the port immediately issued enthusiastic calls. With Hikue's voice, Hikue's reputation in Mei City was obviously unmatched. The closest person walking behind Hikue was Shurhi, who was half a body length behind him, followed by the staff of the Integrated Design Bureau headed by Su Lei and the regular garrison troops of Mei City. He walked on the red carpet in his congressman's uniform, waving to the people around him, and walking towards the elevator step by step. It should be a real person this time. Many people in the crowd were excitedly looking at Hikue not far away. Now the chance to see Hikue is very rare. After all, he is a big shot, but even they want to express their gratitude to Hikue in person. So they all came. What are you talking about? Lord Hikue opened the port specifically for us. He is definitely a real person. The port here is not open to the public, but was opened at the strong request of Hikue. Yes, Hikue is the best for us. Chapter 586. There were no accidents at the port. In fact, Hikue hoped that there would be some other accidents. After all, he had sent a large number of troops around, and the birds on the top of the head were just bait. The more important thing was the omnipresent cockroaches on the ground. They would definitely catch the mice on the other side off guard. Unfortunately, it seemed that they did not fall into the trap. Thinking with regret, Hikue came to the municipal center in Mei City as planned at the beginning. As the current representative of Mei City, Amalfi was wearing a solemn dress. Of course, the dress was just the clothes of a counselor. At this time, Amalfi walked into the venue slowly, smiling and looking forward to leaving office. However, as far as Hikue knew, the other party did have reasons to be happy. He had a wife and children, and he seemed to be talking about going on a trip to Orb. Of course, the word travel also meant supervision. After all, work cannot be escaped. As Amalfi approached, everyone in the venue stood up and began to greet each other. It was also a kind of respect for each other. Of course, Hikue was one of them. They were uneducated, and even the ceremony was a bit simple. Slowly, Amalfi walked to the stage and began his resignation speech. At this time, Hikue, who was preparing in the backstage, looked at Lux, who suddenly appeared and was still teasing Su Lei strangely. Why are you here? I came to see you, Lux said with a smile, and then her white jade-like legs swayed slightly, and came to Hikue's ear. My father is not at home tonight. Although he knew that the other party was deliberately speaking ambiguously, Hikue's heart still skipped a beat when he heard such a sweet voice saying such words in his ear. Is Setona still there? Hikue quickly calmed down and smiled. Don't worry about Nana. Lux avoided Hikue's gaze, took 2 steps back, and turned around to look at Su Lei. Lei, are you coming to my house? No, thank you. Looking at Hikue, and then at Lux, Su Lei took a step back. What a pity, what about Shurha? Maybe there's a chance, there's still work. Shurha didn't step back when she heard that, but just smiled peacefully. After following Hikue, the girl not only grew up with the ability of micromanipulation, but also with the mentality. Even when facing Lux, the girl didn't feel weak at this moment. Or she couldn't feel weak, after all, she was Hikue's wife. If she stepped back, then the dominant power would be given to Lux in the future. Is that so? Lakis nodded, then bowed and left the backstage. While the others were talking, Amalfi on the stage finished his speech. Mr. Hikue, it's your turn. The backstage door opened again, and the staff member was looking at the boy in front of him with respect, but after just one glance, he lowered his eyes, as if he was afraid of blaspheming him. Okay, thank you. Hikue smiled and walked out the door. His speech was similar to the previous one. He just talked about his achievements in recent years, and then looked forward to the future, saying that the focus of the Design Bureau's new technology development will shift from war to humanities, and then took the official seal of the city representative from Amalfi, and officially completed the handover. In the beautiful garden, the girl under the stars was looking seriously into the eyes of the boy in front of her. The distance between the two was only a fist, and their noses were almost touching. What's wrong? Hikue naturally hugged the girl's waist, and then put her on his legs. Because they were doing such a shameful thing in a familiar place, even a calm person like Lux could still feel her ears getting slightly hot. What are you busy with recently? Lux asked. Just some development. This is for you. Hikue took out two, of course not cockroaches, but two more delicate birds. You gave Lux Klein a gift, ability value plus 300. Lux Klein's current favorability is 99. Experience bonus 3. MS Operation Technology A level, 72145/100, 000. Spatial Cognition Ability A level, 40411/100, 000. It's almost a breakthrough to S. Hikue was quite pleased to see the prompt in front of him. Next, as long as he completed the last step, Lux's bonus would increase quickly. Hikue was thinking that Lux could also feel Hikue's subtle changes with her tight thighs. Although she was ready to eat Hikue, Lux, who felt the magnificence at this time, backed off again. She supported Hikue's shoulders with her delicate hands, and wanted to use the force to leave. However, this time Hikue did not obey as he did in the previous times, but half-forced the soft girl to be pressed in his arms. Miss Lux likes to run away so much? Hikue whispered in Lux's ear. You have to attack when you need to. Otherwise, if Lux suppresses herself and takes the initiative, it will probably take forever. Why am I so timid? Lux said softly after calming down. Don't be afraid, I will be gentle. Without answering Lux's question, Hikue said, as he moved closer to Lux's soft lips. Don't do it here. After finally escaping Hikue's closeness, Lux panted and said. In the previous attacks, it seemed that Hikue was probably giving in to her. Now that she felt that Hikue's aggression had suddenly become stronger, Lux couldn't help but say that she couldn't resist. She didn't want to have the same experience as she had here. Although it was a beautiful garden, the sense of openness was too strong. Yeah. After responding, Hikue kissed Lux's lips again, but this time he picked Lux up. Where is your room? Put me down, I go by myself. Perhaps because of the lack of oxygen, Lux's face was already red. Even her lips were slightly swollen. She looked a little better. Thinking about it, Hikue lowered his head and licked it. Are you born in the year of the dog? Although her face was red, Lux still asked calmly. I won't care if your housekeeper comes. Hikue laughed softly. I drive you away even if he comes. And you're still molesting Klein's daughter. Although it's just a small problem. But it was obvious that Lux had no intention of retreating. Then, Hikue was seen holding Lux and walking back. What are you going to do? The grass is not bad either. Hearing this, Lux held his hand a little tighter, with a little anger on her face. You are kidding. Before Lux could say the next words, Hikue put her down with a smile. Anyway, whether you are walking or holding her, you still need to eat. It's just a loss of initiative. Just get it back when you get to the bed. Chapter 587. Just like that, Hikue followed Lux to her room. The girl's room was not as pink as her hair, but there were still a few cute stuffed dolls on the princess bed, and some cosmetics on the table, and of course more computers and screens for work. This princess was also a busy person. Of course, Hikue didn't come in to visit the room. Lux watched Hikue's eyes sweeping around her room. It was obviously just a simple thing, but it was so embarrassing to watch at this time. Thinking of this, Lux said quickly, Go take a shower. He didn't take a shower at all when he came from May City. Although the environment of the colony satellite was comfortable, and he didn't sweat much, as a delicate princess, Lux had many reasons to dislike him. Hikue was slightly stunned when he heard this. Could this be the reason why she resisted so much before? He nodded and agreed. I don't know if Lux's mind was confused. Although she asked him to take a shower, she didn't give him clothes. Of course, Hikue didn't mind, and simply washed in the bathroom in Lux's room. On the other side, Lux, who was sitting on the chair and listening to the sound of running water, couldn't help but stir her hands nervously. She didn't have this habit, but she couldn't help it at this time. According to the physique of the adjuster, it shouldn't hurt much. But, looking at the bird that Hikue had just made on her desk, Lux couldn't calm down. She should like him. Then he should like her too. So it doesn't matter. And she has her own goal, and she needs his power to end everything. This is beyond doubt. Let's wait until everything is over. Thinking of this, the sound of water inside has stopped. The man walked out so openly. Lakis, who was suddenly stabbed by the scene in front of him, did not avoid his sight at this time. The same scene may have an impact on Lakis once, and although it was also very shocking the second time, at least he did not panic. After just glancing at him, she wanted to stand up. But before Lux could make any move, Hikue had already embraced the girl, gently lifted her up, and put her on the princess bed. The bed curtains naturally fell down, bringing a breeze that made Lux's delicate skin tremble. But this coolness did not last long before being dispelled by Hikue's hot body. I still need to take a shower. Lux refused. But Lux has already taken a shower before. He could clearly see the water stains in the bathroom, and the rose scent on the girl's body. It was probably not an ordinary shower gel. It was probably after May City said goodbye to her that Lux had come back to take a bath. This time Lux did not answer. As Hikue said, she didn't know why she took a bath after coming back. Doing it is one thing, but being exposed is another. Seeing that Hikue didn't seem to have any intention of letting her escape again, Lux bit her cherry lips lightly. Just bite me, Lux. Hikue gently stroked the girl's soft lips with his hand, and then leaned forward. If you can't, tell me. After saying that, Hikue didn't continue to be polite. After a night of spring breeze, Hikue woke up early in the morning and felt refreshed. Even the birds outside the window, which seemed a little annoying because of the strange visitor, seemed a little more pleasant. Feeling the movement of the boy next to her, Lux's long eyelashes trembled slightly, and soon she opened her beautiful eyes. As soon as she got up, she saw Hikue on her bed. Lux was stunned for a moment, but soon her memories of last night began to come back. Her heartbeat moved her mind, and made her sleepiness disappear completely. How was it yesterday? Did you say the same thing to them? As soon as she said it, Lux regretted it a little. After all, the tone of this sentence now sounded like jealousy and coquettishness, which was not what she would say normally. The other party will definitely take the opportunity to do something bad. As expected, when Hikue heard her say this, he had a sly smile on his face. That should be very good. I think Lux had a great time last night, Hikue said with a smile. He was not saying this casually. After all, he was an experienced veteran. He knew Lux's condition last night. Perhaps it was because she surpassed the adjuster. Although her combat ability was not very good, her body was still strong, as can be seen from Setona. The two sisters are definitely capable of fighting all night. That's why they were like this last night, because they just started. I didn't. As soon as Lux retorted, she was greeted by Hikue's half-smiley expression. There was no more to say, so she simply turned her head away. The pink hair passed through Hikue's palm, bringing a delicate and soft touch. I do it. As soon as he finished speaking, Hikue remembered that the other party seemed to have a housekeeper. Do you pack breakfast? Hikue asked in a different way. Not included. Okay. But even though he said that, Hikue just occupied half of Lux's bed with a clear conscience, half leaning against the back of the bed and looking at the tablet he had placed on the bedside table last night. Of course, he also took the time to take a look at you gave Lux a very precious first time, ability value plus 150. Lakis Klein's current favorability 100. Experience bonus 4. MS Operation Technology A level, 72745/100, 000. Spatial Cognition Ability A level, 41111/100, 000. It wasn't much, but Hikue still felt excited at this time. After all, the membrane between the two of them has been broken, and they can definitely increase the number of times. This is much better than giving gifts. In fact, Hikue rarely gives gifts to others now. Except for Kigali and Selena, who often cannot meet. Feeling that the person on the other bed had no intention of leaving, Lakis grabbed the quilt on the bed and wrapped it around herself before getting up from the bed. Ms. Lakis is quite conservative. After all, I don't have the bad habits of Counselor He. After the two exchanged a few words without giving in, Lux did not say anything more. She stood on tiptoe and felt the coldness of the ground, but she slightly shrank her cute toes. Perhaps it was because of what she had just done, or because Hikue was too hot, but the girl was still a little unaccustomed to the temperature of the ground. But before she could say anything, she saw that the boy had flashed in front of her without knowing when, and picked her up with a hood. Chapter 588. Are you addicted to hugging? Lakis, wrapped in a blanket, asked quietly in Ikue's arms. No, I'm just afraid you'd be cold. Then you can give me your shoes. Lakis looked at the shoes that were ruthlessly taken off by Ikue, lying quietly at the end of the bed. Didn't Lakis refuse? Ikue said, touching the other's forehead affectionately with his forehead. Feeling the sweetness brought by the close contact with that person, the girl avoided Ikue's gaze. So what should I wear? While talking, the man had already walked into Lux's cloakroom. Accompanied by the automatic sensing device, the doors of the cabinets around opened automatically, and rows of clothes appeared. I'd pick it myself. Okay. Maybe he would get tired of it if he continued to contact her, so Ikue put Lux down and left the room. He returned to the bed, and continued to study the problem of synthesizing the backpack. At this time, Lux in the cloakroom had just relaxed and loosened the sheets, but she saw an inconspicuous red spot on the sheets wrapped around her snow-white body. I hadn't noticed it before, but now I could smell the faint smell of blood just by looking at Lux. Throw it away. Without thinking any further, Lux, blushing, decided to let go of this embarrassing problem, folded the quilt, and then put it in the depths of her closet. When Lux put on her sky blue dress and returned to the room, she still saw Ikue lying on her bed. Why aren't you wearing clothes yet? No clothes, Ikue said, and at this moment, there was a knock on the door of Lux's house. Sister Ikue. Satona's voice sounded from outside the door. Wait, Lux said, and glared at Ikue. There was no other way but to find yesterday's clothes for Ikue, and then went to open the door. Sister. Satona, wearing a mask and holding a food tray, saw Lux in front of her and the unusual smell, and then a cute smile appeared on her face. Did you have fun last night, Sister Lux? Normally, there's no need for you to do this kind of thing. Lux took one of the breakfast trays from Satona's hand and said shyly to change the subject. It's okay, I'm bored here too. And I prefer taking care of others rather than being taken care of by others. Saying briskly, Satona followed Lux into the room, and then saw Ikue, who was still naked. Although Satona is not a veteran, she is no longer the girl who knows nothing. Her ears turned red when she saw Ikue, but her slender white feet walked a little faster and came to Lux's bed. However, before the girl could make any move, Lux grabbed her hand. The table is over there. And Ikue, get down here, put on your clothes. Lux glared at Ikue again. Okay. Ikue sighed regretfully. In fact, he didn't let go too much last night. After all, he was used to high difficulty, and playing a low-end game again would make him feel a little unsatisfied. But if things continue like this, I believe the two sisters should be just around the corner. After the two sisters of the Hawk family cooperated in the battle, Ikue was looking forward to it. Of course, it's not the time yet. With a little regret, Ikue quickly put on the clothes of the city representative and came to the table. As mentioned before, although this set of clothes has been worn for a day, it is only a little wrinkled, not smelly or anything. And fundamentally, this clothing is odor-proof, and also has some puncture-proof functions. Of course, it is only part of it, due to technological limitations. Just one set of this will cost at least 100,000. I will buy more sets for them someday. But the style needs to be changed. He is not a pervert, who likes them to wear the city representative's clothes for fun. Thinking of this, Ikue also sat in front of the two sisters. Aren't you worried about Nana coming? Ikue said, looking at the mask on the girl's face. After all, we don't know how much Siegel knows about Lux, so it is still risky to let Satona come. However, he believed that Lux had a sense of propriety, so he did not ask after Satona agreed, and only asked casually at this time. It was a test. Lux had returned to her original dignified appearance, but looking at the snow-white collarbone covered by lace, Ikue still had some fantasies. He nodded after hearing this. Did you find out anything? No, my father doesn't seem to know Satona. Is it because of age? Ikue continued to ask. No, it seems that he has no idea. Lux couldn't help but smile as she spoke. She respected and loved her father. Now that her father's innocence was basically confirmed, at least mostly innocent, she naturally relaxed. That's good. After all, it was someone else's family affair, so Ikue didn't say much. So when can we go to Mars? Satona on the side didn't care so much and just urged as usual. If everything goes well, early next year. Ikue said with a smile. Well, we have to arrange things in Aura first. Lakis said and looked at Ikue. Aegis has arrived at the border and can go in at any time. Ikue said in cooperation. Okay. But now is not a good time to surface, and I'm afraid you won't be able to take care of things here if you go to Mars. Lakis frowned and said. Hearing that Lakis seemed to be thinking from his perspective, Hikue smiled. So we need to prepare a big wave before leaving, and there are people guarding here. Although my communication is not real-time, as long as a receiving station is set up on Mars, some signals can still be received. Hikue has already started the preparations before going to Mars. Athlon, Nigel and Yizhak will stay here, plus Kira in the Sun City. As long as it is not a big problem, like the destruction of the world, there will be basically no problem. And for this, he even invited Durandal to go to Mars together. Anyway, it seems that Durandal also wants to see the excellent and advanced system there. It just so happens that the two of them hit it off. Anyway, I will make arrangements, you just go with me. Hearing Hikue's words, Setona happily and excitedly agreed. And Lux just nodded lightly. Now that we've finished talking, do you want to go to Area 11 together? Hikue looked at the two of them enthusiastically. Chapter 589. Naturally, both of them agreed. However, Lux didn't leave immediately because she had work to do. Don't be distracted by playing with things. Lux poked the back of his hand and said. Of course not. After saying that, Hikue turned his head and looked at the girl. Nana, do you really want to stay here? Yes, there are still some things I want to tell Sister Lux. The girl nodded, stood on tiptoe, and kissed Hikue. On the other side, Lux looked at the interaction between the two and just looked away. But Hikue certainly would not let her go, and took a few steps forward and kissed Lux on the cheek. Let's go! Go! Lux rolled her eyes at Hikue. After watching Hikue leave, her panicked heart gradually calmed down. Sister Lux? Seeing that Lux did not take her eyes away after Hikue left, Setona shook Lux's hand. Her sister seemed to be deeply in love. But this was better. She just had to take Hikue to Mars, which would be very beneficial to her and the people of Mars. What is Sister Lakis thinking about? Saitona asked tentatively. I forgot to ask him what he has been looking at. Does Nana know? She was indeed careless just now, and forgot to test what information Hikue was holding. But it seems to be similar to what he saw when he went to the moon before. Is it the microwave technology of the moon? Lakis's curiosity about this mainly comes from Hikue. After all, he certainly won't create a lunar base so easily. Is there another use for it, just like Boyaz? But it will take some time to go to Mars, and even more so to complete the moon. There is no rush at this moment. And beside Lux, looking at the calculating look on the girl's face, there is no longer the affection she had just shown in front of Hikue. At this time, Setona lowered her head unwillingly and bit her lip. Seeing this inconspicuous scene, Lux smiled inconspicuously. This sister's mind is still a little immature. Although they are twins, Setona has been frozen for several years, and the single environment of Mars makes her thinking depth absolutely no match for Lux. She had known about the little tricks between Setona and Hikue. She didn't refuse just because it was in her interest. Although Mars is a little barren, it is definitely good to be able to win over. It would be even better if Setona could be controlled by Hikue, and Hikue listened to her. Without seeing Lux's smiling eyes, Setona took her sister's hand and walked deep into the mansion. And Hikue, as soon as he returned to the asteroid, he met Shurha, Su Lei and others. But it's better to say that I was squatted than to say that I was bumped into. Were you very happy last night? Su Lei came over with a slightly raised corner of her mouth. It was not a threat that was not meant to be, but she was really happy. After all, that was Lux. Thinking that she would be able to suppress her in the future, Su Lei felt a sense of pleasure that she would turn the tables and become the master. I guess so. That's it. Su Lei came up happily after hearing that. When will you bring Lux over? Su Lei is obviously a representative of people who are addicted to being weak. I guess she would be scared if she really faced Lux. Of course, the girl thought that as long as she faced Lux on the bed, she would not lose. At least Su Lei herself believed so. She is experienced anyway. Okay, let's talk about it later. Shura couldn't bear to look at Su Lei and pulled her away, then looked at Hikue and continued. When are we going to Area 11? They said they are ready. Shura said, and put a tablet in front of Hikue. That is the progress of the construction of Area 11. Various infrastructures have been completed. This large area is different from the general colony satellite, with a population of 300,000. The population inside is only 100,000. It can be imagined that the comfort level inside is definitely better than that of ordinary colony satellites. Of course, such a large area cannot be given to DSSD. There is also the latest research building of the Integrated Design Bureau led by Hikue. The times are constantly developing, and the various security facilities inside the original office building can no longer keep up. The new office building not only has PS armor, but also Gundam alloy protection. Together with Hikue's own quantum firewall, it can be said to be one of the safest places in the world. Even the reinforced glass is covered with a layer of PS armor that can be extended when needed. Powered by the generator inside the colony satellite, it can defend against nuclear bombs and will not be easily blown away. As for Requiem, it can also withstand it. And the 100,000 people are also scheduled to be elites from all walks of life. He even poached a second R&D department from the shipyard in March City. But compared to Dig, it was actually sent by Gior. A new city representative was recently replaced in March City. He was originally Gior's subordinate, which means that his base now includes March City in addition to May City. It would be good if he could also bring February City over. Has the city representative of February City been determined? Not yet. Shura shook his head and said. But Durandal is far ahead. Now that the war is over, many people like his theory of peace, especially the Klein faction. Shura frowned as she spoke. She still didn't like the Klein faction, and judging from the way Hikue interacted with them, they probably weren't good people. Find a chance for us to meet. Thinking that Durandal might soon replace Diego's father as the new city representative, Hikue was a bit troubled. Although it seemed that the other party didn't have the ability to pull him down from the position of the speaker candidate at the moment. But if there was a major scandal, God knew what Durandal would do. It's better to kill him. Hikue's eyes became more dangerous. He was going to die anyway, so it was better to help him end it early. Otherwise, God knows what kind of trouble he would have with Cruz. Shura keenly sensed the hostility in Hikue's eyes. When she hugged Hikue and was about to say something, the door opened immediately. As a teacher, Talia Kurates came in and saw Hikue being hugged intimately by Shura. However, she was also a veteran, so she didn't feel embarrassed at this time. She just teased Hikue and walked forward in high heels. Councilman Durandal said he wanted to come visit you. After hearing Talia's words, Hikue's face remained calm, but his heart was slightly moved. Durandal said it through Talia, which means that this is a more private meeting. Then why? Because of genetic nanorobots? Chapter 590. It is true that Hikue's gene-adjusting robot is almost completed, of course. It is only basic functions, shallow genetic modification. For example, the location of some obedience factors. As for whether the obedience factors can be implanted, that is also possible. But at least for now, it is difficult to do without the cooperation of the parties involved. An adult is not an embryo whose consciousness has not yet been formed. If he does not cooperate, there will be a strong rejection reaction. That is a very delicate process. There are similar restrictions to those brainwashed people. Senator He? Looking at Talia, who hadn't answered for a long time, she asked again. Knowing that Durandal was coming, she felt very complicated. Her feelings for him were very complicated. But now she is a child, and just thinking about it gives her a headache. So much so that every time she sees Hikue now, she feels a little envious. There are not many people who are so free and easy. But Hikue does have the ability to be so free and easy. I understand. When will you come? Tomorrow night. I want to have dinner with you. Miss Talia, please come too. Hearing this, Hikue smiled. Is it inconvenient? No, I believe Durandal will be very happy. Okay, thank you. Talia left with a complicated feeling, and Hikue did not stay here for long. Soon he came to his small room. At this time, in front of the machine made by the nano machine, there were dozens of small nano-robots sleeping on the enlarged screen. They are completely invisible to the naked eye and can only be displayed under a high-power magnifying glass. Looking at the data simulated by these nano-robots during his absence, Hikue felt a little better. After the 6,275th computer test, the surface modification and internal decoration of this robot can ensure the stability of genes and the targeting of compliance factors. The remaining gene expression regulation technology, enhancer element manufacturing and external response mechanism arrangement can only find the most perfect answer in experiments. Since the mannequins have no effect, we can only use some retro-imitations, such as animals. Hikue is not a Frankenstein, so he naturally does not use human experiments. Smiling, Hikue quickly found the girl, who was still learning virus attacks on the phone. Hikue, what's wrong? Aren't you learning computers? Hearing the humming sound on the other end of the microphone, Hikue's mouth twitched slightly. I'm learning computers. If you don't believe me, ask my sister. Smiling said in a panic, but she revealed something incredible. You agreed not to tell anyone about me. Luna pouted on the side. Why did the two of them watch that kind of thing together? Of course, they agreed to improve together. After all, there are more people now, and the competition is much greater. I forgot, sorry. When she was watching that kind of thing, Hikue called her, and she subconsciously told the truth. Okay, let's talk about this tonight. Hearing Hikue's words, the Hawk sisters were silent. After all, Hikue's meaning of talking about it tonight was very clear, that is, he was going to do that kind of thing. Yeah. The two sisters agreed in unison. And Myling, please buy some mice for me, and send them up. What's the reason? Myling was stunned and asked. Just say that I use them to do toxicity tests on new food cabin crops. Although it sounds a bit fake, no one will care, they are just mice. It's not like you need people. Okay. After Myling agreed, Hikue completed the final preparations for the mouse's gene adjustment and returned to his room as the night deepened. Although it was said that the night was getting darker, it was not noticeable here. They had been bored here for too long, so if they could improve the defense of Area 11 in the future, it could be their second home. This way, they wouldn't be bored and depressed. Now that the most serious threat to their lives was gone, they should enjoy life. Thinking, Hikue sniffed the rich aroma of food coming from the restaurant. Along with this smell came a sense of peace in his heart. Hikue, why are you so late? Isn't the work done? Shuro looked at the person coming and greeted him with a gentle smile. Yes, most of it is done. Hikue nodded and sat down in the empty seat between the two sisters, facing the gazes of Luna and Myling. Seeing Hikue's familiar movements, the fair and pretty faces of the Hawk sisters flew up with a touch of red clouds and tacit understanding. It was like a ripe apple, waiting for the boy to pick it. You haven't washed your hands yet. Sule rolled her eyes at Hikue and said with disdain. That's right, unhygienic. Elena also glanced at Hikue. It's not that exaggerated, the lab is sterile. Hikue said but still stood up obediently. These things seemed to have become their daily routine, bickering and chatting, and of course the most important thing is playing on the bed. Although it is very plain, it is also his and their happiness. He will not let anyone take it away. As he said, Luna and Myling took the lead as the main force at night. The two sisters didn't know where they learned the skills, but they worked together, one on top and one on the bottom, and they played very well. It made Hikue feel like he was going to throw away his weapons. Hikue, do you like it? Luna, who was attacking the top lane, raised her head, and her eyes were filled with 3 parts of shyness, 2 parts of trepidation, and 5 parts of affection, making people love her. Well, I like it very much, but... Before the two sisters asked Hikue what he didn't like, they saw that he had turned over and become the master. Myling Hawk's favorability, 110. Luna Hawk's favorability, 110. Accurate shooting distance B level, 2154m/10,000 m. Electronic warfare A level, 64122/100,000. Unlock technology, long-range suppression shooting, 050,000. Unlocked academic, quantum-derived image processing method, 0/50,000. That night, when everyone was sleeping soundly, Hikue looked at the frame in front of him with a little indifference in his heart. Long-range suppression shooting should not be of much use in situations where he can accurately aim. However, it should be able to play a good role in restraining those that he cannot aim at directly, or at a very long distance. As for the quantum-derived image processing method, he did not know what it was. But now that he had a soft jade in his arms, it was not the time to consider this. Thinking of this, Hikue leaned over Elena, who had just run up. Elena was not polite either, and her flexible and tight body was like an octopus clinging to the boy's warm body. For a moment, the battlefield was filled with smoke again. Chapter 591. On the second night, after welcoming his 100 little white mice, Durandal also arrived. Of course, the place for dinner could not be such a sensitive place as his home. Instead, he chose another small restaurant in the cafeteria. Of course, he did not cook by himself. For the time being, he still had a chef in the restaurant on the asteroid. I wonder why Counselor Durandal came this time. Durandal also brought Lei with him this time. Now, looking at the other two and Talia sitting together like a family of 3, Hikue asked with a slight smile on his face. This kind of scene is really rare, or rather he didn't expect to see it one day. It's just that we haven't seen each other for a long time, and now that the original treatment chamber project is in my hands, I also want to talk to Counselor Hikue about the future development progress. Durandal straightened his back, with a gentle smile on his face. Regarding this issue, the development of nanotechnology has stagnated. I wonder how Counselor Durandal's genetic research is going. Hikue asked without revealing any emotion. There is not much progress either. Shurha, who looked at the two people's warm smiles, was a little speechless. According to what Hikue said, the other party should be hiding something. As for Hikue, it was even more obvious. Although Hikue didn't tell them, no one knew where the missing mice had gone. In Shurha's eyes, it was like two old foxes confronting each other. Then please contact me directly if there is any breakthrough in the future. Durandal gave up the idea of continuing to look at Hikue affectionately and said, "Anyway, he has confirmed the ticket to Mars, and there are many ways to test it when the time comes. Even, I wonder when Congressman Hikue plans to leave for Mars. The time is not yet determined, and we have to wait until the new warship is launched." Without knowing whether Durandal is colluding with Ola, Hikue has no intention of directly telling Durandal the departure time. Of course, even if he does this, he may be ambushed. The new warship was assembled in the Sun City, and uses the light transmitter system. However, it is still unknown whether the speed close to the speed of light will have any effect on the human body. In short, there are still many problems waiting for him to solve. Of course, considering that Luo and others will go to Mars, and come back in the future, Hikue is just a safe hand. Okay. Hearing this, Durandal was also calculating in his heart. At present, Aura's intention to kill Hikue is getting stronger and stronger. In addition, there is another purpose, that is, Hikue's genes. Durandal understood what Aura did. After all, Hikue's existence was indeed too extraordinary, and even could not be explained by genetics. Then only the unusual genes of Hikue could explain it. As a genetics scholar, not to mention Aura, even he was very curious. But he did not intend to help the other party. Aura wanted his children to rule the world, which was far from the destiny plan he had envisioned. Thinking that Aura seemed to be planning to take action when they set off for Mars, Durandal continued. "I heard that if we want to rely on Genesis to start, we only have two devices." "Yes." After understanding Durandal's voiceover, Hikue was slightly surprised. But he didn't say anything else. During the dinner with Durandal, Hikue didn't say anything else. After probing Durandal's future position for a few times, and getting the Klein faction's answer, Hikue sent him off at the port. Hikue, if he is not okay, why take him to Mars? Sure, he and Hikue looked out the window at the shuttle gradually flying away, and asked softly while holding Hikue's arm. "Because I want to try to get him here?" Durandal is more useful alive than dead, and his reminder just now is also very intriguing. "I can try again. If it really doesn't work, I find a way to kill him. Although it's a bit difficult, with Hikue's current technology, it won't be too difficult to kill someone invisibly. Although I don't know what you are doing, please be careful." The girl looked worried, and she tightened her grip on his hand slightly. She didn't mind Hikue hiding it from her, but she was afraid that Hikue would be in danger. Well, it'd be fine. Hikue touched the girl's head. At the same time, he was thinking about what Durandal had just said. Indeed, if it was just the two Genesis, then their tracks would be certain. Although high-speed navigation seems safe. But they still need a certain amount of acceleration time, and unless they waste a lot of reverse thrust, they still have to slow down slowly. This system is only the initial version, and it does not have the all-round enhancement of the body like Strike Freedom and Destiny. Of course, that kind of thing doesn't emit gamma rays, but is powered by nuclear energy. In short, once you set off, it's hard to stop, and the cost of stopping is also very high. At high speed, even with the most advanced equipment, it's still difficult to avoid some dangers ahead. Of course, Hikue had thought about this early on. In the end, we still have to continue to strengthen our protective measures. Thinking of this, Hikue also touched Shura's head. "Let's go to the beach. It's at least 3 months before we leave. There's no rush." Facing Hikue's smile, Shura nodded expectantly. Although Hikue said that he also had research there, he could also go there to have fun after research. Sunshine and beach. It's not that they haven't seen it before. They had seen it when the Carpinteria base was established on Earth. It's just that the moods of the two were different. This time it was a vacation, and that time it was a war. The mentality of the two can't be compared. Thinking of this, sure he couldn't hold back the ripples in her heart, turned around and jumped up, her strong and tight legs wrapped around Hikue's waist, and then she lowered her head and kissed him. The temperature at the scene immediately rose. After the kiss, just when Hikue wanted to put the man down, sure he took the initiative to lean over to his ear and licked it. "I also bought a lot of swimsuits. That's a private beach, it doesn't matter if you don't wear it." Sure he, who had been planning to tease her husband for a rare time, now had a red cloud on her face that burned from her face to the tip of her ears. In broad daylight. It's only fun in the daytime. Facing Hikue's teasing evil look, sure he glared at the boy, and then bit Hikue's neck again. Of course, the two did not start fighting at the port, but it was not much better. Holding only the girl, Hikue returned to his room. Another romantic scene was staged in the room. Chapter 592. Of course, before going on vacation, the first thing Hikue had to do was to go to Selena. The voyage is expected to take another 10 hours. Will the person you mentioned come? Selena said, rolling her eyes at Aegis in front of her. I don't know. If he doesn't come, I just chat with you. Hikue smiled. He came here to escort. There are stargazers on this seemingly ordinary transport ship. DSSD has many people and many eyes. It was okay for the stargazers to be hidden before, but it is hard to say if they can be transported out now. Even without the stargazer, Selena's personal value is very high. So he naturally set up a plan and didn't tell anyone here except Selena. The two were still talking when they heard a burst of urgent alarms in the room. I said someone was coming, Hikue said, listening to the voice in his ear. Although Selena was a little panicked at this time, she calmed down a little when she saw Aegis beside her, and Hikue's calm voice. It's not dangerous, don't worry. Yeah. After answering, Selena calmed down and turned on the communicator. What's going on? Selena's voice was graceful, and she had regained her usual calmness. Selena, 2 warships are approaching us. They are 2 Nelson-class ships, and 2 squadrons of MS. The captain said in panic on the communicator. And Hikue frowned slightly when he heard it. There are too few people. He thought there would be more people coming. Are you going to attack? Selena hung up the call and turned around to ask. No, after all. While Hikue was talking, 2 Nazca-class battleships suddenly appeared in the dark background of the universe in the distance. With a round of salvos from the main guns, the 2 Nelson-class battleships exploded directly. As for the remaining Dagger troops, they had no time to resist, and were sniped by Hikue's Liberator Gundam with a lightning backpack. Several of them were shot down remotely, and then a Freedom flew out from it, and easily wiped out the remaining troops. A fierce battle, just like that, dissipated quickly. Apart from the debris in the universe, and the heat left on the measuring instruments, there was no trace left. Selena, who knew everything from the communication, turned her head and looked at Aegis, who was still sitting in the chair. Your people killed the attackers. But is it necessary for you to send out elites of this level to escort me? Let someone escort them stealthily from outside their sensors, and in addition to her, even the crew of DSSD itself will not be revealed. Hikue's behavior clearly showed that he didn't believe in DSSD, but it was clear that he had reasons not to believe in it. As for the mechas, they were even more terrifying. Those 2 mechas were mechas that had made great achievements in the war. It was indeed a bit exaggerated to escort them. Selena is very important, but I did think that someone stronger would come. Hikue stood up after explaining. Then let's find the spy inside now. As if they were strolling around, Aegis took Selena all the way to a Mobius in the hangar. At this time, the Mobius had closed its hatch and was ready to attack. Mr. Nakajima, don't try, you can't fly out. Aegis laughed. Who are you? Nakajima, who had something to hide, was in a state of high tension after hearing the alarm stop. As a member of the security team, he was supposed to turn the nose of the plane and blow up the bridge directly after the attack. But before he attacked, the first-level combat alert was stopped. Realizing that he had been tricked, he wanted to open the hatch as if nothing had happened, but found that the hatch could not be opened yet. Am I Miss Selena's bodyguard? Hikue slid his hand as he spoke, and the cockpit door, that was tightly closed in Nakajima's eyes, suddenly popped open. As soon as the door was opened, Nakajima Yusuke found the right time and pounced on Selena next to Hikue, obviously intending to take hostages. Judging from the other party's agile movements, he should be an adjuster. And Aegis was not a pushover either. He just lifted his leg and kicked lightly, and the man was directly bounced a long distance in the low-gravity environment. The man's face was full of ferocity because of the pain, and he might not be able to recover for a while. Okay, you guys can interrogate her, Hikue said after he slowly floated up and handcuffed the man. Are you going to interrogate her? Selena blinked. There's nothing to interrogate. I guess she doesn't know anything, Hikue said and walked back. On the other side, on the Nazca level. Do you think Selena is Hikue's old lover? She actually asked us to come over to escort her. Diego still looked uninhibited and free-spirited and asked Isaac. Nickel and Aslan, who had not even had a chance to appear next to Isaac, were also quite curious. Shouldn't it be? Nickel said. Didn't I say that I doubted that crews would appear? And there really was an ambush. Those ambushes were not enough for me to satisfy my hunger. Diego glanced at Nickel with a proud look on his face. Indeed, they are at most at the level of green clothes, far from the elite. Don't be careless. After Aslan finished speaking, Isaac snorted and walked out of the hangar. What happened to Isaac? Nigel looked at the back of the white-haired boy and wondered. He probably wants to settle accounts with Cruz. Diego scratched his head. After he said this, the other two also fell silent. They had been in awe and anger towards the captain, but Isaac, who had once admired him, was perhaps the one who was hurt the most. In this way, with the escort of two Nazca-class battleships, they arrived at Area 11 without any accidents. Then this is your research institute. Hikue himself was taking Selena, and the dozens of scientific research team behind her to visit this research institute, which was located next to the Integrated Design Bureau, and was smaller than the Integrated Design Bureau. Although it was smaller, it was still smaller than the Integrated Design Bureau. With at least 6 floors, and 3 underground floors, the DSSE Research Institute was definitely not small. This could be seen from the satisfied expressions of the scientific researchers behind Selena. All the instruments you requested are in here. If there are any missing, you can come to me, Hikue said to Selena. Facing Hikue's expression, Selena was also a little dazed. She approached this deputy director just for her own research. She never thought that this person is now a city representative and has become her nominal manager. Of course, she doesn't hate him. On the contrary, she is looking forward to it. Thinking of this, a faint smile appeared on Selena's fair face. Thank you, Counselor He. Chapter 593. It's okay. I've already received the reward. In front of so many researchers, Hikue's words were rather ambiguous, but his eyes were very straight, as if he had really received some reward. Of course, Hikue did receive the reward. And Selena was not shy when she heard this. As a mature woman, she was a few years older than Hikue. How could she be shy because of such a silly remark? So the woman just rolled her eyes at him from an angle that the people behind her couldn't see. This glance with Selena's tender charm can make anyone's bones soften. Of course, this does not include Hikue. After teasing each other like masters, the two walked all the way to the inside of the institute. Everything in the huge institute is brand new. You are really rich. Selena sighed and followed Hikue to the director's office at the top of the building. Then this is your office. According to your request, a small bedroom has been added here. Thank you. Selena's eyes lit up when she heard this, and she couldn't wait to continue. And there is also the research on stargazers. Don't worry. Hikue nodded to Selena. It has been transported to the underground hangar, which is connected to the port at the bottom of the colony satellite. Next, we just need to install the learning computer and start testing. After saying this, Hikue moved closer to Selena. As the distance got closer, the mature body leaned on Hikue. Then what can Selena do to thank me? Repaying a favor. Selena glared at Hikue and said. However, Selena, who had not eaten meat for a long time, could not help but get excited. She wanted to kick off her high heels very cooperatively. Just wear them. Hikue stopped Selena in her ear. You are still wearing socks. Selena murmured. It doesn't matter. He was super adjusted, so he could still tear a pair of black stockings apart. As they talked, the two of them came to the bedroom attached to the office. Because they had just told the researchers to move freely, they had no worries at this time. However, just when Hikue had just torn it open, the doorbell rang. Selena got up and asked after giving Hikue a hard look. Who? We are going to the cafeteria. Do you want to go with us, Miss Selena? At this time, the sky outside the window was setting at dusk, and it looked like it was indeed time for dinner. Well, you go first. Okay. Hearing Selena's words, the researcher, who was much softer than before, blushed and continued. By the way, Counselor, he doesn't seem to be here? He has left because he has work to do. Looking at the person working hard under her, Selena said softly, while holding back the waves. Okay. Hearing this, the researcher finally left here. Working. Before Hikue finished his teasing words, Selena hugged him tightly. A long-awaited reunion with Selena, ability value plus 200. Selena's favorability, 118. Favorability bonus 6. Universe adaptability A level, 36141/100, 000. Stargazer Gundam, 26874/30, 000. In short, the process went smoothly. Do you want to eat? Looking at Selena, who was already getting dressed by the bed, Hikue asked. No, I brought an energy bar. Said Selena took out the energy bar from the pocket of her white coat, and Hikue couldn't help laughing. Let's go have a meal. It won't be a problem. If Selena doesn't eat, I won't know about the stargazers. Faced with the advice of this boy who is several years younger than her, Selena bit her lip and nodded. Just one meal. No problem. Hikue smiled. Selena is a research maniac, but since we are here, we should at least continue to get to know each other. Of course, the favorability can only be improved by the progress of research. He did all this simply because he felt sorry for Selena, although Selena didn't seem to feel sorry for him, and even enjoyed it. Thinking of this, Hikue took Selena out of the room. Of course, there was no trace of socks on Selena's smooth legs at this time. Just a few days after Hikue stayed in Area 11 to prepare ecological adjustment technology. Lux also finished her work and brought Selena to Area 11. Your environment here is quite good. Much better than your dry asteroid. Looking at the beach in front of her, and the sea breeze with the unique fragrance of the colony satellite, Lux smiled. Just as Lux said, this place is much better than the asteroid with a copper wool. Welcome to live here, Lux. Hikue smiled. Humph. Facing the sea breeze, Lux hummed in a good mood. Does your company want to enter the Earth? After all, the trade market is open. Trade. Hearing this, Lux was silent for a moment. There is no doubt that with the victory of this war, Plant has recovered its losses and even made a profit. And their companies can also enter the Atlantic Federation. Those large companies in the Atlantic Federation will naturally be forced to employ more adjusters if they cannot resist. This will lead to a decline in the competitiveness of natural people. I am afraid that the class gap will only become greater. According to our previous Alaska negotiations, East Asia will help the Earth temporarily balance the number of employees. If your company wants to continue to operate, it will also need to employ a certain proportion of natural people. Lux said. I understand. It's okay. East Asia is quite tolerant in this regard. The local government subsidizes natural persons, and then the enterprises pay extra taxes to the government, which barely forms a positive cycle. Of course, there are still many problems, but it can only be like this for now. It is actually quite difficult to integrate the two sides without creating a utopia. This is also a relatively long process. Lux sighed when he heard this. How do you think we can break through this dilemma? Even though trade is free, the relationship between natural people and regulators does not seem to have changed much. Has Lux read The Butcher of New Tasmania? A science fiction novel written a long time ago. Hikue asked with a chuckle. No. Lux tilted her head strangely, as if waiting for Hikue's next words. Because of the geographical barriers, people with the same ancestors split into two races. A genetic mutation caused a small number of people to have brown hair and forked tongues. In the eyes of others, these characteristics gradually became symbols of witchcraft and black magic, and they wanted to get rid of them as soon as possible. Hikue said slowly, and the girls behind him stopped walking unconsciously. This situation was so similar to that of the adjusters and natural people that they all wanted to continue listening. Chapter 594. Is it necessary to go this far just because of physical differences? Lakis asked. Even now, this kind of discrimination is rampant, let alone primitive people who are not yet enlightened. Hikue continued. Do you know that some primitive people will sacrifice their own leaders because of natural disasters? When people feel helpless in this society, it is the same. We will find a scapegoat. Then what? Lakis asked. Since the difference in appearance is the root cause of the massacre, we just need to erase these differences. This is the method thought of by the biologist who visited that planet. The biologist created a virus that can infect the reproductive system of mutants. As long as those mutants are infected, their offspring will turn back into ordinary humans. Listening to Hikue's words, Lux felt a shudder on her skin as the warm wind blew. But what about the parents? What if those parents saw that they gave birth to a hostile race? It's just labor pains in the eyes of the biologist. Hikue said, then changed the subject and smiled. It's just a novel, don't take it too seriously. Lux didn't answer but just looked at Hikue. As far as she knew, Hikue currently had nano-robot technology and gene modification technology. The technology in this novel was possible for Hikue. In this way, all the offspring of the adjusters would be completely degenerated, but if this could increase the reproductive rate, her and her father's worries would be solved. But where will the human race go in the future? After sealing the genetic technology, there will definitely be people who will activate it without authorization for selfish desires. It looks grand, but it is not the best solution. I really don't have this idea. I'm still doing other research. Hikue said, raising the tablet in his hand. Then what are you doing? Lux, who had regained her mind, said unhappily. Ecological transformation. What? Hearing the technology that Hikue mentioned lightly, Lux was shocked. Setona, who was not used to walking beside Hikue, also had her eyes brightened. She walked to Ikue's side in 2 or 3 steps. What ecological transformation? If it was a small-scale ecological transformation, it would be fine, but if it could work on a planet, it would be no less than rebuilding the world for Mars, and even the extraterrestrial world. Hikue's words were like throwing a stone on a calm lake. Not only the two of them, but also the other girls looked over. It's just an introduction. It's still a long way from being practical. And the range is very small. If you want to transform the planet, you need a transparent sky, and the cost is more expensive than the lunar city. After hearing Hikue's explanation, the girls withdrew their fiery gazes. Of course, it doesn't mean that Hikue's technology is not practical. After all, the climate adjustment inside the colony satellite can make the environment more suitable for the growth of fish, animals, and plants. And this technology can still grow. Although it doesn't have the ability to change the entire planet now, if it continues to develop, no one can say. Do you want to use this place as a test site? Saitona was still enthusiastic. After all, it was related to the cutting-edge technology of her hometown. That's right. Hikue nodded. Okay, don't read these things since it's rare to come out. You're going to Sun City again tomorrow. Shurha, who had been walking in front, turned his head. After snatching the tablet from Hikue's hand with dissatisfaction, he turned around and walked a few steps faster. As Shurha said, the weather was fine, and the girls were wearing cool clothes. It was obviously time for him to enjoy life. Hikue thought about it, and didn't bother about it anymore. After stretching, he lay lazily on the soft beach. Hikue, if your ecological adjustment is successful, will there be a lot of fish in the sea? Shurha came up and asked. Yes, there will be a lot of fish, corals, and seaweed. Hikue nodded. He could understand Shurha. Although this fragrant sea breeze was also great, the sea breeze with a fishy smell was the most exciting. In comparison, this place was like an exquisite fish tank. It looks like that from a distance, but it's just like that when you look at it up close. The goal is really ambitious. Leica said with a hint of sarcasm. It's for this world, too. Hikue looked into the depths of the sky as he spoke. He could vaguely see the starlight emanating from the depths. It will take a long time for humans to get out of this conflict. At least they have to build some infrastructure. And they can make money. Although he has money now, his accumulation is still not as big as Klein and Sarah. Plus, there are still many people who want his life. I don't know when they will surface. Of course, for now, let's finish the Sun City and the new warships inside. A rare vacation is over. And on the second day, Hikue officially set out for L3, which is the location of the original Heliopolis, and now the Sun City. Is the umbrella of Artemis gone? Looking at the lonely L3 area, Su Lei, who came out with Hikue this time, asked curiously. I heard that the Eurasian Federation felt that it was useless, and moved it away. Hikue said. The light shield system on it can still be used after repairs. As for where to use it, of course it needs approval. At present, it is just being repaired near the low Earth orbit. Is that so? As the two talked, the familiar funnel-shaped colony satellite in front of them gradually came into everyone's sight. The appearance is exactly the same, but the defense uses the same model as Area 11. It is much stronger than Heliopolis. Of course, the premise is that no one will invade the interior. Because it was built at about the same time as Area 11, the Sun City was naturally completed, and was just waiting to be relocated. Under the guidance of the tower, Hikue and Su Lei just got off the spaceship and ran into Kigali. Of course, there were also familiar configurations such as Kira, Mu, and Erika. Representative He? Kigali was still wearing a dashing military uniform, and walked towards Hikue. Miss Kigali, long time no see. After Hikue and Kigali clasped hands, they looked at the people behind Kigali. As for Kira, he didn't look at Hikue at this time, but looked behind him. As expected, the Aslan team appeared soon after. Seeing that the two seemed to have a lot to say, Hikue was quite satisfied. It was worth it for him to bring Aslan to reunite with Kira, so that Kira would definitely not disturb him when he was busy reminiscing about the past. Thinking of this, the smile on Hikue's face became even brighter. He couldn't wait to take Kigali out to play right now. Chapter 595. Noticing the eye contact between Kira and the other boy, Erika was quite resentful but just said, So, Senator He, do you want to go see the base where the battleship is produced first? It's right at the bottom of the colony satellite, with a direct elevator. Okay, thank you for your trouble. After all, battleship production is definitely better in a zero-gravity environment. And the thick armor at the bottom can also provide protection, just like Minerva's concealment method. Both of them had made up their minds, and they were old acquaintances. They left without saying a word. As for Kira and Aslan, they tacitly fell behind the team and chatted in private. And Ikue, at this time, was being led by Erika to chat about the technical issues of the battleship. But Ikue did not object. After all, it was his future battleship. The laminated armor on the whole body has probably been installed, and there are also 2 positron guns, missile launchers, and beam cannons in terms of armament. In the elevator, Erika said to the colony with only a few people working outside. Can we add a floating gun? Is the floating gun controlled by wire, or by a dragoon? Erika was stunned by Ikue's sudden question, and then asked. Considering the volume and energy issues, I think it's a good idea to install the dragoon and the floating defense shield together. Anyway, he has spatial cognition ability, and installing a dragoon outside the battleship can also add a shield to himself, which greatly increases the safety factor. As for the dragoons, they can still attack. Anyway, the warship is so huge that it can accommodate 2 types of weapons. Hikue also regarded the new warship as a technical verification before the 1 piece began to be manufactured. We don't have both technologies, of course. If you need it, we are willing to help you install it. Hikue chuckled after listening to Erika's words. You have dragoons, right? Of course, let's not talk about this for the time being. Without waiting for Erika to refute, Hikue continued. I can install the mobile shield myself. Just reserve a modular design for me. Hikue said smoothly while walking and looking at the design drawing in his hand. Erika curled her lips slightly at such a stingy person. Of course, considering that the manufacture of this warship also has the reason of technical exchange between the 2 sides, as long as you can provide equivalent technology, I can certainly decide to give you the mobile shield. Hikue smiled at Erika's indignant face. Equivalent technology. For the technology that can match the mobile defense shield, Erika has thought of a Yada mirror, but it is obvious that thing cannot be given away. Thinking of this, Erika simply changed the subject. I heard that you are going to build a large anti-neutron jammer on Earth. It is considered as part of the contract, yes. What about Representative He's new energy plan for the moon? Erika's words were somewhat tentative. 2 plans are being carried out at the same time. Is Director Erika interested? As far as I know, Orb has enough energy. Because Orb is located in the equatorial volcanic belt, it has geothermal energy, tidal energy, wind energy, and solar energy, and does not rely much on nuclear power generation. As for building a large anti-neutron jammer on Earth, it is also a part of Plant's efforts to win over the public opinion, and it is something that all 3 factions including Hikue have agreed to. It is enough. Director Erika nodded, and Kira, who was walking at the end of the team, followed Aslan and talked about the previous events. I'm really sorry about what happened before. Kira looked at Aslan with some apology. Kira is also for a friend. Aslan said softly, Do you 2 know each other? Nigel, who was following Aslan, couldn't help but ask curiously after listening to the conversation between the 2. The person who could follow the princess here should also be a senior member of the other party, but he didn't know when the 2 knew each other. Well, Kira was my friend in Copernicus before, and he was also a pilot of the strike. After thinking it over, Aslan said. Nigel was startled to hear that it was the pilot of the strike. If they had known, they would have fought a lot on the battlefield. This is the pilot of Thunder, Nigel Amalfi. Aslan quickly introduced Kira. Thunder. The 2 looked at each other, and a hint of shyness appeared on their faces. Hello. Kira stretched out his hand to Nigel. Mr. Kira. Nigel was stunned for a moment, and then stretched out his hand. The 2 shook hands and put aside their previous grudges. As everyone was talking, the elevator entered the underground area from the vast land. Soon everyone arrived at the secret port of the new ship. Many people wearing Orborora uniforms and Design Bureau uniforms were working here in the low-gravity environment. According to the construction schedule, it will be officially delivered in 2 months. Erika handed the electronic report in her hand to Ikue and said, What about the Radiance Messenger? It has also been improved. Now we just need the DSSE people to come and install it. Trouble. Hearing this, Hikue looked around again and returned to the surface with everyone. Not long after, under Erika's resentful gaze, Kira followed Aslan to reminisce about the past. Before Erika finished speaking, Mu looked at the blue sky and said, Ma Lu is still waiting for me to go back for dinner. Ha ha. Hearing this, Erika looked at Hikue's smug look and pulled her lips slightly. Just as she wanted to move forward, another girl came up to her. Director Erika, long time no see, how are you? Su Lei's lively voice successfully stopped Erika's steps. Looking at the helpless look on Erika's face, Kajiali couldn't help but laugh. Okay, my father will be here tomorrow. Let's talk first, Erika. At this time, Kajiali had matured a lot. Facing this elder, who took good care of her, her smile was a little warmer than usual. Yeah. Erika looked at Ikue, whose face was gradually solidifying. After letting out a breath of anger, she didn't bother to continue, and was pulled away by Su-lei. As for Ikue, he was indeed stunned at this time. He did not expect Yuzumi, as the head of state, to come here in person. But he was not too scared. After all, he was also a city representative. According to the comparison of the size of both sides, in fact, the size was similar to that of the other party's representative. After all, he had 11 districts under his command, which were comparable to Aub in terms of population and area. And in terms of reputation in Mei City, he asked himself that he was not inferior to Yuzumi. Of course, the other party was the head of state, and he had the speaker above him, so he was considered to be in a higher position than him. Chapter 596. Nervous? Kajiali smiled, and stretched out her hand to Ikue. Ikue shrugged his shoulders after interlocking his fingers with Kajiali. Not really. Compared to this, we should hurry up tonight, Ikue said, as he gently pulled Kajiali over and got on an automatic magnetic levitation car parked on the roadside, heading towards the villa area in the plant area. You and Kajiali meet again after a long time, and spend the whole night reminiscing about the past. Kajiali Asha's favorability is 125. Bonus to favorability is 6. Physique A level, 70121/100,000. Academics, Ecological Simulation, 6411/50,000. Facing the sun that was completely different from the location where the plant appeared, Ikue stretched out on the bed. And it wasn't just Kigali who was on the bed at this time, there was also Su-lei. Generally speaking, last night, Kigali was no match for him, and Su-lei, who had returned from Erika, also joined the battle. It was just right for Ikue. Kigali, get up, your father is coming, and Lei, you also made an appointment with Director Erika to exchange technology on the radar system. Looking at the two girls, who were sleeping soundly on the bed, hugging each other, and seemed to have a good relationship, Ikue gave both of them a light slap on the buttocks. At this time, the two people on the bed felt a slight tingling in that place, and frowned and quickly got up. So early. Su-lei looked at the clock on the table as usual and complained. Indeed, she had an appointment with Director Erika at almost noon. But the other person was not like that. I saw Kigali with a messy golden hair and looked at the time hazily, then her whole body shook, and she pushed away Su-lei who was hugging her again. I'm going to be late. So I said it, Ikue said with a smile. The two of them dressed quickly while talking, and arrived at the Sun City Municipal Building just in time. Representative He, welcome. Lady Kigali, good morning. As soon as they entered the gate, an adjutant guarding the door walked forward and bowed slightly to the two of them and said, Lady Yuzumi has been waiting for you inside for a long time. Okay. Ikue understood what the other party said, gave the girl behind him a reassuring look, and then followed her into the office in the center of the municipal building. Ikue was quite familiar with this place. After all, he also had an office like this. Keeping a calm mood, Ikue entered the room and saw Uzumi in the middle wearing glasses and looking at something seriously. Good morning, Representative Asha. Ikue took a few steps forward and smiled politely. There were not many people who could make him bow down now, or it could be said that there were no more. Representative Ikue, I have heard of your name for a long time. Uzumi stood up immediately afterwards, and did not seem to be dissatisfied with him for interrupting her reading documents, but just stood up and stretched out his hand. And Ikue naturally followed Yuzumi's hand and shook it. Please sit down. Yuzumi looked at the other party. He had tested him a little before. He had no ill intentions, but he was not someone who could be manipulated. He was even very clear about the relationship between the two parties. But this was not surprising. Even though he was only 17 years old, he had risen from a small factory of the Hyalon Design Bureau to a city representative. If he was really unreliable, he would not have been promoted so quickly. Putting away the slightest contempt in his heart, Yuzumi said slowly, Did Representative He come here to see the warships? The main thing is, yes. Uzumi nodded, but his expression was unclear. What do you think of the current situation? Although the situation has changed from stormy waves to calm waters, there are undercurrents under the calm waters. Yes. As Representative He said, although we have achieved peace, there are still many things hidden in the dark. We suspect that Finderson is the headquarters of the mind controllers. Facing Yuzumi's gaze, Ikue said quietly. He had already told Patrick about the sharing of this intelligence. The same is true for the intelligence we have found about Finderson. Yuzumi pushed the document he had just looked at in front of Ikue and continued. But we still lack a lot of intelligence about the ministers of their country. Yes. Looking at the life of Ola and some of Finderson's current situation in front of him, some of them he knew and some he didn't know. But the ministers of that country were very secretive. Even the prime minister did not show up in public. The current situation is a bit cautious. Without knowing the number and strength of the other party, going up rashly would only alert the enemy. Our people will continue to investigate in depth, Hikue said. Your people palace or plant? Uzmi seemed to have just asked a common question. Asha representative is joking, I don't know palace. Uzmi was silent for a while after hearing this, and then continued. We will continue to follow up on Finderson's situation. Then I trouble you. It's always good to have an ally, not to mention that he is also preparing to leave for Mars. As if knowing what Hikue was thinking, Uzmi continued. I came to see Representative He this time, because I want to trouble you with something else. I heard that you are preparing to leave for Mars? Hearing Uzmi's words, Hikue nodded calmly. Yes. Your hydroponic chamber may bring disaster to them and us. This time he went to use the technology of the hydroponic chamber to directly pull Mars to his camp, and what Uzmi said did make sense. Mars seemed united, and the Destiny plan was used very well. But most of the time, it was probably just a situation where there was a lack of food and they had to unite. Humans would naturally unite in the face of threats, and once the threat disappeared, they would fall into internal strife again. They might even become some Martian empire to attack the Earth. This kind of thing is not uncommon. So we have to go to Mars to investigate the specific situation. As long as the technology is not leaked, it is controllable. And he also has ecological adjustment and Cytona in his hands. Mars can be used and allied. He has a good hand in hand. As long as he gets the power of Mars, and removes the tribe and Finderson, he can probably focus on interstellar exploration. That is the answer of mankind. It is also the answer he thinks about day and night. Even his system has recently given all the technologies related to colonization. Then you should take Kigali with you. Just when Ikue's eyes were filled with a bit of heat, he was interrupted by Yuzumi's sudden words. Take Kigali with you? Chapter 597. Ryuta was shocked to be asked to bring Kigali with him, but looking at Yuzumi, who looked righteous, Hikue found it hard to associate him with selling his daughter. Okay. Maybe they just want to use Kigali to monitor him. It's a win-win situation. Hikue agreed without hesitation. Yuzumi nodded after seeing Hikue agreed. Mars was originally very far away from them, but if there was a light messenger, the time would be shortened quickly. Gamma ray transmitter, I wonder if Representative He is also planning to send one to Mars. This is a very difficult question. After all, if they don't build a gamma transmitter, they still have to use the old method for the return trip. This can only save half the time. And if they build a gamma transmitter on Mars, they are afraid that Mars will snatch it. This technology is even strictly controlled on Earth, especially the Atlantic Federation. After all, if some madman suddenly shoots at a colony satellite, I guess Plant will throw the colony satellite back. In short, everyone is in a state of not wanting to fight at the moment. But Mars is different. It is foolish to put a weapon that can destroy the world there before thoroughly understanding them. Hikue shrugged his shoulders after hearing this. Just make a low-power one. As for the situation where they may rob it, there will be garrisons and self-destruct devices on it. We will officially start building the gamma transmitter after ensuring that there is no risk of error. Yes. Uzmi nodded after hearing this, and did not ask any more questions. After all, they were fighting over a mass accelerator, so it doesn't seem to matter if they use a gamma emitter this time. If this voyage is successful, the future of mankind will be more peaceful, Yuzumi said. It is obvious that he also hopes that space travel can divert the contradictions within mankind. Hikue did not refute it when he heard it. In fact, this idea does make sense. At least many people think the same as Yuzumi. After the conversation with Yuzumi, Hikue just walked out of the gate, and the anxiously waiting girl outside came forward. How is Hikue? Kajiali said nervously without caring about acting. Don't worry, your husband is not bullied by his father-in-law. Looking at Kajiali, who was nervously watching him, Hikue teased. What husband? Kajiali's voice became lower and lower, and she looked up and looked around to make sure there was no one around before she breathed a sigh of relief and continued to ask. When are you going back? It probably take 2 days. I leave after I finish reading the battleship's design, Hikue said. So soon again. The dissatisfied girl couldn't help but hug the boy. She had just gotten up, and now she had put down her worries. The girl yawned lazily in this warm embrace. Go back to sleep? Hikue asked. Yeah. The girl half closed her eyes slowly. Not only last night, he saw how busy the girl was in the past few days. He didn't wake her up at this time, but just looked at the three gossipy and scared girls who appeared unknowingly. You take Lady Kigali home. Okay. The three girls, who were startled, quickly agreed. At the same time, the reliable girl with glasses at the front bent down, and the two behind her also bent down in the same pace as the girl in front. I'm really sorry for the attack on your ship before. You didn't want to do that. It's more important to find the mastermind as soon as possible. Hikue's gentle words made the three girls' admiration even stronger, and they took the initiative to come over and gently took over Kigali, who was half leaning on Hikue's arms. Then, Kigali, who was pretending to be asleep, had no choice but to get up. Let's go! After glaring at Hikue, Kigali left with the three of them. Although he was not a child star, his destination was the same as Kigali's. 2 days of peace passed, and Hikue also left Sun City. But before he could go to see the little white mouse, Matthias came to him again. Hikue, how much do you know about strengthening the CPU? After listening to Matthias' question, Hikue was silent for a while, and then answered. Not much, only inhumane drug experiments. What's wrong? I found a research institute of the Atlantic Federation in the Black Sea. It is speculated that it is a research institute used to transform biological CPUs. Can I report it? Hikue frowned and asked. Didn't I report it to you now, Mr. City Representative? Matthias' words were a bit teasing, which made Hikue laugh. That's right. Then I give you the information. I'm leaving. Matthias closed the communication after he finished speaking, and he was a little uncomfortable looking at the dark screen. He never thought that Hikue would be promoted so quickly. But generally speaking, the decision to get close to Hikue was right. Now that we have this relationship, many things are much more convenient. On the other hand, Hikue also smiled at the information in his hand. There is one more black material, as long as it is exposed, then they will inevitably be condemned by public opinion. Moreover, this research institute can trace back to Logos and Blue Universe with a complete chain of evidence. That is to say, once the tragic situation of raising poison inside is exposed, the reputation of Atlantic Federation or Logos will definitely become bad instantly. After all, those death merchants are not human beings, while they, plant, are working hard to supply them with energy. Doesn't this show who is better and who is worse? After thinking about it, Hikue found Patrick. Is your information true? Yes. Logically speaking, the evidence listed by Patrick in his national speech before must have been written by Matthias. But he seems to be still hiding, and Hikue will not sell him out like this. Patrick nodded when he heard this, and did not ask where Hikue got the information from, but continued to ask. What are you going to do? I want to send a special operations team to collect intelligence. Yes. Patrick nodded with satisfaction for Hikue's way of working. Hikue was not affected by the tragic situation in front of him. Hikue did have the ability to be a leader. But we have to choose the candidates carefully. We don't want them to destroy the evidence. It looks like there are mines over there. Will Aegis go there? Patrick suddenly asked. Aegis, he should go there. This is a big deal. Although most of them are children, many of them are brainwashed young soldiers. It is better to send Aegis to add some insurance. Chapter 598. Okay. Then you will arrange the specifics of this operation. As a member of the National Defense Committee, Hikue really needs to accumulate experience and military achievements or political achievements in these operations. In short, Hikue did not refuse Patrick's care. After hanging up the communication, Hikue turned on the monitoring of the genetic nanorobot laboratory. At this time, there were many mice in it, and the mice in it were roughly divided into 3 groups. One group was dead, one group was half dead, and the last one was alive and kicking. The first 2 were experiments that failed, and the latter were experiments that had not yet begun. The phenotypic characteristics cannot be changed, and we are one step closer to successful completion. After closing the screen with satisfaction, Hikue stood up. It was time to prepare for a trip to the Black Sea. Of course, he would not go there in person, but his Aegis would go on his behalf. 3 days passed quickly. At this moment, on the Kari Peninsula of the Black Sea, Hikue was controlling Aegis to walk on the territory of the Eurasian Federation. It is no exaggeration to say that the Eurasian Federation is covered in ice and snow in winter. It was all white. If it weren't for Aegis's automatic adjustment, he would have snow blindness even through the screen. I didn't expect Logos to hide its base here. Looking at the uninhabited military base, a special agent sighed. This CFT special agent also wore special snow glasses at this time. Not only him, but the entire special team wore them, and they were all wearing pure white low reflectivity snow camouflage uniforms. After all, we are allies. Hikue smiled. At the same time, Aegis penetration mode captured many minds scattered here. There is only one village nearby. It seems that the other party is careless. There are villagers who report it. It is better to be careful, Hikue said. One mine here may not kill Aegis, but two will definitely kill him. Thinking of this, Hikue shared the scan map with the glasses of the team members behind him. Looking at the mine distribution map in front of him, the captain was slightly absent-minded. Not only the captain, but also the team members behind him were stunned. He could scan it with just one glance. Aegis's technology was more powerful than expected. As for whether Aegis wanted to harm them, it was also within the scope of consideration to give a fake map. As professional soldiers, the order they received from Hikue was to go inside with Aegis, collect evidence, liberate the children, and monitor Aegis again. Of course, if Aegis didn't do anything out of line, they wouldn't do anything. A dozen people couldn't do that much. In fact, there was already a lesser-class land ship on standby nearby, and there were even many media reporters inside. They were just waiting for them to rescue people, and once the media took pictures, the mission was a complete success. This is the general layout. How do you plan to get in? Combining the basic structure of the building scanned from the satellite, Hikue asked. We can't force our way in. There should be several MS inside. But according to the villagers' intelligence, a convoy will enter at a fixed time every month. It should be for supplies. Now there is still one day before the supplies arrive. The captain also seemed to have a plan. You want to use someone else's trick. But what about the identity issue? Of course, Hikue knew what they wanted to do, but he still had to ask as usual. We have equipment. Just as Hikue expected, the captain smiled mysteriously. That was a device developed by their May City representative and the headquarters of this operation that could temporarily deceive identity checks. Know yourself and know your enemy. They have already entered all the identity recognition programs currently known to the Atlantic Federation, so they can easily impersonate. Looking at the other party's proud face, Hikue's mouth corners slightly raised behind the screen, but Aegis's face did not show any trace. That's good. Aegis nodded. In this way, several people retreated from the small snowy hillside near the base. That night, near the nearby highway, several people without a fire quietly marched towards the nearby town in the sub-zero temperature. With the constant temperature measures in their clothes, they did not feel the cold. But this made Aegis, who was still wearing a cloak, look like a non-human. This made the team members look over frequently. They were adjusters, so they could endure the cold. But why should they endure it for no reason? How could they perform their mission if they hurt their bodies? However, Aegis seemed to be not cold at all and faced the wind and snow in front of him. Why did Miss Aegis come here? The captain's words broke the silence around them, and the atmosphere that seemed to have solidified due to the cold gradually began to flow again. Yes, why did he come here? In fact, there was not much benefit for him to participate in this operation. Although he said he was helping ZAFT, the special forces could easily deal with such a base. The premise was that Stella and the others were not in it. If Stella and the other two were in it, although they were said to be not strong, it was only relatively speaking. Judging from their smoothness in snatching the Gundam, this team might suffer. He didn't want the first operation he was responsible for to fail. And if the three people were here, he could consider packing them up and transporting them here. The fact that they were able to fight in the main battlefield for so long without dying already showed their strength. Of course, we have to wait and see the details. For example, we can see their potential after bringing them up. And the brainwashing also needs to be removed, so it's still very troublesome. I just want to do my part, Hikue said. Thank you very much. Although they didn't know whether what the other party said was true or not, the existence of Aegis saved them a lot of trouble. It's just a little help. As they talked, the endless snowfield and dense forest fell into a dead silence again. Soon they came to the nearest town. It was also the place where the supply personnel would pass tomorrow. In the town, which was already late at night, the lights of the scattered houses had been turned off early. Only dim street lights stood on both sides of the road. It looked eerily quiet. The action will start at 0500 tomorrow. Disband now. After arriving at the temporary safe house in the town, everyone relaxed after the captain finished speaking. Those who should smoke smoked, those who should sleep slept, and those who should stand guard stood guard. It looked very orderly. Miss Aegis, do you want to sleep in the room? This small villa has only 3 guest rooms. It can't be divided among so many people. This captain is really considerate. No need. Behind him was the warm and comfortable quilt that came with the radar room. There was really no need for a room. You guys go to sleep. I just sit here, Hikue said, and controlled Aegis to sit down on the hardwood chair in the restaurant. Chapter 599. You said that the Atlantic Federation has changed people. When can we be liberated? We have been closed for several months. In the military base, the instructor of the biological CPU in charge of training was sitting in the monitoring room and said boredly, "The Atlantic Federation has surrendered, but we are not the Atlantic Federation. One day, sooner or later, we will eliminate all those adjusters." Eliminate them. The instructor shrugged and focused on the monitoring screen again. At this time, the fight above was also coming to an end. The 3 cages were full of bloodstains and 5 or 6 corpses. And there was only one person standing in each of the 3 cages. The most dazzling one was the golden-haired girl in the middle cage. "The supplies are out again. When will the next supply come?" The instructor complained unhappily. "It will be today." Looking at the 3 teenagers with different hair colors surrounding a female researcher in the surveillance video, who were completely docile and completely different from their previous aggressiveness, the other person smiled contemptuously. Before they could continue talking, the entire base suddenly fell into darkness. "What's going on?" "Alarm, sound the alarm." The 2 reacted quickly and took out their pistols. But before they could react, their bodies went limp, and 2 cockroaches quietly crawled off their bodies. The children here are extremely aggressive and mentally unstable, so use hypnotic gas and tranquilizer needle guns first, Hikue said as he controlled Aegis on the screen and raised the submachine gun in his hand while shooting at the other party. The superb shooting skills are very effective even on the ground battlefield. With the help of the machine's assisted aiming, basically one person will die every 3 shots. "What if we can't stop it?" the captain asked. Considering the possible drug resistance, hypnosis may not be useful. In an emergency, lethal weapons are allowed. Although the opponent is also miserable, the priority is definitely his own life. But even so, I have sealed the rooms of those children. The only remaining ones outside are knives at most. It should be okay if you pay attention. Blue Universe is also afraid that they will rebel. So in addition to creating a banned word, they will not let them get hot weapons. I understand. But the self-destruct system, I have disabled it. You can call the troops in the town outside. I will go to their largest training ground. You can clean up the surrounding area. Hikue said that he had already passed the crowd. Aegis came out of the bunker like a Superman. He rushed forward in a standard gun-holding posture as if he was in the hail of bullets. Looking at Aegis's back, several people were stunned. They had seen exaggeration before, but never such exaggeration. It was as if they were playing an online shooting game, while Aegis was playing a single-player game, and she had opened a no-damage patch. In short, it was so exaggerated that it affected the balance of the game. "Captain?" Several people were also stunned by Aegis's actions. They had planned to monitor the other party halfway, but now in the hail of bullets, if they tried to keep up with Aegis's footsteps, it would probably be a waste of effort. Moreover, Aegis seemed to have completely controlled the base, and their plan to test it was in vain. "Notify the troops outside," as she said, "and we will clean up the periphery." There was no other way, the captain could only say after watching Aegis leave. After all, Aegis's test was only the last goal, and the captain did not force it. And Hikue, his cockroaches had almost explored the base. After taking control of the entire base with the quantum virus, coupled with Aegis's own bulletproof ability, he now really seemed to be playing a single-player game with cheats. Small power grenades can be defended. The only thing to be on guard against is rockets. Seeing several more grenades coming, Hikue shot them down with a submachine gun before they fell. Amid the explosions, Hikue seemed to be in an empty space and broke through to the training ground just now. At this time, the 3 familiar but younger children were protecting their mother. There were other children, who were also released beside them. In an unstable mental state, they were locked up by Hikue again, and it was obvious that they had started to kill each other. As the 3 most stable ones, although they still had the urge to kill, they still protected the terrified mother. At this time, seeing the door open, the group of teenagers ran towards him as if they had found a new target. The hypnotic gas was sprayed all over, but as expected, with drug resistance, the hypnotic gas only slowed them down a little. But there was no intention of falling asleep. However, Hikue was not panicked. After all, the knives in the hands of those teenagers could not cause any harm to him. In a moment, the door was closed again. Aegis was like a god descending from the sky. Every time his fingers touched those teenagers, one of them would fall down. Although the hypnotic gas was useless, it was still effective for the tranquilizers injected directly into the body. Otherwise, Hikue didn't know what they would use to control them. and Aegis's fingertips were modified to connect to the concentrated tranquilizer stored in the body. Every touch was actually an injection. Just like this, like a whirlwind, less than 10 minutes later, all these teenagers fell into a deep sleep. Except for some researchers, who had been brutally killed by the teenagers. There were only 4 people standing at the scene. "Who are you? What are you going to do to my mother?" The blue-haired boy protected his mother, and Stella took a few steps back in fear. As for the green-haired boy, he pulled the blue-haired boy's arm to make him less excited. You have to know that the other party just knocked down so many of their opponents by himself. Although they asked themselves that they could do it, it would definitely not be so easy. Moreover, he had just seen that the other party had been stabbed several times, but she seemed fine. He couldn't even pierce her cloak. Unless the 3 of them came together, it would be useless. "Are you here to save them?" The yellow-haired female researcher, the mother of the 3 people in the middle, asked tremblingly. She saw what Hikue did just now, and he didn't hurt any of the children, and there was not even any blood. "Yes," Hikue said. "Children follow him." He was a little surprised when he heard this. He thought they were using this researcher to create warm memories for the teenager, but it seemed that the researcher himself was also into the play. Chapter 600. Mom is leaving too. The blue-haired or grabbed his mother's wrist tightly, looking like he was about to cry. "Go quickly, my leg is injured. They will blow themselves up here at any time, take them away." Looking at the tear-jerking happy ending in front of him, Hikue's mouth twitched slightly. "I have disabled the self-destruct device, and these teenagers will get enough sleep for an hour. And I need the information about the medicine they take, so that it is possible to research the antidote." Hikue's words interrupted the scene of the 4 people hugging and crying. At this time, the mother's face was visibly embarrassed. "Our database is in the back, but I don't have the permission." As soon as the voice fell, the closed metal door quietly opened. "Please? My name is Silin, Jung Silin. East Asian? Mixed blood," the mother of the 3 said. "But it seems that this mother is not old, probably in her 20s. "Miss Jung, let's go," Hikue said as he walked outside. Of course, the 3 teenagers still followed their mother. They looked at him warily at the same time. As for Hikue, he also walked leisurely in this gloomy corridor, as if he didn't notice anything. "Aren't you afraid of an ambush?" the woman asked tremblingly behind Hikue. No. He had cleared out the people around him. And there was Xuqiang in front to clear the way. It can be said that Hikue was in a state of no man's land under such circumstances. Soon, Hikue came to a tightly closed door. It was not much different from what he had seen in the information. It seemed that the other party was really sincere. "This is it," Jung Silin said, staring at him steadily, obviously asking him to open the door. "Okay." As soon as the voice fell, the door opened again as if by magic. "Who are you?" Looking at the miraculous operation, Jung Silin couldn't help asking. "I am Palace, and the others are ZFT. Follow the command, they won't do anything to you." As Hikue spoke, Xiao Chong also drilled into the server where no one could see. "Okay. ZFT." Seeing the 3 people trying to respond, Hikue raised his hand and easily blocked the 3 people's tricky attack angles. "It's really dangerous." With an emotionless sigh, Hikue's fingertips touched the 3 people at the same time. Suddenly, there were 3 more sleeping children in the world. Jung Silin walked forward nervously, and breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the 3 people who were just sleeping. "What will ZAFT do to them?" Jung Silin asked. "Probably expose them to the media, and then help them cure their diseases." "Will ZFT be that good?" It was obvious that the woman didn't believe it. "Maybe not, but someone will." Hikue shrugged. "It's not difficult to help them. As for the reward, he has already received enough rewards for being able to accept these technologies. And it can also increase his favorability, so he won't feel guilty. There are still a lot of rewards." Thinking of this, all the information of this plan finally arrived in Hikue's server. "Then can I go with you directly?" Jung Silin asked. "Why go with me?" Hikue said speechlessly. "You seem to be more reasonable than those people in ZFT." "Really?" As one of the leaders of ZFT, he didn't know whether he was happy or sad when he heard this, and could only shrug. "Don't worry, the people of ZFT will investigate you. As long as there is no problem, we will meet again sooner or later. But these 3 children can follow you," Hikue said, catching the direction of Jung Silin's gaze. "Really?" "Really." Hikue nodded. Then, there was a slight vibration in the underground base. "Earthquake?" Jung Silin said in panic. "It's the ZFT mothership," Hikue said. And not long after, just as Hikue said, Zaf's follow-up personnel and reporters all filed in here. What is this? Looking at the dozens of children lying on the training ground in front of him, the staff officer was surprised, and his first reaction was to look at the media behind him. He was thinking whether to stop them from taking pictures. After all, if all these children were gone, it would definitely be a fatal blow to the reputation of Plant. Or should he blame Aegis? Anyway, according to the Special Forces, Aegis was indeed in charge of this place. Staff officer just fell asleep. After listening to the report from the soldiers in front, the staff officer breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, he was more puzzled. Is Aegis really that strong? The reporters behind him took a deep breath when they saw the mess on the ground, and took out their cameras to take pictures. Hurry up and have someone take these children back and settle them down. No matter what he thought, in front of so many media, the staff officer still said very reliably. At the same time, he looked at the adjutant behind him. Where is Aegis? Gone. Forget it, report to Representative He. No, I reported myself. This operation went so smoothly, and I can show my face in front of Representative He, which is good. Thinking of this, the staff officer's smile became more prosperous. As for Hikue, he also used a skateboard to return to the town and hid. The operation went smoothly? Looking at Hikue's smile, Shurha asked. Yes, it went smoothly. According to the time estimate, we will be able to reach Plant in 3 days. They are going to transport those children up here? Shurha was surprised. It's not that she looked down on them, but it's not in the interests of Plant to transport them up here from a long distance. Most of them will stay in the Eurasian Federation on Earth waiting for the antidote. A small number will come up for close observation. You have to bring them over. Just by looking at Hikue's appearance, Shurha guessed what Hikue was going to do. No, they're just in the sanatorium in District 11. Hikue said. District 11 is his home ground, and the sanatorium is also a supporting facility, so it's just right to temporarily put him there. By the way, he could also find a match for Asuka. It would be best to keep all the people here. By the way, where is Asuka? They are still in class. What's wrong? Shurha asked. Just thought it was time for Jin to go out for a walk. Now that he is here, he will be used anyway. While Stella is coming over this time, he should also train Jin. He is at the level of an elite green-clothed soldier, and his father's side. Shurha said helplessly. His father can be persuaded, and there is no war now, so it won't be too dangerous to join the army. And he himself wants to go out for a walk. It's not okay to keep him trapped here like this. After all, he is just a young man. Then where are you going to arrange him to go? The garrison of District 11. Chapter 601. It was only 2 days after the news was exposed. The whole world began to condemn the old Atlantic Federation government and Blue Universe. Following the clues, many companies that funded them suffered. The reason why this was exposed seems to be mainly because there were not enough orphans after the war. Or it is because the society tends to be stable and naturally pays attention to people's livelihood and orphans. Under such circumstances, it is natural that they were found out. 3 international companies are involved this time, but they can't bring down Acteon. Shurha looked at the internal report in her hand and said regretfully, This is normal, after all, it is a big company. Acteon is the pinnacle of civilian military industrial companies. It is on par with their Integrated Design Bureau, and is also the strongest competitor of Plant's Integrated Design Bureau to enter the Earth. Naturally, it will not fall so easily. Let's wait and see. I go find the speaker first. After returning the tablet to Shurha, Hikue turned on the screen in front of him. At this time, the two were not on the asteroid, but in the bright and beautiful District 11. Hikue is at the top of District 11, in the office of the Central Citizen Center. As the city representative, he is also the temporary head of Special District 11. This is completely his territory. And because most of them are scientific researchers and police who have passed the political review, plus Hikue's monitoring robot. The interior is also very safe. And the per capita area is very small. It can be called a holy place for researchers in May City, and even the entire plant. Only the top talents can enter if Hikue approves them. Okay. Sure, he smiled upon hearing this, and at the same time walked behind the boy and pinched his shoulders. Don't be too tired. Well, don't worry. Hikue closed his eyes and enjoyed the silence of the two for a while, waiting for Shurhi to leave before opening the communication again. Speaker. Hikue looked at the speaker, who seemed a little tired, and nodded to greet him. Hikue, the matter you asked for someone before has been approved, but are you sure you can control it? No problem. Then I leave it to you. It will arrive tomorrow. Patrick nodded. According to internal information, the 3 teenagers are the most successful in the new experiment. As long as they train for another year or 2, they will be able to become the elite red-clothed ones. Each of them has killed at least dozens of people. They are extremely dangerous. Whether it is for personal use or for risk control, they must be kept under their noses. That's why Hikue was so confident before. Is the security ready? Don't worry, someone is watching. By the way, I'm about to step down. Hearing Patrick's words, Hikue nodded. Is it Irene Kanaba? Yes, but she's too weak. The National Defense Committee still has to check and balance her. Irene Kanaba showed signs of surrendering before the end of the war. Although everyone is for plant, the administrative methods are different. If Kanaba really becomes the speaker, I'm afraid she will bring all the natural people up directly. Although it might be possible in the future, she seemed too eager. In short, it was another trouble. Of course. Patrick nodded when he saw Ryuta agreed. The seriousness on his face relaxed a little. I go with you to Mars. Are you going too? Rinoa and I both want to go on vacation, and Mars is just right. Anyway, there's a Malfi and Jewel here, so it looks about right. Both of them were rich before coming to plant. I have been to most of the places on Earth. Only Mars is quite new. It is not difficult to understand why I want to go there. Is your identity sensitive? Even if Patrick has stepped down, he is still the former speaker. You are more sensitive than me, Representative He. Patrick rarely raised the corner of his mouth, revealing a not-so-obvious smile. It seems that Hikue has the nerve to say this about himself. Hikue's name is still ranked first on the assassination list. That's right. Hikue smiled, and then the two of them discussed the next political trends and hung up the phone again. Looking at the sunset outside the window, Hikue stood up and stretched. Before he could do anything, he heard a knock on the door. Hikue! Selena's voice came from outside the door, and Hikue opened the door very smoothly after hearing it. Soon, the woman in black silk stockings wearing high heels walked excitedly to Hikue's table. The basic function test of Stargazer has passed. All we need now is a learning computer. Congratulations. Hikue naturally hugged the woman's slender waist and pulled her onto his legs. The seductive fragrance blew into Hikue's nose and made him feel a little strange. What are you congratulating me for? Do you have any ideas? She didn't come here to ask Hikue to congratulate her. She came here only because her research had reached a bottleneck. Although it was fun to make a breakthrough, efficiency was more important. If we can complete the deep space exploration by taking fewer detours, then of course the faster the better. Well, then I have to rely on Serena to help me speed up. Hikue said with a sly smile on his face, looking handsome and a little bit rebellious. Seeing Hikue like this, even the woman who was originally obsessed with research blushed. I don't have many stockings. It's okay, just buy some. Hikue was just about to move when the doorbell rang again. Hikue, are you there? Su Lei's familiar voice sounded, and Selena in Hikue's arms laughed, and was about to get off Hikue's legs, but was stopped by Hikue again. What are you doing? Selena was no longer laughing, but had a bad feeling. Su Lei is also very skilled. Hikue said, and opened the door. And of course, Su Lei saw this familiar scene as soon as she entered the room. Although the person in her arms was different, she had seen this scene many times. At this time, looking at Selena's bright color, she rolled her eyes at Hikue. However, he did not intend to stop, and soon approached the two people. A 3-row match began heroically. Selena favorability, 118. Su Lei favorability, 185. Information Engineering S level, 230,000/1,000,000. Universe Adaptability A level, 40471/100,000. Looking at the disappearing Stargazer Gundam, Hikue smiled. The Stargazer Gundam has been completely unlocked, and it can finally complete the learning computer. However, sufficient restrictions need to be imposed. Although this kind of artificial intelligence should not rebel, who knows? It is better to be safe. Add more instructions. Thinking of this, Hikue lowered his head and looked at the two people lying on his shoulders on both sides. Chapter 602. I give you the information. Su Lei, go help Selena make the learning computer and start the test as soon as possible. Hearing Hikue's words, Su Lei, who was still gentle, looked up and glared at him. Selena on the other side forgot her displeasure and looked up with excitement. Emotionally, the two are exactly opposite. No matter how hard you work, you still have to eat. Looking at the darkening sky outside the window, Su Lei said dissatisfiedly. On the contrary, Tian Gang was the one who urged him to work before, but now the roles have been reversed. Well, let's eat first. Hikue smiled. The absurdity of the night was over again, and Hikue arrived at the port early the next morning. On the other side, on the Nazca class heading to plant, the 4 people were locked up in the most solid upper-level single room by ZFT. They were guarding against possible robbery, and also guarding against the people inside suddenly going crazy. Mom, where are we going? After a few days of simple treatment, the blue-haired boy named Or no longer had the emergency response to the adjuster. His clothes were neatly dressed, and the self-destruct collar on his neck had been removed. He looked like an ordinary young man. But there was still some fear and uneasiness in the eyes of this young man. Although no guns were seen, there were many adjusters guarding outside. In addition to taking medicine and instilling hatred for the adjusters, the reason why they did not take action at this time was because they were afraid of death and their mother's restraint. Go to a place where you can get treatment. Those uncles are good people, don't worry. Zheng Silin said, as he touched the heads of the 3 people one by one. At the same time, he was quite confused. Area 11, Hikue. Of course, she had heard of Hikue's name, but she had never thought that there would be a day when they would meet. After all, the 2 sides were hostile. However, thinking of what he had seen and heard in that facility in the past few years, Zheng Silin sighed again. The world is bustling with people who are all for profit. After all, as long as they have interests, they can still live. And Hikue, I heard that he is not a bloodthirsty person. Generally speaking, it should be a good place, right? Looking at the 3 teenagers in front of her who are obviously 14 or 15 years old but still ignorant and only know killing and hatred, her heart is a dull pain. She thought she would no longer have such emotions. With a bitter smile, just when Zheng Silin wanted to coax a few people to sleep, he heard a sudden tremor on the boat, and then the surrounding windows were closed. Seeing the change in front of them, the 3 of them naturally became alert. Although they had no weapons in their hands, they subconsciously put on a defensive posture, and their eyes were fierce as they protected Zheng Silin like jackals. Calm down. Although she was also very nervous, Zheng Silin felt relieved when she saw the 3 people protecting her nervously. Unconsciously, she also regarded these girls as her own children. If they died together, it would be a worthy death. Feeling a little relieved, Zheng Silin pressed the case requesting communication. Not long after, the communication was connected normally. Excuse me, what happened? Zheng Silin asked anxiously, without waiting for the other party to speak. Miss Zheng, nothing happened, just a small-scale attack. Our escort personnel are already dispatched. If the few people could see outside, they would be able to see a small group of pirates cruising outside, but they did not come forward. He just looked around and left. I don't know if he wanted to attract someone to follow him, or if he felt that he had no chance of winning against 3 Nazca-class ships. This was just a small episode on the journey. Not every time a clan would attack, either because they had no intelligence or felt that it was not cost-effective. After confirming that nothing was wrong with the transmitter on the Nazca class, Hikue shrugged his shoulders. He said it should be fine. After all, the 3 people were only halfway through their training. They were very strong, but they were not risky. You have to know that they have cloning technology, and the technology that surpasses the regulator. The biological CPU is backward. As for the antidote, it is a bit troublesome. They take gamma-gliptin, which is similar to dopamine and norepinephrine. If they take it like this, they will probably die before the age of 30. This drug has a wide range of damage. If you want to study the antidote, you need to regulate not only neurotransmitters and hormones, but also receptors. It also requires detoxification and metabolism, excreting all the residual drugs and metabolites in their bodies, and protecting the nervous system to promote nerve regeneration. It should be possible to do it with his nanorobots, but it is a bit troublesome to get them to cooperate. However, if it succeeds, it means that he has successfully mastered a controllable enhancer. In the case of suppressing side effects, it can even make the adjuster's strength a level higher. And many byproducts can be derived from this. Anyway, there is a future, but it still needs experiments. Have pity on his little white mice. Seeing that they were almost there, Ryota did not continue to think, but stood up and walked towards the port. He was born to pick up people. But he was worried about leaving it to others. Later that day, as the 4 people's Nazca class continued to approach the plant, Zheng Silin did not open the window. She did not know whether the implantation of hatred for the 3 people included the colony satellite. In order to avoid going crazy, it is better not to let them see so much. But even if it is so, can the sanatorium over there really do anything? Miss Zheng, we are here. Okay. Hearing the words on the other end of the communicator, Zheng Silin sighed again. As the Nazca class docked, Zheng Silin took out a strictly sealed medical box. There were 3 injections of reagents in it. Sleep well, and then we will be here. Zheng Silin's voice was very gentle. The 3 of them also let down their guard. Mom, can we really recover there? Stella said a little scared. Yes, we will recover. Touching Stella's golden hair, Zheng Silin injected the 3 people with drugs one by one. Then he waited for the 3 people to fall asleep before patting the metal door. It's okay. There was a bit of trepidation and disgust in the voice. She still hated the adjuster. Okay. The voice object didn't care about Zheng Silin's thoughts. He just filed in and put the 3 people on the automatic stretcher skillfully, fixed them, and took Zheng Silin with him before leaving. Chapter 603. Welcome, Miss Zheng. After waiting for the woman to appear with 3 teenagers lying in the anesthesia equipment, Hikue quickly came forward. Hello, Representative He. The woman glanced at Hikue, who was followed by a 12-man guard, and bowed her head deeply, putting away the uneasiness and disgust in her eyes. There was no way, at this moment, Hikue was definitely one of the top few people in this plant. Under the accumulated power, people simply couldn't think of resisting. But the only strange thing was that there were actually a few bionic hummingbirds following behind Representative He, which looked quite funny. It was as if he had turned into nectar, causing the hummingbirds to circle around him. Of course, she didn't dare to laugh. Well, follow me. Raising his hand to dismiss the guards around him, Hikue chuckled and made a gesture of invitation. Okay. With a little nervousness, such a convoy arrived at the sanatorium. Because it was an internal high-end sanatorium, it was located in a plant area near the sea, adjacent to Hikue's home. It was also convenient for him to do research. As the car moved forward, Zheng Silin also saw the seemingly endless sea outside the car window. The blue horizon made people feel relaxed and happy. It also reminded her of her hometown. Of course, it was not the annoying Black Sea. We are almost there. If you don't mind, you can take them to the nearby beach. Hikue smiled at the woman's eyes. Is it okay? Zheng Silin looked at the boy in disbelief. It seemed that the words coming out of his mouth were incredible. Indeed, she thought she would be under house arrest in a sanatorium when she came in. If they were strictly controlled, they would be kept in the room, just like they were in the secret base. If they were not strictly controlled, they would not be allowed to leave the sanatorium. But she did not expect Hikue to ask them to go to the sea. Of course, she did not know that because the distance was short, Hikue simply set his aegis and cockroaches to watch nearby. Not to mention escaping. Even if they wanted to hurt people, it would be impossible. It's okay. After all, these children also need an open space to recuperate. Children. Zheng Silin wanted to complain that Hikue was about the same age, but considering that he was their supervisor, he lowered his head. The 2 of them didn't talk anymore along the way until they arrived at the sanatorium. And Jin Feinyao, who was on the garrison, also came forward. Hikue, are they them? Jin Feinyao looked at the 3 people on the bed, with sadness and heartache. He had already heard Hikue's introduction in advance, and was aware of the inhuman treatment these 3 people had suffered. Yes, lead the way. Hikue smiled. He had worked hard to find Feignao's wife. It would be best if the couple worked together in the future. Okay. After a military salute, Feignao led everyone to the depths. Zheng Silin looked at the young soldier, and then looked down at the 3 sleeping people. They seemed to be about the same age. Although adjusters of this age can go to the battlefield. But for these children of the same age, Zheng Silin felt a little more pity for the adjusters besides his disgust for them. The war has ceased, right? Zheng Silin said to Hikue quietly. Yes, but it's just a job. Don't think too much about it. Hikue smiled. Of course, he understood what Zheng Silin meant. But Feignao wanted to do it, and his family agreed, so Hikue would not insist on arresting him. After all, according to his sister, his brother was just a wild monkey with excess energy. Okay. After all, it was someone else's private matter, so Zheng Silin did not continue to talk about it. As they walked, they came to the elevator. Zheng Silin was surprised again, as he watched the elevator go higher and higher. Representative He? Zheng Silin asked curiously. Did you think we were going underground? Hikue said with a smile. Don't worry, I can still guarantee the minimum treatment. As Hikue said this, the elevator door opened quickly. This was the top floor of the entire sanatorium. As soon as the door was opened, the beautiful scenery outside the floor-to-ceiling glass was in full view. Green vegetation, and a grassy field covered with flowers. There is also an endless coastline. It is absolutely luxurious among luxurious places. Zheng Silin was stunned again, thinking that he was not a captive, but a vacationer. I saw that your hypnosis cabin plan has not started yet, right? Hikue asked as he walked. Yes. That's good. Although it has been confirmed in the intelligence, Hikue was relieved when he heard the affirmative answer. If hypnosis had been done, the situation would be more complicated. We're here. Fei Niao's words interrupted the two of them. As Fei Niao opened the door, the room with full floor-to-ceiling windows facing the ocean came into view. The overall layout of the room with 4 bedrooms and 1 living room is warm and technological. Looking at the scene, Zheng Silen swallowed. She is definitely on vacation. Just when I thought of this, I saw the eyelids of the 3 people moving, as if they were about to wake up, and Zheng Silen, who saw this, suddenly thought of something from the relaxation brought by this freedom. The 3 of them would not attack her, but they would attack Hikue. Although she was there was no guarantee that there would not be any unexpected situation. Moreover, Hikue was the only researcher like her. If something happened, several lives would not be enough for them to compensate. Representative He, please go out first. Before Zheng Silen finished speaking, the 3 people on the bed gradually woke up after the effect of the drug wore off. After looking at Hikue in front of him, he was stunned for a moment, and then saw the congressman's clothes on him. Then he rushed forward as if he had lost control. It's over. Could it be that the counselor's clothes are also a stimulus? Are they poisonous? Watching the 3 people's actions, Zheng Silen had no time to stop them. He could only watch desperately, as the 3 people approached Hikue quickly. On the other side, Hikue, who was watching the 3 people rushing over, also instantly understood where the source of the stimulus was. A trace of helplessness appeared on his face. And Fei Niao also reacted quickly after a brief surprise, and rushed forward to block Hikue. I don't know if it was fate. Stella entangled with Fei Niao, while the other 2 were still charging towards Hikue. Hikue, let go! Fei Niao looked at the cute girl in front of him angrily. But he was punched in the abdomen again. The hummingbird beside Hikue fired 3 needles silently. They all hit the target with great accuracy. Even Stella, who was fighting with Fei Niao, was hit. It's really dangerous. Hikue sighed. It seems that anything with traces of plant cannot be left here. You? Listening to Hikue's sigh, Zheng Silen looked at the few hummingbird-like bionic robots behind Hikue with fear and anxiety, which she had always thought were just pets. Chapter 604. They just fell asleep. Hikue smiled. With the unlimited enhancement of micromanipulation technology, his skills in making fully automatic defense robots have become more and more powerful. This kind of robot bird can also be made. As long as the unknown identity is close, it can rely on the central controller to intelligently identify and launch. Okay. Zheng Silen breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this. Then about the antidote. It will take some time, about a month. Hikue himself has done research on nanotreatment cabins. It takes half a month to produce, and half a month to do clinical work. Put them together, and it's almost done. 1 month. Too long? How is that possible? It's just that. She was afraid that Hikue would use these 3 people as guinea pigs. It will be used through animal experiments first, and Miss Zheng will also participate. Don't worry. After Hikue settled the 4 people, he left the room. Of course, Zheng Silen didn't know at this time that there was an Aegis hiding next to their room. The preparations here were completed, and Hikue soon returned to his research institute. At this time, the research institute has already started to operate. There are patrolling guards and researchers in white coats in the institute from time to time. When they saw Hikue wearing the clothes of the city representative, everyone nodded respectfully to Hikue. Along the way, Hikue walked to the top of the floor, which was also his director's office. Have you picked up the person? Myling, who was still working as a secretary, saw the figure of the boy on the table outside the office and her eyes lit up. He stood up and hugged the boy tightly. I've received the call. How about you? Hikue asked, hugging the girl. Nothing. Myling shook her head. After chatting with Myling for a while, Hikue returned to his office. It still requires procedures to bring the treatment chamber over, and the one who can't be avoided is the current city representative of February City. I've also read their medical records. Treatment requires a combination of multiple drugs. Your nanorobot is just one of them. But the cost is too high, and it is not suitable for large-scale promotion. The treatment chamber itself is the crystallization of high technology. Coupled with the combined treatment of other drugs, the cost alone is probably more than 100 times that of making that kind of medicine. You can continue the research. As for the treatment costs of others, let the sponsors of logos pay for it. Okay. Durandal smiled when he heard it. Although he did not agree with Hikue's actions at times, he still appreciated his exploitation of logos. The child has been treated. plant has gained a reputation, and it can also test the truth of logos. There are many benefits. Then I will try my best to cooperate with you. Thank you for your help. Hikue nodded to Durandal. After hanging up the screen, Hikue did not do anything else. The computer was still running the data verification of the fusion of the two backpacks, and his eyes were looking at the treatment plans of various drugs in front of him. Half a month passed quietly like this. In the underground treatment center of the sanatorium, Hikue looked at the data of the mice in the treatment chamber in front of him and nodded with satisfaction. The experiment on the mice went smoothly, Hikue said, and looked at Jung Silin beside him. The girl was also excited to look at the data in front of her. Hikue said it was a month, but in fact it was much faster than she thought. However, putting away the excitement on her face, Jung Silin said carefully, "It may not be safe if it is just mice." "You want a real person? How is that possible?" Hearing Hikue's words, Jung Silin jumped up from her seat in an exaggerated manner. She didn't know what she was thinking of, and she looked nauseous, and even ran to the trash can behind her and vomited. "Sorry, just a joke." Hikue looked at Jung Silin and shrugged. "I say, Representative He, can you please stop testing me? Half a month has passed since we came here, and if Jung Silin still doesn't know the other person's dark personality, she would be a fool." Just now, Hikue's intention was obviously to see her reaction to the real-life experiment. So much so that her sequelae were directly activated. Even a researcher of this level could vomit, so you can imagine how horrible the human experiment was at that time. "I won't ask you these questions in the future. Drink some water, it will make you feel better." Hikue thoughtfully put the water cup in front of Jung Silin and smiled gently. "Thank you." Although this person was the murderer who made her vomit just now. But Jung Silin didn't have any other thoughts. After all, Hikue really had nothing to say to them. Apart from the fact that this kind of temptation was a bit annoying, she didn't feel like a criminal at all. "Yes. Then I find a few monkeys to come up. Won't your medical ethics committee stop it?" Jung Silin felt that she had asked in vain as soon as she asked. Hikue nodded as a matter of course. "My annual target is no more than 100. In fact, if you really want to experiment, you can clone. It's just that this technology has been banned for a long time, and even he doesn't have the equipment. And as long as the purchase of equipment leaves traces, he will definitely be denounced. His fame rises quickly, but it also falls quickly. He stands too high, but his foundation is not solid. The slightest thing may cause the public's trust in him to collapse. This happened several times before, including the food crisis. So you still have to be cautious. At least you have to be cautious before becoming the speaker." "Thank you." Jung Silin bowed to him with a pale face and continued. "By the way, where are they? Or and Sting are playing Stella." Speaking of Stella, Hikue smiled slightly. "I went to the beach with Fei Niao and his sister. The progress of the two was much smoother than Hikue imagined." "He is your guard here, right?" Jung Silin was speechless after hearing this. "It doesn't matter." Jung Silin looked at Hikue dimly after hearing this. She always felt that her daughter was going to be abducted by the other party's son. Although Fei Niao was not his son, okay, while there is still time today, hurry up and record the remaining data, and then Monkey will arrive tomorrow. Hikue continued to struggle, while on the other side of the beach, Stella was playing with Mayu in the sand, and only Jin stood aside with a vigilant look on his face. "Brother, you come to play too." Mayu looked at her brother, who looked like a door god with dissatisfaction. Fei Niao did not answer, and still stared at Stella with vigilance. Although Hikue promised that he would have a hummingbird nearby to protect him. But he saw Stella's fighting power, it would be fine if he was alone. He asked himself that he would not be beaten to death by Stella. But his sister also came. Chapter 605. "Come soon." Mayu turned around and looked at her brother with dissatisfaction. It was rare for her to see her brother's feelings and intention to match them up. This man was like a blind man. And watching the two of them get along, Stella couldn't help but laugh softly. Facing the sun, looking at Stella's smile under her golden hair. Jin swallowed, then nodded and agreed to his sister's words. "Okay." In this way, as the few people became more and more familiar with each other, another half a month passed, and Hikue's treatment chamber was also built. Mr. Hikue. At this time on the top floor of the sanatorium, the three teenagers looked at Hikue with eyes that were completely different from the previous unfamiliarity. Although their eyes were not bright, they were quite respectful to Hikue. This was not the effect of brainwashing, but Hikue was the best man they had ever met. Although the age difference between the two sides was not much, there was no doubt that they all admired Hikue in their hearts. Then according to what I said before, The brainwashing imposed on your heads by those bad guys will not be completely cured by this treatment. What's more important is your heart. All I can do is to minimize your dependence on that drug, while your physical strength will not be reduced, and your bloodlust will also be minimized. Hearing Hikue's words, the three of them looked puzzled, and the most stable green-haired Sting raised his hand. Excuse me, what does minimize mean? It means that you will still have that desire, but it should be within the tolerable range. It all depends on you, Hikue said. As Hikue spoke, the three looked at each other, and then tacitly looked at Jung Silin next to Hikue. Jung Silin also nodded to the three of them. We understand. With the mother's affirmation, the three of them bent down together. At this time, they no longer had the turbidity when they just came here. Their eyes regained a lot of clarity, and it can be said that they were almost the same as Hikue remembered. Except that they were not so crazy. It was only because I found them after searching for more than a year. Otherwise, if it was later, even Hikue would be powerless. Seeing that several people agreed, Jung Silin also stepped forward and bent down to give each of the three people an injection in turn. Obviously my bird can do it for you. Hikue smiled at the three people sleeping in front of him. This is my promise to them, Jung Silin said solemnly. Well, as long as you like it. Hikue shrugged his shoulders after hearing this. Once upon a time, he thought about getting rid of the other party. After all, this mother occupies too important a position in their hearts. But if Jung Silin is removed, the three people may also lose control. Killing blindly is not the solution. Silin, you stay here, I can protect you, Hikue said lightly while walking in front. Okay. Jung Silin agreed without hesitation. But can you agree to 2 more conditions for me? After getting along for a month, Jung Silin asked himself that he had already figured out Hikue's character, and he said it without timidity. You say. Jung Silin was not surprised at all without hearing the other party's promise in advance, and just continued. I want the right to participate in research. She knew that there was also a DSSD research institute stationed here, and places with a strong research atmosphere did not care too much about the other party's race. Although she had not been to other urban areas, Hikue's place was probably the most equal. There were even many natural persons in DSSD. Okay. Hikue nodded and agreed quickly after hearing this. At this time, Jung Silin smiled at Hikue and continued. Then you can't send those 3 children to the battlefield. No. Seeing the other party's silence, Jung Silin panicked for a moment, but kept his composure. Xun Wenyin, who was silent on the side, wanted to say something, but he held back when he saw Hikue's expression. It's not impossible. Hikue shrugged with a smile. Knowing that the other party was having a bad taste, Jung Silin just rolled his eyes at Hikue. The two of them talked like this, and soon they came to the laboratory in the basement. The laboratory at this time was similar to the previous one, except that the 3 treatment chambers had many more root canals connected. I will use nanorobots to replace their damaged cells. You know what this means, right? Hikue said. Yes, I know. Jung Silin nodded solemnly. As long as Hikue wanted, he could completely control the robots inside to attack their bodies. In other words, Hikue has the power to control their life and death. In a sense, this practice is also inhumane. Okay. Looking at the woman who trusts him so much and the bird behind him, Hikue shrugged. He didn't intend to control anything. Although he played with flowers, he was not so perverted. However, as long as this experiment can succeed, he is one step closer to using nanorobots to change genes and lifespan. I'm afraid Durandal also knows this. But he provided support to himself. I'm afraid Lei's condition has worsened. Of course he can still be saved. Thinking of this, Hikue has already operated the hospital bed and put the 3 people in. The treatment course is 1 week, and they have to maintain a hibernation-like state in it during this week. Hikue's words were not meant for Jung Silin. After all, she is one of the auxiliary R&D personnel and knows about this kind of thing. He said to the nervous bird behind him. You have to guard this place during this period. Hikue smiled. Okay. Jun Legion responded to Hikue's instructions vigorously. While the two were talking, the treatment chamber was gradually filled with pure green viscous liquid until it filled their bodies. Only a small mask was maintaining the breathing of the 3 people. It was like their original hypnosis chamber, but it was different. No abnormality in the data. Everything went smoothly. Jung Silin looked at the screen in front of him nervously, and then looked at the normal parameters and soon relaxed. Then I go first. Come to me if you have anything, Hikue said, looking at the scene without any unexpected situation. Okay. Jung Silin nodded without asking anything. Then Jin, you watch here. Okay. Jin immediately saluted upon hearing this. It seems that he is very satisfied with his task. Hikue nodded to the two and returned to the car. The experiment is going well so far. Looking at Durandal's elegant appearance on the rear screen of the car, Hikue said. Thank you. Durandal smiled upon hearing this. Just doing his own research. Hikue shook his head. Durandal representative is the same, right? Of course. Chapter 606. After the two of them finished talking, Hikue's car slowly started and drove forward. It's almost the new year. Have you decided when to leave? After returning to their home near the sanatorium, Shura came up. Well, January 29th next year, Hikue said. Although it was not mentioned and not many people remembered it, according to the calendar here, that day was probably the lunar New Year's Eve. Leaving for Mars on this day is also one of Hikue's interests. Okay, go to bed early. We have to vote for the new speaker tomorrow. Shura gently pinched the boy's shoulder and said, No hurry. Hikue chuckled and hugged him tightly. Machine, Gundam X, 20111/50-000. Battleship, Peace, 5141/100-000. Technology, Long-Range Suppression Shooting, 346750-000. Academics, Quantum-Derived Image Processing Method, 3671/50-000. The next morning, looking at the progress bar in front of him, Hikue sat on his own ship and came to the Supreme Council with satisfaction. Representative he? As soon as he entered the room, several representatives around him nodded slightly in the direction of Hikue. In terms of importance, Hikue at this time can indeed be said to be the second person under the speaker. As long as there is no accident, Hikue will be able to become the speaker next year. Of course, his authority will still be considerable before that. Hikue saw that the attitudes of many city representatives were not arrogant, so he nodded to several people. I heard that representative he has also made a breakthrough in nano-treatment technology recently. Most of the city representatives had changed at this time. The person who spoke to Hikue was Ali Qasim, the new chairman of the legislative committee, and the new mayor of July City. It's a small breakthrough. Representative he is too modest. Everyone knows that your technology can help the children, who were poisoned by Logos and Blue Universe. In my opinion, those natural people should be grateful and erect a monument for you. It was obviously the highest meeting in Plant, but at this time, these new councilors looked at Hikue with only kindness and flattery. As a neutral party, Hikue has already established a firm foothold in the Supreme Council. With this relationship, Hikue has naturally become the object of everyone's praise. Of course, there are some discordant voices. Only on the edge of the Supreme Council, the mayor of October City, Herman, who is also a member of the National Defense Committee, is looking at Hikue's direction quietly. The young man who could only sit in the hearing seat before, unknowingly, can sit with them. There is no relief, and Herman's heart is only a burst of resentment at this time. If it weren't for him, Jura would have stepped down because of his son's affairs, and Amalfi would have been gone. When Patrick retired, he would have been the one in power. Looking at Hikue at this moment, how could he be willing? Herman, don't you want to have a chat? Osenwhite, the representative of August City, and the chairman of the administrative committee, approached and smiled. Although one of them is a Sarah faction, and the other is a Klein faction, they have a good personal relationship. Looking at Osenwhite at this moment, Herman's mouth curled slightly. How can you let me be willing? That's right. Osen sighed and patted Herman on the shoulder. Friend, be patient. When Hikue becomes the speaker, there may be a chance. That's why I want you to talk to him. The representatives surrounding Hikue now are definitely not surrounding him because of his current status. What they want is Hikue's future protection. It is very normal to change with the wind. And Hikue is a kind person, and everyone has the same interests. They just need to win him over. No one would bother to carry out assassination. In other words, even if an assassination is carried out, it is highly unlikely to succeed and will be settled by Hikue. Hikue has too many ways to save his life. Even the clan of the secret organization can't do anything to him, let alone others. Humph, there are still 1 or 2 years. I see if he can smile until then. Looking at the smile on Hikue's face, Herman said fiercely. Facing Herman's fierce look, Osen smiled. But I can understand your idea. After all, Hikue's private life is chaotic. It is really unimaginable if such a person is the speaker. Hearing what Osen said, Herman remembered something and opened his mouth, but he still didn't say anything and just nodded to Osen. Yes, that kind of person. If he could find evidence of Hikue's chaotic private life, Hikue's reputation would definitely decline. As long as he found more and more flaws of Hikue, he would definitely be able to pull him down from this position. Finally, he started with his women. Thinking of this, Herman looked at Hikue with more and more cruel eyes. As for Hikue, he saw the other person's gaze. Although the man was behind him, his friend Xiao Chong was still lying between his collars. He secretly observed his surroundings. Obviously, the two of them should be planning something. Herman was not a concern. After all, his purpose was understandable to Hikue. He wanted to counterattack in many ways. Even Orson, this kind of person in the dark, needs more detailed investigation. But it was not easy for Klein's people to move. Thinking about this, Hikue was still chatting with the city representatives in front of him with a smile on his face. Not long after, Klein and Sarah came in. The conversation at the scene also became quieter. Everyone also sat back in their seats tacitly, including Hikue. Let us once again welcome the new colleagues. On the main seat, Patrick said, and everyone clapped tacitly. And Hikue and others also stood up and bowed to the people around them. Such a short ceremony is the position that many adjusters want to reach. Sitting on the comfortable chair again, Hikue sighed in his heart and then regained his mind. It's just one of the nodes. He will not be knocked down. Since he has come here, he can fight for the highest position. The meeting went on like this. In addition to the election of the new speaker, there are a lot of topics. And Hikue also has a lot of topics. The lunar base is expected to be completed in 5 months. November City Panel, who is in charge of the main construction machinery, said. Regarding this, I heard that representative he wants to go to Mars next year? Herman said faintly. The Mars messenger can be someone else. How can representative he leave plant at such a critical moment? As Herman finished speaking, others also looked over. Many technologies on Mars are relatively backward, and as someone who understands the hydroponic chamber technology and ecological adjustment technology, I am the most suitable candidate. Ecological adjustment? Soon, a congressman grasped the meaning of Hikue's words. What is that? Listening to everyone's questions, Hikue stood up leisurely under the hint of Patrick's eyes, and at the same time, a series of information on ecological adjustment technology appeared on the screen in front of everyone. Chapter 607. Soon, many representatives were speechless. After all, many people know the epic-making role of this technology. But after the new energy, this is it again? Is it too exaggerated? Thinking of this, everyone looked at Hikue with a bit of weirdness. Even Herman looked at Hikue's mouth twitching constantly, and soon thought of something and continued. Since representative, he has this technology, why didn't you tell us and even started the experiment in District 11 in advance without authorization? Can you bear the risk of leakage? Herman's statement made sense, and the people who heard it looked at Hikue with some scrutiny. Representative Herman, you are wrong to say that. Isn't Representative He also working for Plant? The previous few times were all thanks to Representative He. That's right. Looking at the majority of city representatives standing on his side, Hikue did not react, but still raised his mouth slightly humbly in front of the stage. He didn't need to say anything, naturally someone would say it for him. Just as Hikue thought, Patrick in the main seat coughed lightly. A majestic voice sounded on the field. He has informed us of this technology in advance. At this time, everyone fell into silence after hearing Patrick's words. Herman sat back in his seat awkwardly. Then let's continue the topic just now. Patrick retracted his gaze and continued. As he said, the current ecological adjustment technology is not yet fully mature. It's only in the trial stage, and the technology is mature enough to only generate a small agricultural and pastoral area, so there's no need to go too deep into it for now. After hearing Patrick's words, everyone at the scene nodded again and brought the topic over. According to the process, the meeting ended immediately after the internal vote to confirm Irene Kanaba as the next speaker. The people at the scene were not too surprised, and they didn't respect Kanaba too much. Everyone knows that Irene Kanaba was just pushed out by the Klein faction. The one who really holds the initiative is Siegel Klein, who has been sitting in the back and has not spoken. As if he felt Hikue's gaze, Siegel looked up and exchanged a glance with Hikue. The two smiled at each other, as if they were just ordinary colleagues. Soon after the meeting ended, Kanaba did not officially become the speaker. The official appointment of the new speaker still needs to be completed in front of the square of the Supreme Council. Of course, there were audiences and media. A few people chatted and walked out in 2s and 3s, and Hikue looked at Siegel, who was walking towards him. Hello, Representative Siegel. Although they were both representatives, the other party was more powerful than him, and he was also the chairman of the plant behind the scenes, so Hikue naturally lowered his eyes slightly to express his respect. Well, Representative He, I didn't expect that such a big scene could be made quietly, Siegel said with a wry smile on his face. Ecological adjustment, Even Siegel himself was shocked. After all, it's just an immature technology, and I don't want to alarm others. Hikue laughed. Even if it's immature, it's scary enough. Siegel shook his head and continued. With this technology, we can take the initiative in the negotiations with Mars. But you have to be careful, especially since Patrick is going with you. Siegel shook his head helplessly again. It seemed like he was saying that his friend was so old, but he was still so lively and active. Of course, I will be careful, please rest assured. Hikue opened his mouth as he spoke, but in the end, he did not ask directly what was in his mind. I feel relieved when Representative he said that, and I also asked Representative he to take care of Lux. I will definitely protect Miss Lux. Come on. Siegel's mouth twitched slightly when he heard it. If he was not confident that his daughter would not be easily conquered by Ikue's beauty trap, and Lux seemed to be unfamiliar with him recently, he would never agree to take care of her. Thinking of Lux's subtle attitude, Siegel sighed again in his heart. He felt that Lux might know something, but he was not sure. But it was not easy to tell the secret directly. If Lux's identity was exposed, it would cause an irreparable blow to Klein's Lux in public opinion. This was unacceptable to him. Thinking of this, Siegel patted Hikue's shoulder, and did not say anything else. Instead, he walked a few steps faster, and went to find Kanaba. As for Hikue, seeing Siegel leave, someone naturally took his place, and started chatting with Hikue. As they walked and talked, Hikue soon arrived at Patrick's car. Be careful with Herman. Perhaps because he had already confirmed his abdication, Patrick's face was no longer as tense as before, and even the corners of his mouth seemed to have a smile. It seems that his family life is good. I pay attention. No need to call me speaker. Patrick shrugged, then looked down at his speaker's clothes. Then he smiled again. It's really tiring to carry all these things. If we talk about power, Patrick, as the chairman of the National Defense Committee, already has great power. Speaker for him is just a responsibility. Now that he has taken it off, he seems to have become much younger. Congratulations? Hikue's tentative words also made Patrick smile. The world will be ruled by you young people from now on. Are you interested in the position of chairman of the National Defense Committee? Patrick asked with a smile as if chatting. This, although the chairmanship is a military power, it is also a hot potato. If things go wrong, you will be blamed, but compared with the risk, the power is also huge. You have too little experience and spend most of your time on research. You can't convince the public to be the chairman, Patrick said quickly. Unless you can also make achievements in military affairs. Hearing this, Hikue nodded thoughtfully. Achievements, if Aegis is included, are actually quite a lot. He has killed 7 in, and 7 out of the Atlantic Federation. But it is obviously not a good time to expose this relationship. And ordinary people don't know much about Aegis. He still needs to prepare. While the two were talking, the car quickly arrived at the port. Then see you next time. Lenoa also asked you to come over for dinner when you are free, Patrick said before parting. Definitely. Hikue agreed without any hesitation. Chapter 608. On the other side, after the matter of the Supreme Council was over, Hikue remotely tracked the progress of the new energy on the moon, and naturally returned to the sanatorium. What are you doing recently? Zheng Silin asked curiously in front of the screen. Nothing. If you don't want to ask, then don't ask. After rolling his eyes at Hikue, Zheng Silin looked at the screen in front of him nervously. That was the status of the 3 treatment chambers. In short, everything was going very smoothly at the moment. Today is also the last day. Not only Zheng Silin, but even Fei Niao stared at the treatment chamber nervously. There was no way, he couldn't understand the data on the screen, but people could always see it. The progress has reached 100%, and the physiological parameters are normal. Successful? Although it was an experiment she assisted in, the woman still felt unbelievable when looking at the screen in front of her, and the 3 people in the treatment chamber. Yes, it succeeded, and even if it didn't succeed, they would have been awakened. Although my nanorobots can stimulate their skin and prevent muscle atrophy, they have slept long enough. Even if the experiment is useless in a week, we can only come out to reorganize and experiment again. Of course, the best result is to succeed at once. This way, there will be no more troubles later. As soon as Hikue finished speaking, Zheng Silin nodded nervously, and then under the nervous gaze of the 3 people, the solution inside the 3 treatment chambers was gradually emptied, and then they were all opened. Soon the faces of the 3 people were revealed. Then they opened their eyes, and stood up from the facility. Congratulations on your return. Hikue smiled in front. Who are you? The 3 people were confused for a moment when they saw Hikue, but they reacted quickly. Mr. Hikue. It's good that you didn't lose your memory. Hikue smiled and nodded, otherwise the two people behind him would probably have opinions. Mom. Finally, they saw the woman following Hikue, and the three of them said happily. Her eyes seemed to be much clearer than before, and it seemed that her ability had not decreased. She was still very active even after a week of no exercise. It looks good, but we need to observe for a while. Hikue observed the three people, and quickly came to a conclusion. And the three of them naturally had no objection. In this way, the basic test began, and the first was physiological stimulation. After putting the three people in the next room, Hikue took out his ZFT uniform. The three people seemed to be in a state of confusion, with trembling eyebrows and wrists, as if they were enduring impulse. But they did not rush up indiscriminately as usual. At this time, the two people behind Hikue clenched their fists tightly. Time lasted for 3 minutes in this torment, and the three people still rushed up, but they were easily subdued by the hummingbird behind Hikue. Failed? Fei Niao said disappointedly. No, it didn't. Hikue smiled. Right, Miss Zheng. Yes, it didn't fail. It's normal for them to react. The key is that they are now free from the side effects of most drugs, and their self-awareness has begun to return. But won't they still attack others? Fei Niao said puzzledly. This is already similar to a conditioned reflex. It's normal to attack. Next, we just need to keep controlling it. One day, it will take a certain amount of time to return to normal. Thank you. Zheng Silin was so happy that he didn't pay much attention to it. He hugged Hikue while talking. He was like a child who got what he wanted. Fei Niao, who was watching from the side, was also stunned. So, is this how Hikue pursues girls? When will he be so good? Not knowing what Fei Niao was thinking, Hikue patted Zheng Silin's back with a smile. Feeling the close contact between the two, Zheng Silin, who came to his senses, quickly let go of Hikue. Then I will stay here with them to continue the follow-up treatment. Mr. Hikue, you go ahead and do your work. Okay. Hikue nodded and did not refuse. It's good that this experiment can succeed. It proves that the direction of nanorobots is correct, and it is one step closer to gene adjustment. Once we get the data, we can come up with a specific cost. Then it will be time for logos to pay. Of course, they have to be willing, but there is so much public opinion. As long as they don't want to completely lose the brand and foundation, they will definitely agree and cut off from the past. He can also take advantage of the opportunity to make a little difference. It would be a shame if he didn't take advantage of such a good opportunity to extort money. He can donate the most he gets in his name. It's simply harming others to benefit himself, and I feel happy just thinking about it. Then Fei Niao, stay here and take a look, I go back first. Okay. Fei Niao didn't look over when he heard it, and still stared at the girl in front of him with a sharp gaze. Looks very happy. Shrugging his shoulders, Hikue turned around and went back home. Where did you go? As soon as he entered the door, Lux came to greet him naturally from the door, as if she was the hostess here. Look at those three children. They are only a few years older than you. Lux rolled her eyes at Hikue, and then asked with concern. How is it? Very good, most of it has been successful. The rest depends on the recovery in the later stage. Hikue took Lux's hand and smiled. That's good. Logos has completely lost the support of the people now, so they have to pay this money even if they don't want to. Thinking of those kids, Lux's frowning eyebrows relaxed a little. And now Klein is the speaker. As Lux spoke, her waist straightened a little, and her tight figure was clearly revealed in front of Hikue. Yes, then I still have to bribe the princess. Hikue cooperated very well and took it. Then he kissed Lux on her lips. Shut up, that's not what I meant. After being finally released, Lux glared at Hikue, looking very cute. What did Lux say? Looking at Hikue's innocent face, Lux gritted her teeth. I mean, the moon thing, you're going there again. I've already said I'd take you there. Hikue shrugged. I want to go too. Su Lei, who had been eavesdropping at the corner, came out at this time, but she still looked a little fierce and reserved towards Lux, which was quite funny. Then let's go together, Lei. Before Hikue could say anything, Lux had already taken Su Lei's hand and looked like a good sister. Chapter 609. At present, the basic structure of the lunar base has been completed by 80%. Myling was reporting the progress of the work to Hikue at this time. However, Hikue was not listening so honestly. Can you please stop moving? Myling and the others couldn't help but turn back and give Hikue a coquettish look. Who made Myling so cute? Right, Luna. Hikue said and looked at the equally shy girl beside him. However, The girl at this time had no time to raise her blushing eyes and glance at Hikue, then lowered her eyes and began to concentrate on making an alternative oral report. But I didn't expect the progress of the lunar base to be so fast. Hikue sighed and let go of smiling, but Luna still had no intention of stopping. After all, it is a key project, so the progress is relatively fast. It is normal for your small MS to be so fast. Smiling avoided her sister, who was still below, and explained quickly. That's true. Hikue took another look at the current situation of the lunar base after hearing this. Overall, it is still pretty good. At least the new lunar base can be set up before going to the Sun City for handover. How long will it take this time? Smiling said, as she hugged Hikue reluctantly, of course only hugging his upper body. It will take about a week. The structure is completed, and we need to complete the layout of the defenses on top. Since the main structure is completed, we can't let down the defenses. The defenses on top also use the most advanced technology. Not only the adaptive defense light shield of the Sun City, but also the full-blooded PS armor. As long as there is no large-scale nuclear bombardment, there is basically no risk of being broken. Of course, internal personnel must also be strictly guarded. Hikue said this, temporarily put down those tasks, and pulled Luna up from the ground. Looking at the complementary bodies of Smiling and Luna in front of him, and their reluctant but welcoming attitude, Hikue did not hesitate to attack. Accurate shooting distance be level, 2234m/10,000 m. Electronic warfare A level, 66112/100,000. Technology, long-range suppression shooting, 1674/50,000. Academics, quantum-derived image processing method, 1611/50,000. The next day, getting up from the bed, looking at Luna and Smiling hugging each other intimately, the satisfied Hikue sat up from the bed and stretched. Looking at the white clouds and the blue horizon outside the window, Hikue also felt that the hard work had paid off. Although staying on the asteroid was safe, it was too boring, and he had now placed the asteroid outside Area 11, so it could also resist any straight-line attacks from the Earth. As for curved attacks, Area 11, the colony satellite, had a super strong defense. Gradually, everyone moved here. As for the asteroid, it became a shield, and there was also a large research institute and experimental center. Of course, there is also the control of Aegis. He also built a switch here, so he usually doesn't need to control it. Thinking with satisfaction, he heard two moans from behind Hikue. It was obvious that the two girls gradually woke up. At the same time, the metal door opened. Breakfast is ready. Let's set off after eating. Su Lei ran in and looked at the three people and gave Hikue a glare, then quickly said, "Yeah, it's only 6 o'clock." Luna, who had already woken up, hugged Hikue's arm tightly with dissatisfaction. "It's already 6 o'clock. Smiling, take care of your sister." Su Lei was not willing to be outdone and hugged Hikue's waist and dragged him out. "I think what my sister said makes sense." Smiling looked at her teacher and said unyieldingly, "You are rebelling." Su Lei raised her eyebrows. Thinking of the good friends who studied those knowledge together, now they are actually confronting her. Su Lei wanted to say something more and more indignantly, but was pulled to the bed by Hikue. "What are you doing?" "We leave at 8 o'clock, no rush," Hikue said, giving Luna and Smiling a look, and the two sisters immediately cooperated tacitly to grab Su Lei's hands and feet. After all, she had studied in a regular military school, so she easily suppressed Su Lei at this time. "Then I'm going to do it," Hikue said with a smile. "Humph." Su Lei, who turned her head to the other side, had a sense of toughness that would not give in. Of course, it would be better if she could control the smile on her lips. After a ridiculous morning, Hikue took the two people and the Liberator and drove the Nazca class to fly to the moon again. It's estimated to arrive on the moon in 10 hours. The captain reported, and at the same time, he looked at Lakis behind Hikue and couldn't help but envy him. This is Lakis, who always follows Hikue out. He would never believe that there is nothing between Lakis and Hikue. However, given Hikue's current ability, he can only watch with envy. Thinking of this, Hikue in front of him smiled. "Thank you for your trouble, Captain. Then we go back first." Hikue turned around. Naturally, Lux and Su Lei followed him. "Miss Lux's room is here." Su Lei came to the officer's living area and took Lux to a room. Then she was going to take Hikue away. But Lux obviously didn't intend to let them go. "Why are you so reserved, Lei? Let's talk more." "Hikue, come in too." Lux covered her lips and smiled. She looked like a gentle lady, but Su Lei, who knew Lux's personality well, felt uneasy when she saw Lux's look. Okay. Hikui agreed and gave Su Lei a comforting look. He didn't know what Lux was going to do, but the two had the same interests, and with so many ties, Lux would not do anything that would harm him. Su Lei, seeing Hikui had already entered the devil's cave, had no choice but to take a deep breath, straighten her chest and muster up the courage to follow him in. Anyway, with Hikui here, she will definitely be able to suppress Lux this time. As if she was pleased by the evil thoughts in her mind, Su Lei relaxed and followed Hikui into Lux's single room. As Hikui's temporary flagship, the luxury of this single room is only slightly inferior to his own single room. Green plants, windows, and various standard decorations are all there. Sit down. Although it is obviously his ship, Lux behaves as if it is her own home. Invite the two to sit down. So what does Miss Lux want to say? Before Su Lei finished speaking, Lux stood up directly, and her cute face kept getting bigger in front of Su Lei's eyes. Of course, we will play games together. There is a hint of cuteness and moving meaning in Lux's words, which makes people think about it. Chapter 610. Although it sounds imaginative, Lux pulled them up seriously, and took out a game console. Can you play this? Lux asked curiously. Hikui was stunned for a moment, and then couldn't help laughing. He forgot that Lux went to the moon basically, with the mentality of relaxing on vacation. At this time, Hikui didn't think too much, just took the oval game console. In terms of function, it feels a bit like an S, but it has a virtual screen, and you can play it by taking out the 4 built-in handles. Hikui operated the game console skillfully, and soon turned it on. Do you play it often? Looking at Hikui's skillful appearance, Lux raised her beautiful eyebrows and asked. No, but I am the director of the design bureau. I was born with it. As a fusion of the two, Hikui here played it when he was a child. Adding the memory of Hikui on Earth, he can naturally control it happily. I just like to brag. Giving Hikui a blank look, Lux picked up the handle and handed it to Su Lei. Lei doesn't want to play. Yes, Su Lei said as she took the controller. But it doesn't seem interesting to play like this. Suddenly, Lux said as she looked at the game preparation screen. After hearing Lux's words, Hikui shrugged and asked. So what does Lux want to win? If I win then? Lux paused at the right time, which made people think. Lei will help me. What do you want? Su Lei's but moved on the chair. Information communication and... Lux said, looking at Hikui, and then at the big bed behind him. Her meaning was very clear. No! Su Lei said, and hid behind Hikui. Information communication was acceptable, but she still had to eat. How could she be willing to assist Lux? Lei is a computer major. Lux was not surprised, but said with a smile. No, I don't want that either. Lux was cunning, so she didn't fall for it. Lux, at this time, helplessly looked at Su Lei, who was completely hiding behind Hikui. Then she looked up at Hikui. Then Director you wouldn't dare, would you? I can't assist Lux. No matter how he thought about it, he could only be the main attacker. Of course not, but Director he has to listen to my command. Lux smiled. Okay, what if Lux loses? Same. What do you mean by same? It means on the bed. Thinking of this, Hikui was also aroused with interest, and a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. This game is similar to Mario Party, with several small games put together, and everyone compares the total score at the end. Although he has never played it, all roads lead to Rome. With the experience of his previous life, and the hand speed of this life, he does not think he will lose to Lux. Okay. Then let's start. Lux actually lied. It's not that she has never played it before. She has even played it several times in private. According to her information, Hikui and Su Lei have definitely never played it. It can be said that Su Lei is just a cover, and her real target is Hikui. As long as he cooperates in bed, she can gradually gain more initiative. However, Lux soon discovered it. Things like games may not only depend on skills, but also on talent. Seeing herself lose in one small game after another, Lux became more and more desperate. Among them, Su Lei is at the bottom. She is the second, but she is almost 100 points away from Hikui's first place. Seeing that it was impossible to catch up, Hikui still did not give up, and won the championship in the excitement of Su Lei and the speechlessness of Lux. I won. Yeah, congratulations. Lux curled her lips at him. Then, Hikui smiled, and Su Lei stood up as she thought of something, but unfortunately, Hikui did not pounce on her as Su Lei wished. He just turned around and left the room. See you later, Hikui said, and left Lux's room. You just left. In the corridor, Sule looked at Hikue with a look of disappointment. We are out of the plant universe, we can't relax. Hikue shrugged and said while looking at the twinkling stars outside the dark window. Oh! She knew that what Hikue said made sense, and for a moment Sule didn't know whether she should praise Hikue or complain about Hikue being too cautious. In the room, Lux was stunned when she saw Hikue leave, and then she quickly turned off the game console because of those strange thoughts in her mind. You're still looking at this? Looking at the combined backpack in Hikue's hand, Sule was surprised. She thought Hikue had given up long ago. Well, after all, others are also making progress. Although the opponent seems to be making progress by just changing the 3 aircraft seized by force. But God knows if there will be any black technology that will suddenly burst out. This is completely like a dark forest, so Hikue dare not relax. Only by defeating them completely can he feel at ease. Then you can see it. By the way, it seems that some weirdos are following Myling and the others recently. Sule suddenly thought of something and said, Yeah, I know. You didn't put your pets with bad taste on them, did you? Sule didn't feel relieved at all when she heard Hikue's words, but shivered as if she had a cold. What do you mean by bad taste? It's a normal machine, isn't it? And the reason you are afraid of insects is just because you rarely see them. Just look at them more often. I don't think that's the reason. After staring at Hikue, Sule continued. Then do you know who those people are? I probably know that several city representatives are not very honest. Hikue nodded. But don't worry, they won't have a chance. I'm not worried either. Sule said, as she lowered her head to look at the documents about the new lunar base in her hand. She also needs to set up radar on it. Although this time is a tourist trip, work still needs to be done. And if nothing unexpected happens, this should be their last trip to the moon before going to Mars, so they should do it well. Speaking of which, has the moon base been named? Von Braun. Hikue said. Father of spaceflight, you have high hopes for this base. Well, I guess so. Not only that, it is also the largest lunar city of UC. So, Hikue really values that base. In the future, it may surpass Copernicus and become his second home. Of course, it is still far away at the moment. And it is still nominally a plant. Chapter 611. There were no accidents along the way, and just as he was about to get off the boat, Hikue finally saw Lux again. The girl blushed again when she saw Hikue, then glared at him and walked behind Hikue. In name, this was a formal visit, and the order of walking was also based on status. Now Ryota was at the same level as Lux's father, so of course Lux could only walk behind. Otherwise, the chief engineer who was waiting outside would be confused. After smiling ambiguously at Lakis, Hikue took 2 quick steps and walked towards the general manager of the Von Braun base construction outside. Representative He, welcome to guide our work. The manager was also a young man, about 20 years old, and his face was very excited when he met Hikue. And around that complicated man, there were 12 gates, both for protection and for welcoming. Half of them were from Hikue's own company. Welcome Miss Lakis and Miss Sule as well. Thank you, Director Augustus. Hikue smiled. This guy was his subordinate, assigned by the Integrated Design Bureau to be responsible for engineering guidance and base maintenance. It seems that he is doing a good job. No. Hearing Hikue's thanks, Augustus straightened his back a little, and did not complain about Hikue's age. Representative He, there are 2 more people, please follow me. As the representative was speaking, the new base in front of them also came into everyone's eyes. The circular city was built entirely according to the entire meteorite crater. Buildings and cities were now wrapped in a transparent oval shell, and around the oval shell were towering city walls. On the walls of the PS armor, beam cannons and other equipment were regularly distributed. Of course, these equipment have not been completely installed. However, it still looks like an ancient city wall, but it is a future version. It can be said that there is a full sense of security. August, you have made an indelible contribution to achieving this level in just over a month. Hikue looked at the situation of the base in front of him. Although he had known it in advance from the report, he still smiled encouragingly. This is also thanks to the hard work of 3,500 compatriots. When they heard that it was Representative He's project, they couldn't help but sign up for it. We will always remember Representative He's kindness in our hearts. Although the other party said it very seriously, Hikue was still shocked when he heard about the kindness. Kindness, this is not the case, just do a good job. As Hikue spoke, the car also passed the strict security check at the gate. At the same time, the guards on the high platforms on both sides obviously recognized Hikue and saluted him. Seeing this, Hikue returned a salute, and the car continued to move forward. Although it looked completed from the outside, the interior of the base was still in a state of disrepair. Soon the houses were empty, with only some small convenience stores and fitness centers standing here, similar to community supporting facilities, which still looked a little lacking. Of course, Ryota had expected this. The business rate of the shops here is only 20%, and 15% are from his companies. It is just to meet the current staffing needs here. Representative He, do you want to recruit residents to live here? Looking at the situation outside, Augustus couldn't help asking. Just some researchers. He wanted to build this place into a research city, and there is also a grain warehouse. Thinking about it, Ryota asked, has the land in the north been cleared? Yes. Then the planting plan can start. Although everyone is at the Lagrange point and the transportation distance is similar, the moon is more convenient for communication with the earth and can better preserve various foods, which can be regarded as a temporary granary. And what Hikue planted here is not rice, but various fruits and vegetables. It is also a test field. It is a place for plant to show its technological strength to the outside world. With so many projects here, we can't relax security. Hikue looked at the defense map in his hand. We need to add 3 more shifts of personnel to take turns. Okay, I do it right away. Hearing Hikue's words, Augustus nodded seriously. Yes. The two of them talked and looked, and passed through many checkpoints all the way to the high tower located in the Von Braun Center. This is the residence of the 3 of you. Representative He is on the top floor, and Miss Lakis and Miss Su Lei are on the lower floors. With his eyes downcast, Augustus left the tower after speaking. Looking at the closed door behind him, Augustus breathed a sigh of relief and then looked at the adjutant beside him. The patrol force will be doubled. Yes, Director Augustus. Then Representative He will not attend the banquet? Do you think Representative He is going to attend the banquet? Augustus said unhappily. I didn't mention it. Let those people disperse and do what they need to do. Also, let Givenrath know. Augustus sneered as he spoke. Agnes was still thinking about getting close to Hikue. Don't tell me she's just overeating. Look at Hikue, who only has Lux and Su Lei by his side. Although she has a red dress, what competitiveness does she have? Hikue's own strength is probably enough to beat her. Thinking of Hikue's ability, Augustus' face showed a trace of respect again. He had finally fought for such an opportunity to get promoted. With Hikue's promotion, they can save several years of hard work. They can't let others ruin it. Hurry up and finish it. If there is nothing else, don't bother Representative He. Okay. The adjutant saluted and left. On the other side, Agnes, who had just come down from the gate protecting Hikue, received the message from Augustus. August, that guy took the money but didn't do the job. Agnes pinched the communicator in front of her fiercely, her eyes dark. Thinking that someone had contacted her through the family behind her, Agnes fell silent again. On Hikue's side, he just watched half of the main body of the microwave beam launcher located in the Von Braun underground on the 3-dimensional screen and smiled with satisfaction. At this time, the microwave beam device only had an empty shell similar to a radar. It looked very huge, but it was not completed. But it will be completed soon. After installing the internal structure in the next few days, it will probably be completed after returning from Mars. It is safest to have such an epic-making thing in his hands. As an insurance. After all, God knows what will happen in the future. It will be miserable if they still want to throw Julius away. Chapter 612. After planning the rest of the work, Hikue stood up from under the microwave beam collector. Where to go? Su Lei, who was also debugging the radar, asked sharply. Go find that girl. She seems to be a little dishonest recently. Hikue laughed. TSK, there are not many honest ones. Su Lei said angrily, and then continued to lower her head and started working. Hikue shrugged and walked out of the facility. Although he could not see through people's hearts, Agnes looked like an extreme person, so Hikue naturally set Aegis to monitor her. It was also a test. After all, judging from his ability, Agnes was purple, similar to Luna, and belonged to the level of elite red clothes. If used well, it would be a great help. After all, there is no such thing as too much combat power. Thinking of this, Hikue floated outside in such a microgravity environment. Where are you going? As soon as he walked out of the core area, Lux followed him up. Luxury, didn't you go shopping at Copernicus? Hikue said helplessly. The cockroach he had placed beside him for protection had also seen Lux in advance, so he was not surprised at this time. No one is protecting me. Have you finished your work? Lux laughed softly. Although she still looked gentle, it could be seen that her own personality was gradually revealed as they spent time together. Finished? But there are still some things to deal with. Hearing Hikue's words, Lux narrowed her eyes slightly. Agnes? Lux said sharply. Yes. I told you she's not a simple person, right? Lakis asked. The smile on her lips didn't stop. It's not what you think. Am I that kind of simple person? Hikue said helplessly. After the two looked at each other for a long time, Lakis took a step back first. I want to go with you too. Okay. Hikue nodded and agreed. The two didn't waste any time and soon found Agnes, who was feeling depressed in her Von Braun dormitory. Who? Agnes's cold voice echoed in the room as the doorbell rang. Hikue. Hikue smiled. As for Lux, she ran to the corner of the corridor. She looked at everything in front of her, with a cockroach on Hikue's body. Hikue? Hearing the voice, Agnes forgot to use honorifics for a moment and was stunned. Yes, it's me. As soon as Hikue finished speaking, the door opened. Why are you here? She had just sent a message to those people, and now Hikue came over. Even though she was selfish, she still felt guilty. Come to see Agnes. How is life here? Are you used to it? Hikue's gentle voice sounded in Agnes's ears, and her heart trembled slightly. This was the first time Hikue was so gentle. I'm not used to it. Unconsciously, combined with the guilt in her heart, Agnes' words at this time carried a bit of true coquettish meaning. There is nothing on the moon. Agnes's aggrieved look combined with her lovely appearance is very touching. Of course, Hikue has experienced a lot, and is still very calm at this time. But there is still a little tenderness on his face. I will transfer you to be a member of my personal guard and go to Mars with me. After all, for such an important mission, I don't know who I can trust. Hikue said that he felt like a scumbag who had committed fraud. However, considering that the other party has already contacted someone unknown, it is necessary to grasp that line or even send someone undercover there. As long as Agnes turns back, he can naturally keep her with him. As for keeping her by his side, it is the best way to test and monitor her. If he goes to Mars, many things will not be controlled in real time. As long as Agnes is with him, he can take control of her body at any time. And her life and property. Really? Agnes is not a child anymore. When she heard Hikue's words, she didn't believe them foolishly. Although she was still happy on her face, she already suspected that Hikue was deceiving her. After all, Hikue's attitude before was completely different from now. But did he know that he had contacted someone outside? Thinking of the instructions from those people, Agnes took a step back and her eyes drifted to the drawer at the head of the bed. Obviously, there was a gun in it. Of course it's true, just like I asked you to guard here. This is a key project of Plant. Any mistake may put Plant into a passive position. And the same is true for my safety. Hikue seemed to be unaware of Agnes's inappropriateness, and continued to speak seriously. Agnes didn't know that even if she wanted to kidnap or even kill her, it would be impossible. His hummingbird and Harrow were here. How could they be killed by Agnes? Even if Agnes made any unusual movements, his cockroach lurking under Agnes' bed could inject her in the face. Although it was suspected of sting enforcement, he didn't have much time on the moon, so he could only cut the Gordian knot. After hearing what Hikue said, Agnes felt relieved. It was indeed as Hikue said, this was one of the most important projects of Plant at present. Asking her to come and protect was not to trust her. And she had become Hikue's personal guard, so it was impossible for her to be suspicious, right? Thinking of this, the smile on Agnes' face became brighter. Let's get ready first. We go to Copernicus together the day after tomorrow. Hikue continued to smile gently. This also made Agnes completely relieved. She accepted Hikue's invitation with a smile on her face. Whether it was Hikue or their resources, she would get them. Looking at Agnes, who had regained her vitality, Hikue smiled and left Agnes' room. Not long after he walked out, Lux followed him. Not bad, you are good at deceiving girls. There seemed to be a little bit of hidden resentment in Lux's words. This is not the point, Hikue said helplessly. I know, the point is that she may be in collusion with that Finderson. When Hikue went in to talk, Lux had already seen the surveillance that Hikue installed near Agnes. Did you expect them to find Agnes? No, it's just a routine procedure. He originally wanted to see Agnes's character and promote her to be a personal guard. But he didn't expect to catch a big fish. Humph, she's just a pervert who loves to peek. Lux snorted and walked a few steps faster. Let's go to Copernicus. If she doesn't buy Hikue out of business this time, she won't be named Klein. Chapter 613. Copernicus City is not far from their base, but Hikue still drove a Laurasia-class ship there. At the same time, he naturally carried his own Liberator on it, which could be remotely controlled, so it was foolproof. Really cautious. Looking at Hikue's preparations, Lakis complained in front of the ship. Just some necessary preparations. Then let's go, Hikue said and grabbed Lakis's hand. Because they were just ordinary crew members at the ZFT base, there was naturally no such grand welcome at this time. The two of them also changed into some casual clothes. However, the changes were not big. Lux had black hair and tied it up. She wore a pair of thick black framed glasses on her delicate face. Her long hair was combed into a single ponytail, and she was wearing men's clothes. She looked refreshing and had a bit of androgynous beauty. Why are you looking at me like that? Lux glared at Hikue behind her, but the smile on her lips revealed the girl's thoughts. Nothing. Hikue smiled, and the two of them walked forward holding the handrail of the elevator. There were people coming and going along the way, but no one was recognized. I told you that this disguise worked. I guess so. Seeing that no one recognized her, Lux was naturally happy. But why didn't you ask someone to protect you? Hikue was now able to command Tibi and Lika. After all, his role had changed from being monitored to being in command. It turns out that Hikue's previous honesty and high ability have also worked. At least Patrick didn't make things difficult for him anymore, and there was no need to make things difficult for him anymore. No, they'd be fine behind me. I have a way to protect myself, Hikue said confidently. Those little bugs again? When Lux talked about those little bugs, there was a bit of disgust on her face. Of course, this is a normal reaction. It is precisely because of this contrast that his little bugs are more hidden. After all, flying things in the sky are always less noticeable than crawling things on the ground, and they crawl in the shadows. Of course, Lux herself knew this. So Lux, who looked disgusted, didn't really want Hikue to give up such a useful machine. After all, these machines are really powerful, and only Hikue, who has hands-on ability, can make these little bugs. It is definitely Hikue's own trump card. Yes, it's a little bug. As they talked, they arrived at the Copernicus shopping center. At this time, with the end of the war, the number of people in Copernicus gradually increased. Many shops in the shopping street also reopened. In short, it looked like everything was in ruins. As for clothes, they are over there. There are several old handmade brands. Hearing Hikue's skilled words, Lux responded and then asked, "You have an investment here, right? You found it." Hikue did not deny it, but just smiled. How could he let go of such a good opportunity to make money? Isn't your business too complicated now? Lux said as she walked towards the handmade shops. After all, I just happened to make a lot of money on the small machine production line. But Lux should have an industry here too. I've said it so many times, that's my home, not mine. Hearing Lux's words, Hikue inexplicably thought of the rent-collecting friend in his previous life who didn't have to work. Every time he said something envious, the other party would shirk it like this. Whenever this happened, he wanted to say, as for the only child, what's the difference between yours and yours? Of course, his mentality has quietly changed now. The envy and jealousy he felt before have gradually disappeared. How should I put it? He has also built up his own power. He has surpassed many people without realizing it. Even Klein and Sarah, he is confident that the gap between the two is only in their foundation. His company now covers all fields. He used to joke about building a Gundam by himself, but with his current ability, he can afford it. Just like X Gundam and Fusion Backpack, he plans to make them himself. It is not a dream to turn his company into a military-industrial complex in the future. However, if he reaches that point, he may have to resign from the position of director to avoid suspicion. Of course, this is a plan for the future. In short, for now, Hikue is still very relaxed. After all, it is shopping. So is it okay for Hikue to pay the bill today? How did the topic suddenly come to that? Hikue nodded as he spoke. I pay for it. Then I won't be polite. Lakis, who rarely came out to rest, seemed to be really on vacation. She didn't look as serious and dignified as before. She was more lively, naughty and cute, which was a look Hikue rarely saw. The two of them walked along the way holding hands tightly. They bought a lot of things, and even the transport robot following Hikue was almost full. Well, that's about it. Looking at the spoils in front of her with satisfaction, although Hikue didn't empty his pockets, Lux was satisfied. Then wear it when you have time. Thinking of the underwear he picked out, Hikue's mouth corners raised a little. This is also the benefit he got in exchange for his heavy bleeding. Of course, Lux didn't seem to be reluctant. Let's talk about it when we have time. Looking at Hikue's somewhat excited look, Lux spat at Hikue lightly. But Lux lost, right? Hearing Hikue say this, Lux's smile on her face suddenly faded a little. staring at Hikue's smug face. So, Representative, he intends to force me? Lux's voice became a little cold again. No, I just think Lux will be more beautiful like this, Hikue said and kissed Lux. It was natural that he attracted many eyes around. Lux might have wanted to try to use this to control him half-jokingly. But Lux didn't know that he could see the favorability. Although Lux's favorability didn't increase, it didn't decrease either. At a level of 100, how could he give in? There are so many people here. Lux put her hands on his shoulders and resisted. However, under Hikue's strength, these resistances were in vain. Hikue didn't continue and just kissed Lux and then left a little. But his hand stayed on Lux's soft waist and didn't intend to let go. Chapter 6:14. Lakis did not refuse Hikue's approach. He returned to his ship in this way. Time reached the evening time. He returned to his room after finishing the work. Su Lei arrived soon. However, Hikue did not do anything at this time, but remotely controlled the equipment in his nano-laboratory on the asteroid. Isn't this technology very mature? After taking a shower, Su Lei rested her head on the boy's shoulder and asked curiously while watching Hikue's operation. The ends of her hair, which still smelled of shampoo, poked into Hikue's ears playfully, making him feel itchy. However, Hikue was not shaken by Su Lei's prank at this time, and he still calmly operated the mechanical arm in front of him. Not enough. If genetic modification is required, more detailed adjustments are required. Hikue shrugged. He also shook the girl's fragrant head away. Are you doing this because of the clone? Cruz is gone, right? Su Lei rolled her eyes at Hikue, and then slowly wiped her hair with a towel. Not because of him. Hikue shook his head. It's just that I suspect that Cruz has found a way to suppress his illness, so I can't fall behind. And this also works for combat adjusters. As long as they are all released, it should be a good fighting force. If you know how to clone people and use this ability, you will also be a good combat force. Su Lei's faint words gradually made the silence of the room become weird. Just as Su Lei said, if Hikue did something extreme and produced and sold it himself, it would be really strong. Although this treatment method is more expensive. But it only depends on the strength of the clone. If he can copy a few of the strongest adjusters, then he will not dominate the world, but at least he will definitely be the strongest on a small battlefield. Some things will still be discovered no matter how well they are hidden. And it's useless for me to clone human thugs, Hikue said. If it was the time before when he was in danger, he would certainly want to create a few bodyguards. But people will rebel. There are so many combat adjusters, but how many of them are truly loyal in the end? In the final analysis, he doesn't want to take the path of a villain. If he had no choice, he wouldn't hesitate, but now this matter is not necessary, so of course he won't do it. This is against his principles. Oh! Hearing Hikue's explanation, Su Lei also breathed a sigh of relief. If Hikue really has this plan, thinking of the miserable conditions of those clones and combat adjusters, Su Lei sighed again. They are already miserable enough. If Hikue really has this plan, then she will definitely stop it. She doesn't want the dragon-slaying hero to become a dragon, especially when that hero is Hikue. It is indeed a bit ironic to say it. After all, when a hero can slay a dragon, it means that the hero has the strength to surpass the dragon. In other words, the hero has the qualifications to become a dragon. Complete. Just as Su Lei was thinking, Hikue finally saved the mouse on the screen in front of him. There is no problem with the gene fragment this time, and the rest is animal experiments. Then he can go back to find Hercules, that is, Sothis in South America. At the beginning, the president of South America did not let Sothis come. Of course, Hikue can understand it. After all, South America is in ruins, and the role of an elite red coat is not just on the battlefield. After countless training battles, Hercules is completely qualified as an instructor. Of course, he was almost going to take him away at this time. While thinking, after Hikue finished speaking, Su Lei also cooperated to take off the bathrobe she was wearing outside, revealing her milky and tender skin. But what was more eye-catching than her skin was the girl's inner body, which was definitely not much fabric. If it's done, then... Before Su Lei finished speaking, the doorbell rang. It also made Su Lei pause. You hide. Isn't it Lux? She was prepared. If it was Lux, she would definitely not give in. No. Hikue shook his head and smiled. Someone is not very honest. Huh? After hearing what Hikue said, although she was puzzled, Su Lei still went to the bed in the inner room obediently. Hikue only locked the door, and then went to the living room to open the door. It was not Lux or Agnes outside the door, but a civil servant who looked quite pretty. After seeing Hikue open the door, her face blushed and she saluted. Hello, Representative He. I am Koizumi Anzi, stationed at the Phone Brown Food Team. Nice to meet you. The excitement and admiration on the girl's face were vivid, and coupled with the girl's own color, and at this point in time, Hikue and the other party knew what to do. The girl thought of the instructions from her superiors, and the small recording device on her hand was slightly excited. Although she was ordered to trick Hikue, if Hikue took a fancy to her, she would have the best of both worlds. Thinking of the money after completing the task, thinking of the pleasure of climbing into a wealthy family after being favored by Hikue. She was still very confident about her appearance, definitely not inferior to Shura Hanif's. After all, when her parents were adjusting, they spent the most money and focused on adjusting their appearance. I don't know how many men have fallen at her feet. For a pervert like Hikue, he is definitely all-inclusive. Thinking of this, Koizumi couldn't help but feel a little excited, and the excitement on his face was obviously not fake. Team Koizumi, who let you in? Hikue was not as impatient as Koizumi thought, and the corners of his mouth still had a gentle smile, but the words he said were cold. Of course he knew that someone had bribed the officer on guard outside. Although he didn't say it, the cockroaches he placed in the corner had seen through everything. Although the soldier was loyal to his duty, he obviously thought that Koizumi had no weapons, so he let her in. In fact, Koizumi couldn't get here. After all, Lika was guarding in front of his room. It was Hikue who specifically asked Lika to let him go. Otherwise, how would he have the chance to fall into the trap? On the other side, the girl was stunned because she didn't expect Hikue to ask this question. Shingzi just told the guard brother that she wanted to meet Representative He. After a brief surprise, the girl looked like she wanted to get whatever she wanted. Is that so? Then it seems that we have to be held accountable together. Hikue said it lightly, but to the girl, it was as terrifying as the whisper of a devil. Chapter 6:15. Ask for accountability? Koizumi was frightened and repeated it again. Yes, if I remember correctly, this is a restricted area for ordinary soldiers, Hikue said with a smile. Hikue's words also made the girl react. It was indeed as Hikue said, this was a restricted area. But before, she overestimated her own charm so much that she subconsciously ignored this problem. But it's impossible. Isn't he a pervert? However, no matter how incredible the girl was, the naked fact was in front of her. Hikue was not fascinated by her. It seemed that she would even be sent to a military court. This matter could be big or small. The small one was that Hikue would not pursue it, and the big one was Hikue's own ability and importance. As long as Hikue wanted, his life would be explained in it. He representative, please forgive me, the girl said, as if she tripped over her left foot in a hurry and fell towards him. However, Hikue was not an ordinary person. He just dodged sideways, and saw that he would fall down if he didn't stand firm, so the girl stopped in her tracks. You are quite skilled. Who sent you to plot the assassination of the city representative? Facing Hikue's smiling eyes, Koizumi felt a chill on his back. He knew that Hikue knew everything. No, or this was his calculation. At this time, Koizumi removed the filter of Hikue and re-examined his actions, and found many loopholes. She could come in directly, and Hikue would open the door without any worries, and even actively lure her closer. All to create the illusion that she intended to murder him. Even if she just wanted to get closer. If so, Hikue might have recorded the video here, and all her evidence was handed over to him. What kind of keen sense and operation is this? Just thinking about it, the girl was already terrified. But she couldn't turn back. The thoughts only went through her mind, and Koizumi gritted his teeth, holding back the humiliation in his heart, and knelt down directly. A very standard posture of sitting down. He representative, I'm not going to attack you. The tone of his voice was so pitiful that anyone would think Hikue was using his power to pressure people, and force them to submit. Especially those who saw too much. Really? Hikue shrugged and didn't respond as the other party wished. Only a harrow rolled all the way to Koizumi's drooping collar. Before the girl could react, the mechanical arm reached in and quickly took out a bug. At this time, Koizumi also quickly moved his butt on the ground from his kneeling position and retreated a long distance, even entering Hikue's house. The girl was covering her pale face with a panicked look. Hee, what are you doing? Wireless transmission monitoring. Hikue still didn't respond, and the two seemed to be talking about their own things. But do you know that this monitoring is one way? Koizumi finally seemed to remember something, and the shyness on his face finally turned into fear. It seems that you should know. I interfered with this monitoring after you came in. So no matter how much you say now, your only evidence is that you bribed the guard to let you in. Hikue didn't need evidence. Koizumi bribed the guard to come in, which meant he had a plan. Not to mention the sensitivity of his identity. Basically, as long as Hikue said a few words, the other party's crime would be confirmed. Koizumi-san. I think that's what you call him there. As if chatting, Hikue slowly squatted in front of Koizumi. Now you should know that I have the final say over your life and death. Koizumi looked at Hikue's handsome profile, and the excitement and calculation had long disappeared, leaving only a strong fear. At this time, a pink-haired girl also walked over from the corridor. Hikue, what are you doing here? While speaking, Koizumi seemed to remember something, and instantly tore off his clothes with force. 6. In his heart, he began to admire Koizumi's perseverance. Hikue did not block him, and let Lux come to him. At the same time, Lux also saw the pitiful girl with tearful eyes and disheveled clothes in the corridor of Hikue. He representative, have you fallen to this state? Lux frowned as she understood what happened. Of course, Hikue, who knew Lux well, knew that the other party was playing with her. Miss Lux, please save me! As if grabbing a life-saving straw, Koizumi climbed up and tried to grab the girl's clothes. Well, don't worry, I will save you. Lux said gently and looked at Hikue, and at the same time saw the monitor in his hand. That's it? Have you found everything? Lux asked in a low voice. Yes, the communication has been cut off. Is that so? Lux looked at the girl and didn't pretend anymore. A serious expression appeared on his face. At the same time, he took off a blanket and put it on the girl. I can save you, but I can't let you continue to hurt people. Koizumi's mood was like a roller coaster when she saw Lux. She thought she had found a savior, but she didn't expect to find an accomplice. But? If you don't tell the truth, I will sue you for treason, Hikue said. Of course, Ms. Koizumi can also defend herself. Hikue smiled, and made a shooting gesture towards Koizumi's head. But this charge is likely to be sentenced to death, so... Representative you can't go that far. Lux frowned, and slapped Hikue's hand away. A loud slap echoed in the room. Seeing that Lux was still defending him like an angel, Koizumi suddenly relaxed. Su Lei, who was lying in the bedroom, pulled the corner of her mouth when she heard the noise outside. One played the good cop, and the other played the bad cop. Koizumi was fooled and dizzy. Of course, she was the only one who could see clearly. If she had seduced Hikue and ended up being sentenced to death for treason, she would probably be panicked. But she didn't think Hikue did anything wrong. She even thought Hikue did the right thing. This was the Hikue she knew. While Su Lei was thinking about this, Shaquan outside was also scared and crying. While crying, she was talking about how the other party forced her to come. I really didn't mean it, Representative He is my superior who forced me. The girl cried with tears in her eyes. Although she was still trying to get rid of the relationship, she had explained what she should explain at this time, and she didn't threaten the other party again. Then I give you a chance to make up for it, and you can say that you succeeded. How about it? Ah? Hearing Hikue's words, the girl was stunned. Chapter 6:16. Hikue's plan is very simple. Just use the opponent's trick against him, and let him backfire. I don't want to think of such a complicated method. Just need you to report the news, Leica said softly. But I still need evidence, Koizumi said, looking at the monitor held in Hikue's hand. Of course. I will give you the evidence. Hikue threw the monitor back into Haro's mouth. Just hand it over. Then. You will not be affected. I will ensure your safety. Leica spoke softly, but the promise was very serious. Okay. After hearing Leicas's promise, Koizumi no longer had any objections. After all, Leicas was the leader of the Klein faction, and the other party was at most a radical Seraph faction, and the two sides were not comparable. And the most important thing was the trust in Leicas. After the red face and white face just now, it was obvious that Koizumi had completely trusted Leicas. After quickly dealing with the disguised evidence and returning it to Koizumi, Hikue watched the other party leave his room. Or rather, he ran away. It seems that Representative He not only coaxes girls, but also scares them. Looking at the speed of the other party escaping from the Devil's Cave, Lux teased. Isn't it Lux who wants to be a good person? Hikue complained. This is a role problem. I am suitable to be a good person. Is there a problem? As Lux spoke, she raised her graceful neck. As delicate and smooth as a white swan, with beautiful curves. Of course not. As soon as Hikue finished speaking, the bedroom door opened. After waiting for a long time, Su Lei, who was still wearing cool clothes, couldn't wait to come out. Is the matter settled? Su Lei looked at Lux warily, and hugged Hikue's arm and asked. It's settled, right? After Hikue finished speaking, Su-lei kissed him boldly. At the same time, he wanted to skip Lux and drag her into the bedroom. Even though Lux had experienced this with Hikue, she still hesitated when faced with a multiplayer melee. This did not fit the ideas she had been taught, and the behavior patterns brought about by her status. Just looking at Su-lei's intoxicated look, something seemed to be stirring in her heart. Lux. Hikue smiled and extended his hand to Lux. He did not mention the bet, but silently, with his eyes, extended an invitation to Lux. Not serious. Lux spat at Hikue, but then she still held his hand. Now it was just that the atmosphere had to be so tense. It wasn't that she wanted to do this. As if she had convinced herself, Lux also took a few steps closer to Hikue. Of course, it was obviously impossible for Lux to fight in a group right now. So, she just left the venue to the two of them after washing up. At this time, Su-lei was not honest either. After seeing Lux go in, she leaned close to Hikue's ear. I help you. Isn't Lei afraid of her? Hikue said, brushing Su-lei's delicate back and the silky hair. How could I be afraid? Hearing Su-lei's arrogant words, Hikue couldn't help but kiss Su-lei on the lips again. Let's talk about it later. Lux will get angry and kill you. No way. Although Miss Lux is a bit dark, she is a good person. Although it seemed like she was promoting her competitors, Su-lei couldn't help but say it. If she didn't agree with Lux and her ideas, she wouldn't have joined Lux's camp in the first place. Then you need to trouble Lei? Leave it to me. Hearing that Hikue finally gave in, Su-lei was full of energy at this time. The two of them fought like this. After a while, when the two of them stopped, Lux also came over. At this time, she was still wearing a bathrobe, and her delicate white collarbone was half exposed, with a kind of hazy beauty. Without giving Lux time to hesitate, Su-lei mustered up the courage to grab Lux's wrist. However, it was obvious that Lux had been prepared, and she just flicked her hand to avoid Su-lei's attack. What does Lei want to do? Although she was not very confident against Hikue, Lux was still confident that she could crush Su-lei, who was only good at research at first and became arrogant after meeting Hikue. I'm just afraid that Lux is not used to it, Su-lei said shyly, withdrawing her hand. Really? Staring at by Lux's bright eyes, Su-lei quickly gave in, glaring at Hikue, and then running to another bedroom. Lei is really bold. Lux looked at the culprit in front of her and smiled. Yes, but now. Su-lei might be a little scared of Lux, but this does not include that Hikue just said and kissed her. One night, the spring breeze passed over the moon, and the next morning, Herman and Plant had already obtained evidence of Hikue's abuse of power, and even workplace harassment. Looking at the recording with satisfaction, Herman gave a backup copy to the adjutant beside him. Contact the media and release it immediately. Immediately? The adjutant looked at the evidence in his hand, with a rather nervous look on his face. Don't you need to check it again, Representative Herman? After all, he was a hero of Plant. If they got it wrong, they would be completely defeated. And he was also a hero of Plant. It would not sound good if they spread this. With his impatient temper, it must be right. If we leave it for one more day, there may be mistakes. And while he is still on the moon, it is out of reach. The most important thing is to quickly cover him with a hat, so that he can't turn over. If this goes well, we can both be promoted. I will be the chairman of the National Defense Committee, and you will be the deputy. Okay. The adjutant who wanted to persuade Herman not to be used as a gun by others did not continue to persuade him after hearing this. After all, he became greedy under Herman's persuasion. While the two were operating, Hikue adjusted the microwave beam system in front of him, and then used the communication to find Shurha in District 11. In other words, do you think they will send us news immediately? Shurha asked. After all, that person doesn't look like he has patience. I will send you all the loopholes in the evidence, and you just need to find the reporter Lelu to prepare. She won't miss such a big news, Hikue said. Okay. Also pay attention to whether there are talents in Herman's October City who oppose him, preferably counselors. This time he may be able to defeat Herman. Then the next thing to consider is the issue of Herman's successor. Chapter 6:17. While Hikue was still diligently transforming the microwave beam on the moon, the plant on the other side was also bustling under Herman's operation. After all, Liang Tai's chaotic private life may be just a gray area. But if it is really like what the representative said, it is bullying and harassment, then it is obviously a crime. In Mei City, it was also very lively at this time. Many people looked at the breaking news in front of them, and started chatting in places such as bars. Someone must have deliberately framed Representative He. How is that possible? Said one person. But I heard that Representative Herman has submitted it to the court, and the female soldier involved has also returned to plant to testify. Another person retorted. So you mean, Representative, he really did it? Seeing the other person wanting to hit someone, one of the people who was about to say a few sarcastic words laughed. That's not what I mean, but there must be evidence for this matter. And Hikue's private life is indeed messy. Humph, even if it's like what you said, but now, Representative, he has to use coercion to fall in love with the other party? Faced with the other party's rebuttal, the boy wanted to say something or suddenly became beastly, but looking at the uncle's irrational look, he swallowed and didn't say it. Anyway, whether it's true or not, we still have to wait for today's hearing. I think that Herman did it on purpose. Why hold a hearing? As if he was afraid that the whole plant people didn't know. On this point, the young man agreed with the uncle's opinion. After all, Herman was the National Defense Commissioner. If Hikue was gone, he would have a much greater chance of becoming the chairman of the National Defense Commission. So it is very likely that it is a power struggle, but there is nothing they can do about this kind of thing. Although they say that the adjusters are rich people. But compared to the families in front, their personal property is just a small shrimp. There are only a few people who can really break the monopoly of those people, and it is still only Hikue. Otherwise, the names of city representatives would still be occupied by their families. Thinking of this, the young man's malice towards Hikue was no longer so great, and he just sighed. This time it depends on whether Hikue can hold on. It would be wrong to say that Herman was the only one behind this. Herman was just a representative of a group that was dissatisfied with Hikue breaking their monopoly. The main reason why the large amount of resources of plant has not yet destroyed the Earth's economy is that the three parties are balancing together. The Sarah faction, the Klein faction, and Hikue's neutral faction all forcibly prevented their companies from expanding in the Earth's sphere. Otherwise, with the ability of the adjusters, they would have been able to use some unconventional means of competition to bring down most of the energy industry companies on Earth. Plant is the sweet bun of the Earth, and vice versa. However, at this time, the three factions still restricted the companies within their ranks from using those vicious competition methods to go to Earth. Of course, on the surface, they did nothing wrong. It was reasonable, and neither natural persons nor adjusters could find fault with them. The reason they openly resisted was that the three factions had quietly surrendered to the Earth, so they were restricted. However, these extreme factions could not shake them. After all, in terms of economy, the Sarah faction and the Klein faction occupied half of the plant at that time. They could not beat them in business wars or in military force, so they could only start with Hikue. It seemed to be just a small matter of abuse of power, but it exposed the rise of some extreme adjuster supremacy after the war. Of course, most people regarded these background materials as conspiracy theories. After all, even the parties involved have no concrete evidence. I think there is no problem with Representative He. No matter what kind of people he is, he always protects us. People often say that those killers are just jokes. In the eyes of these uncles, Hikue is basically the child they watch grow up step by step. Although this child grows up a little fast. But he comes from the bottom. And he has walked step by step from the military school to the military factory. Naturally, they have a more favorable basis than ordinary representatives, not to mention that Hikue himself has saved them many times. So although Representative He's kindness is not unrepayable, it is still very great. Okay. The boy looked at the uncles in front of him, and did not continue to speak, but lowered his head, and continued to drink. On the other hand, Hikue's parents, who were also in District 11, were looking at the increasingly intense news and Shurha in front of them with full of worries and complexities. Shurha? Mom and Dad, don't worry, it's okay. Shurha smiled and comforted. It's all in our plan. Plan. When they heard it was a plan, the two elders were stunned, but they gradually understood. That bastard, what weird tricks did he come up with again? His father said helplessly, but he was still relieved. Are you sure Shurha is okay? Glazing at his father, his mother asked again. It's really okay, the real witnesses and evidence are all here with us. Shurha smiled. I have to say that Hikue is still very good at foresight. He guessed the opponent's possible actions before Herman took action and buried mines on the road in advance. I can only say that the loss is not unfair. That's good. Hearing this, his mother looked at the determined look on Shurha's face, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. But she still felt a little guilty when she looked at Shurha. Shurha, I'm sorry for you this time. At least for now, Shurha is also green in the eyes of others. It's okay, Shurha said gently. They may know something, but they didn't ask about Hikue's private life, so Shurha didn't say anything more. After repeated assurances, she left the room of the two elders. As soon as she returned to her office, Naola came over. Shurha, you have to attend the hearing on behalf of Hikue this time. Yes, I know. He has explained it. Shurha said, and looked at the hummingbird behind her. With her sharp eyesight, she could still see the camera in the mechanical bird's eye working. No need to ask, he must be watching. With this awareness, she felt safe at this moment. Ms. LaRue, are you ready? Of course, as long as the hearing is over, I guarantee that Herman and his team will be discredited and even resign from their representative positions. Well, then I trouble you, Miss LaRue. No. Chapter 618. The hearing was scheduled for the next day, and because Hikue was still working outside, Shurha Hanifs attended as Hikue's wife. Chief Judge, based on Hikue's reputation, this evidence, and the girl's testimony, it is obvious that Hikue has clearly committed a crime. This is an indisputable fact. Please start the investigation of Hikue immediately. At the same time, I suggest that the Supreme Council's temporary impeachment procedure be started simultaneously. Herman was very impressive on the debate stage. He looked at Shurha with a bit of disdain. If Hikue himself was here, he might be afraid, but what's so scary about a woman who relied on Hikue's connections to get to the top? This is why he was so anxious. Taking advantage of this opportunity, not giving Hikue a chance to breathe, and completely defeating the opponent is the most important thing. As Representative Herman said, the evidence is sufficient and indisputable. The chief judge was also bribed by Herman. He didn't even complete the procedural process at this time, and he just started talking without even asking Shurha. However, Shurha stood up leisurely and interrupted the chief judge's words. Objection. Shurha slammed his hands on the table in front of him. His voice was unquestionable, heroic and high-spirited, and it was impossible to refuse. Shurha Hanifs, do you have anything else to add? I would like to ask the witness girl to come out again to testify. Hearing this, Herman, who was originally shocked by the other party's trump card, also breathed a sigh of relief. Although Shurha's momentum was not like a vase, it was just a way to delay time. However, these are all procedural issues and cannot be skipped. So Herman simply nodded. In this case, we are also willing to give Representative Hikue a chance. Hearing the other party's condescending words, not only Shurha frowned, but even the people in May City who were watching the live broadcast couldn't help but throw their drinks and eggs over. If it wasn't on the screen, Herman would have been injured. As for places other than May City, although there was not so much excitement, many people were very dissatisfied with Herman, even including people in October City. Who is that Schulman? How dare you talk to Representative he like that? That's right, that face is really disgusting. A villain who cheats when he can't compete head-on. Go to hell. At the same time, voices defending Herman gradually rose on the internet. Wrong is wrong. Hikue himself did something wrong and broke the law, but he didn't allow others to say it. Rational analysis shows that Hikue is indeed not a good candidate for leadership. As the big brother said before, we are adjusters and don't do idol worship. Among these people, there are water armies, and some people who really think so. In short, both online and offline are in chaos at this time. At this time, turning our attention back to the hearing, Koizumi Kyoko also walked to the witness stand. Miss Koizumi, I'm sorry to make you uncomfortable again, but please tell me again how you were violated by Hikue. Facing the gazes of the crowd, and Shurha's gaze that somehow resembled Hikue's, the girl swallowed in fear. Then tears soon welled up in her eyes. I was not insulted by Representative He. I was coerced by Herman. Although the girl spoke lightly, her voice was still clearly transmitted to the entire plant through the entire live broadcast. At this time, after hearing what Koizumi said, Paytrek, who was still talking to Renwar, also smiled. I've already said that Hikue will definitely have a backup plan. Here it comes. Just now, Renwar was telling him to save Hikue. After all, he is still the speaker, and he has the right to temporarily suppress the whole thing. This is too risky. Renwar glanced at Patrick and continued. Hikue is a rare talent in our agriculture. If he is in prison, we must get him out. Although Renwar was quite considerate of this young man, she was not so considerate that she would abuse her power. The point was Hikue's research, which was very beneficial to the exploration of the outer universe and people's livelihood. It was a waste of resources to let such a person go to jail. It's not that easy for Hikue to go to jail. Patrick's stiff mouth corners slightly raised, and he looked at his wife in front of him with helplessness and a bit of doting. I've told you that we don't have to worry about these things in the future. Wouldn't it be better to find a place to live in seclusion and travel? It may be difficult for ordinary people to quit after tasting the power, but Patrick Sarah is obviously not one of them. Okay, you've said it so many times. Lenore's smile was also a bit warm. The two of them were being affectionate, and the people on the screen were also collectively shocked by Koizumi's sudden betrayal. What are you talking about? Herman looked at Koizumi and Shurha with a smile in front of him in fear, and a chill ran down his spine. Impossible, how could he have expected this in advance, and set so many traps? It should be a temporary bribe, there is still a chance. After thinking for a moment, Herman stood up. You must have been bribed by Hikue when you said this. Herman, please pay attention to your words, we now suspect that you are threatening the witness. Shurha slammed the table, and stood up again. According to relevant regulations, the witness's temporary change of words should no longer have legal effect. Herman was pressed by Shurha step by step, and turned his head to look at the chief judge. But the witness still has the freedom to make statements. This is just a hearing. After all, Hikue is in a high position and power at this time, and it is not something that ordinary people can shake. Even if the charges are confirmed here, there will be an investigation later, so Shurha's words at this time are reasonable and well-founded. The chief judge was timid when he was looked at by Shurha's sharp eyes, and nodded subconsciously. In fact, there is no way to refuse. Soon, another version of the story was told by the girl. The content of this version was similar, but the key point was changed. First of all, the reason why she went to Hikue's room changed from being called by Hikue privately to being threatened by Herman, who caught her parents in October City. What evidence do you have? After all, what Koizumi said was half true and half false. The true part was that he did find Koizumi, but the false part was that Koizumi himself agreed. Herman, realizing that the other party was trying to get close to him, didn't dare to let Koizumi continue. Of course, you bribed Representative his guard at the beginning. He's not here now. Herman smiled smugly, as if he had found a loophole. In fact, as soon as he succeeded, Herman used his connections to throw the guard to Earth. And on the way to Earth, the ship exploded for unknown reasons. Of course, our representative Herman thought he had killed the witness. So there is no evidence. Herman originally thought that the vase stood up at this time. Perhaps because the two had been together for a long time, he was serious at this time, and there was a sense of oppression brought by Hikue. You are talking nonsense, Chief Judge. Herman, whose thoughts were exposed, looked at the Chief Judge. Before the Chief Judge knocked the hammer, Shurha smiled. Of course there is evidence, because the guard is not dead at all. Chapter 619. What do you mean by not dead? Herman asked with his eyes wide open. If he had looked down on Shurha before, now he was only afraid. He was a high-ranking city representative, but he was completely suppressed by Shurha. Herman! Before Herman could calm down, he saw the door opened again. The security guard was standing outside the door at this time. When he saw that person, Herman quickly turned his eyes to the Chief Judge. Chief Judge, this is a violation. Yes, yes. The Chief Judge said hurriedly after a slight pause. Maybe? Shurha shrugged, and this action would make people subconsciously think that Shurha was possessed by Hikue. It was precisely because of the girl's appearance at this time that Herman's fear became even heavier. Chief Judge Zack. At this time, Leroux, who was sitting in the spectator seat, stood up. Excuse me, how do you explain the extra 5 million in your overseas account? Leroux said, as he turned his phone around. Although everyone couldn't see clearly, the muted phones in the audience seats also vibrated one after another at the same time. In this buzzing sound, it was obvious that Leroux's news report was also in full swing at this time. A big drama was quietly staged in Plant. At this time, the people in Plant who were watching had different thoughts as they looked at the super unfolding in front of them. Those who had supported Hikue before naturally laughed heartily at this time. And those who were not optimistic about Hikue and wanted to see Hikue in trouble were either guilty or uncomfortable as if they had eaten something. I said, Representative, he is not that kind of person. They actually framed our representative. Director Hannes is really amazing. They look like a married couple. The director has made the city representative speechless. This city representative cannot be retained. He should not be retained in the first place. How can he be allowed to be a city representative after doing such a thing? Allowing such a person to continue to be a city representative is simply an insult to the identity of a city representative. Looking at the excitement on the internet, Hikue on the moon looked at Lux, who was also watching the show with interest, with a rather amused look. I told you it's okay. Hikue smiled. I didn't expect you to do so much. Although she didn't expect it, Lux didn't look too surprised. She had seen too many calculations by Hikue, so she wasn't surprised anymore. Not bad. But Herman's power in October City is still strong. Even if he is taken down this time, it is estimated that his people will take over. Lux analyzed. I have a candidate. Hikue said mysteriously. Who? Hearing Hikue say this, Lux couldn't help but ask curiously. Adjutant. You have his dirty laundry? Lux soon figured out the stakes. It's just a small handle. Hikue shrugged. Congratulations to Representative He, you grabbed another city representative position. Lux said as she moved closer to Hikue. In addition to the May City, Jure's February City, and the current October City, Hikue has already seized several urban areas of the National Defense Committee. And Patrick obviously trusts Hikue very much, so it is a foregone conclusion that he will become the chairman of the National Defense Committee in the future. Thank you. I will continue to work hard. Seeing that the hearing and the matter in the private sector have come to an end on the screen, Hikue also turned off the screen monitoring in front of him. Then let's finish the work here first and go back quickly. Hikue smiled. What kind of work? You also made an appointment with Agnes to go to Copernicus. As Lux said this, her delicate hand slowly climbed onto Hikue's wrist. The distance between the two was infinitely close. Then, Lux took the initiative to kiss Hikue's lips. This is mine, Lux said with a bit of dominance at Hikue's lips. Then, one by one, the kiss gradually moved to Hikue's ears. Here too. Miss Lux, isn't that the whole face? No. Lakis let go of Hikue, her eyes filled with dissatisfaction. Of course not. Hikue smiled and held Lakis in his arms. The room was filled with singing and dancing. It was the second day at Copernicus Place. He, who had been visiting here frequently recently, was looking at the excited girl holding his arm, and his smile was still very warm. Hikue, do I look good in this? At this time, the girl, holding the dress over her slender figure, turned around in front of Hikue. The fluttering skirt has a bit of girlish charm. It's pretty. Perfunctory. Agnes pouted and glared at Hikue. The news about Hikue and Plant had spread, and Agnes's admiration for Hikue deepened. At the same time, she was a little uneasy about her behavior. She didn't know how to choose, but she didn't provide much help to the other party, so it should be okay, right? In the final analysis, they were just using each other. While Agnes was thinking, Hikue's bracelet also vibrated. The cockroaches he placed nearby reacted. In addition to Herman's affairs, these cockroaches have also helped him eliminate many waves of assassins recently. The ability of this kind of cockroach is stronger than he imagined. Unless the MS is deployed to deal with his physical body, it may be successful, otherwise only spies and secret agents can't cause any harm to him at all. Just like today's assassination, even if it is surrounded by a 6-person action team, Hikue doesn't think they have the possibility of success. After all, he had already completely grasped their position. But they acted at this time, which meant that they did not take Agnes's safety into consideration. Then what he had to do was to make things bigger. Team 1, aim at Hikue. Team 2, attract attention. Perhaps in order not to attract attention, they did not use the usual bombs at this time. Hikue listened to their arrangements, and the cockroach had quietly crawled onto the sniper's trouser leg. Target appears. Seeing the target appear, the sniper on the roof excitedly tightened the trigger. As long as he pulled the trigger, his future would be a bright future. And at this moment, the target appears. Team 2, get ready. In the scope, someone hit Hikue's shoulder. And in this pause, the sniper found that he could no longer move. The powerful neurotoxin passed through the blood vessels, causing the sniper to go from paralysis to death in less than a minute. Chapter 620. At the same time, a huge explosion suddenly occurred in the unmanned shop next to Hikue. Under the powerful explosion force, at that moment, the spy who had hit Hikue's shoulder was instantly blown away. At the same time, Hikue turned around very quickly and protected Agnes behind him. The huge explosion did not cause much damage to Hikue's bulletproof vest except for a little dust. Agnes, hurry up, it's an assassination. Hikue calmly protected the people and started running, while on the other side, under the control of Cockroach, the sniper rifle fired at the two people from time to time. Of course, under the precise control of AI, they were not hit. In this emergency situation, Agnes looked up at the chin of Hikue, who always protected her in his arms. Even from this angle, the boy is still very handsome. And perhaps because of the critical situation, the two heartbeats mixed together, making the deer in Agnes' heart jump up and down, not knowing where to run. However, did those people intend to kill me as well? Thinking of the previous explosion and the current sniping, and looking at Hikue who was holding her in his arms, the girl's heart was in a mess for a while. In a seemingly urgent situation here, the assassination team on the other side was also in chaos. What's going on? Group 1. Group 2. Why did the explosion happen? What are you doing? Answer me. However, no one answered him. The entire channel had been completely silent without anyone noticing. There was no sound from anyone except him. It was as if everyone had disappeared. If the operation fails, retreat. Even on such a busy street, the commander did not feel safe at this moment. Instead, he felt a chill rising from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. Holding back the fear in his heart, the commander started the car and prepared to leave. However, the commander did not notice that a cockroach had quietly crouched on the trouser leg of his calf. The assassination failed again. How many times? Looking at the report in front of him, Mattis slammed his hand on the table. He should have evolved his bird. At present, he is surrounded by hummingbird-like movements. Cruz said, as he put several blurry photos of Hikue in front of Mattis, and then the photos in front of the two were continuously enlarged and processed with enhanced precision. Soon a blurry picture of Hikue appeared, and behind Hikue was a small bird. It's the hummingbird that Cruz mentioned. Then collect information about this machine as soon as possible. Didn't I tell you to keep a low profile? What about that explosion? Yes, I find out. Cruiser chuckled, but he didn't agree with it. Since Hikue went to the moon, they have organized several assassinations, but they all failed without exception. You have to know that he is not on his own asteroid or in District 11. The moon must be weaker than those two places. But now all their spies and underground personnel on the moon are almost dead, and Hikue seems to be unharmed, let alone killed. It would be a waste of time to continue. Hikue must have some trump card that they don't know about. But Cruz couldn't figure out what this trump card was for a while. Thinking of this, Cruz saluted and left Mattis' office. Looking at the latest information about Hikue in his hand, Cruz smiled coldly again. He now has more time, so he can have fun with Representative He. At the same time, the girl who had just escaped back to the spaceship had calmed down. But looking at Hikue in front of her, her heartbeat was still accelerating unconsciously. Are you okay? In the room of the spaceship, Hikue asked intimately. Yeah, it's okay. The girl nodded with red eyes, and then she tightly wrapped her hands around his waist. It's good that you're fine. As soon as Hikue finished speaking, Agnes pressed her lips against his. The two of them kissed each other intimately, and the atmosphere became even more heated. As the atmosphere became more heated, Agnes also let herself go and lay on Hikue, looking like she wanted to overwhelm him. But Hikue did not continue, but held Agnes' shoulders with his iron hands. Although Agnes's previous spying was unforgivable, he did not have the habit of taking away the innocence of a girl because of a lie. After the clan is completely wiped out, there will definitely be a showdown. As for how the girl will choose, and whether she can make meritorious contributions, it depends on her performance during this period. Today, the relationship between Agnes's father and him is no longer that important. He can even get rid of Agnes's father, who works in the National Defense Committee, if he wants. Hikue. The desire in her heart was suppressed by the boy, and Agnes asked with some confusion. Agnes, this is a very important matter, be careful. Hikue said seriously. I've thought it through. No one is as powerful as Hikue, no one will protect her like Hikue, and no one can give her so much sense of security. I don't want you to regret it. Hikue touched the girl's head, and then gently hugged her in his arms. The girl who was treated so gently, at this time, felt confused. She wanted to tell Hikue the news she knew, but she was afraid that after Hikue knew it, she would lose the warmth between the two of them. If it was the past, she would definitely not think so. In her opinion, a man is just a merit, and she just needs to find the strongest one. But now, thinking of Hikue's soft whispers, and feeling the warmth of their skin touching, Agnes couldn't let go. Hikue, do you like me? Agnes buried her head in his arms and asked. Yes, but I still like the real Agnes more. Real? Agnes heard Hikue's words, and her heart, which was still warm, suddenly became flustered. Because Agnes has been worried about something, right? You can tell me anything. Facing Hikue's gentle gaze, the girl was speechless for a moment, not knowing how to answer. Of course, I won't be strong, Agnes. Seeing this, Hikue smiled. Can you tell me anything? If Agnes tells it, will Hikue hate Agnes? The impulse in the girl's heart made her unable to help but ask Hikue. Chapter 621. Of course, not anymore. Hikue said with a smile, and his hand gently stroked the ends of Agnes' hair. Really not? The question that appeared again expressed Agnes's uneasiness. Why do you hate Agnes? Hikue's question was somewhat leading. But the girl didn't notice it at this time. Because? The girl said with her lips slightly opened, and she had a lot of pain in her heart. But she soon thought of something. The organization found me before, and said they wanted me to provide them with information about Hikue. The girl hugged Hikue gently, with a soft tone in her voice. I want to help Hikue find out the hidden power. So I agreed to them. I didn't have time to tell you. Although her excuse was low level, if Hikue really liked her, he would probably accept it. Isn't it said that people in love are blind? After what happened before, the girl's confidence in her charm rose again. Is that so? Hikue did not intend to expose the truth and just continued. If that is the case, then did Agnes find anything? Yes. I have already got the basic information about their prime minister. The two sides had a video chat, so at least some of his appearance was known. However, Agnes's claim that she knew the basic information was obviously a bit of bragging. Hearing this, Hikue thought about it with a serious look on his face, and then patted Agnes' shoulder vigorously. Agnes has been a great help. Really? Hearing Hikue's affirmation, Agnes, who realized that the entanglement in her heart had been solved, became excited. Of course it's true. But I still need to trouble Agnes for the following information. Leave it to me. If she becomes a double agent in this way, she can also openly get the resources given by the other side for free, and there is also Hikue's endorsement. Just thinking about it makes people happy. At this time, Agnes, who was already so happy that she flew away, did not notice the faint cunning smile on Hikue's face. Hikue's work here came to an end, and the microwave beam device was basically completed. They teamed up and returned to District 11. At this time, many researchers in District 11 looked at him with more respect than usual. It seemed that the previous work also successfully made Hikue's reputation even better. Hikue. As soon as he returned to the villa in District 11, Shurha, who had not been seen for a long time, hugged him. Shurha, thank you for your hard work. Hikue stroked the girl's slender back and said in Shurha's ear. It's not hard. Shurha's voice was light, but it was heavy. The current situation is just as you expected. We have basically mastered October City. Okay. With another October City, he will have more help in becoming the speaker in the future. Hikue couldn't help but hug the girl and be intimate with her again. Just got back. She briefly pulled away from Hikue's warm embrace, and couldn't help but say coquettishly, That's why I need Shurha to help me welcome you. Listening to Hikue's dirty talk, Shurha glared at the young man, but did not resist. On the other side, Su Lei, who had been behind the two of them, walked up in dissatisfaction. And I want to welcome you too, Su Lei said without being polite, and started to grab food with Shurha. After a night of welcoming, Hikue came to his Aegis control room the next day. The control room here is very similar to the radar room on the asteroid where Hikue was, except that the technology content is a bit higher. Even the screen has been replaced with a virtual screen, which looks full of technology. The weather in South America is still so good. Hikue sighed, as he observed the outside world through Aegis. Is that right? Elena, who was beside Hikue, also responded with nostalgia at this time. The leaves blown by the wind were blowing like this, and just watching this scene, Elena's nose smelled the smell of the Amazon jungle. Do you miss home? Hikue asked. No. Elena hesitated for a while, and shook her head. Find a chance for you to go down, just in time to help me with something, Hikue said with a smile, looking at Elena's hypocritical look. Is it okay? Of course, Aegis will accompany you. By the way, you can check your parents' wishes. If they are willing to come up, just bring them up. Okay. Elena agreed immediately after hearing this. Hikue's District 11 is a holy place for recuperation. It is a place of outstanding people and beautiful scenery. In addition, he has a plan for small ecological adjustments, which makes the climate of the entire colony satellite even more comfortable than other colonies. This comfort does not refer to physical comfort. It is also psychological. After all, even if it is a perfect environment, you will get bored after staying there for a long time. And Hikue's technology adds different climates to such a small area. It completely simulates the feeling of the Earth. Although the physical experience is slightly worse, psychologically it makes people feel like they are on Earth. And the most important thing is safety. Even if Hikue didn't bring it up, she was going to say it. So after hearing Hikue's invitation, Elena agreed without hesitation. And Elena was very bold. After agreeing, she directly sat on Hikue's body. The plump body was pressed against Hikue's body, and then the two of them started to kiss each other. A strong feeling rose in my heart. Still doing the work. Hikue hugged Elena's waist with a smile. Although it was very thin, it was full of flexibility and strength. It made people love it. Now I am also doing the work. Elena rolled her eyes at him, and just when she was about to continue fighting, a boy suddenly appeared on the screen in front of them. The silver-haired boy was looking at Aegis in front of him strangely. Aegis, why are you here? Hercules, of course you are here to fulfill your promise, Hikuei said with a smile. The silver-haired boy in front of Aegis was the former Sothis. But now Sothis has completely taken off the uniform of the United Nations and is only wearing a well-fitting suit. It makes people feel a little uncomfortable. Promise? This sentence went around in Hercules' mind, and a memory that seemed very close, but also seemed very distant emerged in his mind. Can it be done now? To be specific, it can be done up there. Aegis pointed to the sky. Chapter 622. You are from Plant. There was no surprise in Hercules' words at this time. Yes. As soon as Hikuei finished speaking, he looked helplessly at Elena, who was playing a prank under him. So why do they like this so much? Shouldn't he treat them like this normally? How come it's the other way around? But now is not the time to mind this, and he bullies them enough in normal times. It's not impossible to let them do what they want now. Thinking about it, Hikuei suppressed his inner joy and continued. It's a friend from Plant, do you believe me? Hearing Hikuei's answer, Hercules slightly raised his eyebrows, as if he was surprised. I told you this answer at the beginning. But there is another question. Hearing Hercules' words, Hikuei smiled. You have changed a lot, so what is your question? Has this technology been verified? It has been verified by animals. I understand. Hearing Hikuei's answer, Hercules pondered for a moment, and then said, I have a friend who is a clone. Can he also go to you for treatment? Whose clone? I'm not sure, I just know that it's a former soldier of the Atlantic Federation with spatial perception ability. Hearing Hercules' words, Hikuei's heart skipped a beat. The first thing he thought of was Mu, and then he thought of Preya Rephali, the clone of Mu. But shouldn't that person be with the Mentor? Thinking in his heart, Hikuei still controlled Aegis to nod. That's fine, I can try it. This was originally part of the experiment, so they could follow along. But the final experiment will take some time to prepare, maybe until the middle of next year. No problem. Hercules nodded happily and agreed. Then I talk to the Prime Minister for you, Hikuei said after hearing this. That. The former Prime Minister is almost unable to hold on, and the new Prime Minister is in charge, Hercules said, with a bit of human helplessness on his face. Who is it? Hikuei asked. Mario Waters, originally pro-Plant, but since he came to power, the wind has tended to blow towards the Atlantic Federation. Hearing Hercules' words, Elena, who was still busy and focused, also stopped. At this point in time, Hikuei sighed upon hearing this. This is not surprising. Although the Atlantic Federation is weak now. But it is in this way that they can maximize their benefits. And the Atlantic Federation must have spent a lot of money to win over South America. So much money has been thrown at it, plus South America has such an environmental foundation, it would be strange if they are not greedy. Thinking of this, Hikuei shrugged. Then the ordinary method should not work, I will try it first. If it doesn't work, I will arrange another channel. It's not easy to live here, right? If he is pro-Atlantic Federation, then Hercules is a stain. It seems that even if the technology is not completed, Hercules cannot be left here. It's not difficult, Hercules said, but he seemed to have something to say but hesitated. What's wrong? Hikuei asked cooperatively. The former Prime Minister left a message for you. That person? Yeah. Hercules took out a device, with a complicated expression on his face, and handed it to Hikuei. Surprisingly, it was a wireless device that could be directly read by Aegis. In other words, he actually already knew his identity, but it's not surprising if he knew. Hikuei thought, the data has been read. Hikuei. At this time, Alina also wiped her red lips with a tissue and stood up worriedly. After all, she didn't do such a thing in front of him. It's probably okay, the current situation is not too bad. As Hikuei said this, the image of the Prime Minister appeared on the screen in front of him. He looked like an old man who was dying. The old man slowly opened his dry and cracked lips, and a hoarse voice came out. Aegis, I thought we were done with each other, but I didn't expect to need your help. Hercules is my heir. If you can cure him one day, he will probably pass this influence on to you. The two were surprised to hear that Hercules was the heir. Don't be so surprised. As if he had guessed their emotions, the old man chuckled in a good mood. He is a good kid. And he has enough prestige in the army. Half of the new officers were once his students. He has the ability and qualifications, and he will protect them. So, this is my last request. After healing Hercules, let him come back, and let him take over South America. As for the reward, the old man did not say, but his eyes full of wisdom revealed a lot of things. Hercules was his subordinate, or former subordinate. Given Hercules' personality, he will definitely respect his opinions in the future. That is to say, as long as he helps Hercules, he will control South America in the future. He said that he handed over his mantle to Hercules, but at the same time, he also entrusted it to Ikue. All my political and economic heritage has been stored in this disc, and you will hand it over to Hercules. Guide him to become the Prime Minister of South America. It would be best if he still calculated it. Ikue looked at the image in front of him. Although he said so, he felt mixed emotions in his heart. This old man has been thinking about South America all his life, although his methods are sometimes extreme and unscrupulous. But he can't help but make people admire him. He deliberately let Elena come to test his identity, and after seeing Elena successfully come in, he discovered his identity. Then he used Elena's contact with him to subtly change his attitude towards South America. Until now, South America was handed over to him. Ikue. At this time, Elena looked at him with a very complicated heart. The girl's thoughts were not that complicated. She was just excited by the old man's entrustment to Ikue. Ikue is the savior of South America and her savior. Thinking of this, the girl kissed the boy's lips more fiercely than before. The passion and the gentle touch made Ikue couldn't help but respond. Of course, it was just for a moment, and soon, Ikue let go of Elena. Okay, don't let Hercules wait too long. Ikue smiled. Chapter 623. Hercules, do you know the details? After returning to Hercules, Ikue asked. I don't know the details. Hercules looked a little sad. I understand. Ikue nodded after guessing some of Hercules' situation. The next step is to start planning for Hercules' rescue. All the resources belonging to the Prime Minister have been confirmed. Su Lei said, as soon as she returned to the room. At this time, it was only half a day, and the action confirmed by several people was very fast. Okay. Hearing this, Ikue nodded, but he was not surprised. After all, the big boss said so, and it is likely that he is not wrong. Then we have to think about how to rescue Hercules. It's not difficult for you. Su Lei shrugged and replied. That's what I said, but it's difficult to have a perfect excuse. First of all, the way he took Hercules away could not be used to justify his actions. Although Hercules now has his own military resources and the political capital of the former Prime Minister, if he directly gives the other party an excuse to convict him of treason, no matter how many resources he has, it will be useless. It would be best to let Hercules make an excuse for political asylum. But first, we still need to find evidence of persecution by the current Prime Minister. This is more difficult. After all, the current Prime Minister is also afraid that the other party will have an excuse to leave. It seems that we need to use the Prime Minister's resources now. With the Prime Minister's resources, even if the current resources have shrunk by more than half with the Prime Minister's death, combined with Ikue's coordination ability, it can definitely play a 150% role. As long as you have a plan. Su Lei said as she hugged Ikue, and the contact of their skin brought a warm feeling. When are you going to implement it? Su Lei asked as she breathed into Ikue's ear like a prank. Probably tomorrow, but we still need some preparations. Prepare with Elena? Su Lei said with a glare at Ikue. Prepare seriously? Ikue explained. Did I say anything inappropriate? Su Lei hugged Ikue a little harder, as if she wanted to melt into Ikue's arms. Together tonight? Su Lei's voice sounded muffled in his arms, with some obvious temptation. Okay. Ikue agreed very naturally. Is Elena there? Su Lei looked up and asked. Of course she is. Hearing Ikue's words, Su Lei's face was a little speechless. Then you still say you are not serious? Tomorrow is serious. Ikue said without giving Su Lei a chance to breathe, and just kissed Su Lei's cherry lips. For a moment, the air in the room became thicker. And then came the hotter temperature. A week later, Ikue woke up Elena, who was still in his arms, on the bed in Area 11, and the two came to the operation room together. At the same time, in the capital of Panama in South America. Who conducted the investigation on Hercules? You turned a deaf ear to my orders. At this time in the Prime Minister's office, the new Prime Minister was looking at his subordinates in front of him with a sullen face. No one had an answer at the moment. This time, it was actually their own people, the South American Internal Investigation Bureau, who approved the plan to investigate Hercules. Things were strange everywhere. At present, the internal military and the former Prime Minister's supporters were all attacking them, making it difficult to cope. Sir, our first priority now is to keep Hercules. If you can win him over, win him over. If you can't win him over then... The loyal subordinate made a throat-cutting gesture to the Prime Minister. Since the water has been muddied, why not just go all out? Although it is dangerous, they have already come here and have no way out. We can't let Hercules leave. If Hercules leaves, their legitimacy will be questioned. The army will also be in turmoil. In short, it is very bad. Hercules can't attack natural people. It's very easy to kill him. How can a low-level combat adjuster become our leader? That's right. The conference room was boiling with excitement when the man said that. It seemed that everyone here was the vanguard of the anti-adjustment. Tell me about your plan. The new prime minister gritted his teeth and said, Of course. As everyone was discussing intensely in the office, Hikue on the other side controlled the disguised Aegis and appeared in Hercules' room. They are likely to arrest you here, or just shoot you dead. Aegis calmly analyzed the situation for Hercules. I'm not afraid. Hercules shook his head. But you still want to inherit that person's legacy, right? Hikue smiled. When I cure you, you will come back again. Even if you want to die, there's no rush. Hearing Hikue's advice, Hercules also nodded after pondering. But what do you think about leading South America? Hikue asked with some curiosity, knowing that the other party would agree without a doubt. Leader. Hercules frowned slightly upon hearing this, obviously thinking seriously about this question. I'm not sure if I can be a qualified leader. But my mission is to protect natural people, so I will do my best. Hercules said frankly, looking at Hikue seriously. The shackles that have trapped you will disappear soon. Hikue said. Aegis, we are all born with a mission, and even if the genes change, the mission will not change. Hercules has become romantic. As soon as Hikue finished speaking, there was a knock on the door outside Hercules' dormitory. Hercules, we are the Internal Affairs team of the United States of South America. Please cooperate with our investigation. Outside the surveillance, Hikue clearly saw through Xiuqiang that the fully armed personnel were on standby near Hercules' home. Here they are. I also asked the media to ambush nearby, but we need to let them fire first. How do we do this? Hercules asked curiously. It's very simple, just shoot yourself. Hikue said. On the other side, the old form of Aegis was hiding around. What if the shot is off target? Hercules couldn't help asking after hearing that. It won't be off target, as long as you are accurate to this position. Hikue pointed to the position in front of the door. As long as the door is opened, the sniper rifle will fire. Then he can naturally start to escape. If everything goes well, then when Hercules comes next time, it will be his world. Chapter 624. Just as Hikue planned, Hercules opened the door, and the person outside the door said directly, This is the Ministry of Internal Affairs, and we would like to ask you to assist in the investigation. Perhaps because he knew that the other party could not harm natural persons, the attitude of this field officer was not good at this time. There was even a hint of contempt in his eyes, as he looked at her. Hikue, who took all this in his eyes, narrowed his eyes slightly. The so-called relationship will be divided into close and distant, not to mention Hercules. So Hikue obviously showed his unhappy mood at this time. However, thinking about what was about to happen, Hikue's unhappiness was hidden again. Before Hercules could answer, gunshots suddenly rang out, instantly breaking the tranquility of the residential area inside the South American military zone. What's going on? Who is shooting? The field staff subconsciously bent down and hid behind the wall. And the field staff said in panic in the headset. It would be fine if he was killed, but Hercules was just holding his wound on his arm. Not sure. Hearing the panicked voice in the headset, the field officer's face gradually turned pale. Thinking in his heart, he raised his pistol and wanted to shoot Hercules. However, at this moment, Hercules had already jumped directly from the open balcony, as if he had predicted the future. With the help of Aegis, Hercules went into the sewer and disappeared in an instant. It's over. Looking at the completely out-of-control situation in front of him, the field staff had lost their minds. After all, this kind of action can be said to be completely out of control. But the person who can be the general manager of the operation is not a loser. After a little hesitation, he made a decision. The most important thing at the moment is to suppress the news. Thinking about it, the person in charge of the field staff said in the headset, Let them block the news, and completely block this place. Let the officers nearby not go out unless it's important. Secretly issue a wanted order for Hercules, regardless of life or death. After a brief moment of shock, the person in charge gradually became more skilled. Soon, he was able to control the news in an orderly manner. However, in such a smooth atmosphere, a call came into the person in charge's mobile phone. Yut, is there a mistake in the operation? The person on the other end of the phone was the minister of the Ministry of Internal Affairs. When Fyut heard the other party's voice, he was obviously a little confused and panicked. After all, he was planning to make amends for his crime as soon as possible, but it was surprising that he was discovered so quickly. Perhaps someone in his team had gone up. It seemed that he would have to be clear about the insider later. However, despite thinking about it, Few was not too nervous at this time. After all, he had the situation under control. Thinking about it, Few said after a while, "Yes, but the situation has been controlled by me. Please rest assured, Director." "I rest assured, you immortal board." Hearing Few's self-righteous words, the director on the opposite side burst out a swear word. "Do you know what the media outside is reporting now? They say we are carrying out assassination activities against heroes in the name of investigation. Although they originally planned to do so, it is another situation to be exposed in the open." "Impossible. They have no evidence. They are just spreading rumors." Foot retorted in disbelief. "How long has this happened? Even the media can't be so well informed, right? However, the facts are usually contrary to one's wishes. I saw a news report and a video on Few's phone. What happened here is exactly what happened just now, including the news that he pointed a gun at Hercules, and then Hercules ran away. With such detailed video materials, Few was basically beaten to death. Now the entire South American internet is full of various criticisms of the Ministry of the Interior. Why did they film such obviously misleading content? Few responded quickly and reiterated, "I know what you mean, but it's what we filmed, and even we can't completely control the media. The media's salary is funded by Plant, so naturally their butts are crooked. They are just talking nonsense." With a little guilty conscience, Few spoke very rudely. But the director at this time didn't buy it at all. "How long have you been here, Few?" the director on the other end of the phone said before Few could refute. "You should know that the truth is often not the most important thing. You have been temporarily dismissed. Let's talk about it after this storm is over. I will send someone to take over your job." In fact, the director had already thought about it before calling. This is not something that Few can change with a few words. At this time, Few felt a chill in his heart and felt something was wrong. No matter how he thought about it, it seemed that he was framed. Thinking of this, Foot continued excitedly, "Please give me a chance. I can track down the information of the murderer behind it. As long as it can be proved that it was done by Hercules, the wind direction will change." Hearing Foot's words, the director snorted coldly, and his voice was full of distrust that was almost turned into substance. "Someone will naturally take over your job later, don't worry." Looking at the busy phone, Foot threw the sturdy phone directly to the ground. "Cunning adjuster, damn adjuster, you deserve to die." At this moment, Few hated Hercules so much that his teeth itched. Even the adjuster was full of hatred at this moment. It was all those adjusters. Thinking of this, Few threw the certificate on the ground and walked out angrily. At this moment, on the other side, in the control room of District 11 of May City, Elena looked at Hikue with admiration, her eyes flickering and quite moving. Hikue is too powerful. It can hit the target even from such a distance. The reason why the Ministry of Internal Affairs could not detect it is very simple. After all, Hikue was shooting outside their facial area. And if he ran away after shooting, naturally no one would notice. This method cannot be used too often, Hikue said, and Aegis also took back the sniper rifle in his hand. Then, he walked downstairs. "Go and guide Hercules over, while they are still blocking the news." Hikue chuckled at Elena insidiously. "Okay." Elena was also optimistic about Hercules, and with the Prime Minister's previous entrustment, the girl also looked happy after hearing this. Chapter 625. With the support of Hikue technology, Hercules left South America and headed for Sun City. As for why it was not Plant, it was because Hikue's current destination was also there. Looking at the familiar scene in Sun City, Hikue withdrew his hand from Lux's waist. "Why did you come here?" Seeing the warship begin to dock, Hikue asked. "Can't you come over to play?" Lux glared at Hikue. As the number of times they met increased, Lux's smile was even more charming as a woman. "She looks more attractive than before." "Okay, but I didn't expect Lux to be so idle." Lux shrugged and said Hikue's words. "A little?" Hikue swept his nose. "Better than someone." She rolled her eyes at Hikue and walked towards the exit in her pure white sandals with thin white heels. Hikue could only follow behind helplessly. He came here for the new battleship, which was almost ready to set sail. As for why he had to come here by himself before sailing, one reason was to pick up Hercules and his friends, and the other reason was that it was well known that when a new ship was launched, it was a good time to grab Gundam. Although he didn't have Gundam here, he had a new ship. So Hikue came here in person. Talking to Lakis, the two of them arrived outside the port, and Kigali was waiting outside at this time. When he saw Kigali, Hikue's expression froze. After all, Kigali told him that she was in the mainland. In other words, Kigali wanted to give him a surprise? Of course, she didn't know that the surprise turned into a shock to the three of them. At this time, Lakis, who was still chatting with Hikue, naturally saw the Princess of Orb. It's not that the two had never met before. First, they were in the car at the beginning, and later they had a lot of confrontations during the negotiations in Alaska. So after seeing this young lion with golden hair, Lakis looked at Hikue. There was a little anger in her eyes. The two of them had fought so fiercely over Hikue before, and who knows what the situation is now. Of course, she didn't really care about Kigali's affairs. It's better to say that this relationship with Hikue can really bring real benefits, and it seems that the princess is fascinated by Hikue. And she also enjoyed the shameless Hikue's embarrassing look at this time. On the other side, Kigali and Luck seemed to have a tacit understanding at this time, and they also looked over. The eyes looking at Lakis were burning. It was obvious that Kigali still cared about the last incident. Facing the gazes of the two, Hikue laughed awkwardly. As if nothing had happened, he walked towards the Aurora Society led by Kigali and others. Kigali, why are you here? Come to see you, Kigali said in a low voice, but her eyes did not move away from Lakis's face. Although the previous incident had been a long time ago, looking at Lakis at this time, Kigali's heart was still alarmed. If Erika wasn't here, she would have rushed over and reminisced about the past and claimed sovereignty like last time. Thinking of this, Kigali looked at Erika. Unfortunately, Erika still had to introduce the battleship. Erika was happy to see Lakis. After all, she thought that this would make Kigali give up. As a result, I don't know what kind of love potion Hikue fed Kigali, but his eyes seemed to be even more fiery. Hateful that Hikue, after bringing the man named Aslan here last time, he didn't take him away, and now he drags Kira out to play every day, so she can't find him at all. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Erika glared at Hikue before walking forward. Representative Miss Lakis, welcome to both of you. Although Lakis's arrival was not written on the sign, one more person was not a big problem, so no one said anything at this time. As if Lakis was going to come anyway, she invited people into the port and walked along the familiar path towards the warship's launch port again. Why is Miss Lakis here? Without speaking to Hikue, Kigali asked Lakis through Hikue. At this time, everyone was standing in a row, with Hikue in the middle, and the two women next to each other. As a member of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, I came here with the purpose of wanting to know more about your country. Lakis answered flawlessly, immediately resolving Kigali's question, and continued. Then why is Miss Kigali at the port again? Lakis asked with a chuckle. After all, Mr. He is an important guest of our orb. When it comes to the word guest, Kigali's voice is a little more gentle. It seems to emphasize that the relationship between the two is more than a guest. Is that so? Then I am also benefiting from Hikue, right? Lakis gently poked his waist with her delicate elbow. It didn't hurt, but it was very intimate. Kigali, who was watching this scene, was immediately indignant. After thinking for a while, she looked at the back of Erika's head in front of her to make sure that no one noticed this place, and then she grabbed Hikue's wrist, twisted him around and kissed Hikue's lips. A simple kiss ended quickly because of Kigali's shyness, and the girl at this time was looking at Lakis with a bit of provocation, while holding back her shyness. Lakis was not too surprised by the other party's action. After all, Kigali had done it to Hikue last time she came to Plant. And she was not the same person now. Lakis first glared at Hikue, as if complaining about Hikue's action of not refusing. Then she slowly said, I didn't expect Miss Kigali to be so bold. Facing Kigali's victorious attitude, although calm but unwilling to admit defeat, Lakis moved closer to Hikue. However, she paused in front of Hikue's lips first, then raised her wrist as if she was a little disgusted, wiped Hikue's lips with her soft fingertips, and then kissed him. It was also a light peck, and she felt a little more liquid in her mouth. Hikue, who had never expected this to happen, blinked his eyes, and didn't know what to say. Although this scene seems a bit painful, happiness is also real happiness. And Lakis just now was actually a deliberate provocation. Then Kigali will fight back. The best is, and facing Hikue's increasingly fiery and encouraging eyes, Kigali thought of Lakis's action just now, and was about to do something to Hikue's mouth, but Erika in front turned her head back. We are almost there. Erika looked at the three people in the back seat. Although there was no sound just now, facing Kigali's red face, Erika's dissatisfaction with Hikue increased a little. Chapter 626. Accompanying Erika's words, the three of them did not continue to do anything outrageous, but came to the front of the new ship together. The new ship was already fully formed. Even the color of the armor was revealed. The gray-white streamlined fuselage was somewhat similar to the Archangel in shape and length, and it looked full of futuristic technology. At this time, the warship was equipped with light shield generators everywhere, which could provide all-round protection for the warship when it was attacked. In addition, there are 2 positron cannons on both sides of the bow, and 4 evenly arranged circular structures at the stern, which are the light transmitters. The most distinctive feature is the ram at the front of the bow. The ram using thermal energy can easily smash the armor of ordinary warships. When used with a light shield, it can be said that the warship cannons are used to the extreme. It can be said that Orb has really put a lot of effort into this. After quickly checking the entire warship, Hikue nodded with satisfaction. It can be seen that Orb is also full of sincerity for the cooperation between the 2 parties. Thank you for your hard work. Hikue smiled at Erika. I don't deserve it. Although Erika said so, it sounded a bit sarcastic. But after all, he ate other people's princesses, so Hikue didn't mind Erika's attitude at this time. He just smiled and continued to look at the battleship in front of him. When do you plan to leave? Erika asked. Tomorrow. Now that he was here, Hikue had no intention of leaving immediately. There were many cooperative projects in Sun City, and seeing them all here was considered completing his work. And it was rare to see Kigali. Okay. Erika, who had expected this answer, glared at Hikue and then looked away. The 2 chatted about the battleship for a while before leaving the factory. It seems that your estimate was wrong. Looking at the employees working in front of her in the car, Lux took Hikue's hand and smiled intimately. The voice was as gentle and moving as singing. She naturally knew Hikue's speculation that he might be attacked this time. It's hard to say. Hikue actually had no evidence, but he still had to be careful. As Hikue said this, Kigali on the side couldn't help but say, "What are you talking about?" Kigali is no longer as impulsive as before, but she couldn't help but feel jealous when she saw the 2 of them interacting intimately. She and Hikue haven't seen each other for so long. As a result, Hikue was taken by that guy. I was afraid of an attack or something. Hikue smiled and stroked Kigali's hair and explained. At this time, Kigali felt the warmth on her head, but she was not dissatisfied. She just rubbed it towards Hikue's palm with a little force. She was as obedient as a little lion. No, since the last incident, our defense has been very complete. While rubbing obediently, Kigali said. Thank you, Kigali. Yeah. Hearing Hikue's words, the dissatisfaction in Kigali's heart instantly disappeared. Looking at this scene, Lakis narrowed his eyes slightly. The relationship between the 2 is really good. But this is good for her or them. Of course, Lakis is not the kind of person who will push people out for this reason. She just rubbed Hikue's shoes gently with her high heels. Then if there is no danger, why don't we go back early? I remember there is still a lot of work to do. Listening to Lakis' words, Kigali's eyebrows were raised high. She hugged Hikue's arm tightly again. How can it be so fast? Looking at Kigali's actions, Hikue looked at Lakis speechlessly, and then quickly comforted her. The car quickly arrived at a large mansion similar to the one Lakis, and Hikue lived in plant while the 3 of them were playing. When are you going to Mars? Taking Hikue to the room, Kigali asked. Probably after the new year. That's about right. It was already the end of the year, and there was only half a month left before the new year, which was indeed almost right. I want to go with you. Kigali looked at Lakis, who was silent, and felt a little uneasy. After all, if Hikue refused, okay. It seemed that Yuzumiya had not told Kigali yet, and Kigali didn't know that the 2 had already communicated. Really? Hearing what Hikue said, Kigali was happy for a moment, but then she became a little worried. It's okay, going to Mars will also help you. Hikue, who knew Kigali's worries very well, replied. Yeah, Mars, Kigali murmured softly, and soon, she dispelled her worries. Looking at Kigali's appearance, Hikue then put his arm around Kigali's waist again. Although Kigali liked and was willing to stay in Orb also restricted her freedom. As the time between them grew longer, Kigali felt more lonely. After feeling Hikue's warmth, Kigali's depression seemed to be gradually relieved, so she raised her toes and kissed Hikue on the lips. After feeling the warmth, Hikue gently pushed Kigali away. What's wrong? There's still time for dinner, Kigali said dissatisfiedly. After not seeing each other for a long time, only the most intimate contact can make up for it. You need to wait a moment. Hikue smiled, and then looked at the green plants outside the window. I need to pick someone up. Hercules was about to arrive. With Aegis accompanying Hercules, he could clearly understand Hercules' current schedule, and of course ensure his safety to the greatest extent. I can send someone to pick him up, Kigali said. No, it's better for me to go in person. Then I want to go too, Kigali said immediately after hearing this. At this time, Hikue thought about it and nodded. Then let's go together. As he spoke, Hikue's bracelet also shook. At this time, on the other side, the transport ship close to Hercules was also ringing alarm bells. It's a natural person. Looking at the appearance of the dagger on the screen on the bridge, Hercules said at this time. Yes. At this time, Elena was in charge of the control, and she began to feel headache when she saw the pursuers outside. The South American government is definitely supported by some other forces at present, and it can even find the universe. Natural people have more advantages than adjusters and enhance people against Hercules. The war is about to start. Chapter 627. I drive the machine, Hercules, come with me. As Elena said this, Hikue also contacted Elena in Sun City. What's the situation? Hikue's voice was calm, and Elena was full of experience anyway, so she didn't panic at this time. She just operated Aegis to get on the familiar air-mounted assault and continued. They are rushing over. The radar currently shows that there are 3 Nelson class and 12 Slaughter daggers. Are there any machines using PS armor? No. That's good. It seems that the other party doesn't take the situation in South America too seriously. Or maybe they just want the Panama Mass Accelerator. They have no intention of helping the other party at all. Of course, this may also be due to their contempt for him. After all, he is about to leave for Mars now. Maybe they are preparing to target Mars, or maybe they think that a combat adjuster who can't hurt natural people can't pose any threat to them. Of course, generally speaking, 2 daggers and 1 snatcher against 12 slaughter daggers is definitely troublesome enough. And the main Hercules can't take action. But Hikue is here, he is the least afraid of such a small encounter. After all, with Xianyo here, he alone is enough to disrupt the entire battle. To target him, either the human wave tactics or the technical crushing. However, after hearing what Elena said, Leontai did not take it lightly and just continued. Let Shurha come to support you. I will control the bird remotely. There is no control panel here, so Hikue can only control the bird. Okay. Hearing Hikue's words, Elena nodded quickly. I help too. As the two were talking, they had already arrived at the hangar, and a young man with golden hair in front of them entered Aegis's sight. It turned out to be Hercules' friend. Okay. Since it was Mu's clone, the two had no objection at this time. But as you can see, we only have the daggers besides robbing them. No problem. The young man said softly. Okay. Looking at the quiet young man, Hikue suddenly looked forward to the scene of her meeting Lei. Thinking of this, the few of them did not stop. As the 3 machines were ejected, the 12 slaughter daggers in front of them came into view. Hercules, since you dare to run away, die here. The leader of the opposite team seemed to be familiar with Hercules, and was shouting in the laser communication at this time. Fernando, you don't need to do this. Hercules frowned and said. Haha, are you kidding? If I kill you, I can become a major. So teacher, give me your life. After saying that, the captain named Fernando started shooting at their 3 machines. Fernando seeing Hercules' tangled look, Elena also turned this name around in her mind. Fernando is one of Hercules' students. Elena explained to Ryuta at this time. But Fernando was transferred to the new Prime Minister's Internal Affairs Bureau not long after. Hercules has a lot of experience. Hikue sighed, and on the other side, Hercules continued. Can you not take their lives if there is no threat? It was a question, as if he would not ask more if he said no. Yes. Hikue shrugged. If Hercules succeeds, he will be the manager of South America in the future. And with his current ability, he really doesn't need to kill the other party. Then let's get started. Elena said excitedly and rushed forward with Hercules. Because Hercules couldn't attack, all he could do at this time was to look at the radar. As for Hikue, he controlled the black low-visibility bird and rushed towards the surrounding daggers. The 2 armies soon met. Faced with this overwhelming number, Aegis soon fell into a passive position. It can only rely on more powerful maneuverability to fly quickly in the universe to dodge. After the 2 sides fought for 2 rounds, Hikue finally found an opportunity to let the bird lie directly on a slaughter dagger. After quickly finding the external interface, the dagger that had not been upgraded was instantly deprived of control by Hikue. Shurha. Coming! With Shurha's response on the other end of the communication, the beam gun in the hand of the machine was aimed at the 3 machines in front of it. 3 shots were fired, without any obstruction or evasion, and even before the radar sounded, the 3 machines were quickly blown up with the arms holding beam guns. Shurha did not wait for them to react and fired 3 more shots. However, this time it was not as smooth as before, and 1 shot was missed, But the one-armed dagger obviously had no fighting spirit at this time, and retreated with the two scrap machines. What? Fernando was confused when he saw this situation, and then he opened the team's communication. Juan, what are you doing? One can't answer your question now. An indistinguishable male or female voice sounded in Fernando's communication, and then Juan's machine crashed. On the other side, looking at the situation that was going so smoothly, Hikue's mouth curled slightly. It seems that they didn't report this information to the Atlantic Federation? Looking at Fernando, who still didn't know what was going on, Hikue also had a guess in his mind. It's not because they can't take care of him, but because they didn't know he was coming. If that's the case, the new Prime Minister probably wants to make up for the loss. But how can this be made up? Hikue controlled another machine while talking. He did it again, and soon all 8 machines were gone. Who are you? Fernando was completely confused at this time. Although the opponent didn't kill him, he couldn't stand the strange way of attacking. His own machine attacked him. This kind of psychological pressure is not something that anyone can face. At this time, the captain was almost broken down, not to mention commanding. Your student is not very good. Elena complained to the voice in her ear. Well, it is not very good. Hercules' mouth twitched slightly after hearing this, but he still nodded. This way of speaking reminded him of someone. Now was not the time to ask more questions. Hercules did not say anything, but continued to report the inaccurate beam shot by Fernando from behind. And in the end, Hikue also controlled the bird to land on Fernando's body. Chapter 628. After taking control instantly, Hikue's adjusted voice sounded in the cabin. Don't worry about who I am. Go back and tell your boss. It won't be that simple next time. Now let's go! After locking all the weapon systems on the dagger, Hikue flew away directly. Fernando, who was watching this scene, looked at the moving away machine and the messy battlefield, and still looked confused. Just now, if the other party wanted them to die, they would have died long ago. But no. It's because the other side is also a combat adjuster. Looking at the transport ship going away, Fernando was unwilling to give up and slapped the cockpit hard. Since the people are safe, Hikue is also ready to pick them up. According to the route, they will arrive in about 6 hours. Thinking about it, just came out of Kigali's small study. A figure rushed directly into Hikue's arms. With a touch of fragrance, it is very comfortable to smell and hold. Hikue, what were you doing just now? Kajiali looked at him with a grudge. They were almost done just now, but it took almost an hour. Just now, I was saving someone. Saving someone? Kajiali blinked in confusion. But she didn't ask any more questions, just nodded and pulled Hikue's hand to her waist. I've taken a shower. Kajiali's voice was full of obvious meaning, which made people feel excited. And Hikue, since the matter was over, he was not a person who would endure it. 6 hours is more than enough. Thinking of this, Hikue hugged Kigali tightly, and just as he was about to kiss her, the door opened again. Hikue, what are you going to do? Lakis looked at the two with a smile. She said that this person was in the way. Kigali complained about the other party in her heart, then glared at Lakis and kissed him. At this time, Lakis glared at Hikue again, and then walked to the bathroom leisurely. So, Lakis wants to finish the battle as soon as possible. Then go find her? Hikue, who barely understood what the other party meant, was a little helpless. But the bathroom here is advanced and can do other things. 1 hour should be fine. But why can't we go together? Of course, it is really difficult to let Lakis go together, or with Kigali. What did she mean just now? Kigali narrowed her eyes, and asked dissatisfiedly. But without answering Kigali, Hikue took the little person, who was looking around in his arms into his arms, and then lowered his head and kissed him. A passionate kiss took place in the room. Not long after, under the influence of lack of oxygen and emotion, Kigali forgot all the questions just now. She was immersed in the wonderful experience with Hikue. 1 hour later. The bed was no longer as tidy as when they just came, and the smell in the room was also ambiguous, and Kigali leaned on Hikue's arms with a bit of satisfaction. Although it was only an hour, you really tried your best. Physical fitness plus 200. Kigali Asha's favorability 127. Favorability bonus 6. Physical fitness A level 76211/100 000. Academics, Ecological Simulation 11547/50 000. What does it mean to really try your best? Obviously, Kigali is also very satisfied. Looking down at Kigali, whose hair was completely draped in front of her body, and still had a little bit of ambiguity, Hikue lowered his head and kissed her again. Come back later, sleep for a while. Pushing Hikue with her slender hand, Kigali said with a bit of confusion. Okay. He said, this is an hour, it's not a photo shoot, it's amazing for ordinary people, right? Hikue stood up and walked towards the bathroom while complaining. While waiting for Hikue to enter, Lux was sitting outside the dry and wet separated bathroom, looking bored and looking at some documents on a tablet. She didn't seem to react at all when she heard Hikue coming in. What are you looking at? Not long after, Hikue approached and asked. Some of the cooperative projects here, I'm not here for fun. Looking like she was getting ready to take a shower and combing her pink hair to one side, Lux turned around and glared at him. She looked more charming than usual. Hikue walked up to her without hesitation, but before he could hug the pink girl in the bathrobe, he was pushed against her shoulder. It still smells. The girl wrinkled her nose cutely, then put down the tablet and pointed to the bathroom. Let's take a shower. Then Lux will take a shower with me. Facing Hikue's gaze, Lux's face blushed for the first time. Luxury's shy look had already replaced the answer, and Hikue consciously picked Lux up. They entered the smoky bathroom that was big enough to accommodate more than a dozen people, and soon the two of them walked in one after another. The water is ready, Hikue said with a bit of sarcasm. Humph. Lakis did not answer this embarrassing question, and she continued to ask as her bare hand slid across the water. When will Hercules arrive? About 5 hours. Attacked? I guess so, but we were repelled. Oh! Hearing this, Lakis nodded, and then gently put down the hair she had held up. I help you wash it. Hikue smiled as he watched Lux's movements. Oh, Lux couldn't help but feel a little sweet in her heart for Hikue's caring behavior. Of course, she just pursed her lips slightly and nodded to Hikue. When we leave, they will probably ambush you, Lux said softly as she felt her hair being gently pulled. Yes. Hikue could see Lux's delicate butterfly bones under her pink hair from this direction. The flapping of its wings between breasts was like a real butterfly, which made people jealous. What are you going to do? It will definitely be heavily guarded by then. Even if they come, they may not attack. If they do, I still have my organism here, Hikue said softly. Did you also install the light transmitter on the Liberator? Not only that, but also the Stargazer. The Stargazer's beam has good attack and defense power. And the mothership also has the latest defense system. It can be said that as long as you fight in a dirty way, Cruz is no match. Of course, we have to be careful of possible spies. After forming an alliance with Mars, we will clean up the tribe when we come back, and then we can retire, Hikue said, while applying conditioner to Lux's hair. You don't want to be the speaker? Lux asked softly. Then you should finish your term as the speaker before retiring. Chapter 629 The activities in the bathroom make your heart float. Ability value plus 200. Current favorability of Lakis Klein is 103. Experience bonus 5. MS Operation Technology A level 84111/100,000. Spatial Cognition Ability A level 51211/100,000. Retracting his gaze from the virtual frame in front of him, Hikue looked at the girl in his arms. At this time, the two were still in the pool, although they had been soaking for a long time. But both of them were in good physical condition, and they didn't feel uncomfortable at all. At this moment, a knock on the door broke the ambiguous atmosphere in the bathroom. It's time to eat. You're going to pick someone up after eating, right? Kigali said unhappily outside the door. But although she wanted to open the door, she didn't have the courage to do so. She had to say it outside the door. Well, I know. After Hikue heard this, he responded in the bathroom, and Lux, who was still soaking in the water in his arms, also moaned. The voice was neither loud nor soft, but it was just loud enough for Kigali's ears. I wait for you outside. After saying that, Kigali left without looking back. And Hikue looked at Lakis in his arms with a bad temper. At this time, Lakis's pink hair was floating in the pool. It looked even more pink against the background of a little water vapor. Why do you always make Kigali angry? Not always. Lakis slowly raised her head from Hikue's shoulder and glared at the boy before standing up from the pool. The beautiful scenery was immediately revealed in front of Hikue. Unfortunately, Hikue didn't have time to look at the scenery for long, as Lux had already picked up the bathrobe by the pool and put it on. The pure white bathrobe covered the girl's skin, making it even whiter and more translucent. If you want to see it, wait until the evening. She turned around and met Hikue's gaze. Although the girl was still a little shy, her eyes were full of affection. Okay. Hikue agreed naturally, as if he didn't hear the anger in the girl's words at all. Humph. Looking at the shameless Hikue, Lakis snorted lightly, glared at Hikue, and then walked out of the room leisurely. Orb was not short of food in Sun City. Dinner was also very rich. And just after the meal, the satisfied Hikue was ready to set off for the port. Aren't you going? Hikue looked at the two girls in front of him with a strange look on his face. Not going, Leica said, holding Kigali's hand and smiled. I want to talk to Kigali about something. Yeah. Although she looked reluctant, she didn't know what Leica said to her, but Kigali didn't refuse at this time. Okay. Looking at the smile on Leica's face, Hikue always felt that it would be a bit dangerous after returning. But this was not the time to say too much. Then I'm leaving? Take care. Looking at Leica's increasingly brilliant smile, Hikue subconsciously looked at the bar of favorability. Leica's Klein's current favorability is 105. It's also increased by 2, so it should be fine, right? Thinking of Hikue, he got on the unmanned vehicle and headed towards the port. When Hikue arrived at the port, the people on the transport ship also walked out along the docking channel. Representative he? At this time, Hercules seemed a little surprised to see him, but he quickly calmed down. On the other side, Prearephili, a Muklon, was also stunned at this time. He knew Hikue's identity, but he didn't expect that such a person would wait for them here. As for Aegis, who was walking at the end, he was naturally controlled by Elena. At this time, the two sides looked at each other and quickly separated their eyes. Hello. Welcome here. Hikue looked at the three people in front of him and said. He looked so familiar, as if this Sun City was his home. Why is Representative he here? Hercules asked calmly. Because the treatment technology is in my hands, right? Hikue said and looked at Aegis. It seems that the Prime Minister did not tell Hercules too much, but it is okay. It may just come from the sincerity of the Prime Minister. Hikue thought, and Aegis nodded among the crowd. Just as Representative he said. Then I trouble you. Hercules bowed his head, and Prearephili on the other side also bowed his head like his friend. But thinking of the teacher's instructions, he was a little nervous. Okay, come with me. We will go to plant tomorrow. The treatment is being prepared, and will probably start at the beginning of next year. Hearing that it was the beginning of next year, Hercules wanted to say something, but he finally held back. I will let you go back. Hikue shrugged. Then he led the three of them out of the port. Meanwhile, on the other side, after several hours of difficult waiting, the new Prime Minister finally learned the bad news. 12 daggers, all hit back by the opponent. Looking at Fernando opposite him madly. The new Prime Minister gritted his teeth and asked. Yes, but I guess the opponent should be a combat adjuster like Hercules, but not as deep as the adjustment. They didn't take our lives. We still have a chance. Please give me another chance. Listening to Fernando's words, and looking at the other party's lowered head, the new Prime Minister tapped the table lightly with his fingers. Then he smiled sinisterly. Then I give you another chance. If you fail, you should know the price. And don't have a direct conflict with other forces. If there's a problem, you are pirates, understand? I understand, thank you. At this time, Fernando stood up and saluted the other party, and then closed the communication. Looking at the dark screen, Fernando's eyes became slightly more vicious. Like a poisonous snake, he stared at the faraway Sun City belonging to Orb. Don't be afraid. He turned around and looked at the team members behind him. No matter what means the other party used, he couldn't kill us. We just need to pretend to surrender. Everyone was silent after hearing Fernando's words. You looked at me, I looked at you. Captain Fernando, they won't believe us even if we surrender. One of them said first, and the others nodded. Fernando twitched his lips slightly when he saw his subordinates were afraid of death. However, his power was not stable now. Although he could give them orders directly, mutiny was likely to occur. And most importantly, what they said made sense. If ordinary people went out, the other party might not believe it. I go, you guys just watch carefully. After giving these people a look, Fernando turned around and left the bridge. Chapter 630. While Fernando was making a plan that was impossible to succeed, Hikue also returned to Kajiali's house. Of course, he arranged for the others to stay near Kajiali Manor. When Hikue arrived at the room, he saw a dark scene in the manor. It made people feel uneasy. Of course, this did not include Hikue. If there was something wrong, his little animals would have sounded the alarm long ago. In other words, they were probably playing some kind of prank. To be precise, it should be Lakis. Hikue thought about it, and entered the room and shouted, Lakis, Kagali? As soon as Hikue finished speaking, a figure suddenly appeared at the corner of the corridor. Her exquisite figure and thin clothes, under the moonlight, all provoked Hikue's mind. Before the girl came closer, Hikue had already taken 2 steps at a time and came to Kigali. Why did you do this suddenly? Hikue said with a smile. This doesn't look like something that Kigali could come up with. Good opportunity. As soon as Hikue finished speaking, Xiaolu, who was behind Hikue, suddenly rushed up. He hugged Hikue tightly. Then the lights came on, and Lux in the room also came out. At this time, Lux was wearing a lace pajamas similar to Kigali's, and was looking at him tenderly. What are you doing? Hikue blinked, not much panic. The main reason was that he was very sure that the other party would not hurt him. You're taking revenge, right? Lakis looked at Kigali. Kigali nodded at this time. Lakis was right. They were oppressed every day. It was time for them to turn the tables, and become the masters, and most importantly, Hikue would be back tomorrow. She wanted to leave a deep impression on him. So Lakis's proposal hit the nail on the head. First tie up Hikue, then pin him down. It would definitely be unforgettable. I'm afraid Hikue would never forget me. At this time, Hikue on the other side could also see Lakis blinking at her frequently. I'm afraid Lakis himself knew that Xiaolu couldn't trap him, so he winked at him to cooperate. And Hikue, just as Lakis thought, as long as he moved his wrist, Xiaolu would automatically let him go. But at this time, he finally didn't resist under Lakis's eyes. Instead, he opened his eyes wide, and looked at the girl in front of him. What do you want to do? Hearing Hikue's words, Kigali's face, which was illuminated by the white moonlight, showed a hint of red. I have temporarily sent everyone here home today, Kigali said as she took off her pajamas in the corridor, then stood on tiptoe and gently kissed the boy on the lips. Right here? Yes. If Hikue doesn't want to forget her, it's best to do it here. Although Kigali was not used to doing this in a place where so many people usually walked around, the girl still mustered up the courage in her heart and began to move gently. That night, Hikue experienced becoming a certain animal. Even Lakis came up quietly when Kigali was exhausted. Do you like it? Lakis asked with a wink and cute lips against his. You don't suffer any loss. One action made both of them happy, and that was enough, and they both liked Lakis a little more. It seemed that Lakis was trying to win over Kigali. Is it not possible? Lakis narrowed his eyes slightly. It's not impossible. Hikue shrugged. He didn't care about this kind of thing. As long as Lux didn't do anything that would harm everyone, he would let it go. You're still being ungrateful. Lux wrinkled her nose and bit his lips. She didn't use too much force, just rubbed it with her teeth. It's all the same taste. Contrary to Hikue's expectations, Lux didn't continue but stood up and stretched. Go take a shower first. Are you misophobic? And how can I wash now? Hearing Lakis' words, Hikue stood up helplessly. Xiaolu was still restraining his hands diligently. This is easy. Lakis gave Hikue a wink and turned to look at Kigali, who was lying on the corridor. I take him to wash. Kigali, go back to the room first. Okay. Hearing Lakis' words, Kigali also responded and turned over again. There was a new blanket on the ground, which was not dirty. Seeing this, Lakis pulled Hikue into the room again. The next time was Lakis' special show. The next morning, Hikue, who had earned ability points all night, got up early again. You don't need to rest. Looking at the boy who woke her up, Lakis glared at him with dissatisfaction. At this time, Kigali, who was on the other side of Hikue, also woke up and looked at Hikue with dissatisfaction. It was obviously the last day, but they didn't even have much time to be warm. Okay, there's still plenty of time on Mars. Hikue patted Kigali on the back and stood up. I go make the final preparations for the voyage, you guys take a rest. Although they said so, the two women on the bed did not go back to sleep after waiting for Hikue to leave. Thank you for yesterday. Although it was a bit awkward to say thank you to your enemy. But the straightforward Kigali still said it. Don't be so polite. After all, Kigali rarely sees Hikue. Did Lux actually suffer a loss last night? No. As Hikue said, she was making money on both ends. Of course, neither of them minded. Next time Lux comes to Orb, I take you to have some fun. Looking at the gentle Lux, Kigali's voice couldn't help but become a little gentler. Really? Thank you, Kigali. Hearing Kigali's words, Lakis' smile grew even brighter. But before that, it's just like that person said. Kigali, prepare for the formation of Mars. Although it is a trip, it is very important to us. Mars' power is just like that. But this is the current Mars. As long as Hikue helps Mars solve the food problem, the population of Mars is bound to explode. And the productivity brought by the population will also expand. As long as more than 10 years pass, the population dividend period of Mars will come. Not to mention the gold diggers from outside. It can be said that as long as Mars is controlled, part of the discourse power of the future world will be basically controlled. And as a pioneer of hydroponic cabins and ecological adjustment technology, Hikue has a great advantage.